James, devoid of a wand, resolutely endeavored to thwart Voldemort. In an effort to create an escape for his wife and son, his final words to Lily were, "Run, Lily, run." Severus, acting as a double agent, was bitten on the neck by Nagini at Voldemort's command. Stubbornly, he gazed into Harry Potter's eyes, reminiscent of Lily's, and implored, "Look at me." Chapter 1. My sister is named Petunia, and our parents bear the surname Evans. Recently, that filthy little rascal who has latched onto us is called Snape. I discovered that I am Lily, and the feeling at that moment is indescribably complex. It is likely that the entire plot of Harry Potter is on the verge of collapse, at least from my own perspective. How can a childless and single Lily Evans possibly give birth to Harry Potter? After all, I am a devoted fan of Harry Potter. I wonder if alchemy could conjure a Harry Potter to take my place. The English language is exceedingly challenging. During my compulsory education, I was utterly unremarkable, having long since returned all my English knowledge to my teachers. Even after 6 months here, I still can only utter simple words, to the point that my anxiety is about to escalate. I have heard that I am set to graduate from primary school this year, and it won't be long before I must attend Hogwarts. It is evident that when the time comes for me to learn magic there, I will undoubtedly falter, mispronouncing words more than once. Lily. Snape has come again, having adopted me as a companion ever since he learned of my magical abilities. I have developed a reflex to recognize who calls my name, yet before I could fully comprehend, Snape was seized by Petunia, who insisted that in order to befriend me, he must take good care of me. Incredibly, Petunia proves to be a good sister. In my view, while I struggle to comprehend anything the teachers or classmates discuss at primary school, whenever someone attempts to bully me, Petunia fiercely drives them away. When Snape was caught by Petunia, he displayed no impatience whatsoever, which may be attributed to Petunia's control over my daily outings. She possesses the authority granted by the Evans couple to bring me home at any time, thus preventing me from getting lost. I witnessed the last time Snape mocked Petunia. Thereafter, he was isolated from my view for an entire month. That poor little Snape will likely regret it for a long time. Lily, I received my acceptance letter, delivered by an owl from Hogwarts. You will receive yours soon, and then we can learn magic together. Despite being released by Petunia, Snape remained visibly excited. I understood Snape's mention of Hogwarts, which reminded me of a few days prior when the Evans couple took Petunia and me to a beautifully renovated secondary school, where their expressions were a mix of joy and guilt. I observed the teacher's smile directed at Petunia and the pitying look aimed at me. I knew that there was no way I would be accepted by that school. However, it matters not, for Hogwarts even admits werewolves and half-giants. Snape remarked, "Perhaps I will attend Slytherin, the house my mother once attended, but it does not accept Muggleborns. How wonderful it would be if you could join me in the same house." On what was merely an ordinary afternoon, Snape always had endless words to share with me. I truly wished to convey to him, "Dear friend, I cannot comprehend what you are saying." After Snape changed his dismissive demeanor towards Petunia, she ceased to obstruct his approach to me. Apart from Snape, no other child would persistently converse with me amidst my bewildered expression. How foolish. He is even more of a fool than I. Petunia went to fetch some small cakes, and Snape gazed at me for a moment before speaking to soothe my impending frustration. "Just continue being my friend, and let your world revolve solely around me." Snape's voice is melodious. His words possess a lyrical quality that invariably brings me solace. Not long after, an owl delivered a letter while I was celebrating my birthday, with Petunia grasping my hand to guide me in cutting the cake, adorned with a birthday hat. I had seen this envelope in the Harry Potter films. It must surely be the admission letter from Hogwarts. The Evans couple glanced at the letter, showing little regard, while Petunia took a pen to engage in drawing with me. The letter from Hogwarts was not spared either. The reverse side of the envelope was adorned with numerous roses. As I savored my cake, the owl swooped in to take away the letter embellished with my rose drawings. The following day, a venerable old man with a white beard arrived at the Evans residence. He was undoubtedly Dumbledore. I was filled with numerous questions for him. Yet regrettably, Petunia dragged me away to wash up for breakfast, marking yet another day devoid of personal agency. Dumbledore and the Evans couple lingered in the living room for quite some time, but Petunia did not permit me to join them. Even while she was doing her homework, she kept a vigilant watch to prevent my escape from the room, seemingly wary of Dumbledore. Mrs. Evans opened the study door and came over to embrace me, exclaiming, My Lily. A burst of colorful light emanated from Dumbledore's wand, and I shut my eyes tightly. I was still an unenrolled young witch. Dumbledore could not possibly use magic to harm me. Dumbledore inquired, Lily, can you speak now? Mr. Evans appeared skeptical of Dumbledore's words. Can magic truly heal? Professor Dumbledore, the doctor has stated that Lily has a cognitive impairment and has lost all her previous memories. In disbelief, I clutched Mr. Evans and exclaimed, I can understand now. Mrs. Evans wept profusely. Since Lily acquired those powers, she has been unable to speak or comprehend our words. The doctor mentioned that Lily had amnesia and had forgotten how to articulate her thoughts. Uncertain if there would be any lasting repercussions, it was possible that Lily might never speak again. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, reassured, this spell will only last a few days, but do not worry, I will craft a magical artifact for Lily using alchemy. There will be no issues with her inability to understand or speak. I wept, yearning for a translator, which I had sought for so long, yet my impoverished vocabulary rendered me incapable of communicating with the Evans couple. I dare not reveal my ability to speak Chinese, lest I be deemed a ghost and face dire consequences. Petunia embraced me. Lily, you can speak now. Mr. Evans, maintaining a level head, expressed his gratitude to Dumbledore. Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. We are eager for Lily to attend Hogwarts. However, you must understand, Lily lacks her former memories, akin to an infant. She may throw tantrums, shatter objects, and tear books. Lily requires care, and I am concerned about her being alone without Petunia. She may struggle to adapt to life at Hogwarts. Dumbledore replied, I shall look after Lily. She reminds me of my sister. Every student will flourish joyfully at Hogwarts, I assure you. Then let us accompany Lily to Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies, Mr. Evans stated, knowing he could not resolve Lily's speech issue. He could not whimsically allow her to attend a school for the mentally impaired, as that would inflict greater harm upon her. Dumbledore, unperturbed by Mr. Evans's decision, winked at me and said, Please hold on tightly, Mr. and Mrs. Evans and ladies, we are about to embark on an unforgettable journey. Petunia and I grasped Dumbledore's legs, while the Evans couple held onto his arms, and thus we made our grand way to Diagon Alley. The denizens of the magical world dressed akin to those of the medieval era. Our first destination was Gringotts, where Dumbledore introduced to the Evans family. We must first exchange currency for use in the magical realm. Gringotts is a bank run by goblins. I had already learned that goblins did not resemble the fairy tale depictions, and witnessing them firsthand, I felt a tinge of disappointment similar to that of the Evans family. Dumbledore seemed to possess a keen understanding of Muggles, and he showed no surprise at our collective expressions. Dumbledore remarked, Mr. Evans, exchanging 20 galleons will be sufficient. Hogwarts does not require tuition or any expenditures. After contemplating, Mr. Evans asked, Is there a limit on the exchange? I would like to provide Lily with a little more. We cannot be there with her, but I cannot allow her to be without pocket money. The goblin at Gringotts interjected before Dumbledore could respond. Hogwarts students have an annual exchange limit of 1,000 galleons. We must also convert Muggle currency back, which is quite a tedious process. Mr. Evans inquired, What about after leaving Hogwarts? If Lily wishes to reside in the magical realm post-graduation, will we still be able to exchange galleons for her? Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles and remarked, Every young wizard will secure a position after graduating from Hogwarts. Even if one cannot exchange for galleons at Gringotts, it poses no issue. No, Father, I desire to pursue my studies, to attend university, specifically Harvard in the United States. The magical realm is fraught with peril, and I have no intention of remaining here. I grasped Mr. Evans's hand, shaking it as I implored. Mr. Evans smiled, a rare expression of ease gracing his features. It was evident that he did not wish for his youngest daughter to remain in this magical world. He inquired, Professor Dumbledore, does Hogwarts teach mathematics and physics? Dumbledore, confident that attending a few courses in the Muggle world would be quite simple, replied, Hogwarts does not offer Muggle studies. However, if Miss Evans wishes to learn, I believe I could tutor her privately. Mr. Evans was genuinely pleased, exclaiming, Thank you immensely. I too feel that Lily is still quite young after graduating from Hogwarts. If she could attend university, it would be nothing short of splendid. Dumbledore assured him, Adult wizards possess the ability to protect themselves, We shall teach defense against the dark arts, so there is no need for concern, Mr. Evans. Upon the mention of dark magic and defense, Mr. Evans's sensitivity alerted him to an unsettling notion. After all, a school would not instruct students on how to guard against firearms due to their dangers. Unless this place were exceedingly chaotic, Mr. Evans once again fretted over my safety, uncertain if sending his youngest daughter to Hogwarts was indeed the right decision. Mr. Evans stated, "I trust you, Professor. Please ensure Lily's safety. I entrust her to your care." "I pledge to do my utmost to protect Lily," Dumbledore assured, his gaze upon me seemingly peering through to another individual. I felt elated. With Dumbledore present, I could rattle the bag filled with galleons, a cacophony of coins echoing 1,000 galleons, all generously provided by Mr. Evans. This was no trifling sum. Chapter 2. Passing by the Florin ice cream shop, Dumbledore treated the four of us to a cup of steaming, yet non-melting, ice cream. Penny held hers with delight. Reluctant to take a bite, my wand, made of willow and measuring 10¼ inches, felt rather peculiar in my grip. I couldn't help but fantasize about wielding a gem-encrusted wand, a Gandalf-like weapon capable of casting forbidden spells and delivering a solid blow. After our purchase of new items, Dumbledore returned us home, alleviating my anxiety about potentially failing at Hogwarts due to my reliance on translation aids. "Professor, I've forgotten how to write. Is that acceptable?" "Fear not. The curriculum at Hogwarts is quite manageable. I shall collect you before the term begins, along with the promised alchemical magical items," he replied with his customary warmth. Once Dumbledore departed, vanishing with a smooth disapparation, Mrs. Evans joyfully embraced me, her face glowing with happiness as she declared, "Lily, tonight I shall prepare your favorite feast to celebrate our Lily finally having hope for recovery." "Thank you, Mom," I replied. The Evans family was truly wonderful, and a pang of regret struck me. Perhaps I should have asked Dumbledore for an alchemical translator and opted out of attending Hogwarts altogether. I wasn't particularly eager to learn magic. Becoming a member of the Order of the Phoenix or an Auror, embroiled in perilous battles, seemed far too dangerous. I could easily remain a cherished little princess in the Evans household. Upon returning home, Penny immediately changed out of her little leather shoes into comfortable fabric ones. She inquired, "Lily, I heard from that boy Dudley next door that Snape came to see you. Are you going to speak with him? He brought you a birthday gift, which was delivered here." I accepted the small, drab box she handed me, discovering it contained a potion book. It struck me that I hadn't seen Snape in days. Nonchalantly, I waved my hand at Penny. "I will visit him, but let me have a piece of candy first." "Are you going to bring Snape some of this candy? It's not cheap in the magical world. Without you, he wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy it." Penny held her head high, already displaying hints of her future demeanor. "Very well, I can share my portion with him." I pondered seriously, after resolving my language barrier. Investing in the future heir of the Prince family, who would undoubtedly become a master potion maker, seemed like a wise decision. Dumbledore had procured a mail order form for me at the candy shop, allowing me to request sweets from Diagon Alley while at Hogwarts, with an owl delivering the gold in payment. Suddenly, I realized with astonishment that this was the first instance in 6 months Penny had considered doing something charitable for Snape. "Didn't you say you didn't like Snape?" Penny, shaking her head in exasperation, retorted, "What does liking or disliking him have to do with anything? You silly girl. What if you're bullied at the new school? He's attending this magical academy with you. He can help. At the very least, he can assist you in standing up for yourself." I understood that Penny was aware of Snape's mistreatment at home. "All right, Penny, I'll go see Snape, but you must accompany me. I'm unfamiliar with those winding paths." I certainly couldn't be outdone by those little brats. Penny's worries were unfounded. In the narrative, Hermione managed to dominate numerous children from wizarding families. Why couldn't I? What would you do without me? Penny's face was etched with concern. Since my arrival, she had been tirelessly caring for me, playing, drawing, and soothing me with gentle music and cartoons. Although there was only a slight age difference between us, she was a genuine little girl, in my soul. Being just a few years older, couldn't compete with her adeptness in navigating life's complexities. Penny stood behind me, her voice tinged with guilt as she said, "I overheard Mom and Dad saying you must attend Hogwarts. Without mastering magic, your health could deteriorate further. I don't want you to revert to how you were before. I'm no longer jealous of you, Lily. Mom warned that Dumbledore looks down on ordinary people. You must be cautious at the magic school. If anyone bullies you, write to us, and we will bring you back." "It's all right, Penny. I want to be the one to be bullied. If anyone dares to harass me, I'll certainly retaliate." I was unsure how the original Lily perceived Penny, but I genuinely appreciated her efforts to care for me. Penny, however, remained unconvinced. Still worried. How can you possibly stand against those who have been building connections and power since childhood? I interrupted her spiraling thoughts. "Penny, Let us go find Snape. I sought out a gift box, recalling Snape mentioning that his mother was a Hogwarts graduate. Surely he could assist you. Penny seemed determined to enlist Snape as my protector at Hogwarts. Lily, go change into some casual clothes. We need to visit the Dursleys soon. And if you plan to go to Snape's house, you should always bring someone with you. You know how messy and filthy his place is. I truly don't want to send you to that environment. The state of Snape's mother is pitiful. She has neither education nor a supportive husband. I've heard Mrs. Snape has to wash clothes for others just to make ends meet. My sister shall never end up like that, not for anything in the world. As Penny rummaged through the gift box, she lamented the plight of witches. I could sense her deep-seated disdain for Snape. Why had Mrs. Snape, the last heir of the Prince family, chosen such a life? Couldn't she brew potions? The bow on the packaging was crafted by Penny, a double-layered French bow. A skill passed down from Mrs. Evans. Both Mrs. Evans and Penny had taught me, though I never enjoyed gift-giving, often forgetting how to fashion a beautiful bow. Dudley awaited at the Evans' doorstep, a daily ritual for him, often seeking Penny's company and sometimes performing silly antics to amuse her. He never mocked me like the other children. If Penny were to marry Dudley, she would likely be very happy. Dudley, perceptively taking the gift box from Penny, quietly inquired, "Penny, Lily can speak now?" "Of course. How could Lily not speak? She simply chooses not to. She has already been accepted to a private, prestigious school. Not just anyone can attend. Soon, Lily will be attending university with me." Dudley, slightly bashful, turned to Penny. "That's wonderful. To celebrate Lily's recovery, how about I treat you both to Chinese food tomorrow? I made some money delivering newspapers at school." Penny, lifting her chin with pride like a little swan, replied, "Absolutely." Throughout the journey, Dudley showered Penny with compliments. Even when I couldn't comprehend their words, I could discern their shared joy. Penny squeezed my hand, and Dudley praised her eyebrows, which delighted her, though I thought they looked better unadorned. I dared not voice my opinion, knowing it would upset her. Not far from Snape's residence was a textile factory, where Penny enlightened me about the uneducated female workers who toiled under harsh conditions, aging rapidly by 30 yet earning meager wages. Many textile workers and their husbands, much like the Snape family, reside in dim and cramped quarters akin to sardine cans, with unsavory neighbors and a complete absence of police patrols. Oh dear. I grasped Penny's arm as I noticed what appeared to be Snape engaged in a scuffle in the distance. I recognized his visage. Yet I had never anticipated him to be embroiled in a fight. He had always smiled at me, presenting flowers and wreaths woven from branches. Blood streamed from Snape's forehead, and Penny began to scream, "Dursley, Dursley." At the sound of her shrill voice, Dursley hastily handed me the gift box he held, not wasting a moment of his bulk as he rushed over to lift Snape from the ground. He stood protectively before Snape, gesturing to ward off the 3 scrawny boys who had been tormenting him, sending them fleeing in fright. Dursley addressed Penny and me, saying, "He's bleeding from his head. We must take him to the clinic. Injuries to the head are quite serious." Snape glanced at me, touched his forehead with a look of vexation, and insisted, "It's nothing. Really, I can manage on my own." "Here, a gift for you," I said, and in an attempt to alleviate my aversion to the sight of blood, I offered him my handkerchief to wipe away the crimson stain and presented the box filled with magical sweets to him. I was certain that magic could heal him. I just knew it. Snape smiled brightly, momentarily forgetting the blood on his brow. Dursley seized Snape, dismissing his protests, and said, "You mustn't frighten Penny like this. Come with me to the clinic." As far as I knew, Mrs. Snape was not a competent mother. "You need to come with us to the clinic. Your wound needs cleaning, or it won't heal properly." Snape was covered in dust and dirt, particularly on his forehead, where sweat mingled with soil and blood. A sight that was rather disconcerting. Dursley and Penny motioned for Snape to follow, and we made our way to a nearby small clinic. Remarkably, Penny refrained from mocking Snape this time. She had seen him in such a dismal state before, but today, needing a favor, she held back her usual scorn. Chapter 3. Dursley flashed a grin at Snape. "You must listen to Penny." Having yet to learn magic, Snape had no means to resist Dursley. Nor would he have been able to even if he could, unless he had the spell Obliviate at his disposal, which required either a wand that was not traceable or prior collusion with Mrs. Snape for cover. "Dursley, this place is quite credible." Penny seemed skeptical about this little clinic tucked away in a corner, lacking nurses and staffed by an elderly doctor. The doctor, without hesitation, began to remove Snape's shirt, prompting Penny to swiftly cover my eyes. Dursley appeared to want to shield Penny's view as well, but after receiving a fierce glare from her, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Penny's irritation stemmed from the fact that this small clinic was recommended by Dursley. Dursley hesitated like a timid hamster. Maggie said many from her class come here to sort out their fights. After examining Snape, the doctor handed him a set of school uniforms, kindly suggesting he wash up first. Remarkably, the clothes provided were from the local school, which Penny, Lily, Vernon, and and Maggie all attended. It's going to hurt, I remarked. Penny replied, this is to prevent infection. He must heed the doctor's advice. When Snape emerged, the doctor had cut away the hair from the area of his wound. Without bandaging it, it would appear as though a patch had been left bald. Dursley patted Snape's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, I wish you a swift recovery. No girl will fancy you with a bandage on. I will recover quickly, Snape replied. His gaze fixed on me, though I could not discern his thoughts. I only saw him resolutely clench his fist. Penny went to settle the clinic fee, and Snape stepped forward to inquire, Evans, how much is it? I will repay you once I save enough. Penny replied, no need, you are Lily's friend. And that makes you my friend too. You will soon attend the same school, and you understand that I want to be there to protect her. So you must look after her, and ensure no one bullies her. Snape earnestly vowed, I promise, as long as I have even the last ounce of strength. No one shall harm Lily. Dursley exclaimed with delight. Snape, I knew I was right about you. You are like a true knight. Snape responded, I am not doing this just because I promised Penny. I would do so regardless. Lily is different from others. Penny bristled. No, she is not different. I will not allow you to say that about Lily. She is just like everyone else, and if you dare to say she is a fool like those other people, I will not permit you to be her friend. Snape explained, that is not what I meant. I mean to say that I will treat Lily well. In my heart, she is unlike anyone else. She is a treasure, a gift from Merlin. Penny stood tall, relishing the praise. Of course, although I do not know who this Merlin is, Lily is indeed a treasure, deserving of your regard. Penny, Severus, I can't hear you now, and I will speak up when I need something. I am no longer a fragile vase. I can protect myself. The words of these elementary school children left me in disbelief. Surely, Penny does not see me as her oversized doll. That simply cannot be. Have you not realized the serious discrimination at play? Lily, you are still young. You require protection from others, and Snape has promised to safeguard you. Penny, with utmost seriousness, pulled me close, always the dutiful sister when facing me. Perhaps she harbored jealousy, but she never contemplated harming me, just as she patiently taught me to bathe and brush my teeth, and coordinated my outfits for the next day. Retrieving dolls I had thrown in a tantrum. A beautiful, lovely girl, she could dress however she wished, and take me anywhere for fun. No, I suddenly felt enlightened. Surely, Penny does not think of me as her large doll. I remain unconvinced that anyone could harm me. So I told Penny, if I truly cannot fend off those who would bully me, I will certainly seek out Severus. He is a serious person, and he will fulfill his promise. If you feel unhappy, just let that old man Dumbledore bring you back. Simply tell him you miss your family. And when he returns you, inform us, and I, along with Mom and Dad, will ensure you reclaim your honor. Penny was still worried about what would happen to me once I left her side. Dursley reassured her, do not fret, Penny, Lily can now speak. And if anyone dares to bully her, she can inform the teacher. Penny sternly reprimanded Dursley. I do not think that is a good idea. Teachers cannot monitor Lily every moment. What if they are absent, and those people worsen their bullying? Snape assured, that will not happen, Evans. Perhaps I do not know who would treat Lily so, but I will protect her until my very last breath. I am confident that I could easily outshine elementary students in academics. Thus I told Penny. Penny, I will strive to be a good student. The teachers will all like me. Penny covered her face in despair. How do you still not understand? Lily cannot even write yet. Snape and Dursley also realized this. Lily had previously lost her memory, or else Penny would not have been so protective. The former Lily was far too exceptional, always inciting jealousy in others. What can I do? I am equally despondent. The education system of our great nation does not stipulate that one must achieve a perfect score in English. After all, I can still garner some points by borrowing from reading comprehension when penning an essay. Oh, how I regret it. After a moment of contemplation, Severus turned to Petunia and explained, I believe there is still a solution. If Professor Dumbledore can resolve Lily's issues with verbal communication, he surely possesses the capability to assist her with writing as well. It is worth noting that both he and Nicholas Flamel are renowned alchemists. Petunia, however, contemplated more long-term implications. She recalled my aspiration to attend university. Such ambitions necessitate external support, which is not a lasting solution. What if something were to go awry? What would happen to Lily? She must still pursue higher education after graduation. It is imperative that she can write, lest she fail her written examinations. Letters of recommendation would be of no avail if the truth were to be revealed. Cannot we teach Lily to relearn how to write? Asked Dudley. Petunia and Severus were momentarily taken aback, before muttering in unison, of course we can. Petunia pressed, is there no alternative approach? I am not the formidable academic powerhouse that the original Lily was. You do not comprehend. This is akin to learning an entirely new language for me, and I abhor English. This time, Petunia would not indulge Lily. Lily, you cannot think this way. Even if you choose to become a housewife, a sufficient level of education is still essential. Otherwise, You will be unable to facilitate your future child's admission into prestigious private schools, and they may come to resent you. Can I really learn? I questioned, filled with doubt. Aware that my abilities had already crystallized, Petunia reassured me. Absolutely, you have always been exceptionally intelligent. Even in your amnesiac state, you can still draw, if need be. Our Lily can attend art school. Your father and I have set aside funds for your education. Regarding drawing, I replied, Petunia, you know my sketches are mere scribbles. I have seen others at school point at my drawings of flowers and call them ducks. To be honest, I am no artist. They are merely a pastime I engaged in out of necessity. Even our club was adjacent to the Comic Association, which offered no assistance. Petunia's lips twitched. She must have been pondering why her sister had transformed into a lackadaisical individual. Do not fret, Lily. You still have ample time to practice. You will surely succeed. Is this truly advisable, Petunia? I asked, gazing at her. In truth, I was merely inexperienced with university and sought to escape the world of magic. Which is why I spoke as I did. This is beyond my control now. Petunia was resolute, declaring, including Severus, if you wish to remain friends with Lily, I suggest you start learning to draw as well. I will send you both the materials, and when you return from your holiday, I shall assess your progress and arrange for you to attend supplementary classes. I groaned. Is this the only option? Petunia affirmed, it is the best course of action. I attempted to argue further, but I have yet to even begin my studies at Hogwarts. Dudley chimed in. What does Hogwarts have to do with it? You will need to learn regardless of where you are. Severus, too, yielded, believing this to be in my best interest. I will, after finishing at Hogwarts. I shall attend a Muggle university alongside Lily. Are you not interested in my opinion? I protested. After all, my soul's age surpasses that of these children. Petunia elucidated. I apologize, Lily, but you lack the memories of your formative years, and therefore, you possess little experience. This cannot be taken lightly. Our parents support my decision, otherwise. If you enjoy music, we could cultivate that talent. Who knows? You might become the next Da Vinci or Beethoven. I interrupted Petunia's fanciful musings. That is impossible, Petunia. I am merely an ordinary person. The likes of Da Vinci may only be within reach in a future life. This time, the one receiving Petunia's glare was I. As she asserted, you are my sister, your talents surpass my own. Lily, do not underestimate yourself. Severus and Dudley seemed to possess an abundance of confidence. Who instilled them with such assurance? Today marked my first day of speech, and with such constant praise, I began to doubt whether I was inadvertently usurping Harry Potter's narrative to confront Voldemort. Despair washed over me. Was I trapped in a Mary Sue script? I turned to Severus. Severus, we are friends, are we not? We shall progress together. Severus averted his gaze from mine. Ah, the headache. Are you not children? Why are you calculating the future so swiftly? Does this not strike you as peculiar? Chapter 4. Dudley, Severus, Petunia. And I spent a considerable time conversing in the small clinic. Severus repeatedly assured Petunia that my well-being would always take precedence in his life, a rather melodramatic declaration. Though I understood it was a folly of childhood friendships, I would certainly prevent Severus from joining the Death Eaters, thus averting his tragic fate. Petunia and I shared a room, a routine established before the school year commenced. This was her request, as she worried excessively for me. Observing the expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Evans, I was certain that the original Lily Evans had never experienced such favorable treatment. In the warmth of our blankets, Petunia whispered, Lily, when you first lost your memory, you resembled a helpless infant, knowing nothing and gazing at all of us with vacant eyes and a look of confusion. The doctor said your memories may never return. I wonder if it is jealousy of the brilliance you once possessed, even though restoring your memories would be best for you. I find I prefer the person you are now. I replied, this must be my dilemma, Petunia. It feels as though I possess two personalities. I adore you, and having you as my sister brings me immense joy. Petunia fell silent, her breathing gradually softening until she soon drifted into slumber. I became acutely aware that I was not Lily. I had usurped Lily Evans' life, including her parents and a sister who bore her no affection. I knew Petunia could not hear me, so I whispered with hesitation, I am truly sorry, Petunia. This was never my intention. The following day, Mrs. Evans indeed fulfilled Petunia's prediction by enrolling me in an art tutoring class, including a spot for Severus. This served to cultivate my little brother while simultaneously allowing her to spy on my diligence. Severus, oh Severus, why can you never escape the role of a double agent? This was hardly good news. I felt on the verge of tears. My foundation in drawing was non-existent, and I could transform Naruto into a grotesque visage of horror. The pressure was immense. I was but a child. Self-teaching is no simple endeavor. Mrs. Evans and Petunia likely intended for Severus and me to establish a solid foundation, leaving me no time to preview the first-year Hogwarts textbooks on magic. Petunia had learned from Severus that even for wizarding families, one does not begin learning magic until they reach Hogwarts. One must wait until they are 11 to purchase a wand. Everyone starts at the same baseline, merely differing in aptitude. For Lily, beginning from a common starting point would be advantageous, as she had yet to master any form of magic. Petunia encouraged me while carrying my backpack. Lily, you can now converse with others with great fluency. Do not fear, hold your head high. Our Lily is as beautiful and captivating as a lily flower. I know, Petunia. What about Severus? Has he not departed yet? I asked, recalling Petunia's mention of Severus taking the same route to his tutoring class. I asked Dudley to fetch Severus. Petunia replied, shall we go check on him? I have an unsettling feeling. Severus is not the type to linger in bed, I suggested. Petunia feigned sadness. All right. It's always about Severus. I continued to feign ignorance of Petunia's little ploy, responding, of course, you and your family are the most important. Penny laughed as we playfully dashed toward Snape's residence, which she recalled was located on Spinner's End. Spinner's End was far from inviting, with a foul odor permeating the air, a noxious blend of various refuse. Penny immediately felt the urge to turn back upon seeing my eager expression. She seemed to realize that aside from her and the Dursleys, Snape had been a constant presence in my life, even when my inexplicable outbursts and tantrums turned the world upside down. He was always there to soothe me with his unwavering smile. Penny tightly grasped my hand, declaring, you've won this time, but I assure you it will be the last. The Dursleys stood outside Snape's door, Dudley pounding on it with fervor. From within, the slurred voice of a drunken man could be heard, laced with threats and curses. Are you joking? Let me handle this. Penny hurriedly pushed Dudley aside and delivered a forceful kick to the door, hopping back in pain afterward. Lily, support Penny. I must rescue that boy, Dudley instructed as he steadied Penny and then prepared to kick the door himself. The scene shifted dramatically with Dudley, the rotund bully, taking action. The door swung open, and the three of us rushed inside to confront Snape's inebriated father. Good heavens, what on earth are you doing? Penny was taken aback to see Mrs. Snape, battered and shaken, cowering behind her husband, watching as he struck Snape without attempting to intervene. Dudley found a wooden stick and brandished it threateningly behind Mr. Snape's neck. In an instant, with Mrs. Snape's terrified gaze and my unspoken protest, he brought the stick crashing down. Dudley reassured us, don't worry, I'm quite skilled at this. I've dealt with drunken troublemakers before. He won't feel a thing. Penny's eyes twitched slightly as she remarked, that's just splendid. After Mr. Snape was knocked unconscious, Mrs. Snape rushed to him, checking for any injuries. Not sparing a glance at her own son, Penny shook her head, unable to fathom how a person could end up in such a predicament. I supported her while Dudley steadied Snape, and we decided to take him to the clinic for treatment. Snape was covered in bruises, and the bandage on his head had been torn away, his injuries remaining untreated by any potion. Penny was indignant. We must call the authorities. The Snape couple is wholly unfit to be parents. This treatment of Severus is illegal. Dudley inquired, Snape, why haven't you reported this? Snape looked bewildered. Report it? I expressed my disdain for his father, insisting, indeed, Snape, you can no longer remain in that household. Your safety there is utterly compromised. The elderly doctor at the small clinic, engrossed in a comical television program, barely glanced up as we entered, our faces etched with despair. Penny sat in a chair and asked, Doctor, do you have a phone? I want to report this. Mr. Snape nearly killed Severus, and his mother even needs Severus's protection. It's unbelievable. The doctor replied, report it? Not all orphanages or foster homes are necessarily benevolent. Penny vehemently countered, then we'll find another one. There must be good parents out there. I refuse to believe everyone is like that. The doctor examined Snape's injuries, his brow furrowing. Please wait here. I need to make a call. He is indeed a victim of severe domestic violence. I had thought his previous injuries were the result of his own fighting. Dudley interjected. How could Snape possibly enjoy fighting? He prefers conversing with Lily. Penny shot him a warning look. Lily enjoys talking to me. In a soft voice, Snape asked, can I truly leave that place? I was aware that the protections for children here were robust. Mr. Snape's violence against you and your mother warrants severe consequences. Just look at all your injuries. He is abusing a minor. Snape, wishing to avoid further complications, could not rebuff our kindness and timidly responded, it's all right. We're going to Hogwarts soon. That simply wouldn't do. I could not bear the thought of Snape's parents being indifferent to his fate, which would hinder his entire life. He needed decent clothing, adequate meals, and a safe environment free from abuse. Even if he didn't go to an orphanage, I still had to apply for a scholarship to Hogwarts. That should be acceptable, right? I'll follow your lead, Lily. Snape did not wish to argue with Lily. Knowing the professors at Hogwarts were formidable, he believed he could write to them from wherever he was, as long as he could attend Hogwarts with Lily. He no longer cared about anything else. After the doctor finished his call, he came out to tend to Snape's wounds, and the officers arrived promptly. There were 2 officers, one of whom was a woman. She gently asked Snape, Severus, did your parents inflict these injuries? Penny responded, it was his father, When we arrived, Mr. Snape was hitting him and his mother, who showed no resistance at all and needed Severus to protect her. The male officer interrupted Penny, seeking privacy. I'm sorry, children, but we need to speak with young Mr. Snape alone. Please return home for now. You needn't worry. We will ensure his safety. But officer, how will we visit Severus to play? I certainly didn't want Snape to be taken far away. The officer explained, if his parents cannot bear responsibility, Severus will stay at an orphanage in the countryside for a while. Foster families will be evaluated to care for him, and he will receive a good education to become an exemplary individual. I expressed my gratitude. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. The officer kindly replied, it is our duty. Protecting everyone is our responsibility. Chapter 5. In any case, I was still packed off by Penny to attend class. After several days of art lessons, I felt utterly disheartened. The other children in class were of similar age, yet many exhibited greater talent in their works. Penny claimed it was merely because I was a beginner, but the teacher remarked that I lacked my own style. With Snape unable to attend class, Penny was drafted as a substitute to accompany me. I knew she preferred flower arranging and baking, not painting at all. I sensed she was primarily there to supervise me. This made me think that Hogwarts might not be so bad after all. In the narrative of Harry Potter, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger seemed to be enjoying themselves daily. And aside from Hermione, those two managed to achieve decent grades with apparent ease. Surely this indicated that Hogwarts was rather lenient in its administration. I implored Penny, shall we ride our bikes to the orphanage in the countryside after class? The holidays are dreadfully dull and utterly unamusing. Penny asked, are you hoping to see Snape? Yes. I'm curious how he is faring. I still worried about Snape. He was just a child, a diminished version of a bat, unable to even defend himself against a drunkard. Then let us go? In truth, I found it difficult to discern Penny's thoughts this time. However, she acquiesced. During class dismissal, neither Penny's nor my artwork was selected for the honor of display as a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl's piece adorned the wall instead, one she had diligently crafted under her parents' guidance since childhood. A sense of pressure enveloped me. This was merely an ordinary child, and the magical realm I was about to confront was 100-fold more unforgiving, with the potential for perilous consequences, even death. Severus, who had a witch for a mother, faced such dismal circumstances in the original narrative. Could I truly compete with those young wizards and safely graduate from Hogwarts? Ultimately, it was Penny who rode her bicycle, and for reasons unknown, she appeared far more robust than I, resembling a frail and feeble patient. While the Evans couple often presumed it was due to my mental health issues, I carried with me a roll of artwork, a first-year spellbook, and my wand, hoping to seize the opportunity before the Ministry of Magic began scrutinizing young witches and wizards for reckless spellcasting. I desired to learn a bit of magic from Severus, as I did not wish to be inept. The orphanage was quite clean and not situated too far away, nestled beside a village and bordering fields, where the sounds of laughter could be heard in the yard. Would Severus adapt to this way of life? This was a choice we had forced upon him, and my disdain extended to Severus's father as well as his mother. Violence, in my previous life, would have been intolerable to the ladies. A husband who slammed a knife onto the table and resorted to brawling would not have been tolerated. We parked our bicycles at the entrance, and while I clutched the spell book from the basket, Penny approached the other children. Penny caught the attention of a young boy and asked, hello, we are looking for Severus Snape. Do you know where he is? The boy replied, Severus, the newcomer? You're his friends? P.S. Not very pleasant. P.S. in room 201, at the end of the stairs. Thank you, she said. The interior of the orphanage was also very tidy, although the building itself bore signs of age despite meticulous maintenance. I knocked on the door. Severus, are you in there? I am. Come in, came a faint voice. Indeed. It was Severus. I casually inquired, we come to play with you. How is it here? Are there any children who shun you? Or are the matrons unkind? Severus shook his head. No, it's quite good here. I was just pondering why Eileen would refuse the officer's mediation. She would rather perish than leave Tobias. I understood who Tobias was, Severus's father. I had no response to his sentiments. What could I say about love, especially when in the original narrative he was utterly consumed by it? I asked Severus, does Eileen have any other relatives? If I recalled correctly, Eileen Prince was Severus's mother, and some speculated that after Tobias's death, she had taken on the role of Madame Pants, the librarian at Hogwarts. Severus replied, none. She is the last of the Prince family. My grandfather passed away when I was very young. Eileen did not return for the funeral. I had little to add. It seemed his family was rife with love-struck individuals, and what could be done about it? Penny reminded me, Lily, remember you are here on business. I tapped my head, handing the book to Severus, as his belongings were still at Spinner's End, with Eileen and Tobias preoccupied dealing with the police. Leaving no one to notice, Severus had been sent to the orphanage. Severus, can you teach me this? It seems quite difficult. I am not one of those children with an underdeveloped worldview. I believe in science, which is fundamentally a different path altogether. Severus responded, it's not difficult. We can all learn it. I reflected that these subjects genuinely piqued Severus's interest, swiftly capturing his attention. He added, for instance, this levitation charm. You've actually used it before, just 6 months ago when Miss Evans took you to the park. You made the leaves gently float into your hands. That was the feeling. At that moment, I merely perceived it as a superpower, like telekinesis or telepathy, even worrying that I might be captured by a laboratory. I had been foolish. Severus's words were akin to the precise measurements in cooking. Though he was not the best teacher for magic, potions might suit him better. I encouraged myself. We had ample time. Surely, we could cover all of Hogwarts' first-year textbooks before school commenced. Severus hesitated, saying, have you written to Dumbledore? You should request a quill with a special feather. The ones sold in Diagon Alley are unsuitable for writing essays. I had indeed forgotten about that matter. Severus, I believe we can practice magic first. We haven't even finished the textbooks, so where will essays come from? That was not all. If you cannot quickly learn to write, you will need to acquire a pair of alchemical glasses to read the textbooks. Severus appeared troubled. My predicament was rather complex. If memory served, there was no primary school in the magical world, so I could take my time to learn at school, albeit with greater difficulty than others. Truthfully, I was reluctant to study. I wished to return to the flower garden immediately, a fanciful notion almost entirely impossible. Severus seemed incredulous that anyone could be such a person. The magical textbooks are already quite simple. Hardly anyone would be unable to write. I've seen numerous spellbooks hidden away in Eileen's cabinet, far more complex than these. My expression darkened. Was he not speaking of me? Perhaps I truly needed to ask Severus for the alchemical translation trio, as the magic he had provided me with was flawed and time-limited. Within days, its effectiveness would wane. I asked Severus, what about the spell Stupefy? Can you perform that magic? Severus knew that spell. He had secretly used Eileen's wand to experiment with numerous incantations. This spell seems quite useful. If someone casts magic on you, your companions can use it to dispel any pranks between students. Penny sat alone, admiring our artwork from today. I found this disheartening. I wished for Penny to remain a beloved figure wherever she went. I said, Penny, come help me take a look. I can't make sense of this. Penny hesitated. Dumbledore said I lacked the talent for it. Suddenly, an idea struck me. What does that matter? Once I graduate from Hogwarts, I will surely concoct a potion that grants everyone magic. Penny pursed her lips. Lily, you shouldn't harbor such grand hopes. I don't want you to struggle. I don't need that. I feigned frustration. Penny, I know you understand me. I wish to share my ideas with others. I think it's best you don't. She replied. Severus closed the textbook, seemingly aware of something, and said, I've read about the Dark Lord in the book. The first Dark Lord, Grindelwald from Germany, and the second, Voldemort, both sold their ideologies to others. If you dare to do so, I assure you, your school life will be quite beautiful. I was left in a state of confusion. Ideology, was that merely a dream? If such a potion could succeed, had no one in the magical realm for millennia possessed greater talent or ability than I? I simply wished to amuse Penny. I awkwardly remarked, first, second. Goodness. Could anyone truly believe I could become the third Dark Lord? Please, it's a jest. I don't even know the 2 levitation charms yet. Snape took out a notebook and some currency, but whatever he was writing remained indecipherable to me. I turned to Petunia for assistance. Lily, you really need to learn how to write. It's not difficult. With a sigh, Petunia placed her hand on her forehead and replied, all right. I'll read it to you. I had already devised a plan. If I could learn to read and write, that would be splendid, but if I couldn't, I could always request Dumbledore for the alchemical translation set, the alchemical translation headset, alchemical translation glasses, and the specialized quick-draw quill. I would do my utmost. If I succeeded, it would spare me the hassle, but if I failed, Severus, you and Petunia must certainly assist me. Dumbledore wouldn't be able to produce the specialized quick-draw quill and translation glasses, and if I hadn't learned by then, having Petunia around would suffice. While in the magical world, I could enlist Snape as a free laborer. Chapter 6. The levitation charm had been mastered by Snape, yet I remained inept. I had learned the levitation charm, though my execution was rather imprecise, often causing spills when attempting to levitate a cup of water. Just before Petunia and I were to leave, Mrs. Knight, the orphanage's administrator, returned from town. She greeted us warmly and presented each of us with a uniquely woven bracelet. Perhaps sensing my unease, she reassured us that many children initially exhibited a certain aloofness upon arriving, but Snape would gradually become more cheerful. It was said that few would come to the orphanage seeking companionship as Petunia and I did. Mrs. Knight was a kind soul, genuinely caring for each child. Thanks to her previous connections, the orphanage was well-funded and well-equipped, making it one of the best in the area. In short, this orphanage was rather commendable. The following day, I told Petunia that I wished to stroll alone. I left without my spell book or wand, riding my bicycle to the suburban orphanage. My decision to visit the suburban orphanage without Petunia did not stem from a desire for independence. I was aware that Petunia had little fondness for magic. Initially, she had admired it, but after my amnesia and muteness, she grew fearful of those extraordinary abilities, perhaps believing they would bring calamity, a sentiment shared by many. To my astonishment, Severus' mother, Eileen Prince, was also at the suburban orphanage. She was conversing with Mrs. Knight in the yard. It was hard to believe that this somber, numb woman had come to seek out Severus. After all, when Severus had been brutally beaten and left bloodied on the ground, she had first attended to her inebriated husband. Only when she beheld Tobias Snape did a glimmer of light appear in her eyes. The child who had directed me yesterday bounced down the stairs and, upon seeing me, exclaimed, "You're here to see Snape, aren't you? He is still in 201. I replied, "Thank you," as I handed him a small cake I had packed from home. The little boy leaned in closer, speaking in hushed tones as if to avoid being overheard. "Don't worry, Snape won't he go back to that violent home. I just overheard Mrs. Knight and Snape's mother talking. Snape's father is unemployed, and his mother only does laundry occasionally. They have no stable income and are unfit to raise a child, especially one they beat so mercilessly. I heard they didn't even send Snape to primary school. They want to ruin him. It's despicable. It's a crime." Indeed, it was a crime. I concurred with his sentiments, wishing fervently that Severus would never have to endure the existence of a mere punching bag for Tobias Snape again. The little boy continued, indignant, "I just don't understand why Snape's mother would ask him to go to the police station to give false testimony to release his father. We all know he couldn't have inflicted such injuries upon himself." I was taken aback. Eileen's reasoning seemed utterly bizarre. Snape's father, Tobias Snape, had been arrested. Surely, if the false testimony were exposed, Tobias would face even harsher consequences. Mrs. Knight would never agree to her suggestion. She was far too responsible to permit such a derelict mothering. With hands and feet, Eileen would not starve. Why would she choose to be a mother who refuses to protect her own child? She truly was a failure. The little boy was lost in thought, his tone filled with resentment. I recalled Mrs. Knight's words about the children who arrived at the orphanage, often gloomy and unhappy, regardless of their parental status. Having tasted the bitterness of life, I gently patted the boy's head, offering comfort. "It will be all right. It won't happen anymore. We will all protect him. Neither Tobias nor Eileen will ever have the chance to harm him again." The boy replied, "That's right." When I knocked on the door upstairs, I happened upon Snape as he opened it. I awkwardly lowered my hand, noting that the anger still lingered on his face. Snape regarded me and asked, "Lily, aren't you going to learn to paint?" I offered to give him my family's phone number, suggesting he contact me if he moved to a foster home before school began. I wished for Snape to have no further ties to Tobias. Snape accepted the note I handed him, stating, "I was just about to go downstairs to discuss this with Eileen. I will not forgive Tobias, nor will I return to him. Even if no foster home wishes to adopt me, this place is still quite satisfactory." Mrs. Knight told me that Eileen's refusal to hold Tobias accountable is inconsequential. I can still make him pay for his transgressions. A sense of relief washed over me. It was wonderful to hear him think this way. I wanted to remind him to be resolute and not to waver when Eileen implored him. A shadow of gloom clouded Snape's expression. That won't happen. Eileen and Tobias together are like snowflakes falling from the sky in winter, quickly melting away without a trace. One day, Eileen and I will perish at Tobias's hands. I merely hope she awakens to the truth soon. I reassured Snape. Even if Tobias emerges from prison, community service awaits him. Rest assured, the law will not easily let him slip away. Perhaps he may even be rehabilitated. Snape, still a child at heart, hung his head and muttered, "I wish it could be that simple." I presented a box to Snape, intending to surprise him. "Here, have a small cake first, made by Mrs. Evans today. It's quite sweet." Snape opened the box and took a small cake, placing the box neatly beside his bed. "Are you going to discuss something with Eileen?" I inquired. "I'm unsure," Snape replied. "I desperately want Eileen to leave Tobias, to reclaim her wand and return to the magical world with me, but I know that's unlikely." "Give it a try," I suggested. "As her son, you cannot salvage what is already lost, much like the weather. Impending rain is something you cannot prevent." Mrs. Knight was patiently conversing with Eileen, but did not permit her to ascend the stairs. "Mrs. Eileen, Snape's injuries have not healed. Mr. Green provided a medical report when he brought Snape here, and there is no denying your husband's history of domestic violence." Eileen argued with Mrs. Knight, "He is my child, and Tobias's. I would never allow anything to happen to him. Tobias was merely drunk. He doesn't usually act this way. Severus's injuries are insignificant. I can have him healed overnight. I assure you, nothing will happen to Severus. Perhaps, Mrs. Eileen, your potions have their merits, but can they truly resolve Severus's issues? He is but a person, a child, who feels the chill and pain just like anyone else. Is it truly sufficient for him to merely exist? It appears that unbeknownst to you, he has already been subjected to emotional neglect. Mrs. Knight, well acquainted with the antics of children entangled with their parents and relatives, found that Eileen was not the first of her kind. Her tone remained consistently calm as she addressed these parents. Yet she had a penchant for piercing inquiries that struck at the heart of the matter. As Severus descended the staircase, Eileen's eyes lit up as if she had spotted a savior, and she instinctively rushed toward him. I positioned myself in front of Severus, while Mrs. Knight restrained Eileen. It was glaringly obvious that Eileen's thought process was troubling to Mrs. Knight, who wished for Eileen to keep her distance from Severus. Eileen pleaded, "Severus, come back with me. You truly must go there. You are not like the Muggles. Staying elsewhere will only make your situation worse." "I'm sorry, Eileen. I have made my choice. I do not wish to return," Severus murmured, his gaze cast downward, concealing his emotions from view. Eileen erupted in a fit of fury. "You cannot do this. Tobias is waiting for you. You must save him. It is because of you and your Muggle friends and that mudblood that Tobias has been captured." Mrs. Knight tightened her grip on Eileen, expressing disbelief. "As a mother, I find it hard to believe you would utter such words. Blaming the victim? This rhetoric is indeed alarming." Severus inquired, "Eileen, do you not wish to return to the wizarding world? That is where you grew up, surrounded by parents, relatives, friends, including me. Is no one more important than Tobias? Nothing holds significance. You cannot change the truth. Tobias is your father, and if you do not testify for him, I will confiscate your books and wand along with your ticket. Do not think you can attend Hogwarts." Without hesitation, Eileen chose Tobias. She had lost everything except for him. I stepped forward to encourage Severus, asserting, "That is impossible. Hogwarts will not allow you to dictate terms. I shall write to Professor Dumbledore." "You madman. You have already ruined Severus's life." Eileen glared at me. "Get away, mudblood." Severus did not yield as Eileen had hoped. He took my hand and retreated upstairs to his room. With a pale and weary voice, Severus explained, on the verge of tears, "I am sorry, Lily. Truly sorry for not preventing Eileen from insulting you. I do not understand why she has grown so estranged. Perhaps she has always been this way." I replied, "I forgive you, not for your apology, but because the one who insulted me is not you, and thus no apology is necessary." Reflecting on Severus's profound insecurities, I added, "If one day you were to unjustly insult me, then I would reconsider whether to forgive you." Severus vowed, "That will never happen. I assure you I could never use such inappropriate words against you." Perhaps, who can say for certain? I could only manage a bitter smile. Yet now that I was here, the narrative had surely been irrevocably altered. Chapter 7. If you cannot persuade Eileen, so be it. It is her choice. And she is willing to pay with her life. You cannot alter that. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation, do not diminish yourself to such a base level in loving others. No one is born a failure. Perhaps our starting points differ. And life may not be ideal at present, but with effort, one can always shine. I could not tell if Severus absorbed my counsel. He remained silent, as if adrift from the world. I found it increasingly difficult to face him. If fate truly exists, was Severus destined to become a Death Eater, one of my executioners? That simply could not be. I thought it best for both of us to take a step back. "Severus, you should take some time alone. We will soon be heading to Hogwarts. Once we graduate, we can support ourselves. Whether it's an orphanage or Eileen, it is not an issue." Severus replied, "I know. I will be fine. Do not worry, I am no longer a child." I awkwardly said, "That is good. I will take my leave. If you need me, contact me through Mrs. Knight." I closed the door behind me, and Eileen Prince's presence had vanished downstairs, presumably persuaded away by Mrs. Knight. Eileen Prince's love is truly astonishing. She, a pure-blood aristocrat in the magical world, raised in privilege and education, yet how could she fall for Tobias Snape? A man so inept and prone to venting his frustrations upon his wife and children? If I were in her position, I can assure you that if my future husband attempted to lay a hand on me, I would not stand idly by. Perhaps I would channel my late aunt's spirit and retaliate with a flying kitchen knife, striking first before he had a chance to retaliate. In the Evans household, only Mrs. Evans was busy in the kitchen preparing a new batch of small cakes, the aroma wafting through the air, a scent reminiscent of the beloved treats Penny and I adored. The disparity between lives is vast. While Penny and I reveled in trying on little dresses and enjoying cakes, Severus existed in another world, one mere river away. Struggling for basic sustenance and lacking unaltered clothing, I embraced Mrs. Evans, saying, "Mother, I visited the orphanage today to see Severus. I encountered Eileen Prince. She is Severus's mother. Yet she wishes for Severus to falsely testify for her husband, Tobias Snape, to spare him from imprisonment. Will Severus take care of me at Hogwarts? He is so insecure and yearns for power." Mrs. Evans responded, "It is indeed hard to fathom, Lily. Severus cannot choose his lineage. You and he are good friends. He tolerated your little temper even when you could not comprehend his words. What are you doubting? I fear he may take extreme measures. You know, many unhappy children turn into criminals. No one can stop them. They do not understand love, and only regret it when it is too late. Mrs. Evans, Severus will become a Death Eater in the magical world. You may not understand what that entails. Those Death Eaters are akin to a criminal syndicate in our realm. Capable of murder, arson, and robbery, there is nothing they will not dare to do. In the original text, Lily Evans could not pull Severus Snape away from his yearning for dark magic and adoration of Voldemort until her life was extinguished by him. Only then did Severus sever ties with the Death Eaters, but by then it was too late, and Lily Evans and her husband paid the price with their lives. I do not wish to repeat Lily Evans's fate. Severus's admiration for power is deeply ingrained. I am not Severus. How could I possibly change him? Mrs. Evans earnestly stated. You can teach him, Lily. He does not understand love because he has never received it. Just as I love you and Penny. When you know your friend may face calamity, how can you betray them? I never taught you to do so. If your kindness can save a soul on the brink of darkness, I believe you will never regret your actions. But what if he harms me, intentionally or unintentionally? He is dangerous, his thoughts and his mind. I truly value my own life. Otherwise, I would not have held my tongue for 6 months to avoid being burned alive. Mrs. Evans urged me. Can you truly ascertain the certainty of what you are saying? Lily, your concerns are unfounded. If Snape were aware, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. A sense of gloom envelopes me, and I feel a surge of tears. I fear death. Mother, I am still afraid. For I have witnessed him unwittingly cause my demise in his relentless pursuit of power. Mrs. Evans is acquainted with Snape. She often observes me and Petunia from a distance during her leisure, and I know she has scrutinized him for quite some time. I never expected Mrs. Evans to hold Snape in such high regard. After all, I am her daughter. Why does she always speak in his defense? Assuming her words might be too weighty, Mrs. Evans softened her tone. If he were truly inclined to harm you in the future, we shall keep our distance and no longer associate with him. We will stay far from him together with Lily, shall we? Very well. I resolve to heed Mrs. Evans' advice, keeping my distance from Snape while he pursues the dark arts. Regardless of his actions, they are no longer my concern. I have already planned to attend university after graduating from Hogwarts. And the war between the Dark Wizard of the Magical Realm and the Order of the Phoenix is of no consequence to me. I cannot become a combatant. I fear pain, death, and blood. Even for a simple vaccination, the Evans family has to hold me down, making it a scene akin to execution. I said, Mother, I will attend university. I do not wish to remain in the magical world after graduating from Hogwarts. I am still so young, and I have yet to experience all that is beautiful and enjoyable. Suddenly, Mrs. Evans' face lit up. Of course. Professor Dumbledore has mentioned that he will provide you with graduation materials. He can communicate with the Ministry of Magic to facilitate your admission to a university of your choice. This is splendid news, Lily. It is an opportunity that others do not possess. I was taken aback by such robust support from my allies. I had not anticipated this. I thought I would have to rely solely on myself. Petunia said I should diligently practice my drawing. Mrs. Evans explained. Petunia wishes for you to cultivate an interest. She understands that there is little in the magical realm or Hogwarts for leisure. Rather than indulging in frivolities daily, it is better to learn something beneficial. Petunia has always been like this. Is it possible that Petunia is so astute? How astonishing. Wasn't it said that Petunia was always overshadowed by Lily Evans? Mrs. Evans stated matter-of-factly, Petunia excels in both sports and academics. She has always been well-liked and praised by her teachers as a good child. This is quite different from my expectations. Can the life of a supporting character be so rich? Just as Mrs. Evans and I were conversing, Petunia burst in, full of energy. Petunia plopped down on the sofa. Lily, quickly pour me a glass of water. I thought you were still at the orphanage in the suburbs. I was ready to go fetch you, as there is a torrential downpour this afternoon. I handed Petunia the cup and inquired, what is the matter? Did you go to confront those wretched individuals with the Dursleys? Petunia shot me a disapproving glance. She knew I was referring to those who had mocked me. Petunia replied, of course not. Why would I need to wait until now to teach them a lesson? I heard that Eileen Snape caused a ruckus at the police station again. She threatened the officers with a small wooden stick and ended up getting arrested. I was dumbfounded. Now, Snape needn't be troubled. Eileen can be with Tobias again. Mrs. Evans chuckled. You really think you are done playing with Snape? I merely shared my thoughts with you. It is nothing significant. I stated the facts. I pouted, feeling a bit discontented. How can the future be so clearly defined? In a sense, Snape is indeed not the sort of person one could describe as good in conventional terms. Petunia asked, what is it, Lily? Are you and Snape at odds? Mrs. Evans, seemingly to mock me, quickly responded. Lily thinks that boy Snape is gloomy and insecure, with a father like that. He is bound to idolize power, and stray onto the wrong path, potentially causing her harm. Petunia laughed. The future? That is far too distant, Lily. Why do you overthink matters in that little head of yours? I am merely concerned. I did not say I would stop playing with Snape. He likely does not need me now, as there are plenty of children at the orphanage's age, both boys and girls, with whom he can connect. I admit I am indeed childish. Why does Petunia always treat me like a little kid? Petunia teased. I also believe Snape would not harm you. If you were to fight, he would certainly not retaliate. Why would I need to fight him? Really, Petunia, you are thinking too much. I do not need to engage in combat to command him. This, however, I am not entirely sure of. Snape only tolerates me because I am his friend. Who knows how many friends he has made at the orphanage, surrounded by all those children. Mrs. Evans presented me with a beautifully decorated small cake, saying, "This is the cake I have prepared for you to give to someone, Lily. The one you took this morning was from yesterday. How thoughtless of you." I sighed. There is no need to be so formal when visiting Snape. Petunia remarked, "I see. You did not intend to give it to Mrs. Knight." "Goodness, Lily. That is not acceptable." I replied, "Mrs. Knight does not require such things." Petunia instructed me, "Lily, this represents your goodwill for your friend." Chapter 8. I understand now. Next time, I will also bring a small cake for Mrs. Knight. How tedious. I lay on the sofa, feeling like a salted fish. Mrs. Evans disagreed with Petunia. As Petunia acted like a little adult, "It is fine, Petunia. Do not speak ill of Lily. I will prepare these for you and Lily. You are still young. And at this age, you should be playing more. You will regret not having a childhood when you grow up and find it difficult to recall joyous memories from the past. How sad that would be." Mrs. Evans halted Petunia, who seemed ready to deliver a lengthy lecture filled with her various experiences. I could see from Mrs. Evans' expression that she did not wish for Petunia and me to grow up too quickly. She believed it was perfectly fine for her daughter to be ordinary, and that children need not mature like adults too swiftly. How painful it must be to act like a little adult. She could prepare everything for us. Mrs. Evans put away the cake, which included 2 neatly packaged boxes that I could easily carry, meant for Mrs. Knight and Snape. Petunia and I headed to the kitchen to assist Mrs. Evans in preparing lunch, as I had already caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of steak. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. I could not fathom who would visit at this hour. Mr. Evans would not return home for lunch. As I dashed to open the door, I was greeted by the sight of Professor Dumbledore, with his white beard, smiling at me as he held a necklace. Goodness, I thought. Could it be that my translator is ready? This is splendid. Dumbledore greeted me with a smile. "Lily, good afternoon. May I trouble you for a glass of water?" "Of course, please come in. My golden opportunity has arrived." I joyfully embraced Dumbledore, who resembled a delightful Gandalf. Dumbledore assisted me in putting on the necklace, proudly stating, "The pendant features a permanent translation charm, while the chain is inscribed with protective spells to safeguard the necklace and prevent you from being harmed by minor prank spells." I understand. This is akin to activating an invincible mode, and I beamed at Dumbledore. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I shall no longer worry about communication. This is truly wonderful." Dumbledore patiently replied, "It is nothing. Resolving issues for students is a duty of every professor." I served Dumbledore the freshly baked cake and poured him a glass of honey water. I resolved to bestow upon Professor Dumbledore a pair of woolen socks this Christmas, in gratitude for the advantages he granted me. This was, after all, a long-held wish of Dumbledore himself, expressed to Harry Potter in the storyline. I proclaimed, "I wish to surprise you, Professor Dumbledore. I have decided upon your gift, and I assure you, it will not disappoint." To which he responded with his customary warmth, "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Lily." Yet, a sense of conflict stirred within me, as I recalled my promise to Severus Snape. I felt compelled to inform Dumbledore in advance, allowing him the opportunity to prepare or perhaps to directly address any issues concerning Snape. "Professor Dumbledore," I began, "there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. A young wizard in need of your assistance, Severus Snape, is a fellow first-year student at Hogwarts, much like myself." Dumbledore inquired, "What assistance does he require? What troubles him?" I resolved to convey the truth to Dumbledore, for Severus's plight was indeed lamentable. If we could prevent him from encountering the seductive allure of dark power too soon, facilitating his introduction to Dumbledore's benevolent magic would be a significant boon. I explained, "Severus Snape's mother is Eileen Prince. He confided in me that Eileen is the last descendant of the ancient potion-making family, the Princes. However, she fell in love with a mundane man, Severus's father, Tobias Snape. My disdain for Tobias was palpable. Even the mention of his name evoked a sense of revulsion. After losing his job, Tobias developed a deep-seated loathing for wizards, refusing to seek employment, resenting both Eileen and their son, believing that all misfortune stemmed from the existence of magic. I pondered whether Dumbledore would be angered by my revelations. Tobias resorted to seizing the meager earnings Eileen made from laundry work to fund his drinking habits, and inebriated rages led him to physically assault both Eileen and Severus. Eileen's profound love for Tobias rendered her incapable of safeguarding Severus. Instead, it was Severus who often shielded her from Tobias's drunken wrath. My heart ached for Eileen, who evoked both pity and disdain, while Severus remained the tragic victim of her ill-fated love. From what I understood, Severus lacked clean garments and sufficient food. His magical education was rigorously stifled by Eileen. Not long ago, my sister, her friend, and I intervened when we witnessed Tobias brutally beating Severus. We hastily transported him to a nearby clinic for treatment, where the physician alerted the authorities, leading to the arrest of both Eileen and Tobias Snape. Severus was subsequently placed in an orphanage on the outskirts of town. Eileen, being innocent, was released shortly thereafter, while Tobias's abuse of a minor was deemed unlawful, resulting in his incarceration for rehabilitation. Eileen, seeking to manipulate Severus, had learned that if he denied that his injuries were inflicted by Tobias, the latter would evade consequences. Thus, she threatened Severus with the confiscation of his wand and first-year textbooks to coerce him into perjury. Oh, how naive I was. Perhaps Dumbledore was entirely unaware of the legalities of the non-magical world. I looked to him and implored, "Can we assist Severus Snape? He is a good boy." Dumbledore took a sip of honeyed water, affirming, "Indeed, Lily. I will not allow any young wizard to be coerced into forfeiting their right to attend Hogwarts. I shall have a thorough discussion with Eileen Prince. Rest assured, your friend shall come to no harm." I expressed my profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you ever so much, Professor Dumbledore." Perhaps through this intervention, Severus would come to recognize the light of Dumbledore's white magic, steering him away from the perilous allure of dark forces. Dumbledore replied, "It is my duty. Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in all of Britain." I chuckled, feeling an inexplicable urge to retort, "Isn't Hogwarts the only school of magic in Britain?" Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, unperturbed by my jest, and replied, "Oh, I had never considered that. I assure you, Hogwarts is indeed the best. I trust you, Professor Dumbledore. No one is more devoted than you." My conviction wavered slightly, for despite the rampant bullying within the school, the presence of acromantulas, whomping willows, werewolves, basilisks, ghosts, and Death Eaters, perhaps Hogwarts was not devoid of merit, though it hardly seemed a sanctuary of safety. Before departing, Dumbledore was approached by Mrs. Evans, who took away an assortment of small cakes, aside from the 2 special portions prepared for the orphanage and Severus. I had already briefed Dumbledore on Severus's circumstances. While Severus would inevitably evolve beyond his current predicament, the future remained uncertain. We could only live in the present, after all. Riding my bicycle with 2 beautifully crafted boxes of cakes, I mused that Severus was indeed fortunate. To avoid the existence of unseemly indulgences, I rarely allowed myself the luxury of daily cake consumption. I called out as I arrived at the orphanage, "Severus, Severus, I have come to see you." I first encountered Mrs. Knight. "Mrs. Knight, is Severus in his room? I have delightful news that I assure will bring him great joy. His academic prospects are secure, and the professors are prepared to persuade Eileen." Upon seeing Mrs. Knight approach, I presented her with the cake boxes. "Is that so?" "Thank you, Lily," she replied, mistakenly assuming it pertained to an obscure admissions process for a lesser-known school. She smiled. "That is splendid news indeed." I waved my hand dismissively. I have already assured Severus that nothing will hinder his path to Hogwarts. He was a bit skeptical, but now he will surely believe me. I detected the expression on Mrs. Knight's face. In some respects, Hogwarts indeed was a rather remote institution. Mrs. Knight remarked, "If you have managed to handle Eileen, please do ensure nothing untoward occurs." I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. "Fear not. It is the professors from Hogwarts who will engage with Eileen Prince. Her attempts to coerce Severus into perjury will not succeed." I continued, "Even for the sake of her husband, she cannot treat her child in such a manner. I have faith that Professor Dumbledore will counsel her wisely. After all, Eileen is also a Hogwarts alumna, and Dumbledore must have taught her." "Professor Dumbledore, from that school?" Mrs. Knight frowned, perhaps having never heard of Hogwarts. "It is a legacy from Severus's maternal grandfather. Ordinary individuals cannot attend Hogwarts." My response was a spontaneous recollection from a novel I had read in a previous life, concerning peculiar admissions policies at various schools. Reminiscent of how Lu Mingfei was chosen by the dragon-slaying school. Mrs. Knight relaxed. "A prestigious school with limited enrollment? That indeed suggests a stronger faculty. Perhaps this professor can indeed resolve matters with Eileen Prince." Chapter 9. "Yes, I believe Professor Dumbledore can accomplish this. He is a remarkable individual, dedicated to the welfare of his students." Mrs. Knight inquired, "Will you also attend at Hogwarts?" "I am the one who usurped Lily Evans' identity to attend Hogwarts. A secret I must keep buried deep within my heart, leaving me with a sense of unease. I addressed Madam Knight, saying, 'Madam, I too shall be attending Hogwarts.' studying alongside Severus. However, I suppose I can only be considered a special admission, unlike Severus, who hails from a lineage of tradition. Perhaps in the future, I may find myself in need of Severus' assistance. Madam Knight sighed. I have come to understand what kind of person Severus is. He has quite a troubled disposition. If possible, I hope you can look after him. With parents like his, fate has been exceedingly unfair. I replied, Severus' temperament will gradually improve. He is not like his father. I can perceive his extraordinary talents, and even his less than desirable traits cannot overshadow his brilliance. In due time, everyone will come to admire and respect him. His uniqueness will merely be seen as character. I certainly spoke no falsehood. After Harry Potter revealed Severus Snape's memories as a double agent, Professor Snape's reputation in the wizarding world soared to unprecedented heights. Madam Knight smiled at me, clearly pleased by my praise for the potential of her children. She continued, Severus is in the small garden at the back. Miss Minnie, a university graduate, has come to visit the children today. Everyone has gone, and Severus has been taken along as well, a decision I encouraged, for he is far too reclusive. I was astonished and responded, I wish to see him at once. It is truly remarkable that he would agree to go to a place filled with people. Madam Knight lamented, every child needs friends, whether for conversation or play. A friendless child is left without comfort in times of sorrow, and that is truly pitiful. He needs more companions. I longed to tell Madam Knight that I was, in fact, Severus' friend, yet she likely knew of my recent struggles that rendered me nearly a simpleton. This was not a secret I could hide. Only Severus, who had inadvertently become my friend, could be considered such. I suspected that in Madam Knight's eyes, I was not particularly reliable. With a sense of disappointment, I waved goodbye to her, saying, Farewell, Madam Knight. I shall go find Severus. Off you go, she urged. I felt a mix of anticipation and reluctance about seeing Severus. If I truly wished to avert a tragic narrative, altering Severus' somewhat dark character was unavoidable. It was essential for Severus to have more friends, yet as an ordinary mortal, it seemed only natural that I would not want to share my own friends. My spirits were somewhat dampened as I meandered along the path, finding the box containing the cake in my hands less than appealing. How vexing it was. If Severus no longer needed my friendship, then I would not require his. After all, I was merely a little witch from the Muggle world, destined to join Gryffindor at Hogwarts, while Severus longed for Slytherin. Eventually, we would face a rift. The small park behind the orphanage was indeed quite diminutive, situated just outside the back door, lacking flowers, with only a grassy area and a few rudimentary swings made of iron frames. Is Snow White truly beautiful? A little girl asked in a high-pitched voice. The magic mirror claims she is the fairest in the land. The golden-haired, blue-eyed girl must have been Miss Minnie, the university graduate. She replied, of course. Snow White is beautiful, for she is kind. Kind-hearted individuals bask in the radiance of divine grace and gradually become beautiful. I rushed out, exclaiming, I do not believe in such deities. I believe in science. Airplanes allow us to soar through the skies, and electric lights enable us to see sunlight, even in the dark. This is the gift of science, and we can all witness it. Miss Minnie regarded me without a hint of anger, merely asking, Are you one of the children here? Come sit with us. We will soon discuss another fairy tale. Severus emerged from a corner, calling, Lily. I was uncertain what had possessed me, rushing out to confront Miss Minnie in such a manner. I must have appeared utterly foolish. Lowering my head, I dejectedly said, Oh, Severus, I heard Madam Knight mention you were here. I apologize for interrupting your gathering. It is of no consequence. I paid no heed to those silly fairy tales. We have our own tales. If you wish to hear them, I can share, Severus offered, attempting to comfort me, who looked as though I might burst into tears. My tone bore a hint of complaint as I mentioned, Madam Knight says you need friends to be happy, like the other children. Severus, unusually irritable, perhaps out of concern for me, replied, I do not require such companionship. We are not like them, you know. Our future lies at Hogwarts, a place devoid of muggles. I grasped Severus' hand, and together we vanished from the sight of the children engrossed in their fairy tales. After running for a while, I grew weary, and Severus led me onward until we arrived at a field brimming with lavender. Let us have some water, I added sugar. As Madam Knight suggested, these past few days, I have been dragged around by those well-meaning children, leaving me no time even to drink. How tiresome, Severus grumbled. He handed me a water bottle issued by the orphanage, one that each child possessed. Severus had been compelled to carry it everywhere due to the insistence of the kind-hearted children who had been escorting him around. We settled on the edge of the field, and I offered Severus a small cake prepared by Mrs. Evans, relieved that it remained intact despite being jostled about during our running. I said to Severus, Severus, I have heard you express your fondness for Slytherin, the college your mother attended. However, I have learned that they do not accept young witches and wizards born outside the magical realm, so it is impossible for me to join Slytherin. Though Severus hesitated for a moment, The topic of magic instantly invigorated him. It does not matter, Lily. We will both be at Hogwarts, a magical world. Suddenly, an idea struck Severus, and with excitement illuminating his face, he exclaimed, I have it, Lily. We could attend Ravenclaw together, where there are countless magical books in the common room. Books are far more precious than gold. I replied, I thought you would steadfastly choose Slytherin. A sorrowful expression flickered in Severus' eyes, and the sadness hidden in his tone was beyond my understanding. I merely envied Eileen for her potential. She could have been formidable with her myriad spells, yet she never dared to let Tobias see them. All her magical belongings were kept hidden away. We had both read a brief history of Hogwarts, which revealed that Slytherin predominantly admitted pure-blooded aristocrats. I imagined that it would be even more ruthless there. Those young wizards would likely be no easier to deal with than Tobias. Eileen had had the backing and protection of her family in the magical realm. But I did not. Eileen was too timid. She refused to engage with the magical world any longer, and you did not either. Mr. and Mrs. Evans were utterly unable to reach Hogwarts, and even if we were not in the same house, becoming friends would not be so simple. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly attract malice, whether directed at you or me. Such words were not typically spoken by Severus, as if they were the culmination of his reflections over the past few days. He had always been quite self-assured. It was as though the magical world constituted Severus' entire existence, and Lily Evans represented his salvation. Hogwarts was destined to be his beacon of hope, while Slytherin was inherently his fate. Severus was gradually changing, at a pace I could perceive. Indeed, without the backing of parents, it is nearly impossible to navigate the trials of school life. Should any unfortunate incident arise, even if it is not the fault of the student, the administration has the power to suppress the truth at will. Snape is unaware that I speak from experience. In my previous life, I attended a private institution where educators were more preoccupied with their appearances than with imparting knowledge, looking down upon both students and their families. My troubles began when I was falsely accused of theft. The teacher, acting as an executioner, hastily expelled me to appease the administration, never considering that a girl with such short hair could not possibly steal hair ties or clips. Lacking parental support, the blame fell squarely upon my shoulders, casting a shadow over my spirit that felt like a suffocating nightmare, leaving me gasping for breath. For a long time afterward, I refrained from climbing steep cliffs, haunted by the fear that I might lose control and leap from the edge. I fear death, yet I do not wish to perish. The value of life is far too heavy, and I refuse to cast it away lightly, dying without significance like a mere feather, dragging others down with me, a thought that is utterly devoid of meaning, akin to that of an insect. Snape, like a gallant knight, knelt before me and declared, I shall protect you. I swear it upon my life. In that moment, he dispelled the haze of my memories, and I smiled. Severus, I believe in you. It is truly wonderful to see you like this. The children in the courtyard aspire to be knights of old, deserving of respect. Yet if they truly wish to fulfill such dreams, they would likely need to perform in a stage play, as my chubby neighbor once remarked. Snape spoke with a newfound vigor, his earlier gloom dissipating, though he remained unaware of the profound transformation he was undergoing. Chapter 10. I recall once reading a review of Harry Potter that painted Snape's existence in perpetual bitterness. Even attending Hogwarts seemed merely a transition from one inferno to another. How long Snape could maintain this hopeful demeanor, I do not know. I can only wish for us to be sorted into Ravenclaw together. I yearn to distance myself from the narrative, planning to master magic at Hogwarts and, upon graduation, depart from the wizarding world. Once Voldemort is vanquished and peace reigns, I may then contemplate re-establishing ties with the magical community. Some assert that Harry Potter himself is a tragic figure, merely a pig destined for slaughter raised by Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore treats me kindly now, I harbor a distrust for those who can calculate the hearts of others with such clarity, for Dumbledore is exceedingly shrewd, and the recollection fills me with trepidation. I said, Severus, let us make a pact. You must go to Ravenclaw. Very well, I shall certainly attend Ravenclaw, he replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I resolved to bolster his spirits. Snape is a prodigy in potions, and even possesses considerable talent in defense against the dark arts. Yet he is more of a scholar, and Ravenclaw would afford him far greater advantages than Slytherin, leading to greater accomplishments. I preemptively advised Snape. I once saw in a bookstore that the sorting hat at Hogwarts hasn't been washed in 1,000 years. Young witches and wizards can express their desired house to the hat, and if they are steadfast in their wishes, the hat will relent. Snape exclaimed, That is splendid. We shall both attend Ravenclaw. There was a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Deep down, he truly wished to remain by my side. Perhaps because I am his first genuine friend, the first little witch he has encountered, despite my muggle origins. If the sorting hat proves unyielding, it matters not. Do you remember our agreement to attend university together after graduation? If you wish, we can study the same major, or even if we do not, we shall still belong to the same college. I gathered some lavender and plucked a few soft twigs from the roadside, weaving them into a garland for my head, and fashioned a crown for Snape from branches. In truth, I feared for myself. I do not consider myself particularly clever, and I may not meet Ravenclaw's admission standards. Renowned for intelligence and scholarly pursuits, I find myself lacking in both areas. Yet I dared not voice my concerns. My resolve is not particularly strong, and I might very well end up in Gryffindor, or perhaps, due to the soul within me that has undergone transformation, be sorted into Hufflepuff. Suddenly, I recalled the purpose of my visit to Snape. My translator is ready, delivered to me by Professor Dumbledore. I told Professor Dumbledore that Eileen wishes to destroy your wand, and he assured me he would help persuade Eileen. She would no longer be able to prevent you from learning magic, for she would not dare defy Dumbledore. I sensed Snape's skepticism, as he remained silent for a considerable time. I continued, Professor Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts. He has taught there for many years, and Miss Eileen was once his student. Snape replied, I understand. Thank you, Lily, but Eileen, if I persist, she cannot obstruct my path. What I wished to convey was far more complex than that. Snape, having lived in the shadow of Tobias for so long, why does he naively believe that Hogwarts is a paradise? There is no place in this world that shows compassion for the weak. I believe you may have idealized Hogwarts too much. I have never encountered a magical school, but you must know that my primary school was far from friendly. Without Petunia's protection, the others would not merely mock me. I observed a child in our class who, like me, faced hearing difficulties. Unlike my own condition, which was dismissed as a mental affliction, hers stemmed from illness. She lacked Petunia's safeguard and was subjected to ridicule, her assignments torn apart, and cruel notes affixed to her back, time and again, while the teacher could not constantly oversee her. If possible, I feel we must avoid Slytherin and Gryffindor at Hogwarts at all costs. While purchasing a wand, I overheard several wizards complaining that, whether in employment manuals or job postings, the Ministry of Magic welcomes Slytherins, while combat-related roles favor Gryffindors. However, secure positions like those at St. Mungo's generally prefer Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. I asked Snape, I desire a safe and secure future. Do you understand, Severus? He smiled and shared the knowledge he possessed. Indeed, St. Mungo's is a commendable choice during times of conflict. Dark wizards would not attack St. Mungo's. I once heard Eileen mention that many from the Prince family served as apothecaries there. I nodded in agreement, saying certainly. Such a career is both respectable and secure. You are my friend, and I do not wish for you to engage in combat like those in Gryffindor or Slytherin. I would worry for your safety. Snape spoke of his aspirations for the magical realm, devoid of any hint of fear. Do not be afraid, Lily. The magical world is not so perilous. If we are indeed bullied, we shall wait until we have mastered our magic before retaliating. This time, Snape's words failed to comfort my fragile heart. How could I not be afraid? That strange world, rife with violence, conflict, and death, seems bizarre to us, yet appears mundane in the magical realm, as ordinary as eating and drinking. I concede that my anxiety is not without cause. Voldemort himself serves as a formidable reminder that his existence heralds death for many, including myself and Severus. Lily, if you find the magical world unsatisfactory and Hogwarts unwelcoming, then upon our graduation, I shall accompany you in departing from this realm of magic. I could discern a hint of struggle in Severus's voice. Yet, I could not afford to compromise. I grasped Severus's hand and made a pact. 1,000 years of unwavering loyalty, a promise that must not be retracted. Severus, with a haughty twist of his head, appeared to mock my naivety. I am not Tobias. I would never renege on my word. In a slightly irritated tone, I pointed out that my earlier remarks were not mere expressions of anger. No one is devoid of fear of death, especially in a magical world where mortality rates are alarmingly high, and where proper laws are scant. I feel utterly uneasy lingering here. Severus shrugged. Do we possess any compelling reason to provoke others? Look at us. We are but children, and we lack wealth. Severus, you are changing. You were not always like this. And who says I have no money? I am quite affluent, thanks to the substantial galleons gifted by Mr. Evans. I suspect my fortune now surpasses that of the entire Weasley family combined. Severus smirked slightly. He knows I delight in his happiness. In truth, he has already surpassed the capabilities of most children. I cannot discern whether he is genuinely joyful. Severus has always recognized my tendency towards anxiety, and his words of comfort come easily. It is all right. The truly formidable wizards look down upon us mere young witches and wizards, even at Hogwarts. Our competitors will be of a similar age, so there is nothing to worry about. Hesitantly, I replied, if, and I emphasize if, the magical world ceases to be chaotic after our university graduation, I shall not hinder your return to it, but you must choose a safe occupation. I cannot bear the thought of losing a friend. This time, Severus seemed less pleased. He appeared to interpret my words as indulgence. I promised to accompany you. Yet I have never truly experienced the magical world myself. Severus then added, I am not entirely ignorant. I am quite eager for life at Hogwarts, merely wishing to escape that home. However, I am content with my current existence, am I not? Collective living can be quite daunting. I have shared with you about the chubby boy who resides next door. He previously lived in another orphanage, where the matrons forced them to rise before dawn to undertake manual labor, providing only thin slices of black bread and a bowl of watery soup daily, which would often be snatched away by others. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, how was he rescued? Severus replied, Mrs. Knight learned of the situation and brought the police to rescue the children from the orphanage. They were dispersed to nearby institutions. The chubby boy next door consumes copious amounts at mealtimes. His friends say he was never overweight before coming here. Caring for so many children is no simple task. I mused. Mrs. Knight is truly a remarkable person. Severus concurred, indeed. Thankfully, there are people like Mrs. Knight. When we grow up and gain the ability, we must also strive to be such individuals. I subtly hinted to Severus that I hoped to deter him from becoming a Death Eater. Certainly, Severus replied. I dreamily envisioned the future. I shall learn divination. If I can predict future events, then earning money will be a trivial matter. At that time, I could easily sponsor countless individuals like Mrs. Knight. Severus chimed in. If you do not succeed, then come and be my potions assistant. I shall undoubtedly become a master of potions, and I will share my earnings with you so we can together support Mrs. Knight. I had just mocked Miss Minnie. I self-deprecatingly remarked, let it be agreed, but I will not fail. Is there anything more unscientific than divination? Chapter 11. This simply will not do. I am a traveler from another world. Though I lack vibrant hair, the ability to weep pearls and diamonds, or the charm to captivate everyone at first sight, I may possess a quality that sets me apart. I must return, Severus. I can write to you later. Penny mentioned that I would need an owl to keep in touch with her once school starts, and she suggested I take her along to Diagon Alley. I intend to acquire a lovely white owl. I have yet to name her. Could you assist me in choosing a name? Severus replied, how about Rose? It complements your name beautifully. Then Rose it shall be. I readily agreed to Severus's naming suggestion. Severus escorted me to the door, watching as I mounted my bicycle to depart. When I glanced back, he was still waving at me. I playfully waved goodbye, and as expected, Severus's expression was tinged with concern over my precarious one-handed cycling. Unlike Harry Potter's apprehension towards the unknown, I am genuinely fearful. If the werewolf Lupin were to bite me, would I too become a werewolf? If I were to inadvertently meet the gaze of the basilisk, would I meet a fate akin to Myrtle-S? The Whomping Willow and the Acromantula do not seem easily dealt with, even with gunpowder. I doubt I could vanquish those magical creatures. I do not possess Harry Potter's protagonist immunity. Should I encounter misfortune, death would be my certain fate. The impending life at Hogwarts feels akin to stepping towards a sacrificial altar. In my previous life, I had few friends. I am not one for sweet words, having always been somewhat socially inept, in stark contrast to the character of Lily Evans in the narrative. Upon my return to the Evans residence, I found Penny engrossed in a pile of multicolored paper, with scraps of various sizes strewn about, which would surely complicate cleaning later. Thankfully, this is not my home country, or Mrs. Evans would surely be driven to despair by such a change in character. Penny exclaimed, Lily, stop. Don't step there. There are leaves on the floor. I inquired, Penny, what are you up to? Crafting? You don't have to. The teacher has already granted you a reprieve. Just watch me, and perhaps you can help. Penny hurriedly grabbed scissors to cut the paper, snipping away. I gathered several intact petals and leaves from the floor. Red petals, green leaves. Are you making flowers, Penny? Penny responded, yes, roses. Last year, Dad gifted Mom a large bouquet, but it wilted quickly, and Mom was quite disappointed at that time. I want to present Mom with roses that won't wither. Penny was busy adhering the cut paper petals to a piece of cardboard, aspiring to create several roses resembling those Dad had once given to Mom, the kind with a slightly unique edge. With a smile, Penny shared her plan. Once I display it to the craft teacher for everyone to see, I can take it back to give to Mom, and she will surely be delighted. Penny enjoys the feeling of receiving flowers, believing that Mrs. Evans must have thought those roses were beautiful. So she wishes to replicate them today in her craft project, intending to hang them at home after the teacher's approval. This will be her handiwork. My crafting skills are not lacking, so I offered, Penny, let me help you. As Penny was trimming the golden edges of the rose petals, she replied, no, Lily. Just help me pick out the petals and leaves I've cut from the scraps. I thought you would be back much later today. I raised my hands in a gesture of disbelief. Severus seems to be doing quite well now. I suspect he has made numerous acquaintances. Penny burst into laughter. Are you worried that others might usurp your position? I retorted, of course not. I am not a child. Penny appeared to see right through my thoughts, laughing incessantly, which left me in a state of despair. Severus used to have only me as a friend, and even now, he remains my sole companion. It's not my fault. Penny, unable to contain her amusement, remarked, Lily, you've become so adorable. I've never seen you act so childishly before. What should I do? I find you increasingly charming. I feigned anger. Haven't you always liked me? Penny replied, Indeed, indeed. I felt reassured that Penny remained oblivious to my peculiarities and, with a heart full of joy, rushed to tidy up the scattered paper scraps. Watching as Penny began crafting roses. After she meticulously glued the petals and leaves together, she held the creation up, examining it from various angles in search of imperfections. Then, seemingly dissatisfied with the number of flowers, she asked me, How about 4? Does that look good? I answered, I'm not fond of the number 4, Penny. Could you perhaps make a few more smaller ones? After sketching a few ideas on the leftover cardboard, Penny suggested, Let us add a few buds and half-opened roses. Once I had cleaned up the floor, Penny had nearly finished her masterpiece. She gathered the scraps from the table and pulled me over to admire her work. The roses, adorned with a touch of gold, were indeed beautiful. I said, Penny, I'm sure Mum will love the roses you've made. Penny replied proudly, Of course. I pondered over this for quite some time before deciding. Unlike those children in class who merely snip some leaves, which is truly unsightly, Lily, you are 1,000 times better than them. I relished Penny's compliments, as it made me feel as though I had returned to my previous life, where I had never experienced sorrow over grades. If possible, I would love to continue crafting my legend, so that the children of the Dark Cuisine Kingdom could understand my prowess, though I suspected it might be challenging, as in reality, I likely couldn't surpass Severus Snape. The sound of the garage door opening and a car pulling in broke my thoughts. It seemed to be around the time Mr. Evans would return. Penny exclaimed, Dad is back. Lily, hurry and open the door. I need to hide my creation so I can surprise Mom and Dad after the school exhibition. I agreed with her idea. That sounds splendid. Mom and Dad will be so surprised. Go on. Penny urged me to open the door while she dashed to her room to find a hiding spot. Inwardly, I chuckled mischievously. Penny was being rather naive. Hiding things in the Evans household was no easy feat, as Mrs. Evans cleaned the house every day, leaving little room for secrets. Penny would soon learn a lesson. I hurried to the door, and Mr. Evans excitedly lifted me up, spinning me around. Lily, today I'm taking you all out for a feast. I signed a big contract, and we're bound to earn a fortune. I listened in a daze as Mr. Evans continued to shout enthusiastically. Penny, come out. We're going to a restaurant for dinner. Mrs. Evans, having removed her apron, embraced both Mr. Evans and me, joyfully exclaiming, Oh my goodness, darling. You've signed another big deal. How marvelous. Mr. Evans set me down and hugged Mrs. Evans, sweetly saying, Of course, I am your beloved Mr. Evans. And I must provide for our family. In a couple of years, when Penny and Lily are a bit older, how about a trip to the Arctic? I waved my little hand, trying to catch Mr. Evans' attention. Hey, Dad. You're not planning to leave me and Penny at home while you take Mum to the Arctic, are you? Mr. Evans was unfazed by my question. You both need to go to school, and this is one of the few moments I get to spend with your mother. Once you're on holiday, we can all travel together. Penny descended the stairs and immediately responded to Mr. Evans' words. Of course, that sounds perfect. I lamented, No, Penny. I want to go to the Arctic too. Penny, shaking her head, tapped my forehead and said, What would we do in the Arctic? Watch polar bears fight. Lily, you silly girl, we could go somewhere picturesque and renowned, where we can take photos and be envied by others. That would be the best choice. I pouted in discontent. You can't expect me to go show off to Severus. That would give me no sense of achievement whatsoever. Penny, hurry and get ready with Lily. I'll call to reserve a table. We need to prepare for our grand feast. Mrs. Evans nudged us toward our room to change. I rolled my eyes, completely devoid of the anticipation radiating from Mrs. Evans and Penny. I sincerely hoped I wouldn't be served another dish that left me wide-eyed and dismayed. Why must such an abominable dish bear the beautiful name Gazing at the Stars? It was truly a headache. Once again, Penny dragged me around as if dressing a doll, adorning me with various princess gowns, sparkling hair clips, and a necklace around my neck. I sighed. When will I achieve culinary freedom? Penny, not hearing me clearly, asked, Lily, what are you saying? I thought to myself that I must insist Dad and Mum take us for Chinese food next time. Eating the same things, even if they are an upgraded version, must surely become tiresome. Don't you ever get bored, Penny? I was quite perplexed. Penny, completely unaware of my inner turmoil, blurted, Bored? Why would I be bored? Lily, are you being picky again? It's only the mashed potatoes and salads that get tedious, all right? I think, Lily, your diet really needs a revamp. Stop being so stubborn. It's not healthy at all. I offered my perspective to Penny. Haven't you noticed how girls who indulge in cakes and meats end up looking in a certain way? It's not that I disliked eating meat and cake. I could already foresee how I would end up, like Mrs. Molly Weasley, with a figure I have no desire to replicate. Chapter 12. In matters of food, I, who never set foot in the Evans kitchen, will forever remain at the lowest tier of the food chain, a mere pawn on the edge of oblivion, unable to influence Mrs. Evans' culinary choices. No one would take the words of a child, with their myriad food preferences, seriously. It would only lead others to think I was simply being finicky. Mrs. Evans, having been a homemaker for so many years, would hardly show any interest in the Chinese dishes I mentioned. She believed her culinary skills to be quite commendable, which, in terms of baking, I cannot dispute, yet when it comes to cooking meals, especially those I consume, that realization is painfully disheartening. Both Penny and Mrs. Evans were quite pleased with the restaurant Mr. Evans had chosen for the evening, and I certainly could not show any signs of dissatisfaction. That would be exceedingly strange. I felt as though I were in a battle, swiftly finishing my portion, preparing to dart outside, and told Penny I wanted to see the new flowers planted on the restaurant's rooftop. As twilight approached, the wind on the rooftop was brisk. I spotted a swing set hidden in a corner behind the flower house. Though a bit weathered, it appeared to be functional. Before I could approach, I witnessed a small boy dressed in a black robe, seemingly engaged in some niche cosplay, descend from the sky. Indeed, I beheld him coming down from the heavens. The wooden swing set, adorned with intricate and aged carvings, was mercilessly shattered in an instant, and the little boy collapsed, losing consciousness. I swallowed hard, my lifelong allegiance to science provoking a somewhat macabre thought. Could this unfortunate soul have just fallen from an airplane? My insatiable curiosity propelled me forward on tiptoe, despite my better judgment. To my surprise, the child was not, as I had malevolently imagined, on his way to meet his maker. He was still breathing. As he regained consciousness, he inquired, "Who are you, and where is this place?" I replied, "Do you not know where you are? I witnessed you plummeting from the sky." He seemed incredulous that I could question him, asserting, "Falling from the sky? I could never fall from the sky. I was merely playing Quidditch." "Do you understand Quidditch?" "Oh, I see. You are a young wizard." I sighed in exasperation. How foolish this boy was. Was it truly wise of him to be so forthright? I wondered if a memory charm could indeed erase the multitude of magical mishaps occurring daily across the world. His eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you a wizard too? My name is James Potter, and I will be attending Hogwarts this year." "Do you know Hogwarts? It is the finest school of magic." Upon hearing his name, James Potter, I felt a twinge of discomfort and responded coolly, "I am Lily Evans, and I too will be going to Hogwarts this year." "That's splendid. Let me tell you, Gryffindor is the best house at Hogwarts. I can assure you it will be absolutely fantastic." His enthusiasm was unshaken by my aloofness. If anything, it seemed to intensify. I felt irritation at his arrogance. I was no puppet. "But you haven't even been to Hogwarts yet." "I prefer Ravenclaw. It is home to the wise. I have heard that Gryffindors are the most troublemaking and bullying lot." James Potter confidently retorted, "Impossible. Gryffindors do not bully others. My entire family are Gryffindors, and we have never bullied a single wizard." "Are you certain of that? I find it hard to believe you embody the virtues of kindness. You hardly look the part of a good person. You are, after all, the leader of Hogwarts' infamous F4. James Potter remained undeterred, proudly declaring, "Do not doubt me. I am the most trustworthy among my peers." Alas, if only Peter were here, he could vouch for me. I sighed in resignation. "No. You simply fail to grasp what I am saying." "Peter? Surely, he could not be referring to Peter Pettigrew, the traitor known as Wormtail?" "Goodness, James Potter. You must have a reason for bringing your wife along. You continually refresh my perception of your infuriatingly naive arrogance." With a radiant smile, James assured me, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Once we reach Hogwarts, I will protect you." "Can you stand up now?" I asked, exasperated, eyeing the still collapsing swing set beside him. James's smile faltered, his expression shifting to one of concern as I noticed his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. It must surely be broken. I frowned in displeasure. Why not speak up? You should be talking with me, not avoiding medical attention. Finally, James spoke with a serious demeanor, rejecting my suggestion of a hospital. "Do not fret, it is unnecessary. I will simply drink a potion at home, as this is the Muggle world. If I am not mistaken, you are a Muggle-born witch, and you certainly cannot easily transport me back to Godric's Hollow. We should wait for my family to come." Accepting his choice, I said nothing further. "Fine. If you do not need help, I will fetch a splint to stabilize your arm. Once you return home, you can drink your potion." James maintained a gentle tone as he replied, "All right, I appreciate your assistance, Lily." Not wishing to grow too familiar with him, I countered, "You should refer to me as Miss Evans, thank you." I helped James sit up against a nearby surface. He remained remarkably unconcerned, still wearing that irreverent demeanor. A broken limb is no trivial matter, and while potions could aid, they were not infallible. What if he were to develop complications such as blood poisoning? Enraged, I sought out the waitstaff for a splint and bandages, leaving this impertinent boy to contemplate his pain in solitude. In a past life, I had once fractured my arm during gym class, and I still remembered the doctor's method for applying a splint. After procuring the necessary materials, I carefully bound James's arm. Coincidentally, the location of his fracture mirrored the one I had suffered in my previous life. Thank goodness for this. Or I might have worried that my technique would leave this supposed savior of the wizarding world as a one-armed hero, which would have been disastrous. James surveyed my handiwork with a look of despair, exclaiming, "Evans, surely you did not tie it in a bow." I shrugged apologetically. "I am afraid that is my only skill. I can only tie bows." I would never admit to holding a grudge. After all, it was he who had inconvenienced me. This bothersome James Potter. James, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Really? You cannot be serious." I replied with sincerity, "Look into my honest eyes. Do I strike you as someone who would lie?" It was ironic that he claimed to never bully others when Severus Snape was undoubtedly one of his most frequent targets. Potter, the master of deception. James seemed to sense something amiss, but wisely chose not to confront it, opting instead for an awkward chuckle. I found a clean spot to sit, not out of a desire to keep company with this insufferable boy, but because the Evans couple and Petunia were taking ages to finish their meal. I anticipated that my wait would be prolonged. I inquired, "When will your family come to fetch you? Aren't you afraid in such an unfamiliar place?" James replied resolutely, "Fear is the most useless emotion. I have never been afraid. Not even when facing the Dark Lord. I will boldly forge ahead." Indeed, such was his nature. All Potters seemed to share the reckless bravery of Gryffindor lions. I finally understood why Harry Potter exuded such confidence. It was evidently hereditary. James's hair had become rather disheveled, and he seemed to notice my gaze, running his uninjured hand through it. "I do not think of myself as reckless," he asserted. "Our family is indeed Gryffindor, but I am not a mere cub. I aspire to be a lion, majestic and powerful." I teased him, "Before you embrace your inner lion, do take care not to plummet from the sky again. Who knows if next time you might end up meeting your maker, perhaps even Merlin himself." In truth, James did not appear as carefree as he professed, and he confided, "It was merely an accident. I did not anticipate my magic surging uncontrollably. I had not experienced such a phenomenon since I was 8. Thank Merlin. I did not end up splitting into 2 halves. If that had happened, you would have been frightened out of your wits." I felt irritation rise within me at his words, perhaps due to my biases, and blurted out, "Could you refrain from speaking such nonsense? Do you not realize that some wizard's offhand comments can lead to a binding of fate, just like the cursed prophecies of the Trelawney family?" James Potter showed no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Lily Evans, for some inexplicable reason, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt you were utterly unique, as if I had unwittingly ingested a love potion prior to our meeting. Do not deceive me into believing that you have uttered such words to countless other girls." As he was about to embark on his tumultuous journey as the raucous leader of the marauding F4, I harbored little faith in his sincerity. James assured me, "I speak nothing but the truth. I would stake my reputation on it, and I dare say I shall alter your perception of me." I turned away, dismissing his vow, and continued, "As long as you can guarantee not to bully your classmates or others, I shall harbor no prejudice against you." "Absolutely not. My future lies in becoming an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. I could never stoop to such pettiness." "I refuse to become a laughingstock," James declared with commendable bravado. "If anyone dares to bully you at Hogwarts, you must inform me. I shall certainly instruct them on how to tread the righteous path." Chapter 13. I scarcely took James Potter's words to heart. He was merely a child, and his promises seemed to stem from gratitude, a protector's instinct that I deemed unnecessary. As long as I remained uninvolved with such brigand groups, who would notice a mere young witch like me? However, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss with this fellow. I recalled the doctor's grave warnings about my condition, suggesting that without immediate surgery, my situation could become dire. Sensing my unease, James Potter attempted to divert my gaze from his injured arm, saying, "Let me regale you with a tale. One of a wizard with a heart of fur, from the collection of stories by the Bard, which I once heard from Dumbledore in my childhood." "You know Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, don't you?" "Go on," I replied, fully aware that tales from the magical realm often resembled unrefined dark fairy tales, far from delightful. James Potter boasted subtly, "I shall tell you of a wizard who was handsome, wealthy, and astute, yet believed that possessing emotions would render him weak. Thus, he resorted to dark magic to prevent himself from falling in love. The wizard, smug in his perceived perfection, believed others envied his life until one day he overheard 2 servants conversing. One expressed sympathy for him, while the other mocked him for his inability to find a wife. Enraged, the wizard resolved to seek out a flawless and wealthy bride, believing this would elicit envy from others. The following day, he fortuitously encountered such a maiden. Though she was both intrigued and repulsed by him, He persuaded her and her family to attend a banquet at his castle. The wizard attempted to woo the young lady with stolen verses from poets, but she retorted that she would only believe him if he could prove he possessed a heart. He led her to the dungeon of his castle and displayed a magically enchanted crystal box containing his own beating heart, which had become shriveled and matted with long, dark hair after being separated from his body for too long. The maiden implored him to return it to its rightful place, and he complied, much to her delight, as she embraced him. However, the heart had been imprisoned for far too long, growing reckless and savage, its desires becoming fierce and unruly. Thus, the wizard sought a true human heart, intending to replace his own with that of the maiden. He extracted her heart, but the long-haired heart proved too powerful. Resisting his magical attempts to reclaim his own, desiring freedom from his heart's control, the wizard resorted to a dagger to extract it from his chest, ultimately collapsing on the maiden's lifeless form, each hand clutching a heart. James Potter, no one recounts such a gruesome fairy tale, I remarked, tempted to lightly tap his head, mindful of his injury. Indeed, it was a dark tale, where protagonists and supporting characters alike met their demise. A narrative that seemed to thrive only in the untouched magical realm. James Potter laughed at my timidity, saying, "Fear not, it is merely a jest. As long as you do not literally extract your heart, St. Mungo's can mend you quite well. Do you understand that losing an arm can lead to dire ailments? If you were to contract septicemia, you would perish." I found myself perplexed by how this boy could ignite my ire, compelling me to suppress the urge to shout at him. James Potter nonchalantly replied, "Do not fret over me. I am quite fine. Losing a limb is truly inconsequential. I simply have had a stroke of misfortune. Once my parents arrive, I shall be perfectly well." I struggled to comprehend the mindset of a boy of his age, and with a hint of sarcasm, I retorted, "Huh? I cannot simply stand by while someone my age inadvertently invites more severe consequences upon themselves. You must learn from this experience. No one can bear your pain for you. Do you not fear how heartbroken your parents might be?" Before my two-way mirror malfunctioned, it reflected the surrounding environment, leading me to believe my parents would soon find me. For a fleeting moment, James Potter's expression turned tense, yet he quickly regained his composure. Unfazed by despair, I had to admit that had I been in his position, I would likely be in tears over my arm, unable to remain calm while awaiting rescue from my family. I inquired of James Potter, "What if your parents do not come to find you?" "That is impossible." He blurted out instinctively. I merely said what if. He truly seemed unfazed, unconcerned that I might harm him. After all, I was not one of those children raised in the wizarding world. James Potter appeared startled by my words, murmuring, "I believe in them." "I believe you shall make a fine Gryffindor," I replied. I observed James Potter closely, noting that his demeanor was strikingly akin to that of his future son. One a prince raised in a honeyed environment, the other a prince struggling in the foreign land of the non-magical world. He asked, "How so?" I explained, "Your courage is nearly unparalleled. I believe that once we arrive at Hogwarts, you will undoubtedly stand out in Gryffindor." With a hint of anticipation, James Potter asked, "You will join Gryffindor too, right?" Gryffindor will welcome many young wizards from the Muggle world. I indeed had a strong likelihood of being placed in Gryffindor. However, as I mentioned, I detested being surrounded by lions, as it would render me a fool, and I already felt less than intelligent. If I could avoid Gryffindor, I would be elated for years. James Potter, ever oblivious, assured me, "You need not worry about being bullied. I can protect you." I possess that capability. And though I am not yet proficient, I have learned several spells. If only I had brought my wand, I could demonstrate them to you. It is precisely because of individuals like you, those steadfast Gryffindors, that I wish to avoid that house, I replied, reflecting on how the Gryffindors treated the Savior Potter. It was evident that Gryffindor was not fundamentally different from Slytherin. Both were selfish to the core. Honestly, Gryffindor is the finest house at Hogwarts. Do you not know that Headmaster Dumbledore is also a Gryffindor alumnus? A glimmer of excitement flashed across James Potter's eyes. Your perspective is quite novel, I chuckled, having assumed he idolized the lion-hearted Gryffindor nature. James, ever the trendsetter, might one day inspire Hermione Granger to steadfastly choose Gryffindor. Owing to the esteemed legacy of Headmaster Dumbledore as a Gryffindor graduate, I ventured down to the restaurant to procure a bottle of milk for James Potter. As I offered it to him, I couldn't help but notice the pallor of his complexion, which seemed to hint at a certain fragility, his demeanor taut with tension. Once James regained a semblance of vitality, he began to stir once more. When we arrive at Hogwarts, no, rather, when I return to Godric's Hollow, I must regale Peter and the others with tales of my sojourn in the Muggle world, where I encountered the beautiful and benevolent Miss Lily Evans, who saved the beleaguered prince, James Potter. I chuckled at his boastful self-aggrandizement. You truly possess a talent for embellishing your own narrative, I remarked. In a theatrical tone, James retorted, I speak only the truth. Dear Miss Evans is indeed both kind and lovely. His playful banter momentarily lifted my spirits, and I found myself momentarily dismissing my worries, if he had a plan. My anxieties were of little consequence. Do you have any other means of contacting your parents? I pressed, aware that if he remained here much longer, I too would have to depart with Mr. and Mrs. Evans. Frankly, I was reluctant to trouble the Evanses on account of a Potter. I was already a considerable burden as it was. James, acknowledging the impracticality of lingering here, replied, "No problem at all. Do you see this wand? It belongs to a Hufflepuff boy next door, who is a year my senior. I just used it to cast a spell, and soon enough, someone from the ministry will come looking for me. When they do, I'll ask them to take me to St. Mungo's and notify my parents." I turned to him. "Didn't you say that a single potion would suffice?" James complained, "If my parents fetch me like this, once my arm is healed, I can forget about flying my broomstick again. They will undoubtedly confiscate it." I understood. This fellow was insufferable. Had I a child like him in the future, I would certainly consider breaking his legs. James was referring to the wand he had used earlier when I went to fetch the milk. Before long, a ministry employee arrived, a girl, a graduate of Gryffindor, adorned with the lion emblem on her right shoulder. She gazed at James and me in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! What happened here?" James explained to her, "After my magic went awry and I fell from my broomstick, I landed here and broke my arm. Fortunately, if I had fallen any further, I might have broken my neck. Miss Evans saved me. She is also a young witch, attending Hogwarts this year, just like me." The ministry girl peered down from the rooftop, clearly realizing the peril of the height. I had not considered what might have happened had James fallen to the ground below. Would he have perished? Perhaps. The ministry girl helped James to his feet, intending to escort him to the ministry to inform the Potter family before taking him to St. Mungo's for treatment. Before leaving, James shot me a look and said, "I reside at the Potter house in Godric's Hollow. Will you write to me?" "Of course," I replied. Chapter 14. I descended from the rooftop and returned home with Petunia and Mr. and Mrs. Evans. I resolved to forget this encounter that should never have transpired. James Potter is the father of the Savior, and he is far too perilous a presence. In truth, I found myself somewhat nostalgic for my previous life. Though it felt somewhat foolish, at least no one would have considered me a target, and I imagined that Voldemort would have no reason to seek my demise. I could have perfectly evaded my fate. I had even harbored a wish, akin to a rat in a gutter, that Voldemort might choke on his drink one day. This should not be my fault. Voldemort, the scourge of the wizarding world, who has repeatedly returned to wreak havoc and has slain countless innocents, was not deserving of any sympathy. Petunia and I engaged in painting together, and in some respects, her talent far surpassed mine. I could not comprehend why she felt envious of the original Lily. Petunia was already quite perfect. I would never possess her sunny disposition or her ability to mingle effortlessly with everyone. After Petunia climbed into bed and fell asleep, I quietly arose and retrieved the wand I had purchased at Ollivander's. The wand reflected the moonlight by the window, illuminating that darkened corner of my heart, where I harbored a profound fear of death. I murmured, lost in my thoughts, if only I could avoid death, if only I could return to my original world. If only Voldemort did not wish to kill me. I could not recall how I had traversed here. It was likely not an ordinary occurrence. I questioned whether I had perished once before, unable to articulate why I held such a dread of mortality. For so long, I had refrained from uttering a familiar tongue. I dared not approach the familiar faces I encountered on the street, lacking the independence to leave this place. The next morning, I awoke in bed. Petunia had seen me asleep and dragged me to the bed. She remarked that I resembled a dead pig while I slumbered, unresponsive to any attempts to awaken me. Mrs. Evans, noticing me descend the stairs, called from the kitchen where she was preparing breakfast, "Lily, there is a noise at the door. Could you see who has arrived?" Upon opening the door, I found no one there, but a brown owl had alighted at the Evans' doorstep, dropping a letter before soaring away. The name emblazoned upon the letter was one that sent a chill through me. Potter. I tucked the letter away and replied, "No one, Mother." It was merely the wind blowing a branch against the door. Mrs. Evans added, "Oh, I almost forgot. Our lawn needs tending. The bushes have grown quite tall." After breakfast, I suggested to Petunia that we could trim the lawn, hoping to divert the topic. I cursed James Potter for being such a persistent nuisance. How insufferable he was. Had I known the consequences of saving him, I would have let my wretched compassion and conscience remain dormant. Petunia then came downstairs and asked, "Lily, my sister and I are planning to go to the park. Would you care to join us? Dudley's sister, Margot, doesn't seem the type to judge others. She might become your friend." "All right, I'll go with you," I answered Petunia, racing upstairs. I opened the letter from James Potter, and to my astonishment, a rose, seemingly enchanted, sprang forth from the parchment, exuding a fresh fragrance. It was a red rose. This unexpected gesture dampened my enthusiasm for reading further. I was grateful I hadn't opened it in front of Petunia. James Potter, unlike the socially inept, seemed unaware of such basic etiquette regarding the giving of roses. The letter was written on a rather uncommon parchment, and the handwriting was rather unappealing. I suspected it was penned by James himself. Dear Miss Lily Evans, do you remember me? I am James Potter, the unfortunate soul you saved. I am currently at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. And my parents are here as well. No one is blaming me. However, seeing my parents distressed fills me with guilt. I apologize for deceiving you. I was sneaking a ride on my father's professional-grade broomstick, which led to my magical mishap. I had no assurance of self-rescue. My survival is entirely due to Merlin's grace. I know I should not have acted as I did, but having met you, I harbor no regrets. I could not continue reading. James Potter filled his letter with nonsensical drivel, a most irritating fellow, simply because he is the father of Harry Potter. I could never bring myself to hold any affection for him, regardless of his captivating charisma, his dashing good looks, and his radiant demeanor. I harbor no desire to fall in love with James Potter and bear Harry Potter, only to await the inevitable arrival of Voldemort to extinguish both his life and mine. I am no longer the original Lily Evans. I refuse to tread the path dictated by Lily Evans' fate. And what is wrong with that? The voice of Mrs. Evans wafted through the door, calling, Lily, Lily, are you changing? Come down for dinner. All right, I will be down shortly. I tucked away the rose and the letter, concealing them amidst a substantial stack of my drawings, ensuring that no one would discover them. As I sat down for breakfast, my mind was in disarray. James Potter's letter loomed over me like a death knell. I endeavored to maintain a facade of normalcy. Do not fret, Lily. Petunia's sister seems like a gentle and kind girl, Petunia reassured me, believing I was merely anxious about meeting a new companion. However, I found no solace in Petunia's words. Marge Dursley, Harry Potter's aunt, did not strike me as a benign figure. How could Petunia perceive her as gentle? Her gaze was far more daunting than that of someone wearing bifocals. Upon realizing that Petunia was referring to Marge Dursley, I replied with little hope, It's all right, Petunia. I won't be at home for long. I can still find joy without friends to play with. The one with whom I should be forging connections is Vernon Dursley. I saw no necessity to nurture a relationship with Marge Dursley. Breakfast was far from enjoyable. Both Mr. and Mrs. Evans were engrossed in conversation, leaving Petunia and me utterly ignored. Petunia inquired, Lily, do you know how to introduce yourself to others? I do, I responded. I am Lily Evans. I enjoy painting, playing badminton, and picnicking, and I hope we can become good friends. Petunia seemed to have something more to say, yet she refrained, simply stating, well, that is already quite good. I did not wish to witness Petunia's disappointment. I did not believe that Marge Dursley harbored good intentions, and I doubted her capacity to be a kind individual. Yet, I felt somewhat powerless. Being led around by Petunia was my daily routine, especially when I wished to avoid Severus. Remaining at home would only cause Mrs. Evans to worry about me. By the time I reluctantly finished my meal, Petunia had already prepared my small bag, containing my water bottle and a few biscuits. I still did not want to go, but Petunia, oblivious to my slight discontent, slung the bag around my neck and took my hand, leading me outside. It was evident that she had already arranged a meeting time and place with Vernon Dursley. And indeed, I felt like nothing more than an accessory. I hid behind Petunia, resembling a timid hamster, as Marge Dursley stood beside Vernon, looking poised and amiable, seemingly not the type to be difficult to engage with. When Marge glanced my way, Petunia pushed me forward, leaving me with no option but to awkwardly face Marge. Hello. I am Lily Evans. Petunia is my sister. I enjoy reading and playing badminton. Can we be friends? I suspected that my overture of friendship would likely be declined by Marge. Marge smiled gently at me. Hello, Lily Evans. I am Vernon's sister. I love dogs. I believe they are man's best friend and can protect the weak. I have yet to discover other hobbies. Petunia and Vernon sat a little way off, occasionally glancing at Marge and me, indicating that Petunia was not entirely at ease with my choice of companionship. I remarked to Marge, I initially thought no one besides Petunia would dare speak to me. Marge laughed in an exaggerated manner. I understand. It was a sort of barrier. I have seen you and your sister Petunia before. You might not know me, but she has always protected you. She never welcomed anyone who approached her little treasure. Petunia has always worried too much about me. I know she means well. Experiencing Marge's demeanor up close, I realized she was not as difficult as I had imagined, and I breathed a sigh of relief, at least to appease Petunia. Marge seemed eager to befriend me, continuing to converse. Having a sister like Petunia is indeed enviable. For a time, I longed for a sister, but you know, a sister isn't something you can simply wish for. I wholeheartedly agreed with Marge's sentiment and proudly declared, Petunia is one of a kind. I don't believe anyone else's sister could surpass her. Marge replied, You are correct, even in comparison to Vernon. She is far superior in her role as a sister. Being a good sister is a challenging endeavor. I confessed, I am not aware of how others interact. As Marge lamented her own experiences, I felt a twinge of reluctance. Carrying my inherent biases, I was not particularly fond of Marge. I took a step back, inadvertently losing my balance and nearly stumbling. Marge quickly steadied me and urged me to sit down. Like me, Marge carried a small bag, from which she offered me chocolate. I reciprocated by sharing the biscuits Petunia had packed for me. Petunia, observing from the sidelines, was thoroughly pleased. She felt I had finally made a somewhat normal friend, as Severus could hardly be counted as such. Chapter 15. Little did Petunia know that conversing with strangers was nearly the extent of my social capabilities. Marge Dudley was neither overly warm nor dismissive. This mutual social distance provided me with a sense of security. I felt lost, unable to discern where my future lay. And at that moment, all I could do was grow up safely like everyone else, learning skills to stand on my own without the need for pretense. Petunia, with her innate ability to connect with others, could only be rivaled by the original Lily. I, however, was merely a counterfeit. Marge asked, "I heard you were learning to paint." I certainly could not divulge that this was a precaution against not gaining admission to university, so I responded, "My parents want me to cultivate a hobby." Feigning indifference, Marge remarked, "Then you will lose a lot of time for outings." I could not decipher Marge's intent and replied, "I do not often desire to go out. I know my parents and Petunia love me and want me to learn." Marge evidently could not comprehend my perspective. She chuckled and fell silent, leaving me with a hint of awkwardness, prompting me to withdraw from the conversation. I turned my back on Marge, as we sat at opposite ends of the bench, with our bags and water bottles placed in between us. Unexpectedly, a casual glance revealed Severus standing by the roadside with a suitcase, seemingly engaged in a heated debate with Eileen Prince. Severus's expression was somewhat alarming, and Eileen's was no different. Their voices were too low for me to discern the conversation's content. Albus had assured us he would handle Severus's family matters, and Eileen would hardly wish to confront Albus. Petunia, come here." I waved to Petunia, intending to invite her to see what was transpiring. As Petunia approached and noted that there was no conflict between Marge and me, she asked, "What is it, Lily?" I pointed towards the road, visible through the trees, where Severus and Eileen stood. Petunia grasped my intent. "Vernon, come with me." "Never mind, Lily, let us both go, Mrs. Eileen does not seem like the type to resort to violence against outsiders." Petunia took my hand, as Penny and I rushed before Severus. He and Eileen had ceased their heated exchange, with Severus dismissing Eileen's attempt to assist him with his suitcase. I inquired, "What transpired?" Severus pushed Eileen aside and whispered, "Eileen, why must you persist in this manner? Compared to the vile fiends he describes us as, is he not merely a bloodsucker feeding on the weak?" Eileen retorted, "Severus, Tobias is your father. He was not always like this. He simply cannot accept his sudden downfall, though he is volatile and has a penchant for drink. I will not allow him to harm you." Penny intervened, pulling Eileen away from Severus, whose face remained ashen, despite the absence of Tobias's abuse and humiliation. It seemed she was faring no better than before. Severus scoffed, "I endure as I must, waiting for his daily mercy to decline and bring about my end, or for you to refuse to procure potions to save me before him. I shall then meet my untimely demise and confront Merlin." It was rare for Severus to unleash such vitriol. Both Penny and I were taken aback, as he seldom expressed anger towards Eileen. The sorrow etched on Eileen's face was palpable. "That will not happen, Severus. Trust me once more. I will not obstruct your path to Hogwarts. You will secure what you desire within Slytherin. I implore you to inform the authorities that it was not Tobias's fault. He was inebriated. How can that be blamed on him?" Severus rebuffed her plea, stating, "I have no desire to do so. Please step aside." Eileen, realizing she could not sway Severus, redirected her focus towards him, pointing at me, "You are utterly destitute in the magical realm, possessing nothing. You cannot even safeguard yourself. I hear you wish to protect this mudblood witch. She is not a mudblood, she is Lily. I am adept in potions and can cast minor spells. I am no lesser than others. Why can I not protect Lily?" Severus obstructed Eileen's gaze towards me. Eileen continued, "If your skills are limited to mere pranks, I can assure you, that is of little consequence. You should believe me. I have attended Hogwarts, and the resources available to wizards from magical families far exceed your assumptions. So what? Dumbledore will protect us. He is the headmaster, the overseer of Hogwarts." Severus still offered Eileen no opportunity, refusing to engage in meaningful dialogue. Eileen reproached him mercilessly. "I never imagined you could be so naive. Does an overseer necessarily protect you? As long as none perish, it is merely the trivial squabbling of children. Who would bother with the grievances of a student?" Severus pondered for a moment, softening slightly. "Professor Dumbledore is quite kind to Lily. He would not permit anyone to harm her." Eileen seized upon this, observing Severus gradually lower his defenses, and said, "You are aware of alchemy, are you not? Though those noble families in the magical realm may not be virtuous, They possess many valuable items. What you know is merely the tip of the iceberg. When your spells fail to protect you, how can you hope to safeguard others? And what of you? I do not believe you possess any means to protect others. You cannot even protect yourself. Severus recognized Eileen's intent to compel him into perjury. I could never confront Tobias. I would never use spells or potions against him. For I love him. Eileen replied, but I have a way to assist you. In the Prince family forest, should you pass the trials, you could inherit the Prince estate. While wealth may not be guaranteed, the knowledge and magical artifacts within will be far more precious. I grasped Severus tightly, desperate to prevent him from making a rash decision. I do not want Severus to undertake any trials. What you propose must be perilous, considering you failed to pass them yourself. You are deceiving Severus. Eileen smiled faintly. Indeed. I did not pass the trials. My magical and potion skills are not particularly high. I had the protection of magical artifacts from my grandfather, yet still failed. Every member of the Prince family is granted one opportunity. If I am willing, Severus may also receive this chance. Angrily, I retorted, you are despicable. Eileen paid me no heed, her focus solely on Severus. Severus, you have chosen the path of the magical realm. Without resources, you are nothing. I believe that with your talent, you will undoubtedly choose to pass the trials. Severus's voice was faint. I need to think. I await your wise decision. Eileen did not pressure Severus to decide on the spot, perhaps uncertain if he truly sought power. I was deeply concerned for Severus. Who could determine whether this so-called trial was an opportunity or a death knell? Severus was but a young wizard. If he ventured forth, he would likely only serve as fodder. Severus silently dragged his suitcase as Penny bid farewell to the Dursley siblings, retrieving my bag left on the bench. He did not forbid me from following him, and Penny and I mutually resolved to escort Severus back to the orphanage. Fearing he might capitulate to Eileen once more and return to the Snape household, I proposed, Severus, let us not linger in the magical realm for too long, shall we? You promised me that after graduating from Hogwarts, we would attend university together. Severus assured, I will not break my word. Penny, accustomed to Severus's passive demeanor, was astonished by his attitude towards Eileen today. For Penny, she had never acknowledged their friendship, but witnessing Severus's misfortune and turning a blind eye was an entirely different matter. Severus was, after all, one of our own, and how could we allow him to be bullied? Penny said to Severus, if you truly wish to participate in that trial, I do not wish for you to go just yet. You must admit, you cannot even contend with Tobias Snape. If you were to enter any trials, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Severus shook his head. I will not act so irrationally. I do not wish to release Tobias so soon. I am merely frustrated with Eileen's unwavering obsession. Has she not perceived the kind of man Tobias is over the years? Penny analyzed Eileen's behavior for Severus. Eileen's greatest love is Tobias. You are the embodiment of their once romantic union. Though Tobias no longer loves Eileen as he once did, she continues to love him. Eileen has always tolerated Tobias, who attributes his failures to the fact that Eileen and I are witches. It is crucial to remember that at that time, I possessed no capability to wield magic to harm or curse him. Severus's expression turned melancholic, which was understandable, if there were no reason. No one would genuinely loathe their parents. Just as in the films, love can blind one. Do not be disheartened, Severus. You will have your own life ahead. Why cling to the past that is fading away? I could not bear to see Severus in such a despondent state. Gazing at him in this manner, I was instantly reminded of the scene in the film where the professor dies, a vision that was far from benevolent. Severus nodded. I understand. Madam Knight said my life is long yet. Looking to the future, these experiences are trivial. Most people are more fortunate than I, in places unseen to me. Many endure far worse. Why should I continue to dwell on these matters? A brief interlude. If Kanako Nishino's live version of the theme song from Naruto Shippuden, The Lost Tower. A knock on the door, no west, no amai. If the rain on that day, Gaia and Itana la were to cease. Keitu suorichi ka, ade ika na go. We would certainly pass each other by. Kaimo ichu mu duo lieno shikami. If the bus still, basuagie kete nanala, arrives as scheduled, kami tu wada awududuga. The two of us would, not ka de deny, be unable to meet, wouldn't we? Emoshi emosu ko shidaimo. If that moment, a nushio mugan ka su lutena, were to have even the slightest intersection. Futai wachi jieda omaiwa. You and I would encounter each other. Dodo wa daishima daida. A fate entirely different. Wouldn't it? Kami do wadachi ke aiwa. How I long to be with you. Zimu duo ishio li mi taidoi. To embrace a shared future. Onashi ho shiwa onashi bashio dai. How I wish we could be together. Iji mai daiyu. Gazing at the same stars. Kami no ega kumi naimi. The future you envision. Watashi wa ilu nu kana. Does it also contain my existence? Onaji shona o onaji amoi dai. How I long to share the same feelings. Mi a gay dai taiyu. To gaze at the same sky. Kuchi gusai yashiyamo saimo. The tone and demeanor. You lead Keitanali. Are strikingly similar, the two of us. Malu dai tu zeo ku kajiela. As if we had known each other long ago. Shi dai lumi de itanai. As if we were already acquainted. Do o ji li mai lu shitali. Simultaneously sending messages. Onaji ko tu odali. With shared thoughts. A gaek tu dai shigeyu sai na lusai lu go kaimo. Perhaps we have been tightly bound by a red thread. Gumusai wasa ishiojiena. By chance perhaps. Mao ke na te demi daili. From the very beginning, it was destined. Kasa nakada iwa. The overlapping of you and me. Wu wu mai idai xingda ileyu. Choosing to firmly believe in so-called destiny. Ke mi no ega ku mi naimi. The future you envision. Watashi wa ilu nu kana. Does it also contain my existence? Onaji sho na o onaji amoi dai. How I long to share the same feelings. Mi a gay dai taiyu. To gaze at the same sky. Tasho o ban amida in oshimao. Whether in days of tears. Halana lu shimao mu de cha dnei. Or in bright days. Onaji michi o ichuma daima. I simply wish to hold your hand tightly. Tai wachu na itai a lu ke ma suyumi. To continue walking together. Kami do watachi ke aiwa. How I long to be with you. Zimu duo ishio li mi taidoi. To embrace a shared future. Onashi ho shiwa onashi bashio dai. How I wish we could be together. Iji mai daiyu. Gazing at the same stars. Kami no ega kumi naimi. The future you envision. Watashi wa ilu nu kana. Does it also contain my existence? Onaji sho na o onaji amoi dai. How I long to share the same feelings. Mi a gay dai taiyu. To gaze at the same sky. Chapter 16. Penny exclaimed, I can hardly believe that even Eileen is such a person. I thought she loved her children at least more than Tobias. Subsequently, Penny incessantly lamented to me, saying, but look at Severus. Does he hold even the slightest position in Eileen's heart? She is so eager to send Severus to his death. She is utterly heartless. I concurred, saying, indeed. Eileen is truly detestable. Severus is her own flesh and blood, and her actions are nothing short of demonic. She is completely devoid of normalcy. In truth, I believe everyone would find Penny's words entirely accurate. Eileen's test proposal poses a significant temptation for Severus, and I am utterly convinced that it won't be long before Severus succumbs to Eileen. At times, ambition can be an unparalleled magnet. Severus, at his core, is willing to pay any price in pursuit of power. He would sacrifice everything for it. Strangely, Severus trudged along silently, dragging his suitcase, step by step, toward the orphanage. His silhouette steeped in desolation. I somewhat empathized with Severus. Even if he were not expected, he would still yearn for Eileen's affection. Yet her love is relegated beneath Tobias Snape, leaving Severus with but a meager share. If Eileen were truly heartless, she could have been blissfully with Tobias, provided she could rouse him to see the plight of his wife and children. Eileen neither extricated Tobias from the mire of failure nor ceased to blame herself for his business downfall. The irony is that she is not at fault, and her self-reproach serves no purpose. The three of us swiftly arrived at the orphanage's entrance, where we saw Mrs. Knight bidding farewell to a female benefactor. It appeared that Mrs. Knight and the benefactor were quite amiable friends, as the latter departed with a smile on her face. Severus, you're back. Welcome back, Mrs. Knight greeted Severus, noticing his anxious expression, tinged with concern for his well-being. Severus murmured, I apologize, madam. I shall not leave without notice again. I returned home today to fetch my textbooks. I wish to prepare for my lessons. I cannot allow myself to squander time. You know, madam. I lack the luxury to do so. Mrs. Knight, with heartfelt concern, replied, Severus, there is no need to apologize. Every child here is my most cherished treasure. We all care for you. I only hope you will consider your actions more carefully next time. If anything arises, please confide in me. I can take you back. That would be safer. You are so young, and we all worry about you. I understand, madam. I simply do not wish to trouble you further. You are so busy each day for the sake of the entire orphanage. I have already burdened you enough. Severus nodded, and it was evident to all that guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Do not speak in such a manner, Severus. You have proven to be a remarkably good child. You are all my children, and we are united as one family. There is no need for concern, Lady Knight reassured Severus. It is evident that Severus is not a child who can be easily corrected through education. She is genuinely concerned about the emotional well-being of the children. The regret is palpable on Snape's face, his voice tinged with turmoil. I understand, madam. Snape holds a deep respect for Lady Knight, unable to meet her gaze as he speaks. Such sincere concern is a rarity in Snape's life. I am aware that Lady Knight interacts with many individuals, yet none belong to the magical realm or the wizards. I cannot allow Severus to divulge anything regarding Hogwarts, as I intend to leave the magical world for university, wishing for as few people as possible to know my secrets. Thus, I interjected, Lady Knight. Today Severus had yet another altercation with Mrs. Eileen. He is utterly exhausted, and I believe he ought to return home to rest. Lady Knight raised an eyebrow at my explanation, seemingly unsatisfied. I am uncertain of the breadth of her life experiences, but her piercing gaze, stripped of its usual softness, resembled that of a headmaster, evoking a sense of fear. I gestured to Penny to assist Severus with his luggage upstairs while I conversed with Lady Knight. After Severus departed, I said to her, Eileen still wishes for Severus to testify on behalf of Tobias Snape. She has always believed that Tobias did not act with malice, as she cares for Severus and would never allow him to be harmed by Tobias. Lady Knight clearly understood Eileen's stubbornness regarding Tobias. She did not wish to dwell on this matter and had given up on effective communication with Eileen Snape, focusing solely on protecting Severus. Lady Knight scrutinized me for a few seconds before inquiring, Mrs. Eileen, does that individual possess something that Severus desires? I was taken aback. Lady Knight's insight was remarkable. My intention was to have her keep a closer watch on Snape, as participating in the trials would be perilous for him. I recounted a slightly altered version of events. Mrs. Eileen hails from a long-established family, and indeed possesses something that Severus yearns for, but obtaining it requires undergoing a trial. I continued, Eileen holds the key to unlock this trial, yet it poses a significant risk to Severus's life, potentially causing him harm. Therefore, I do not wish for him to partake in it. I just witnessed Severus's intense longing, and I fear he may disregard my counsel and seek out Eileen once again. Lady Knight shook her head, having discerned a hint of Severus's nature, yet he remains one of her charges at the orphanage. Everyone knows that Lady Knight loves each child. And thus she replied, you have acted correctly, Lily. No trial is without its challenges. If Severus were to pay the price of his life for this, it would be an exorbitant cost. He is still too young, and it would be unwise to place such a decision upon him at this stage. I implored Lady Knight. You can assist Severus, cannot you? It is far too dangerous. I do not wish to witness him walk towards the precipice. Lady Knight acknowledged my concerns, stating, I understand your intentions, Lily. I shall provide him with sound advice, and if necessary, I will prevent him from pursuing peril. It is my responsibility. Still, I felt a twinge of unease, for Lady Knight cannot monitor Severus constantly. As he has mentioned, she is exceedingly busy. I was acutely aware that this was not my fault. Severus would inevitably seek power and might be tempted to join the Death Eaters. With this shortcut laid before him, he need only take a step forward. I could not believe he was entirely indifferent to the prospect. Lily, do not place too many burdens upon others. There is much you can accomplish on your own, if you can persuade Severus to relinquish those desires. Lady Knight refrained from probing further. Suddenly, she realized, no, this is something Severus deserves. We can allow him to reach adulthood before facing such life-threatening trials. In the meantime, we can teach him to protect himself as much as possible. Then he shall be better prepared to succeed in the trials. I offered a wry smile. I shall attempt to do just that. If I truly succeed, then I must count on Lady Knight to look after Severus, for his demeanor is rather solitary. Lady Knight affirmed, of course, I shall do my utmost to ensure the happiness of every child, each one adorned with a smile. Severus would not wait until adulthood to seek out Eileen. She would not wait for him either. Once Severus obtains the key to the trials from Eileen, it would not be long before he could no longer resist the allure of power. I found myself adrift in uncertainty, questioning whether I could evade a fatal destiny, whether I could escape the tragedies of the magical world. If possible, I wished to bring Severus along with me. Even before entering the magical realm, I had already envisioned a life beyond it. When I spoke of the future with Penny, she was undoubtedly delighted. As I had shifted my focus from the magical world to the non-magical one, Lady Knight busied herself with other matters. And I too needed to find Severus and secure his promise not to compromise with Eileen in exchange for the key to the trial. Burdened with thoughts, I hurried up the stairs. At the corner, I stopped Penny, who was descending. Penny, we must speak with Severus again. He cannot gamble everything on an uncertain future. Uncharacteristically, despite her animosity toward Eileen, Penny did not agree with me. Instead, she replied, Lily, if Severus insists on pursuing that course, you cannot make decisions for him. Perhaps he does not wish to live as Tobias did. You could speak the truth to him. Why not simply tell him to grow up and wait until he has the ability to act? I struggled to comprehend Penny's perspective, exclaiming, but Severus knows nothing. Eileen would not let him off so easily. Helping a friend is a duty. After all, I am doing this for Severus's sake. I elaborated. If he waits until he has the capability, it would merely be a luxury, meaningless. Given his current state, he desperately needs this power. He wishes to protect himself and may very well choose this path. Regardless, Severus will always safeguard you. This is a vow he has made. You have said that a wizard's oath can become reality, and should Severus violate it, he will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Penny, ever astute, replied, Lily. You are a girl. Your thoughts have not fully formed yet. With Severus to protect you, it is sufficient. We need not interfere in his affairs. Chapter 17. Severus sat on his bed, sorting through a collection of books he had brought from the Snape residence, magical tomes that Eileen had concealed from Tobias. I said, Severus, to be frank, you should not be so composed at this moment. If you are feeling distressed, do not bottle it up. It will only lead to illness. Severus, with a resigned sigh, paused his task and replied, Stop looking at me like that, Lily. I am no longer a child. Do not dwell on trivial matters. I am not troubled. I have learned to view my unpleasant experiences with a degree of normalcy. Penny and I exchanged glances, both recognizing that Severus's calm demeanor was somewhat abnormal. According to his usual disposition, there should have been a flicker of anger in his eyes. Could it be that he had truly lost his mind? The harsh reality imposed by Eileen seemed to have taken a significant toll on Snape. I hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, I trust you. After all, you are my dearest friend. So please don't let others worry about you. Lily isn't merely a sounding board to alleviate your mood or bear your burdens, Penny retorted, her tone laced with playful sarcasm directed at Severus. Severus replied, I understand. And I shall no longer burden others with my concerns. I refuse to be a liability to anyone, not ever. We have grand futures ahead of us. And for that future, we must live well. No one is happier than anyone else. Keep in mind that there are many out there who cannot even access clean water. I stood firmly by Severus's side, for he was indeed grieving deeply today. Penny, however, was not swayed. She shot me an incredulous glance, saying, You really ought to rein in those little emotions of yours. Frankly, you resembled the very first time I laid eyes on you. And I felt an overwhelming urge to give you a good thrashing. Severus appeared somewhat embarrassed. He bore no animosity towards Penny, but he did differentiate between her and Lily, as if they belonged to two distinct worlds. Severus declared, I am aware that negative emotions are detrimental, and I will adjust swiftly. Please do not worry about me. I can manage my own feelings. Penny directly confronted Severus. You know that neither Lily nor I are suggesting this. Perhaps you have never truly acknowledged your own capabilities. I hope you refrain from making foolish decisions, much like that time you inexplicably chose to fight those boys in Spinner's End, fully aware that you would be severely beaten each time. I echoed Penny's sentiments. Indeed, Severus, you must not act recklessly. Even Merlin does not cater to every young wizard. Life offers no second chances, and I do not wish for you to regret your choices when it is too late. Penny's concerns were not unfounded. Severus was intelligent, yet he sometimes tended to be extreme and easily offended. From Penny's network of gossip, I learned that there were indeed many children in Spinner's End whose circumstances were even more dire than Severus's, yet inexplicably, he managed to alienate them all. Severus argued, That is not my fault. They insisted on stealing my books. I cannot simply allow them to take my belongings without resistance, for they would only escalate their behavior. I refuse to tolerate such individuals. Penny, ever the mocker, chided Severus. Don't you possess a shred of common sense? Could you not find a few allies to assist you? At the very least, you wouldn't find yourself nearly buried under rubbish. Now that would be quite the spectacle. At least I am still alive and well, lacking neither limbs nor sustenance, with bread and milk to fill my belly, and clean clothes to wear, Severus retorted, seemingly unperturbed by Penny's bluntness. As he knew she would soon fade from his sight, he casually picked up 2 wizarding novels from the table for Penny and me, perhaps hoping to end our incessant admonishments. He ultimately did not reply regarding whether he would seek a compromise with Eileen Prince, stating that once he rescued Tobias Snape, he would participate in whatever trials awaited him. I began to indulge my obstinacy, irrationally proclaiming, What do you intend to do then? You cannot seek out Eileen. I forbid you from releasing that drunken Tobias. If you approach Eileen, Penny and I shall never speak to you again. You can play by yourself. Severus shook his head. Lily, you know I cannot harbor resentment towards Eileen indefinitely. She is my mother, and I still love her. Penny chuckled derisively, asking Severus, Does she love you? Severus was not deterred by Penny's malice, replying, She simply does not love me in the same way other mothers do. I stubbornly protested, No, I will not allow it. We are good friends. You must heed my wishes and not seek out Eileen. Severus struggled, pained. Lily, I'm sorry. I shouted at Severus in anger. Apologies mean nothing. Do you covet power so much that you would not hesitate to kill me for it? Penny shook me several times, and I realized I had succumbed to my own madness. I hurled the book at Severus and shoved Penny aside, sprinting outside. I needed to calm myself. I was terrified, unbearably so. Watching Severus grow stronger with each passing moment filled me with dread. In another world, I was just an ordinary girl, not much different from now. Yet I knew the fate awaiting that girl, death. I hid within the shadowy thicket, mirroring my somber mood and uncertain future. Why did Severus need to be so powerful? Wasn't he sufficient to merely provide for himself? He himself had stated that he could eat and dress well, which was a significant improvement from his previous circumstances. And then there was Penny. Surely, she too would eventually turn against me. She would soon realize that our very natures were fundamentally different, and I would inevitably be cast aside. Would I become like those characters in books and films, remembered as the mother of the savior in the wizarding world, gloriously slain by Voldemort? Sacrificing myself with blood magic to protect my son, deflecting the killing curse? I did not wish for such a fate. I was still so young. Why should I face Voldemort? Who could remain unshaken in the face of death? Penny looked at me without hesitation, rushing forward to embrace me, saying, "Lily, it's all right, Lily. Tell me what troubles you. No matter what, we will protect you. Do not fear. I will always be here." Following Penny, Severus added, "Lily, do not be afraid. I will safeguard you. I have promised, and my promises never expire." Could not speak. I wept, still too afraid to voice my fears. Penny mimicked Mrs. Evans's comforting gestures, gently patting my back, assuring me, "It's all right, Lily. There is nothing we cannot resolve. If we cannot find a solution, I will take you to your parents, or we can seek the police. They will surely help us." "Penny, I told you before. About that person we saw in the bookstore, someone with special abilities who could foresee their own death, such a predetermined fate, unchangeable," I sobbed, conveying a similar sentiment to Penny and Severus. Penny forcefully countered, "Do not speak such nonsense. You will not die. Even if everyone else perishes, Lily will remain. Your beauty is a gift from God. Since God has shown you favor, he will not allow you to depart for heaven so soon." My eyes, blurred with tears, gazed at Severus, still gripped by fear. Severus, Voldemort, the chaos within the wizarding world, all of it felt like a sharp blade, poised to take my life. "Lily, if you are unhappy, even if it means pushing you on the swing like before, please do not be sad." Severus's words of comfort felt insincere. I grasped Severus's hand, my voice sharp from weeping. "Can you promise me? Promise that you will never harm any innocent person in your pursuit of power, whether they be a muggle or a wizard, not a single one. Can you assure me?" In an attempt to console me, Severus, without much thought, immediately responded, "I promise you and Merlin, it is no issue, Lily. I will never harm innocents, unless that so-called innocent intends to harm me first." With a heavy heart, I inquired of Severus, a question steeped in reality. "What if you are sorted into Slytherin, that extreme house, and your future friends urge you to harm innocents? What will you do?" Severus Snape appeared to harbor no inclination to behave as Tobias did, engaging in drunken brawls. Such a scenario resembled a catastrophic accident. Thus, Snape declared, "Trust me, Lily, I assure you, I shall never go back on my word." I gazed into his eyes, as if possessed, and earnestly replied, "If you betray me, I shall perish, becoming a lifeless corpse, devoid of breath and heartbeat, lying in a dark grave, my soul either ascending to heaven or descending into hell. Do not fear, Lily, it shall never come to that. I shall accompany you, whether to paradise or the inferno. Please, attempt to trust me. I would never deceive you. Perhaps you have a lineage of seers in your ancestry. I once read a fairy tale wherein the princess, as you may know, slumbered for a century, yet was ultimately rescued and found happiness once more." Snape appeared somewhat overwhelmed, yet he was far from impatient, reiterating his assurances and explanations to me time and again. The crux of the matter lay with me. I was a girl, and there existed few rational females in this world, myself included, and I admitted to my own lack of reason. Ultimately, I harbored little belief in Snape. He lacked handsome features, and his formidable abilities were acquired through diligent study, with his talent manifesting in the harrowing field of potion making. Chapter 18. I interrupted Snape to add the most pivotal line he had overlooked in the fairy tale. The princess would live happily ever after with the prince. Indeed, Lily, do not be afraid. Princesses do live joyfully with their princes, and there is nothing insurmountable, including the prophecy you mentioned. Penny stepped forward to support Snape, her true intention being to alleviate my sorrow. It was indeed rare for Snape to utter such sentiments. I had never imagined he would indulge in fairy tales. A peculiar interest for a boy, indeed. I wished fervently that I were a princess, destined to encounter my prince and share a life of joy, avoiding the tragic fate depicted in the original tale. Is it true? I am afraid, Penny. I fear death. I admit I am of a rather fragile disposition. Snape, unable to provide anything but comfort, was met with the curious gaze of his plump friend, who had peered over several times, whispering that I was insane. I rescinded my evaluation of Snape as a friend. Indeed, he was not a good friend, for he had always possessed a rather unsavory demeanor. Penny addressed Snape, saying, "Very well, Snape, take care of yourself. I shall escort Lily back to see the doctor." Her emotional state has been far worse than this. And if you wish to remain friends with her, do refrain from spreading tales about Lily. Neither she nor I desire such notoriety. After descending the stairs, Penny entrusted her bicycle to a nun, then took my hand, seemingly intent on a leisurely stroll home. I sensed her desire for a heart-to-heart discussion. Her gaze not aimed at me, yet it instilled a hint of trepidation. I asserted, "Penny, I am perfectly fine. There is not a single issue. I am not ill. Please, do not worry." Penny shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, saying, "Lily, I cannot rest easy knowing you might go to a strange place. A boarding school far from my reach. If you are heartbroken, no one will console you. If you are weary, there will be no one to care for you. That is too terrifying. How could you endure it? I can manage. I believe living at school poses no problem for me. I yearn for independence. To face those challenges alone. I do not wish to remain a perpetual child. I understand that no one will always pamper me." My voice was faint. In truth, I had never truly suffered. Even in my previous life, I was cared for like a cherished little princess, with no one wishing to dull my spirit or intentionally hurt me. Penny remained unconvinced. "How can you think that, Lily? With your slight frame, even in our school, you would be unable to fend off those who might tug at your hair. Surely, Hogwarts could not harbor such individuals. Dumbledore, so amiable, would not allow such things to transpire." Tears of frustration welled within me, for I knew Penny's concern was futile. Deep down, I believed that Dumbledore's Hogwarts was indeed unsafe. Yet I had no choice but to attend. If I were to lose control of my magic and transform into a wraith, that would truly be my end. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? You are my only sister. No one can replace you. Penny tightened her grip on my hand, her disbelief evident. If, Penny, if I were truly insane, a foolish simpleton, would you abandon me? I gazed into Penny's eyes. She exhibited no trace of contempt. Yet she understood, regardless of my mental state, I remained her sister, and she was unaware of my true nature as an impostor. Penny said, "Lily, you are my sister. I acknowledge you and will not forsake you. We are family, bound by blood, and shall never abandon one another." Psychologically, I must have harbored some affliction upon arriving here. I felt suffocated, hesitant to speak, eating and drinking as if I were a timid hamster, retreating to corners at the slightest hint of abnormality. I understand now, Penny. I was merely overly anxious. I feared you would gradually come to despise me, believing I was the cause of your tarnished reputation due to having a mentally impaired sister. I do feel somewhat saddened to burden you and the Evans family, yet I am powerless, utterly incapable of sustaining myself. If given the choice, I would rather not have traversed here, not encumbering Mr. and Mrs. Evans, or you, Penny. I cannot ascertain whether I have usurped the life that rightfully belonged to Lily. Penny gently reassured me, "Do not worry, Lily. Even if you possess a few peculiarities, what of it? You are a witch, inherently extraordinary. You surpass others in strength. If no doctor can cure me, will I remain a lunatic forever, subjected to ridicule as a simpleton? This has no bearing on my being a witch. I still feel the urge to cry. Others traverse realms and receive golden gifts, while I find myself cast into madness. It is decidedly unfair. Why must I be the solitary kiwi among a basket of eggs? Since I am already so distinct, must I be further ensnared by these chaotic circumstances? Heavenly Emperor, Lady Queen Mother, Buddha, Guanyin, God, Merlin, have pity on me. Do not continue to torment this poor soul. I am merely an ordinary person, so insignificant that I could be lost amidst the dust. Lily, do you not adore the heroes portrayed on television? When you mature and can control your powers, I believe you will be no less than those heroes." Penny's thoughts always soared swiftly. "Penny, you overestimate me. I lack such prowess. I have considered it. And once I graduate from Hogwarts, I shall follow the plans you and Mother have laid out for me, pursuing a degree in art to study painting. After university, I shall seek a tranquil job, and on weekends, we will visit Father and Mother together. I have no desire to become a hero. I am constantly contemplating how to escape the fate of heroism. You truly hold me in too high regard." Upon reaching the doorstep of the Evans residence, Penny halted, drawing me behind the fence. Penny extended her nose to glance around, noticing that none of our neighbors were present. Gently patting my hair, she inquired, "How shall we inform Mom and Dad, Lily? You were once perfectly fine, and this condition is merely an ailment that can be cured. Once we see a doctor, you needn't fear any longer." "Penny, that is simply impossible. There exists no medicine or doctor capable of healing me. I am aware of this. I do not fear treatment, but I suspect that the tangled knot within my heart is one no therapist can untie. It is not solely the recent upheaval of our move, but also fate itself. I lack the protagonist's aura. I fear I may not prevail against destiny." Penny did not comprehend my unwavering belief that I could not be healed. Thus, she resolved to take me back to the Evans couple. "We shall seek out Mom and Dad now. Father knows many people at work, including some renowned psychologists. Mother has numerous friends, and if I recall correctly, one of them specializes in psychological therapy. When she last visited our home, she even brought you a pink bowl. I hastily interjected, I am perfectly fine. Let us not trouble Mom and Dad, shall we? Once I grow up, I will be able to support myself. My body is in no way defective, Penny. No company inquires about mental illnesses when hiring new employees. Everyone conducts themselves in this manner. Penny took on an unexpectedly serious demeanor, leaving me at a loss for words. I do this for your sake, Lily. We must protect ourselves from the moment we are born, both inwardly and outwardly. When your heart is troubled, your hands lack the strength to lift. After a moment's contemplation, I conceded that she was indeed correct. Better to seek treatment than to avoid it altogether. Very well, Penny, let us consult Mother. I shall cooperate with the doctor. I sincerely apologize. You know that I do not wish to be ill. If I can be cured, I would be immensely grateful. The cost of seeing a psychologist is exorbitant, and should I truly decide to pursue this course, the Evans family's livelihood would undoubtedly be affected. Penny suddenly expressed her despair. It is not merely this, Lily. You are soon to attend Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a boarding school, and I do not understand why I did not firmly persuade Mom and Dad to refrain from sending you there. Penny exclaimed in desperation, I have overlooked this matter. You will be at a disadvantage there. I have heard that the rules at boarding schools are not particularly strict, and the environment is rife with pernicious influences that the teachers cannot control. Hogwarts is the finest wizarding school in Britain. If anyone dares to bully me, I shall inform the professors. After analyzing the situation with Penny, I added, Professor Dumbledore appears quite approachable. He is, after all, the headmaster of Hogwarts. He would not permit any bullies to oppress others, for no other parents would entrust their children to Hogwarts under such circumstances. You are correct, but you may not have considered this point. Other parents have the opportunity to seek out someone capable of addressing the issue when their child is bullied at Hogwarts, or they might confront the tormentor themselves. Penny highlighted my oversights according to my own words. I am aware, I replied. It is inevitable. I must learn to control my magic. I do not wish to repeat the incident in the park when my magic spiraled out of control, causing the swings to sway of their own accord. That eerie sensation frightened many away. Lily, I must assist you. I am excessively worried about you when you are alone. Chapter 19. After Penny and I returned home, Mrs. Evans had yet to return from grocery shopping. Penny switched on the television to my favorite show before ascending the stairs. Weighed down by her thoughts, I am not fond of watching television, so I stealthily followed her, avoiding detection. I observed as Penny clandestinely retrieved the parchment and envelope I had placed on the bookshelf. It dawned on me that, during this period in the original narrative, Penny also yearned to attend Hogwarts. She must be preparing to write to Headmaster Dumbledore. In a place where Penny could not see, I slumped helplessly outside the door, witnessing a scene that seemed all too familiar. My fears were not without cause. Fate is often so peculiar. And this marked the beginning of the rift between Penny Evans and Lily Evans. Penny, devoid of magic, is essentially powerless. Dumbledore would never admit her to Hogwarts. This not only jeopardizes her future, but also safeguards her well-being. Hogwarts is unsuitable for those who dwell outside the magical realm. Filch, who is perpetually mocked, exemplifies this. Many young wizards find amusement in his plight, with little regard for his feelings. I listened as Penny murmured softly, Professor Dumbledore, hello. My sister is Lily Evans, the one for whom you crafted an alchemical item. I am her sister and have yet to receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, but I too wish to attend. I assure you, I am capable. I am exceptionally intelligent, having achieved excellence in every subject since my schooling began. I can guarantee that I am not inferior to anyone. Penny's voice lowered further as she continued to write. I believe the courses at Hogwarts will not pose a challenge for me. If you would be so kind as to send me an acceptance letter, I promise to study diligently and will not disappoint your faith in me. Penny produced my acceptance letter, meticulously copying the address onto the envelope. She then opened the cage of my owl, Rose, and entrusted the letter to her for delivery. I quietly returned downstairs, switching the television to a tear-jerking channel. Penny has always been astute. I feared that the glimmer in my eyes would betray me. When Penny descended, she found me still seated, watching television, and let out a long sigh of relief, likely believing that I was unaware of her actions. Penny feigned indifference, suggesting, Lily, bring out your books. I wish to see what a spellbook looks like. Very well, I shall fetch them. In truth, I knew that Penny bore considerable pressure herself. Yet I could not voice this, for it would surely infuriate her, potentially leading to a rift between us. I retrieved my first-year history textbook and potion textbook, both crafted from parchment and imbued with an indescribable scent, not unpleasant, merely peculiar. I complained, Penny, I randomly selected 2 books. Observe these records. They bear no resemblance to our history. It all seems so odd. Of course they cannot be identical. Otherwise, what would be the point of studying them? I can surmise what thoughts are swirling in that little head of yours. Penny dismissed my words, flipping through the history textbook with a rustling sound. She continued, "You must prepare thoroughly. Our treatment on that day in the magical world's commercial street was rather dismal, akin to being treated as lesser beings. Discrimination surely exists. If you do not make an effort, you will truly become a victim of bullying." Penny took the history book, yet I was reluctant to delve into potion studies, fearing that I might forego dinner if I did. Thus, I instinctively adopted a childish demeanor, pleading, "Penny, please do not be like this. I am going to Hogwarts to study, not to engage in battle. There is no need to be so anxious. Surely there will be those more formidable than I, as well as those less so." Penny was unconvinced, casting me a look of disdain. "Lily Evans, you must study diligently and prepare for your lessons. You are already at a disadvantage compared to those who have been raised in wizarding families. If you do not apply yourself, I shall never forgive you." "I have a solution, Penny. There will be no issues whatsoever. Can you envision the grotesque task of extracting bile and handling slime? I simply cannot fathom it. It is utterly revolting, and I would rather not witness such horrors. Speaking of which, Severus Snape is a dear friend of mine. Thus, what significance do these books hold for me? Once Hogwarts commences, as long as I am grouped with Severus, I shall never fear a plummeting potion grade. The notion of Severus failing potions is more improbable than winning the lottery. In the future, I shall have no fears, whether in the open or behind the scenes. Snape would never harm me. He is destined to become Voldemort's foremost potions master. Should I desire assistance with potions, a mere word to him would suffice. How effortlessly simple that is." Penny's enthusiasm was palpable as she flipped through her history of magic textbook. I observed her confidence. The thick tome appeared to her as manageable as any ordinary textbook. She surely believed that, once she completed her studies, she would excel in the subject's examination. "By the way, Lily, I recall that you possess a wand. Do retrieve it for me to try. If I can wield magic, I could accompany you to Hogwarts, alleviating your fears of solitude and concerns about bullies. I would unhesitatingly send them all crashing against the wall." Intrigued, Penny urged me to fetch my wand for her use. My wand, however, was not something I habitually carried. It lay neglected in a crevice of my trunk, nearly forgotten in that obscure corner. Should those in the magical community discover my negligence, they would undoubtedly chastise me for being a fool, as few wizards abandon their wands. I inquired of Penny, "Are you truly intent on using it? This wand is made of willow and feels rather awkward, far from ideal. I have attempted the spells detailed in the book, and aside from the levitation charm Severus taught me, which I have mastered only partially, the other spells have eluded me, whether due to my ineptitude or the wand's shortcomings." "Never mind, just hand it to me. Oh, by the way, Lily, does this wand feel slightly different to you? The last time I saw it, the patterns on it seem to have altered somewhat. I wonder if I might successfully cast a spell." The textbook in Penny's hands was hardly a spellbook. Its descriptions of incantations were alarmingly superficial. Once again, it was evident that Penny possessed a remarkable intellect. She could close her history of magic book and recite much of its content with ease. I couldn't help but reflect on my own childhood struggles. I recall how my teachers insisted that we memorize various ancient poems and texts. I would spend an entire night doing so, only to forget everything after a single cup of soy milk the following morning. The most disheartening punishment for failing was to spend an entire month weeding the teacher's garden, pulling up carrots and the like. I felt confident that I had reached a commendable level in my studies. Penny, in this lifetime, would never endure such torment. The minds of overachievers differ entirely. They can never grasp the existence of those who struggle academically, which is truly enviable. Penny pouted as she tossed the wand back to me, saying, "Lily, didn't you learn a little trick from Snape? Show me quickly. Could it be that Snape was deceiving you? Can he even perform magic? He couldn't possibly defeat Tobias. The levitation charm is hardly a trick. I cannot claim to have mastered it, as Severus far surpasses me in intellect, especially in the realm of magic." I am acutely aware of Penny's thoughts, but I cannot comply. I cannot bluntly dissuade her with harsh words. Dumbledore would respond to her queries, clarifying, "Tobias is Severus's father, and this has no bearing on whether he can defeat him. While Tobias may be a drunkard, Severus would never dare to confront his father. He was wandless at that time, and Eileen would never permit him the opportunity to harm Tobias. Magic is innate, unless some extraordinary spell were to grant Penny magical abilities. Such a scenario is unrealistic. Dumbledore is an extraordinarily powerful wizard, yet he has been unable to empower Filch with magic. Penny's desire to attend Hogwarts arose after my emotional outburst. I fear loneliness and the absence of companionship, and I am aware that her concerns are not unfounded. I am highly likely to struggle in an entirely unfamiliar environment." Penny scoffed at my praise for Severus, retorting, "The Snape household is a mess. If we did not know any other wizards, I would truly prefer Severus to keep his distance from you. Growing up in such a family, as others say, He must have a propensity for criminality. I certainly do not wish for us to be implicated by him. I grasped the wand, attempting to cast the levitation charm towards a peacock feather resting on the table, reciting the incantation from the book, Wingardium Leviosa. Perhaps the feather was too large. After a few shaky attempts, it remained motionless. My efforts to cast the spell were met with failure time and again, leading me to angrily toss the wand aside. I responded to Penny, "Very well. Penny, you must understand that I am not an entirely ordinary child. I must confront my own limitations. Few children my age would find me likable. Who can say for certain whether Severus will turn to a life of crime? Severus indeed will turn to crime. After becoming a Death Eater, if he follows the path laid out for him, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to Lily. It does not imply that Severus genuinely wishes to harm Lily. His disregard for life is undeniable, and in that regard, Penny is not mistaken." Chapter 20. Penny, sensing my discomfort, remarked, "Never mind, Lily. You haven't even started school yet. Your preparation is already commendable. I doubt other children are as advanced as you. I am fully aware that I am the best. In truth, I do not mind Penny's discouraging words. I hold no resentment towards her. The failure to cast a spell may simply be due to my lack of practice. After all, Voldemort, upon his resurrection, also struggled against Avada Kedavra. Otherwise, Harry Potter would never have been able to defeat him. No, it must be the protagonist's aura. Harry Potter, regardless of the circumstances, is destined to survive." The sound of a car stopping outside caught my attention. I assumed Mr. Evans had returned early from work to fetch Mrs. Evans from the market. Upon opening the door, I beheld the woman conversing with Mrs. Evans by the car, none other than the psychologist Penny and I, sought, Dr. Daffodil. The name Daffodil arose frequently at the Evans dinner table. Mrs. Evans often expressed admiration for her, while simultaneously lamenting her own inability to abandon her responsibilities of caring for two daughters. Becoming a successful woman like her friend Daffodil seemed far-fetched. Mrs. Evans was smiling as she thanked Daffodil, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough today, otherwise I would have no idea how to carry such a large watermelon home. Daffodil, you have truly become impressive. Have you enrolled in some martial arts class? Your strength has increased remarkably." Daffodil's smile faltered slightly as she replied, "I have trained under a martial arts master with an ancient lineage. He is exceptionally skilled, akin to the heroes in films. I greatly admire him, and my efforts have been rewarding. I have gained considerable strength recently." Penny also noticed Dr. Daffodil, who was assisting Mrs. Evans with the large watermelon, and quickly closed her spell book, placing it in a less conspicuous corner. Mrs. Evans invited Daffodil inside for some fruit, and Daffodil smiled at Penny and me before joining Mrs. Evans in the kitchen to cut the watermelon. I am uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, but it seems I caught a fleeting glimpse of Dr. Daffodil's gaze lingering momentarily on the wand and the tome resting upon the table. Penny hesitated before addressing me, saying, "Lily, please confide in Mother. Dr. Daffodil will help you. She has always been so kind to me, and I assure you, she will not divulge your visit regarding your mind to anyone else." While I possess the certainty that Dr. Daffodil would keep my secrets, I cannot shake the fear that grips me. I am reluctant to consult a psychologist. I cast a pleading glance at Penny. When I first arrived in this realm and was too afraid to speak, I also rejected the notion of seeing a psychologist. At that time, Dr. Daffodil had approached me, and my terror compelled me to dismiss her. Penny, seated before me, posed a rational inquiry. "Lily, I have heard that most individuals who struggle with their mental health ultimately resort to self-destruction. It is terrifying, and I cannot permit you to perish. If you choose not to see a doctor, can you promise me that you will not harm yourself?" I replied, "I cannot say for certain. I believe I would not take my own life. I fear the cold, the pain, and the exhaustion. Death is a daunting prospect, and I do not wish to embrace it." "Then you must muster your spirits. Those who face mental turmoil do not desire to end their lives. Yet they often find themselves unable to control their actions during a crisis." Penny lowered her voice, seeking confirmation from me. "Lily, are you truly unwilling to discuss this with Mother? We can seek Dr. Daffodil's assistance. There is no shame in that." Little does Penny know, I had contemplated returning to the notion of self-harm long before this moment. This world feels as if it were a virtual reality, strikingly vivid, populated by Mrs. Evans, Mr. Evans, Penny, and Severus. Yet, it lacks the essence of where my spirit truly belongs. Mrs. Evans and Dr. Daffodil emerged, carrying a watermelon, resplendent and crimson, exuding sweetness. Mrs. Evans cheerfully declared, "I have selected the finest watermelon at the market today, I assure you." Penny averted her gaze from me, deftly changing the subject. "Mother, what expertise do you possess in selecting watermelons? This one must surely be the largest in the market." Mrs. Evans, slightly miffed, handed a fruit fork to Dr. Daffodil, retorting, "That does not negate the fact that it is indeed the best. I have never made a poor choice. I have possessed this talent since childhood. Wouldn't you agree, Doctor?" Daffel. Indeed, indeed, you are unparalleled. As always, Dr. Daffel readily concurred with Mrs. Evans. She mimicked the same proud, upward tilt of the head that Penny often displays, exuding a childlike joy, forever youthful at heart. Penny rolled her eyes. Mother, you do this again, fully aware that Dr. Daffel never contradicts your words. I wish I had a friend like Dr. Daffel, one who supports me in all my endeavors and allows me to express myself freely. Mrs. Evans placed a fruit fork in my hand, saying, Lily, why are you still sitting there? Come, enjoy some watermelon. Oh, all right, I understand, I acquiesced. Stealing glances at Penny's expression, I fervently hoped she would refrain from divulging any details about my mental struggles to Mrs. Evans. I do not trust Dr. Daffel. Her presence has always elicited a chill within me, akin to an instinctive sixth sense. Unlike the Evans family, I perceive Dr. Daffel as harboring ulterior motives, as if she seeks to extract something from the Evans household. As I began to respond to Mrs. Evans, Dr. Daffel's attention shifted toward me. She inquired of Mrs. Evans, "What has Lily been studying lately? She appears to be in a rather poor state of mind. Is there something troubling her?" Penny attempted to mediate, addressing both Mrs. Evans and Dr. Daffel. "It's still about that matter, the Snape family from Spinner's End. It has been a hassle. Eileen seeks out Severus Snape again, hoping to persuade the police to release Tobias Snape, who has a history of domestic violence. Severus, the lad who has been so attentive to Lily? It is truly remarkable that he remains by her side despite her tempestuous nature," Mrs. Evans remarked, reflecting momentarily before looking at me, seemingly torn. After a few sentences, she fell silent. I discerned Mrs. Evans wearing an expression reminiscent of those who disapprove of their children associating with undesirable peers, and interjected, "Severus is no longer residing in Spinner's End. He is in an orphanage on the outskirts. He will soon attend school, joining me at Hogwarts. The location is inconsequential to him. Once he graduates and can support himself, he may choose to reside wherever he pleases." Dr. Daffel interjected, "An orphanage? I, too, spent time in an orphanage. Today's orphanages are vastly improved. Nourishment and warmth are no longer issues. Back then, I had to sell newspapers and flowers on the street, enduring the bitter cold while crafting cheap handicrafts in the orphanage. My hands cracked from the cold, and I subsisted on little more than a meager slice of black bread each day." Upon hearing Dr. Daffel's words, Mrs. Evans instinctively grasped her hand, her concern palpable. I felt no reason to question the authenticity of their friendship. Mrs. Evans expressed her remorse. "I apologize, Dr. Daffel. I had no idea you endured such hardships. I should have insisted that my parents adopt you. Perhaps that would have spared you the trials of the orphanage." Dr. Daffel reassured Mrs. Evans, "It is not your fault. Those were difficult times, and your family faced their own struggles. We have both survived, and that in itself is a blessing. I am immensely grateful for the life I have lived. It has shaped me into who I am today." Dr. Daffel relished Mrs. Evans' attention, yet she wished to shield her from sorrow. Thus, I sat with Penny, enjoying watermelon while listening to Dr. Daffel and Mrs. Evans reminisce about their past tribulations. As emotions swelled, I noticed Mrs. Evans' eyes glistening with tears. Penny set down her fruit fork, attempting to voice her thoughts to Mrs. Evans, but I grasped her hand to prevent her. After absorbing Dr. Daffel's and Mrs. Evans' tales of childhood, Penny finally broke free from my grasp, ignoring my concerned gaze. She asked, "Mother, may I inquire of Dr. Daffel whether there are ways to control emotional instability?" Dr. Daffel, with an air of understanding, remarked, "It is Lily, isn't it? Her emotions have indeed been quite unstable. However, she is now able to articulate her desires. Encouraging her to focus on joyful thoughts, to engage in more outdoor activities, and not to isolate herself at home will be beneficial. Lily's situation is not severe at present. With proper attention, it can gradually improve. Should there be a recurrence in the future, it can also be managed." Initially tense, Mrs. Evans, upon hearing Dr. Daffel's words, visibly relaxed. Penny, concerned, voiced, "I have seen individuals with mental health issues resort to suicide, and I fear the same may happen to Lily. Dr. Daffel, can you prevent her from reaching that point? I implore you." I was unable to interject in time to deter Penny from broaching the topic of suicide, and I groaned, "I am fine. Penny is exaggerating." Dr. Daffel's gaze sharpened, and this time, she did not conceal her scrutiny as she directed her attention toward me, saying, "It is not merely an exaggeration, Miss Lily Evans. You must have contemplated such notions. I know Penny's words are not without foundation. What has led you to abandon those perilous thoughts? Surely, it cannot be family." Overwhelmed, I shouted in distress, "Stop. I will not take my own life. I merely do not wish to remain in this world. What is wrong with that? It is not my fault." Mrs. Evans clutched her chest, anguish evident in her expression as she lamented, "Why has Lily come to this? It is my fault. If I had never given birth to her, she would not suffer so." Chapter 21. Dr. Daffel questioned with an unusual harshness, devoid of gentleness. Have you ever contemplated the fate of your family and friends should you perish? Have you pondered the depths of their sorrow and the duration of their grief caused by your absence? Have you considered these matters at all? Ms. Evans wiped away a tear and embraced me, saying, "Enough, enough, Daffiel." Lily did not intend for this to happen. She must have been overwhelmed with pain. We will pay closer attention to Lily's feelings in the future. You always behave this way, both towards the ever-dedicated, workaholic Evans and this little troublemaker, Lily. When will you ever think of yourself? I do not wish to see you in such a state. How much better it would have been had you never married, Doctor. Daffiel expressed, releasing a long-held frustration. She stood up and gently patted Ms. Evans on the back, hoping to comfort her, as we all regained our composure. The day was growing late. Dr. Daffiel glanced at her wristwatch, indicating her readiness to depart. Ms. Evans escorted Dr. Daffiel out, leaving Penny and me seated on the sofa. I noticed the guilt in Penny's eyes, a sentiment mirrored in Ms. Evans, who felt that she had disrupted the harmony of our home. Upon Ms. Evans' return, she offered me kind words. "It's all right, Lily. Mother understands this is not your fault. Tomorrow, I shall take you and Penny for a picnic by the river behind the park. The scenery is splendid there, and you both can bring your sketch pads to create your own artwork." I awkwardly responded to Ms. Evans, "All right, Mother. I understand, and I will rest well." Mr. Evans was soon to return from work, and Ms. Evans busied herself preparing dinner. Meanwhile, I pulled Penny into our room, clutching my spellbook and wand. The following day dawned clear and pleasant, neither hot nor cold, with a gentle sun that did not induce dryness, an ideal day for a picnic. "Lily, Penny, rise and shine. Remember what we have planned for today?" Ms. Evans called out early in the morning, fully prepared with tools and materials for our outing. Penny, rubbing her eyes, mumbled, "Oh, Mother, can't we sleep a bit longer? Waking up this early is simply cruel, especially during the holidays. I need my rest." I concurred with Penny, curling up at the foot of the bed, unable to resist the powerful enchantment of my blankets. This was indeed a calamity. With a resigned sigh, Ms. Evans set aside her enthusiasm and went out to double-check the supplies, ensuring nothing was forgotten. "Lily, hurry up. We need to get ready to leave." Penny hurriedly ate breakfast, seemingly transformed from the reluctant sleeper she had just been. In stark contrast to Penny's frantic demeanor, I remained calm, knowing Ms. Evans had anticipated this scenario. "Mother will not abandon us. There's no need to rush, Penny. Haven't you noticed the tablecloth witch? She doesn't rush at all. To me, Mother is the best person in the world." Penny, in a moment of desperation, lamented, "But I wanted to paint the sunrise. Now I'll miss it completely. I didn't want this. Then why linger in bed? Besides, you wish to paint the sun, the very sunrise? Penny, it's not that I doubt your talent, but our skills are well known to all. Best to wash up and be on our way." I shrugged, indicating that her wish was beyond my current capabilities. "Come on. Let us get moving. We might just catch a glimpse of the sun's tail," Penny exclaimed, throwing back my covers. With her rare childlike enthusiasm, Penny insisted on departing quickly. I was certain that Ms. Evans had anticipated this timing, for I had not heard her raise her voice even once. I swiftly slung my sketchpad over my shoulder, saying, "I'm ready, Penny. I have nothing to pack but my sketchpad, brushes, and paints. This one tea take long, and one tea delay us." Ms. Evans led Penny and me along the way, and upon arrival, she spread a thick lunch cloth on the grass, inviting us to sit. I teased Penny. "I knew you couldn't catch the sun, after all. You're just as lazy as I am." Ms. Evans chimed in, "Lily, you should know that you require at least one more wake-up call from Mother each morning than Penny does." I cheerfully retorted, "That is not my fault. I learned it from Penny. She's the one who sleeps like a rock." Penny playfully threw a fluffy pom-pom at me, a failed craft project from Ms. Evans' lesson. Both Penny and I would never desire a boyfriend, as we found them irrelevant. As Penny picked up a paintbrush that had fallen to the ground while we were frolicking, she dusted it off and exclaimed, "Good as new." I set up my easel, my artistic ambitions diverging from Penny's. God knows we had only just begun learning. I intended to paint a daisy, the roadside teeming with them, a tactic to appease Ms. Evans, as I wasn't in the mood to create. My mind wandered far beyond my canvas, as none of the snacks Ms. Evans had brought appealed to my taste. They were as unappetizing as chicken ribs, tasteless yet too precious to discard. Just as I was about to set my brush down, a strikingly beautiful girl approached my painting space and inquired, "Little sister, you've only just begun to learn to paint, haven't you?" I paid little heed to her observation of my rather unfortunate artwork, the few wilted daisies on display lamenting their plight. I replied nonchalantly, "Yes. I've only just started learning. As you can see, my painting skills are at this level. There is little I can do to change that." She continued, "I am the principal of the Maria Painting Academy. Your appearance is quite promising, and I see great potential in you. Why not consider becoming an actress?" Bored, I shot back, "Actress? I've never done that. Why should I? Just because one has talent doesn't mean they must use it. I'm not interested. No one can dictate my choices." The girl, calculating, proposed, I would like to invite you to star in a brief advertisement to promote my art studio. In addition to your payment, if you choose to study here, I can offer you free lifetime lessons. I had no desire to comply with her whims. It was utterly ridiculous. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in filming advertisements. I can manage perfectly well without becoming a child star. Do I seem foolish to you? The girl smiled brightly. Don't you want the envy of others? Opportunities to star in ads are rare, especially for someone your age. Or even when you grow up. Lily, who are you talking to? Penny approached, subtly positioning herself between me and the overly assertive woman, preventing her from getting too close. I explained, this lady claims to own an art studio and wants to invite me to film a promotional video, but I haven't agreed yet. Good job, Lily. You mustn't agree to just anything. Some costs are not suitable for children like us. You wouldn't want to go bankrupt, would you? Penny echoed advice she must have heard somewhere, sounding quite convincing. I turned to the girl, saying, I'm sorry, but I've never done such work. And I'm sure I wouldn't perform well. Please, find someone else. I truly cannot. However, the girl stubbornly insisted to me, don't make a decision so early. My dear, you will agree, I assure you. I felt a surge of irritation. No one enjoys being coerced into anything, least of all myself. This woman was utterly perplexing. I would not acquiesce, and she should not dare to harm my sister, you weirdo. Penny stood protectively in front of me, unflinching as she met the gaze of this woman who bore an air of authority. What is so great about shooting commercials? If you have the capability, make it possible for me to star in a film as the leading lady, then I will consider your proposition. I smirked darkly, undoubtedly resembling a villain at that moment. The girl replied, are you certain? Filming a movie is not an issue. I have a friend who is currently preparing a film. If I speak to her on your behalf, securing you a leading role should pose no difficulty. I could not discern whether her words were genuine or fabricated. But what did it matter? It was inconceivable that she could arrange a film for me, especially casting herself as the lead. It was simply impossible. I had not heard of any films commencing production this year. Gossip was Penny's forte. Ignoring Penny entirely, the girl addressed me directly. Of course, you are unaware. The prerequisite for this is that you first shoot an advertisement for my studio, which I can broadcast widely on television. As far as I know, there isn't a single young girl who would refuse such an enticing offer. I sensed no malice in this girl, yet Penny was different. She had assured my mother, Evans, that she would take care of me, and Penny's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. However, I felt as if she regarded me as a safety fuse, ensuring I would not stray. Penny would rather abandon her paintbrush than allow this girl to draw closer to me. I could not comprehend the thought processes of Penny and this girl. Perhaps I was merely out of touch. The film's narrative might be somewhat challenging to accept, but I could guarantee it would not harm you in the least. That girl prattled on, causing a headache. Allow me to introduce myself again. My other profession is screenwriting. I possess the ability to make you an object of envy. Chapter 22. Give it up. Lily will never do commercials. She despises being the center of attention. Penny thought fiercely, attempting to intimidate the girl. However, regardless of Penny's struggle with her, once Evan's mother approached, the girl swiftly donned a beaming smile, complemented by her exquisitely enviable attire and hairpin, which infuriated Penny even more in an instant. Good day, madam. I am Sherlock Lane, and I currently operate an art studio. I wish to hire your daughter Lily to shoot an advertisement for our studio. She tilted her head, as if the ground beneath her was unworthy of her gaze, speaking with unwavering confidence to Evan's mother. Additionally, I am a screenwriter. Lily just expressed her desire to act in a film. Given my connections in this industry, securing her a leading role should pose no challenge. Evan's mother, perplexed, only registered that Lily was the one being invited, raising her guard and frowning at the self-proclaimed Sherlock. Madam, it seems we do not know you. Perhaps you have heard some rumors about Lily, but I do not wish for her to engage in trivial pursuits. I must ask you to leave. Evan's mother addressed Sherlock Lane with a serious demeanor. Lily knows nothing. The hospital can attest to that. If Lily has said anything to you, it must have been in jest. She does not need to be the star of any film. Lane persisted in trying to persuade Evan's mother, entangling her in conversation. Madam, are you making decisions for your daughter? Why not ask Lily for her own opinion? What is wrong with taking a path less traveled? It could serve as an asset rather than a hindrance. Considering Lily's unique abilities and mental state, Evan's mother found a blunt excuse. Let us discuss this. What do you find appealing about Lily? She is not exceptionally beautiful. She lacks the striking allure of those glamorous beauties, and her social skills are quite lacking. Lane fell silent. Her arrival seemed less a fortuitous encounter and more a carefully orchestrated scheme. Although her rejection was clear, it also effectively exposed her meticulously crafted facade. While no one understood her motives, it was evident that Lily, being just a child with nothing to her name, was not worthy of being manipulated. Sherlock Lane's shifting intentions were never merely about making Lily say to Evan's mother, I don't need any social skills. Others will merely flatter and cater to me. Lily's appearance is her greatest asset. No one can rival her beauty's power. I guarantee that once she plays the lead role, she will receive far more than she can imagine. Evan's mother, curious about what this opportunistic Sherlock, akin to a hyena sensing blood, was plotting, inquired, "So, you are Sherlock Lane? Please, tell us your true purpose, and then we shall discuss further. I know a powerful noblewoman who has penned a book about her love story. To win her favor, we have decided to adapt this book into a film, and Lily will be the ideal choice for one of the lead roles." Remarkably, Lily bears an uncanny resemblance to the noblewoman's beloved, red hair, green eyes, and a troubled spirit. Sherlock no longer concealed her intentions. If we were to collaborate, Lily would inevitably learn of these matters. Sherlock continued to tempt Evan's mother, saying, if Lily could achieve fame, what would a little notoriety matter? Fame can be converted into wealth. A truly enviable power. She would attain considerable riches, never having to worry again. She could purchase countless designer bags and shoes, dine on the finest cuisine, and travel to the other hemisphere at will. Her life would be nothing short of blissful. I genuinely did not care whether the film bore any romantic undertones. In this era, the tolerance for such matters seemed virtually non-existent. I asked Sherlock, their love, so that means both lead characters are girls? Is that the reason for your insinuations? If I were to assume the leading role, I would undoubtedly be scorned, wouldn't I? With a somewhat contrived smile, Sherlock responded. But fear not. As soon as that noblewoman sees your appearance, she will unreservedly assist you and likely bequeath all her inheritance to you. Isn't that splendid? You would become the envy of all. I began to comprehend that the true aim behind the film was the noblewoman's wealth, regardless of how much she bequeathed to me. They would inevitably claim a portion for themselves. I perceived Sherlock's ulterior motive. It was all about money. Sherlock declared, it is more than just money. Once wealth reaches a certain threshold, it becomes trivial. But status is different. Do you not desire a title? If given this opportunity, Lily could undoubtedly ascend to nobility. Do not doubt me. I can assure you that with that woman's current capabilities, she can fulfill any wish you have. I could feel Sherlock's gaze upon me, searing with intensity, as if I were not a person but merely a trove of resources. That look was anything but friendly. It was genuinely infuriating. Upon hearing the mention of titles, Evan's mother grew flustered in my presence. Both she and her husband lacked the means to provide their daughters with any notable lineage or status. I later learned that it was no small feat for Evan's father to enroll me in school while I was ill and amnesiac, ensuring that I could attend regular classes with other children and eventually obtain my diploma. Securing a diploma from a legitimate school had demanded immense effort from Evan's father. This is precisely the source of Mrs. Evans's guilt. Had it not been for the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, I would have never had the opportunity to attend any secondary school. Mrs. Evans and Mr. Evans brought my original self, Lily, into this world, and the thought of being unable to nurture Lily properly left the sensitive Mrs. Evans in near despair. Had I remained as I was when I first lost my memory, the entire Evans family would undoubtedly have been engulfed in gloom, and Mrs. Evans would have truly been at a loss for what to do. Sherlock's words left Mrs. Evans in a state of ambivalence, prompting her to question him. Can you assure me that the woman you mentioned is neither a pedophile nor mentally unstable? The issue lies not with her, but rather with her lover who tragically took his own life too soon, much like Lily during that time. Angry, shattered, depressed, rendered speechless, eventually leading to her own demise. She would never harm Lily. In fact, Lily would become her heir. Sherlock recounted these chilling revelations with an unsettling calmness. Mrs. Evans pondered for a moment, gazing at me, fully aware of my capabilities, and then embraced me while shaking her head at Sherlock, saying, Lily is but a child. If you have investigated, you should know that Lily has experienced amnesia. She understands nothing, akin to a blank canvas awaiting its first stroke of paint. I do not believe a word you say. Today, I have heard nothing, and you have never seen me. Mrs. Evans remained vigilant, acutely aware of the vast web of interests Sherlock spoke of, and her concern for my safety was palpable. Sherlock is undoubtedly a capitalist. Mrs. Evans simply hopes she will not resort to unscrupulous means. I wrapped my arms around Mrs. Evans's slender neck. This tall, thin woman has always protected her family in her own way, and today she wore a smooth scarf that felt quite pleasant to the touch. Half playfully, I said to Mrs. Evans, Mother, may I have some time to reflect? If what she says is true, it would not harm us in any way. After I finished speaking, Mrs. Evans sternly admonished me, Silence, Lily. We can strive with our own hands to earn our bread and milk, but we must never kneel and beg for the charity and pity of others. You are my daughter, and I will not allow you to become that way. I was somewhat taken aback. To be honest, I had never expected Mrs. Evans to possess such fortitude. I won tea, Mother. You know I will soon be attending Hogwarts. The hands of the aristocracy cannot reach there, and Dumbledore will not permit anyone to harm me. They cannot control or hurt me. Petunia, still miffed at Sherlock, exclaimed, Lily, you are always like this. How can you so easily trust others? We have only met Dumbledore a few times. Your trust concerns me greatly. I reassured Petunia, saying, do not worry about me. Petunia, I am not some ignorant fool. If anything happens, I will share everything with you. Sherlock slipped a business card into my pocket. Smiling as he said, a clever child knows what she desires. Lily, remember to call me once you have made your decision. I await your good news. I understood. The card was made of gold. It was hard to fathom just how extravagant Sherlock truly is. As he swaggered away, I realized his brazen demeanor stemmed from the belief that the Evans family posed no real threat to him. Targeting someone with mental vulnerabilities, especially a child, would be exceedingly simple. Petunia asked, Lily, are you going to discard the business card Sherlock just gave you? Why would I throw it away? It is made of gold. Even if I do not want it, it can be melted down and fashioned into a necklace. I wondered what was going through Petunia's mind. Gold is not cheap. Petunia remained concerned for me, saying, all right, little gold digger, are you really considering Sherlock's proposal? She is so devious. Plotting with her must be dangerous. Please do not. I genuinely contemplated it. Petunia, I intend to live a long and prosperous life without causing you any sorrow. Perhaps this venture is my golden opportunity. Chapter 23. Upon returning home, neither Mrs. Evans nor Petunia mentioned the encounter with Sherlock Klein. I had plenty of time on my hands and did not give much thought to calling Sherlock. The next day, I received a letter delivered by James Potter's owl. Fortunately, I had risen early and spotted the circling owl on the windowsill, adorned with the Potter family crest. James Potter, that insufferable braggart. I chose to retreat to a corner to open the letter, only to discover it was not worth my efforts. That foolish James Potter was once again boasting about his extensive knowledge of Quidditch. Heaven knows, I have no interest in Quidditch. I find that nonsensical game utterly pointless. The one thing that brought me joy was that James Potter's broomstick had been confiscated by his mother for his safety. Excellent. Now that arrogant lion, James Potter, can no longer flaunt his flying broom like a peacock showing off its plumage. I had no intention of replying to James Potter, but the Potter owl continued to circle insistently, as if commanded to return with my response. I retrieved a piece of parchment and an envelope, and penned a note to the exuberant James Potter. Dear James Potter, I am Lily Evans. With the school year drawing near, I hope you will focus your energy on studying your textbooks, rather than on your myriad Quidditch trivia, which will be of no use until your second year. The knowledge from your textbooks may very well come in handy on your first day at Hogwarts. I sealed the letter and entrusted it to the owl, which seemed to be in a bit of a huff. With Mrs. Evans in the kitchen, I could not possibly go in there to fetch it some food. Watching the owl finally take off brought me relief. That pesky creature had vanished without disrupting my plans for the day. Petunia and Mrs. Evans had insisted I refrain from going out lately, fearing that the elegant yet dangerously unhinged Sherlock might resort to drastic measures to harm me. If I remained at home, Sherlock would have no means of reaching me. Naturally, I could not confine myself indoors indefinitely. I was free of any language barriers now, and the past 6 months had nearly driven me to the brink of despair. I needed friends, beings with whom I could converse normally, rather than sitting at home staring blankly at a pile of books. Perhaps fate decided today was not to be a peaceful one. As Petunia descended the stairs, I clumsily knocked over an ink bottle, and before I could tidy up the mess, Petunia had already noticed. Her sharp voice was unmistakable. My goodness, Lily, what are you doing? Ink is everywhere. What on earth happened? I rubbed my temples, wondering how such a coincidence could occur. Petunia, it was merely an accident. I did not do it on purpose, I swear. Of course, it was not an accident, Lily. Tell me, do you wish to go out again? You cannot. I will not allow it. The wealthy have powerful means, and outside, there is no family to protect you at all times. Petunia helped me clean up the ink stains. She was not intentionally scolding me, as she did assist in tidying the chaotic table afterward. With no trace of pressure, I playfully coaxed Penny, saying, let us go see how Severus is doing. It's not far from here, Penny. I long to see him. He is my first friend, and he can teach me magic. I've forgotten the levitation charm. Penny did not outright refuse me, yet neither did she readily agree. It seemed she was reluctant to venture out with me lately. Don't tell me you're not afraid of death at all. You know Sherlock. She might be lurking in the shadows with her black-clad minions, just waiting for you to step outside carelessly so they can ensnare you in a thick sack and whisk you away to a place so distant you could never return. Surely, I could not be confined at home until Hogwarts commenced. Who knows how long that would be? What would I do at home? Merely waiting to grow moldy and sprout hair? That would be utterly dismal. I would go mad, perhaps wither away like a flower deprived of sunlight. I gazed at Penny with pleading eyes, for if I still could not comprehend what others said, I would certainly not wish to go out. But the crux was that I could understand now. Penny jested, you hardly have any friends, aside from that clingy Severus Snape. What other friends do you have? I brushed off Penny's words and proudly declared, I I simply want to play with Severus Snape. I'm not seeking anyone else. No one else possesses Severus's talent, and no one else can teach me magic. I felt as though my skin had thickened beyond that of a city wall, yet that was of no concern. Securing a personal tutor in the form of Snape was worth any embarrassment, and that was not a difficult notion to accept. I devised a plan. Suddenly, Penny looked up. What plan? I inquired. Her eyes sparkling, she turned to me and said, Severus, he is assigned tasks at the orphanage from time to time. After he finishes delivering newspapers, he can come to our home to rest, and, while he is at it, teach you those magical tricks. Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? Other orphans do not receive such treatment as Severus does. Would he be ostracized upon returning to the orphanage? I voiced my concerns to Penny, seeking her insights on whether such a course of action was truly worthwhile. We needed to discuss these matters with Severus beforehand, ensuring he remained vigilant and did not leave any trace that might lead others to our home. Penny twirled her pen and remarked, in truth, we need not be so anxious. Even if Severus were to be discovered by others, so what? He is our friend, and he is inherently different from the rest. Why should we exclude him for the sake of others? I understood then that Penny's worldview diverged from that of most people. Indeed, Severus could not be equated with the other children from the orphanage in the eyes of the Evans family. There exists no genuine fairness in this world. Penny, will you help me find Severus? I implored. I know you can do it. Please, Penny. Penny complained with a sense of resignation, yet she was not displeased, responding, All right, little magic star, you were born to oppose me, forcing me to assist you, truly. I embraced Penny and sweetly said, I love you most, Penny. I knew you would help me. After we tidied the table together, we had breakfast with Mrs. Evans. And then Penny donned a casual outfit and set off to find Severus for me. An owl flew in from the sky, resembling the one from the Potter household. Yet this one bore no letters, prompting me to disregard it. I wanted to plan what to focus on when Severus came to the Evans home for tutoring. Potions were out of the question, never in this lifetime, for I am not Severus. Charms would suffice. They merely presented a bit of difficulty. If I could master the levitation charm this time, I must remember it well. I could not afford to forget again, or Severus would surely mock me. Perhaps he would laugh at me the very first time he saw me. The charm books were neatly arranged on the table, but they felt futile. A struggling student's only sentiment when faced with books is a desire to sleep, and I was no exception. Knock, knock, came a sound from the door. Penny instructed me that even with Mrs. Evans at home, I should check to see if the visitor was someone we knew before opening the door. I thought Penny was being overly cautious, yet I did not dismiss her thoughtful advice. The visitor was Severus, who carried a bag with some leftover newspapers inside. It was evident that this taciturn individual was utterly unfit for sales. I opened the door enthusiastically and exclaimed, Severus, how wonderful. You've finally come to play with me. I thought I would never see you visit the Evans home. This is an utterly perfect surprise. Penny said you wanted to see me, Severus replied, lowering his head slightly. His cheeks tinged with a blush. Well, such youthful charm could melt hearts. One might whimsically wish Severus would never grow up. I warmly invited him in, explaining. I asked Penny to convey a message to you, inviting you to the Evans home to help me practice spells. My memory isn't the best. I've nearly forgotten the levitation charm we practiced together recently, and I need to start over. Severus reassured. It's all right. I remember there are many at St. Mungo's who are far worse than you. It takes them 3 to 5 years to learn, and you would hardly believe how weak they appear. Oh, St. Mungo's. I'm mused. That hospital appears frequently in the books. Members of the order are there, and Death Eaters too, including wizards who have erred or those who have caused various mishaps through their spells. I remarked, people vary greatly. Severus, you know how lacking my talent is. You're the only one I dare to confide in. No, you're not lacking at all. What does that even mean? I will teach you every spell. Nothing can stand in your way. Lily, you should showcase your brilliance, Severus said, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Before encountering Voldemort and the Slytherin gang, Severus was a figure Lily could trust implicitly. His mere presence assured her that she would never perish. There existed one exception. I knew well the despair of having died once, and I certainly wished Severus would not meet a fate like that in the jaws of Nagini. Chapter 24. Don't say such things. I hurriedly urged Severus to stop. His words were making me blush. Truth be told, I adored Severus just as he was. I did not want him to feel inferior, nor did I wish for him to suppress all his emotions like any ordinary child, but rather to laugh and find joy. I hoped Severus would not constantly dwell on the chaotic matters of the Snape family, burdens that no child should have to bear. When it came to learning, Severus instantly became serious. All right, I understand. Let us begin. You know the drill. Wave and flick, then recite the incantation. The feather lay on the table before me, and I tried several times without success. Turning to see Severus's disapproving expression, I could only persist. Laziness was not an option. especially not in front of a young professor. I felt an unusual sense of guilt and remarked, "I've come to realize, Severus, you are truly meant to be a professor." Severus seemed not to have caught my previous words, yet he relentlessly pressed on, saying, "What did you just say? Let us not get sidetracked. The most important thing is that you still can't master your first spell. Surely, you wouldn't want to be mocked at Hogwarts. Considering you've already prepared." I answered, lacking confidence. Of course, no one could ever mock me. Compared to the levitation charm, I find myself more intrigued by spells that possess a certain allure and present a challenge, if there is no danger involved. Mastering a commonplace spell like levitation seems to hold little merit, as there would be no one to impress with such an accomplishment. I waved my wand, and Severus appeared to be preoccupied, having spent the early morning selling newspapers and likely feeling fatigued. After quenching his thirst and settling onto the sofa, he was not particularly rigid in posture. I cannot quite discern whether Severus feels more at home in the Snape household or if he prefers the dignity of his current busy life. Wingardium Leviosa. As Severus's gaze shifted from the book in his hands to me, I resumed my incantation while he returned to his reading. I admit, my enthusiasm wanes quickly. Though I had intended to diligently practice my spells, I have already begun to slacken my efforts. School is a peculiar battleground. Logically, I should be more resolute. Even if I cannot best my peers, I must at least be able to flee or hold off my adversaries until assistance arrives. Fortunately, I am practicing spells. If it were potions, grappling with slimy Snargaluff pods would truly drive me to madness. Yet, even if Severus wished to practice potions early, he lacks the necessary materials. Severus remains true to himself, insisting we go to the park to gather daisies, and later he would teach me how to slice the roots. Given the circumstances, it is admirable that Severus has not given up. I often wonder if he could achieve even greater heights in a more favorable environment. I arrived too late. Initially, I struggled to communicate, and my attempts to garner the attention of Mr. and Mrs. Evans often resorted to outbursts. I have not treated Severus particularly well either. His unique thought processes are beyond my comprehension. I am far from being the only young which he can interact with. I am merely the one closest to him. It is worth noting that even in my past life, few truly cherished me, perhaps due to my indifference and lack of ambition. I am lazily reminiscent of youth, content with novels, films, and the occasional video game. One cannot generalize. In those times, nearly everyone was alike. And it is the unsettling feeling from within that erodes our trust in others. We are left with the notion that no one would offer kindness without a motive. It feels as though I have yet to mature, forced to confront the harshness of reality. Once people develop a sense of gain and loss, how can they maintain their childlike innocence? It would be foolishness, and even among the foolish, true folly is rare. Severus, allow me to fetch you a small cake. The one made by Petunia. The ones I attempted were all discarded by my mother. I am inherently someone who struggles with focus, easily seeking excuses to slip away. Let us try Petunia's small cake, shall we? A flicker of amusement seemed to cross Severus's eyes, though I could not be sure. After all, there is still ample time today, and I have little else to occupy my thoughts. I could watch him until he masters the levitation charm. Severus, what I just said is that you truly possess an exceptional talent for teaching. Once I finished, I slipped into the kitchen to retrieve the cake. I finally understood why Harry Potter and his friends referred to Severus as the evil bat. He is indeed a formidable wizard, embodying the qualities of an ultimate boss with the prowess of a headmaster. The cake served was the exquisite creation Petunia had set aside for me, delicate and beautiful. Originally intended to be a teaching moment, Petunia's finished product was stunning, while my attempts were best left unmentioned. Severus casually picked up a small cake, inadvertently lifting a piece of paper beneath it. No, it appeared to be a letter, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Is this your letter, Lily? A correspondence from Professor Dumbledore? Severus inquired. Does he have matters to discuss with you? I replied nonchalantly. I have not penned any letters to Professor Dumbledore recently, and there is no need for Hogwarts to write to me. The alchemical necklace he provided has been exceedingly useful, ever since I fell ill that one time. I have not felt the need to push myself further. After I spoke, Severus expressed curiosity as he opened the letter. I leaned closer to see, confirming it was indeed penned by Professor Dumbledore, but it was not addressed to me. Rather, it was a reply to Petunia. This letter was in response to Petunia's previous correspondence with Dumbledore, wherein he informed her that Hogwarts does not enroll students from the non-magical world, meaning muggles. A wave of dread washed over me. In the original narrative, Petunia's rift with Severus stemmed from a letter. It seemed Severus had inadvertently stumbled upon a letter from Dumbledore that would serve as a harsh rebuke to Petunia, igniting her lifelong disdain for all things magical. As I anticipated, before I could suggest Severus put the letter away, Petunia hurriedly returned. She immediately spotted Severus holding the correspondence from Professor Dumbledore. Both Severus and I had been accepted to Hogwarts, which likely embarrassed Petunia, prompting her to lash out at Severus. What are you doing? How dare you pry into my letters, Severus Snape? Do you wish to become a criminal like your father? You have violated my privacy. This is a crime. I'm sorry. Petunia, Severus did not intend to invade your privacy. He was unaware it was your letter. I placed the cake on top, and I had no idea it was there. Truly, I apologize, I stammered, realizing I was at a loss for words. It must have taken considerable courage for Petunia to write to Dumbledore, and here we were, compounding her embarrassment. I was merely curious. I did not know it was a letter from Professor Dumbledore. Each person must face the consequences of their actions. I opened the letter, and it is not Lily's fault, Severus replied, his brow furrowed, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control due to Petunia's arrival. I know you. Cursed Severus, you seek to manipulate my sister. Tell me, what gives you the right to stand alongside Lily? Is it merely that you are a wizard? Hiding in the shadows like a rat, concocting vile potions to trade for others' souls? To my surprise, Petunia's ire was directed solely at Severus, while I remained an observer. I have never sought to manipulate Lily or anyone else. Wizards have their own world. No true wizard would hide in the shadows. Those who do are charlatans. We do not engage in soul trading with muggles. Such occurrences are utterly impossible, Severus retorted. Petunia's face contorted with rage as she exclaimed, Is that your justification? Spare me your nonsense. You invaded my privacy. I never permitted you to read it. Do you understand that if this were a confidential document, your actions could have catastrophic consequences? I felt a pang of fear at Petunia's hysteria. It would be best to find a way to calm her down and alleviate her distress, though I struggled to conceive of a solution. I embraced Petunia in an attempt to ground her, saying, Petunia, you are frightening me. I do not want you to be this way. Please, calm down. Do not let your anger consume your reason. Severus Snape's emotional state was far from tranquil. His primary concern was not Petunia, but rather my intercession on her behalf. He seemed to recognize that hastily opening another's correspondence was indeed a transgression. I sincerely apologized. Snape's tone was peculiar, reflecting his uncertainty in seeking forgiveness from others, something he had never had to do before. Neither Eileen nor Tobias ever required his apologies. As long as he managed his own affairs, that was sufficient. Petunia declared sharply, Very well, for Lily's sake, I shall grant you a reprieve this time. But do not let me encounter even the slightest trouble from you again. Even if you confine yourself indoors to tutor Lily, I will not hesitate to evict you. I preemptively assured Petunia. Indeed, Petunia, Severus has always been exceptionally bright and industrious. He will not cause anyone undue trouble. Snape affirmed, I promise. I will not bring you any more inconvenience. Chapter 25. In truth, this was not entirely Severus's fault. Petunia's dissatisfaction stemmed not merely from Dumbledore's letter, but also from her own lack of magical ability. It seemed unjust to allow Snape to be chastised by Petunia. Her ire stirred emotions within me that were unexpectedly poignant, a sentiment I was unaccustomed to experiencing. Neither Petunia nor Severus seemed inclined to occupy opposing camps. Yet this appeared nearly impossible. The crux of the matter lay in Petunia's disdain for Tobias, the drunken madman, and the chaos surrounding Snape's family, while Severus harbored a contempt for Petunia's muggle status. With a hint of sadness, I remarked, From now on, Severus and I will occupy the sitting room, and I shall refrain from touching your belongings. Petunia, I am truly, truly sorry for the trouble I have caused you. I was at a loss for how to convey this sentiment or how to achieve such an objective. Following this incident, it seemed that Petunia and Severus would struggle to coexist amicably, and I dreaded the prospect of future encounters being fraught with complications. Snape understood Petunia's intentions and alluded to a remarkable case he had encountered in Eileen's preserved potion notes, where a muggle man, through an accidental dose of a potion, acquired magical abilities and transformed from a muggle into a wizard. Petunia's eyes lit up as she inquired, Really? So, does that mean I too have a chance to become a witch and attend the same school as Lily? Snape shook his head, unable to offer her any guarantees, and candidly admitted to Petunia, It is not that simple. The ingredients are exceedingly rare, and the recipe is incomplete. It requires extensive validation, at least a decade. The potion was originally intended for the creator's mute child, and it was sheer coincidence that a muggle man consumed it. We all know that luck cannot be replicated. Petunia sighed, fully aware that nothing is more infuriating than being disadvantaged from the outset, which left her feeling lost and directionless in her desire to strive for more. Lamenting internally over the perceived unfairness of fate, I had no advice to offer her. I possessed the magical abilities she envied, yet I was not the original Lily, but rather a recipient of all that was bestowed upon me through her legacy. I was powerless to alter the existing circumstances, and even the notion of transferring my magic to Petunia was futile. Petunia's anger began to subside as she awkwardly addressed Severus and me. I do not truly wish for magic. I merely feel it is unjust that both of you possess something I lack. Moreover, I am deeply concerned for Lily. I am acutely aware that she lacks the capacity to care for herself independently. Leaving her in an unfamiliar environment for an extended period could lead to her breakdown. Snape solemnly assured Petunia, I will find a way as swiftly as possible. Once I attend Hogwarts and study potion making, I will present the recipe from my notes to the potions professor, seeking his assistance. If successful, I shall endeavor to develop this potion as early as possible. When you acquire your magic, mastering the art of apparition will allow you to visit Hogwarts or anywhere else to see Lily without any issue. Petunia shot Snape a skeptical glance but refrained from offering any praise, muttering, What a presumptuous fellow you are. Already imagining the favor of the potions instructor even before setting foot in Hogwarts. As Severus's friend, I felt it was my duty to support him. And I replied to Petunia, Petunia, Severus is confident. He possesses the capability to restore the potion recipe that grants magical abilities. I believe he can achieve this. Do not seek to attend Hogwarts without magic, Eileen had once advised me. She recounted that during her time at Hogwarts, one of the administrators was a muggle, and the children shunned him, subjecting him to cruel pranks, while the professors did little to defend him, merely deducting points in a tepid response. Snape had a modicum of experience and shared it with Petunia and me. From Snape's words, Petunia and I recognized that Hogwarts was not a paradise. It mirrored the world of ordinary people, replete with its own struggles and conflicts. Petunia appeared somewhat anxious, likely regretting her earlier indiscretion. Even though she was a remarkably astute and capable young woman, Petunia fixed Severus with a serious expression, stating, You promised me, Snape, to protect Lily. You said that anyone who wished to harm her would have to step over your dead body. As Lily's friend, you must reaffirm that your commitment remains steadfast. Without hesitation, Severus reiterated his vow to Petunia, declaring, I can assure you once more that if I were to fail and allow Lily to come to harm, I would not evade responsibility. Let me never see Merlin again and remain in eternal torment. With Severus's assurance, Petunia exhaled in relief. Taking the letter from Dumbledore from his hands, she headed to the kitchen, presumably to prepare some fruit tea for Severus and me. Petunia had long understood that no school would concede to her wishes, just as Mr. Evans had attempted to send me to Petunia's school. The letter from Dumbledore would likely be cherished by Petunia as a keepsake, and on days when she reflected upon it, it would serve as a reminder of her aspirations for the magical world. Severus, you must strive, I encouraged him. Petunia undoubtedly yearns to join us at Hogwarts. If she cannot attend, then granting her magic and the means to wield spells is a splendid idea. Severus replied earnestly, If I had a laboratory and sufficient materials, I would expedite my research into that potion. Petunia is your sister, and I do not wish for you to feel sorrow or anger because of her. Petunia is my kin, and you are my friend. Each of you holds immense significance in my life, irreplaceable in your own right. Regardless of Petunia's feelings, I am determined to help her realize her dreams. I confided in Severus the sentiments that had long resided in my heart. The chasm between muggles and wizards is vast. Muggles toil diligently, while we require but a single incantation. It is entirely natural for Petunia to envy such an ability, and I find it hardly surprising. Severus continued to savor his petit fours. Were it not for his relaxed demeanor, I might have genuinely believed he was unaffected by Petunia's words. The life of a muggle is not without its merits. You likely seldom pay attention to global affairs. Muggles, devoid of magical prowess, are compensated by their remarkable intellect and unparalleled creativity. They have devised airplanes to soar through the skies and submarines to explore the depths of the ocean. And reaching the moon and stars is within their grasp, achievements that remain beyond your magical reach. When emotions surge, my tongue often outruns my thoughts. I swear to God, I do not intend to hurt Severus's feelings by deeming wizardry and magic inferior. Severus's visible mood began to wane as he remarked, I have not paid much attention to muggle affairs. Tobias does not watch television, and Eileen prefers that I do not linger at home. I do not have the habit of reading newspapers, unlike you, who seem well versed in muggle matters. I sought to reassure Severus, as well as myself, saying, We are still young, we can take our time. I merely hope that you and I do not confine our futures to this minuscule magical realm. You have yet to witness the splendor of the world. How can you shrink within a magical domain no larger than a mere island? Such a life is akin to the retirement of an elderly individual. Severus assured me, Lily, you are right. I promise to leave the magical world to attend a muggle university with you after we graduate from Hogwarts. I will not go back on my word, nor will I regret it. I elaborated to Severus, what you are doing is indeed the most prudent course of action. The magical world and Hogwarts are but a diminutive stage. Even if you were to rise to the position of Minister of Magic, you would merely be a spectacle for others, akin to a monkey in a cage. In comparison to the land you would govern, the magical realm is scarcely larger than a hamlet in the muggle world. Could a muggle village truly be so diminutive? Should not the magical realm stand tall above the Muggle world? Severus appeared somewhat taken aback. I sensed his growing doubts about whether this magical world was indeed the utopia of his childhood fantasies. It is evident from the Ministry's treatment of incidents, erasing Muggle memories, that the powerful do not fear the awareness of others. The magical world is gradually becoming aware that it is no longer a match for the vast populace of Muggles. In due time, I shall take you to another country, one that surpasses this place in magnificence, where the nation is robust, and its people are truly content. Most importantly, the culinary offerings are diverse, far beyond the monotonous salads and bread and steak. My plan is to evade the ravages of the Second Dark Lord's magical realm. Above all, nothing is safer than retreating to one's homeland. I trust in the wonders of that place, which shall never see the footsteps of the Dark Lord. Pondering another world, I sighed. Oh, how I wish I could take you back to my true home. With your countenance, you would surely captivate countless young ladies there. Chapter 26. Severus, of course, could not fathom my thoughts. In this world of Harry Potter, crafted by Rowling, the NPCs feel as if they are characters with heightened intelligence, rendering everything so vividly real. Yet in a fleeting moment, I perceive the entire scenario as utterly illusory. My ability to analyze is not a matter of concern for me. Trust me, Severus seemed apprehensive that I might cast him aside due to Petunia, but how could I not believe in his promise and talent? Severus is of the prince lineage, and the innate gift of potion-making courses through his veins. I have faith in him, and said, if you are truly willing to dedicate your life to this pursuit, then it is indeed no trivial matter. However, you do not need my belief, Severus. Have a bit of confidence in yourself. You are an independent individual, and you do not require assurances from anyone regarding your future achievements. Severus murmured softly. Yet I could hear him. I care for you too much, Lily. You are not only my first friend, you know you are my only friend. At that moment, the child version of the professor seemed overly concerned about someone usurping Lily from him. I felt an urge to chuckle at him and replied, do not say such things. Severus, no one is anyone's sole companion. You are my friend, Petunia is my friend, and the Dursleys are my friends as well. You cannot claim I am your only friend. Even Dudley has been worried about you lately. He is your friend too. And there are those from the orphanage who wish to befriend you. Do not reject others' kindness, Severus. Your world need not be limited to just one Lily. Severus shook his head, indicating his inability to accept that. I cannot control myself, Lily. I should have only you as a friend. That is how it is. This thought fills my mind, and if I try to think of anything else, it feels as though my head will explode. I was puzzled. Could destiny truly exist? I did not believe in such notions. Why must it be this way? When I left Severus's home, it was similarly distressing. I should not have departed. Yet I had no desire to follow my heart any longer. I could ascertain that remaining at Severus's home was certainly not the genuine desire of my heart. This did not seem to be Severus's first encounter with such a predicament. He appeared to possess considerable experience. This was no trivial matter, and I exclaimed with sparkling eyes. You have successfully resisted fate. This suggests that destiny does not perpetually ensnare us. As long as our will is resolute, my goodness, Severus. You are truly remarkable for being able to contend with fate. This is beyond belief. In that moment, Severus likely gained clarity regarding his own heart as he confided. Because at that time, I truly understood what I wanted. Never to live with Tobias again, enduring hunger and neglect, being beaten by Tobias and overlooked by Eileen. This should not constitute my entire life. I replied, indeed, I am so glad you have come to this realization. I feared that day would come when you, in a moment of misguided compassion, would release Tobias, returning to Severus's home. I was ready to give you a good thrashing for it. But it seems you do not require my wake-up call after all. It is truly unfortunate. I had prepared my little fists of love for you. Severus, for once, exhibited a rare twitch at the corner of his eye, perhaps astonished by my directness, or perhaps calculating how many of my petite punches he could endure, a rather melancholic narrative. Severus remarked, Lily, you have never been like this before. I teased Severus, saying, I never realized you were so self-deprecating. You ought to be proud, like a prince. Do not adopt a demeanor steeped in insecurity. To be frank, it does not suit you at all. Severus chuckled awkwardly. If I truly were a prince, I would likely be a fallen one, unable to reclaim my rightful place. No one would value me, nor would anyone care for me. I have always been a tragedy. I waved my hand dismissively. At that moment, Severus was indeed an innocent child. I said, reclaiming is unnecessary. Your princely title is earned through your own efforts. People will admire your accomplishments and not doubt that your success stems from your hard work. Look, your path is the right choice. Why mention a prince? Lily, are you finding joy in me again? Severus questioned skeptically. Penny brought out 2 glasses of juice and went to fetch her own. She said to Severus and me, enough of that. Lily, drink your juice. You mentioned last time that you wanted juice made from mangosteen, and I just happened to find some at the market. Severus. Here's yours. It's apple juice, packed with vitamins. Perhaps Eileen and Tobias have never truly valued you. Just look at what you've become. I cheerfully took the cup. Noticing Severus still seemed a bit awkward with Penny, I casually handed him the glass on the table and said, "Thank you, Penny. You're my absolute favorite. You really know what I love to eat. You remembered what I said, and that's just wonderful. You're my Angela. And I've been feeling a bit fiery these past few days." Upon hearing my words, Penny straightened her back even more, proudly defeating all the little roosters of her age. She was drinking red dragon fruit juice, and under my influence, nearly all the fruits at home catered to my taste. I had changed Penny quite a bit. "I was just about to say something to you, Severus, to stop being so dazed, like your drunken old man." Penny's sharp tongue had never been spared for Severus. She continued, "A few days ago, a representative from a consortium approached Lily, wanting to take her away to shoot a film with a homosexual theme. Such films are hardly rare, but what worries me is that Lily is like a child, utterly clueless. It may seem innocuous at first, but once the film hits the screen, Lily will undoubtedly face all sorts of scathing remarks." I understood. Surely Penny didn't want Severus to assure me of anything. What could Severus possibly guarantee me? If I wished, he would give his life without a second thought. Why take Lily away when we already know she would only suffer harm? We could easily prevent her from being taken. Severus might not know much about films, but he pointed out the dangers that could harm my interests, seemingly wishing to protect me. I recalled the alluring title that Sherlock had mentioned and said, "Don't say it like that, Penny. You've only listed the downsides, but there are benefits too. Unlimited wealth and the chance to become a noble." What you just said was overly simplistic. I can't believe it. Isn't there anything at all appealing about that? Penny was exasperated. She rolled her eyes in utter despair and exclaimed, "Oh my, you're truly my little fool, my dearest God. Lily, how can you be so naive? You dare to believe Sherlock's words? That's like making a deal with the devil. Not only will you gain nothing, but you could also end up sacrificing your very soul." Severus firmly interjected, "Absolutely not. I will not allow Lily to make a deal with the devil. The soul is the most precious thing we possess, the one irreplaceable element. It must never be bartered." I could no longer endure the back and forth between Penny and Severus regarding my personal safety and exclaimed, "Enough of this. Sherlock may have her own thoughts. What of it? If there weren't sufficient benefits, I doubt the heroes in fairy tales would dare to battle dragons to rescue princesses locked away in castles." I was utterly speechless. Why were these two entirely dismissing me in their discussion? I was the most significant person in this matter. Even if a deal with Sherlock were to be made, it should be my decision alone. Penny shook her head repeatedly, clearly in total disagreement with my thoughts, and said to me, "What are you thinking, Lily, you little fool? I don't expect you to grow up quickly, but you must at least learn to discern good from evil. You're about to go away to school. Trust me. The students at those boarding schools won't be any better. How could you endure it? You can't even distinguish a liar's deceit. How can I let go of your hand and allow you to embrace the future? It's too terrifying, too terrifying." Severus tilted his head and, with an endearing tone, asked, "Don't be willful, Lily. Although I'm not clear on what has transpired between you and Penny, I believe she is only saying this for your own good. We all know what kind of person she is, so can you promise us not to make us worry?" "Stop saying that. I'm about to explode. I didn't genuinely intend to say I wanted to shoot a movie. That was just an excuse. Who knew Sherlock's goal was to have me star in a film? None of us anticipated she would say that." I covered my face and collapsed onto the soft sofa, rejecting the relentless bombardment from both of them. Of course, I wouldn't receive any comfort. Everyone knew the outcome of Penny and Severus teaming up against me. I was chased around by Penny, and fine. I was foolish for thinking I could negotiate with Sherlock. It would only leave me with nothing but bones. Severus did not strike me like Penny, but his gaze was quite intimidating. Chapter 27. Ding ding ding. While we were in the midst of our commotion, the doorbell rang. It couldn't possibly be Mrs. Evans or Mr. Evans at this hour. Remembering Mrs. Evans's instructions before she left, I looked at Penny, who gestured for me to hide. I grabbed Severus, and we ran to the staircase to conceal ourselves, while Penny went to the door to see who it was. I was anxiously pacing, fearing it might be someone like Sherlock's minions. Last time, Sherlock mentioned she came from a powerful family, so she must have considerable influence. My goodness, what should we do? Mom and Dad have locked away the weapons. Do Penny and I even have the key to that box? Severus drew out his wand, clutching it tightly, which brought him boundless courage. He said, "Don't be afraid, Lily. It's all right. I will protect you. That person named Sherlock can think again. I will never allow her to take you away." Not far from the door, we could hear Penny's voice rising in a heated argument with someone outside. As we huddled closely, listening intently from the staircase, we could hear Penny saying, "Miss Sherlock is not as unreasonable as you. Don't try to deceive me. We've met Sherlock, and she is not someone who seeks to oppress others with her power. She has a family reputation to uphold. Did you truly receive a message from Miss Sherlock? Why should I believe you? It seemed Sherlock had not given up, and I was beginning to sense it too. Such tactics from Sherlock could very well lead to her being reviled. But if that powerful noblewoman were to create trouble, a family like the Evans, which is quite ordinary among the countless middle-class households, could easily find itself in dire straits. Under pressure, they would be unable to escape, only to face utter ruin. In that case, I wouldn't need to worry about facing Voldemort's Avada Kedavra. Penny continued to argue with the person outside. Stop saying useless things. In other words, Ms. Sherlock has not sent you to do anything. It's all mere speculation and baseless assumptions on your part, just like a fox borrowing the tiger's mite. It's entirely your own intention. Penny rattled the door, but it seemed she hadn't closed it properly, and the person outside cried out, my hand. Damn it, stop. Get it off. Your cursed door has trapped my hand. It hurts so much. I gazed at Severus, pondering that perhaps it was that unfortunate fellow who had come seeking trouble, who had gotten his hand or arm caught in the door. Truly, he was a pitiable creature. But who could blame him for seeking a confrontation? It seemed only just that misfortune should befall him. I hoped he would refrain from engaging in such bullying of the weak in the future. The sound of the garage door rumbling open next door reached my ears. The husband of that household was a retired soldier, and both Petunia and I felt no cause for concern regarding Severus. Should this little thug attempt to threaten us or forcibly take us away to Sherlock, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. I could hear it. Petunia had witnessed it directly, and with newfound resolve, her voice brimmed with strength, devoid of any trace of fear. Let go. Do you think I'll allow you to continue brandishing your threats? You are truly a failure of divine creation. Perhaps God dozed off, allowing you, a coward who only preys on the weak, to survive in this world, and carelessly letting you reach such an age. You should be grateful for the mercy bestowed upon you, allowing you to waste the earth's resources as you produce nothing but refuse, Petunia retorted fearlessly. The man, with a scowl that threatened menace, barked at Petunia. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Just wait. When I decide to make my move, you'll realize my purpose for existence. A foolish little child like you is no match for me. I could take down 100 of you with a single hand. And even allowing you to live is a favor. I quietly remarked to Severus. Do you see this fool at the door? He remains blissfully unaware that our neighbor is a retired military man, and both he and his wife possess formidable skills. They have likely dealt with far worse than petty thugs like him. The audacity of this little ruffian, flaunting his bravado, is a testament to his ignorance. I cannot fathom who instilled such misplaced confidence in him. Severus chuckled, maintaining his vigilance with his wand still drawn, likely to prevent the thug from irrationally resorting to violence. Severus, ever distrustful of others, advised me, fate lies in our own hands, Lily. Do not place your hopes in others. What if our neighbor refuses to intervene in our predicament with this ruffian? What then? I surrendered to his words, while his voice was a melodious blend of perfection. I was not inclined to receive his lectures at that moment, responding dismissively, all right, I knew you would say that. But even if they choose to ignore us, as long as Petunia and I raise our voices, the Dursleys live nearby, and Vernon will come rushing to our aid the moment he hears. The sound of a car parking in the adjacent garage confirmed my expectations. Sure enough, the male head of that household approached, his heavy boots thudding ominously on the ground. Petunia and I had bet correctly. When danger approached, no one could possibly ignore the call for help. How heartless that would be. The footsteps halted outside our door, and indeed, it was our neighbor's voice that rang out. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Trying to threaten the little girl next door? Let me tell you, don't cross paths with me unless you want to find yourself behind bars. And trust me, you won't enjoy the prison food. The ruffian, unrestrained in his bravado, not only aimed threats at Petunia and me, but also provocatively addressed our former soldier neighbor. What do you want, old man? I'm under the command of Lord Sherlock. Remember my face. If you wish to remain safe, don't provoke me. Turn around and go home to sleep. Or else you'll regret it. The price of crossing Lord Sherlock is one you cannot afford. A loud thud echoed as the thug was sent sprawling, and our neighbor's voice followed. Back in the day, no one dared to speak to me like that. Kid, I must admit, you possess a remarkable audacity. I turned to Severus. Let us go out. That ruffian has been dealt with. It seems he cannot take me now. We should bind him up, and, once our neighbor departs, have Petunia call the police to properly educate this little miscreant. Severus swiftly opened the door, urging me to step out first. I'll handle tying him up. You take a moment to breathe, Lily. The stairwell is quite clean, though it still feels inadequate. I patted Severus on the shoulder, assuring him, perhaps it's just the dust in the air. No worries, we'll be out soon enough. Even if there is dust, it matters not. Just remember to drink plenty of water when you return. Severus's ears turned slightly pink, and I contemplated teasing him for his perpetual demeanor. But recalling his future transformation into the Slytherin bat, I refrained from offering comfort, recognizing it was his initial malevolence that had led to such consequences. I cautiously peeked outside, where Petunia waved to Severus and me, and I led him to the door. In truth, there was no need for Petunia and me to intervene further. The thug had already been wrapped up by our neighbor, resembling a large rice dumpling. What a tragic fate. The ropes were so tightly wound that only a police officer could untangle him. Let me go? I warn you gravely. If you want to avoid dying in a gutter one day, your bones and flesh devoured by wild dogs, then take me tied up to the police station. I will find every way to retaliate against you, you disgraceful wretch. The foul-mouthed thug continued his tirade unabated. Petunia, glancing sideways, noted that our neighbor showed no signs of backing down. With a fierce glare at the thug, she declared, "As if letting you go means you won't attempt any revenge. Don't even think of it. I recorded everything. Once I hand over the evidence to the police, you'll be schooled for quite some time. Enjoy your current freedom. Prison will not grant you such liberties, and you certainly won't understand." I grasped Petunia's hand, comforting her after the earlier altercation. Petunia, he must be one of Sherlock's lackeys. What an ugly specimen. I wonder whom he resembles. I refuse to believe that a shrewd woman like Sherlock would recruit such a scoundrel. Petunia replied, "Of course, Miss Sherlock wouldn't employ such foolish subordinates. This thug merely stumbled upon the news that Sherlock wants you as the leading lady in her film, and he thought to offer you to her as a bargaining chip." The police car summoned by our neighbor arrived swiftly, and the neighbor, along with a plump officer, hoisted the thug into the vehicle. The rotund officer reassured us, "Fear not. The police will uphold justice for all. Every lawbreaker shall face their due consequences." Before departing, the officer instructed Petunia and me to wait for our parents to return before heading to the station to provide our statements. Our neighbor had been entrusted with the care of Petunia, Severus, and myself, the false Lily. The muscular man wiped away his tears, lamenting, "I must confess, I have absolutely no experience caring for children." Chapter 28. The three of us remained in the Evans household, and our muscular neighbor instructed us, saying that if any more ruffians like the previous one appeared, we should call for him. After dealing with the thug, Petunia meticulously checked all the doors and windows, ensuring they were locked before wearily dragging us to the living room. With a resigned expression, she remarked, "You see, Lily, this is Sherlock's skill. She need not lift a finger, yet can summon so many vile individuals to capture you. You truly should not have spoken to her." I did not intend to defend Sherlock. I merely retorted casually, saying, all right, this is just an unfortunate disaster. Perhaps if I hadn't spoken to her, these troublesome matters would not have arisen. But who could have known she would turn out to be such a person? She was undeniably gentle that day. Severus pressed his lips together and suggested to Penny and me, "If this is too troublesome, let us visit Mrs. Knight together. She knows many people and will surely assist Lily in dealing with that woman named Sherlock." Penny shook her head, declining Severus's kind offer, and replied, "Let us not trouble Mrs. Knight. Mother has already contacted Dr. Daffodil, who has been a friend of hers since childhood. Dr. Daffodil, a psychologist, has a network that rivals Mrs. Knight's. Once he returns from America, he will undoubtedly resolve the issues with Sherlock. After all, it is already quite taxing for Mrs. Knight to look after you both. We shouldn't burden her further." Severus waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he understood, and said, "It's all right. I haven't done much yet. I know Mrs. Knight would be more than willing to help, as she has always held great affection for Lily." Penny earnestly addressed Snape. "Thank you, Severus. Your suggestion is quite commendable. If Mother is unable to secure Dr. Daffodil's assistance, we may indeed have to trouble Mrs. Knight to mediate. However, Lily must not participate in that film. There exists a terrifying manifesto in this land that forbids romantic relationships between individuals of the same sex. If Lily proceeds with the filming, I fear those extremists might covertly attempt to assassinate her, and that would spell disaster." I poured each of them a glass of juice, sensing that the situation had not escalated to such dire consequences. If we could finalize the deal, Sherlock would certainly not allow me to be easily assassinated, as that would not serve her interests in the slightest. I said to Penny, "Perhaps you have forgotten, but Severus and I will soon not be here. Sherlock does not possess the capability to extend her influence into another realm, while Professor Dumbledore may not go out of his way for a single student. As long as I remain at Hogwarts, who could truly harm me?" Penny looked at me in disbelief. "Surely you cannot genuinely believe that white-bearded Professor Dumbledore? To me, he does not resemble an elderly man at all. Rather, the kindness in his eyes only evokes a sense of fear." I sought to vindicate Dumbledore, for he deserved peace, and said to Penny and Severus, "Do not regard me with such skepticism, Penny. I believe Professor Dumbledore transcends the conventional definitions of good and evil. He is difficult to categorize. Yet, I am certain that the Hogwarts described in books, with its myriad secret passages and hidden corridors, is but a fraction of reality. The true extent is likely even more extensive, and managing it must be a considerable challenge for Dumbledore. We must place our trust in him. Penny raised an eyebrow, glaring at me with disapproval. Hey, Lily, you have never relayed any of this to me before. The first thing you do each morning is complain about how unfriendly the magical textbooks are. It seems the fundamental issue lies within you. I had not previously considered this. Hogwarts must indeed harbor numerous secret passages, though few are publicly disclosed. Lily, where did you uncover that? Severus appeared equally perplexed. Such a serious individual would certainly not have witnessed the chaotic notes and miscellaneous books in those small shops. I recounted the events. While Dumbledore went to procure ice cream for me, I briefly visited a secondhand shop, where I stumbled upon a notebook belonging to a former Hogwarts student, containing numerous records about the secret passages of Hogwarts. Severus straightened my slouched form on the sofa and remarked, some books cannot be trusted, particularly notebooks that are susceptible to dark curses, potentially transforming into instruments of harmful dark magic. If the paths detailed in that notebook are incorrect, we may find ourselves at a dead end, left to pray desperately to Merlin. I understand, Lily, that you may not place any faith in such matters, but I believe you should not overlook them. I recognized Severus's concern. My incessant chatter mirrored my mother's to an uncanny degree, even in tone. I covered my face, glancing at the little old man that Severus resembled. Comparing him to Evans's mother made me want to laugh at Severus, but both Penny and Severus wore serious expressions, rendering the moment unsuitable for humor. I could only suppress my amusement. It was indeed too reminiscent. Penny, slightly exasperated, said, Lily Evans, for heaven's sake, please be serious. Tell me, who behaves as you do? It's dangerous, really dangerous. Severus added, we all want what's best for you. I do not mind being similar to Mrs. Evans. As long as you can live safely, that is what truly matters. Severus pouted at me, clearly displeased, likely due to my teasing. I sought to placate Severus and Penny, asserting, I will be just fine, no one can surpass me in well-being. I possess foresight that outmatches even Trelawney. Penny slapped me playfully and tugged at my ear. Addressing Severus, it's settled then, Snape. Do not indulge Lily, she thrives on it. The more you engage with her, the more she seeks to stir up trouble. I disagreed with Penny, insisting to Severus, Severus, we agreed you would teach me spells. Let us begin, I am positively eager. Severus replied, Lily, you have yet to master the levitation charm. Every syllable must be pronounced perfectly, otherwise, the consequences could be dire, and we would find ourselves in an inextricable predicament. Severus handed me my wand, yet his expression remained fraught with worry. I contemplated whether I could successfully execute the featherweight charm, and, after a moment of reflection, deemed my chances of success to be considerable. Penny watched us with envy. Just as we were about to continue our spell practice, Mrs. Evans returned, laden with bags of fresh vegetables. There was no doubt. The market must have been having a sale. Hello, Mrs. Evans. I am Severus Snape, Lily's friend, Severus said, standing awkwardly, clearly anxious as it was his first encounter with Mrs. Evans. Mrs. Evans smiled warmly at Severus, affectionately saying, Severus, is it? I've heard of you from both Lily and Penny. You are a good boy. Please stay for dinner. I am preparing Lily's favorite, fried ribs. And you must join us to sample the flavor. Of course, it would be my honor. Thank you very much, Mrs. Evans, Severus replied, his ears slightly reddening. Seemingly unaccustomed to such kindness, Mrs. Evans hurriedly placed her groceries in the kitchen and turned to us, saying, all right, you all continue your reading. I need to find out how to prepare this Chinese dish. When I start cooking, Lily will have to help me. After all, it's her favorite dish. And she must eat well today. Penny sighed, grabbing my arm, seemingly uncertain whether she was addressing Severus or me. Oh, Lily, I recall you didn't particularly enjoy those greasy flavors, like fried chicken or pork. Why the sudden craving for fried ribs? There's hardly any meat on them compared to pork chops or steaks. Sometimes, I truly wonder what is going on in that little head of yours. What will you do when we start boarding at school? I gestured to Penny to admire my biceps, only to be reminded of the excess flesh adorning my arms, and awkwardly concealed my embarrassment by saying, don't worry too much about me, Penny. If others can endure, so can I. I am not some fragile being. I am incredibly strong now. Penny seized the moment to counter my bravado, defiantly declaring to Severus, look, Lily hasn't grown up at all. She's still just a child. What can we do with this obstinate little brat? As for Severus, he dared not join in Penny's mockery, for I would surely shun him forever if he did. At my age, Penny still insisted I was but a child. Even Mrs. Evans never treated me like Penny did. I was not some delicate flower, easily wilted by the slightest breeze. I had merely struggled to acclimate to a strange new world. I wasn't always this way. Don't be like that, Penny. We promised to take care of Lily. She enjoys this, and it brings me joy as well. We are not adults. Let us not expect too much. Severus had become quite adept at going along with the flow, and he saw nothing amiss in exchanging banter with Penny. I unabashedly played the innocent with Penny, exclaiming, "Exactly. Penny, we are still children." Indeed, it was delightful to see Severus, whom I adored, championing Lily, believing in her unconditionally, which felt wonderful. Chapter 29. After finishing his meal, Severus returned to the orphanage, and neither Penny nor I accompanied him. However, he was far better off now, able to navigate on his own without difficulty. I sensed a gradual shift in Severus's demeanor towards a more cheerful disposition, which I considered a positive development. He still harbored some insecurity, but it was not as pronounced as before. Mrs. Evans handed a glass of milk to Penny and then approached me with another, smiling as she said, "Lily, stop staring. That boy has already gone far away. Hurry up and drink your milk. Your favorite cartoon is about to start." All right. I jumped down from the windowsill, took the milk from Mrs. Evans, and drank it in one gulp. Turning to look at Penny, I noticed she was already changing the channel. It was certainly not my favorite cartoon. The animated shows of this era left much to be desired. Mr. Evans had been exceedingly busy lately, seemingly on the verge of taking flight, with countless matters to attend to at his company. Upon returning home, he rarely exchanged sweet words with Mrs. Evans, as if something troubling had occurred at work. Fortunately, Mr. Evans was diligent in his responsibilities and had not been affected by any layoffs. This situation had begun to make Mr. Evans somewhat irritable, yet he remained rational, never raising his voice at Mrs. Evans or at Penny and me. The atmosphere in the Evans household remained serene. With the cartoon yet to commence, Penny sat listlessly on the sofa, her mood dampened as she lamented, "Lily, do you think Daddy will come home today? Why doesn't he care about us anymore? He used to talk to us every morning, praising us for becoming like little princesses, but now he hardly comes home. Even when we encountered that madwoman, Sherlock, Daddy didn't comfort us." Mrs. Evans gently ruffled Penny's hair and replied, "My dear Penny, don't dwell on such thoughts. Your father is simply very busy. You must understand that I don't work either. Our entire family relies on your father as support, and the company is not stable. He carries a heavy burden." Penny earnestly questioned Mrs. Evans, "Mom, if Daddy were to be fired, would we become very poor, like Severus' family in Spinner's End, with no new clothes, no milk or bread, unable to watch television? Living in that filthy, chaotic place where the police and doctors hardly pay attention? What if Daddy were to hurt Mommy? We wouldn't be able to help her." Mrs. Evans chuckled, "Oh my God, Penny, what are you thinking? Our family would never be like that. The Snape family fell into disarray because Tobias was unambitious. Your father is not like that." She reassured Penny, "Even if your father were to lose his job, he could find another one. Supporting you two little princesses is hardly a challenge. If your father were incapable, you wouldn't be accepted into a good school. Haven't you noticed how many children are sent to the public Stonewall High? You and Lily would never have to endure such a school life." Penny nodded, indicating her understanding. "I see. Daddy wouldn't let us become destitute and homeless, right? That is such a relief. I can finally stop worrying." While Penny grasped this, I remained perplexed. Was the harmony of the Evans household truly something Severus envied? Would it always remain so? Why then did the Evans couple meet with such a tragic end in a car accident? Mrs. Evans could drive, and Mr. Evans was quite skilled behind the wheel. Their car was maintained monthly, eliminating the likelihood of mechanical failure. If it were a matter of health, neither had ever suffered from illness. Stop overthinking it, Penny. And Lily, you both are still so young. Just grow up happily. Leave those concerns to your parents. We will handle everything. Mrs. Evans, not particularly old, always radiated warmth and boundless maternal love. Penny embraced Mrs. Evans and resolutely declared, "It's all right, Mommy. When I grow up, I will protect you and Daddy. So we won't have to fear if Daddy loses his job." Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I asked Mrs. Evans, "Mom, is it really just the chaos at work and the pressure that has changed Daddy?" Mrs. Evans came over to pat my head, saying, "Of course, dear. Mommy would never lie to you. Penny believes me. What doubts do you still have, Lily?" I did not wish for Mrs. Evans to dismiss my concerns so easily. So I pressed, "Daddy, wasn't he always like this? Have you ever seen how he was at work? Do you truly know what his situation is there?" Mrs. Evans responded, "My job is to take care of you and Penny. I don't understand Daddy's work. If I were to interfere, it would only add to his burdens. Which wouldn't be good. That's not how it is, Mommy. Have you never considered the possibility, like the lady at the end of our street? What if Daddy is being unfaithful? What if he doesn't love me and Penny anymore, or even you?" My frustration flared. Why did Mrs. Evans always evade my inquiries? She clearly understood my meaning. Penny, too, suddenly enlightened by my words, began to entertain the notion that there was more to Mr. Evans' behavior than met the eye. I implored Mrs. Evans, attempting to charm her, "Can we visit Daddy at his workplace? Just this once. I promise I won't ask again. Please, Mommy. Let us sneak over without telling Daddy." Evan's mother did not acquiesce, advising me and the sparkling-eyed Petunia, "Lily, cease your antics. Furthermore, Petunia, your father is undoubtedly preoccupied at the moment, with no time to concern himself with our trivial matters. Do not doubt him. Lily, do you recall how patiently your father guided you when you were unwell? When we ventured to Diagon Alley with Professor Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Your father even exchanged a maximum of 1,000 galleons at Gringotts for you. You two little ones should not entertain such baseless speculations about him. Should he ever learn of this, it would surely sadden him profoundly. I too began to question whether my conjectures were excessively cruel. Petunia's stance began to waver. Yet I could not shake the feeling that matters were not so straightforward. There must be a reason why the original Lily never returned to the non-magical world after the tragic demise of the Evans couple, and I was determined to unearth it. I did not believe that Mr. Evans would transform into a figure akin to Tobias Snape, nor did I perceive Mrs. Evans as a love-struck figure like Eileen Prince. This was readily apparent. Our household would not devolve into another Snape family. I was reluctant to let the matter rest, insisting that Mrs. Evans should not dismiss my pleas. But I truly wish for neither you nor Petunia to be sad, Mother. Just this once, let us make an exception for Father. You are capable of driving. Are you not? I do not wish to watch television. Let us go see Father, I implore you. I noticed Petunia was also moved. This was not merely my concern. She too yearned for Mrs. Evans to acquiesce to my proposal, regardless of Mr. Evans' possible reaction. I confess, I harbored a greater affection for Mrs. Evans than for Mr. Evans. Even though Mrs. Evans did not work to provide for the family, she was the one who spent more time with us. I acknowledge this is somewhat unjust, for I had a rather pragmatic viewpoint. Even if it meant causing Mr. Evans distress, I did not wish to see Mrs. Evans suffer. I believe Petunia shared my sentiments. Grasping Petunia's hand, I caught her eye and silently communicated my intent to rally Mrs. Evans. She then said, Mother, this is inconsequential. Father would never hold this against us. Our love for him is profound. We cannot afford to lose him. Yet Mrs. Evans continued to shake her head, refusing to endorse our words, stating, No, Lily. Do you not recall that Sherlock is lurking nearby? It would be wise to remain indoors. We lack the necessary permits to confront Sherlock's associates. Please do not add to my worries. This was my folly. However, the original Lily must have endured similar trials, and even if such experiences were absent from her records, she surely persevered through her own struggles. This was not insurmountable. Petunia vehemently opposed Mrs. Evans' stance, exclaiming like a fiery little pepper, Mother, you cannot act this way. We have a right to know. If Father has committed no wrongdoing, he will surely forgive our audacity. That madwoman, Sherlock, poses no real threat, with so many people around. She cannot simply seize Lily. We cannot just surrender without resistance. Passers-by would not turn a blind eye. This excuse is hardly a valid reason. Seeing that Petunia and I were entirely oblivious to her genuine concerns, Mrs. Evans, though incensed, refrained from directing her ire at us. One cannot deny that. Despite having no connection to love, such a version of Mrs. Evans is undeniably likable, even if there were an exception that rendered Mr. Evans an uncontrollable variable. Both Petunia and I fervently hoped that Mrs. Evans would not merely continue to shield Mr. Evans from the truth. We required a conducive environment for learning and living. Yet I did not wish for this to come at Mrs. Evans' expense. That would be profoundly unjust. Chapter 30. Shortly after Petunia's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the home. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Mrs. Evans seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, instructing me, Lily, go see if your father has returned. Petunia is always so neurotic. I wonder how she will manage her life with her future husband. I understand, Mother, I replied, hesitant to comment on Petunia's behavior. I sensed Petunia's goodwill. Moreover, her intentions were for Mrs. Evans' benefit, as she did not wish for her to squander her days in a state of confusion and melancholy. If it is your father returning, Petunia, please refrain from uttering any doubts about him. That would truly hurt him. He is already weary. Let us not add to the familial discord and unnecessary pressure. All right, Petunia? I know you have always been a sensible girl. As I donned my shoes, I listened to Mrs. Evans' continued admonitions to Petunia, which was quite irksome. The wind chimes at the door jingled melodiously in the evening breeze, harmonizing with the doorbell, as if composing a delicate symphony. Having heard Petunia's admonitions, I instinctively glanced out the window. I must admit, seeing Sherlock once more left me feeling somewhat breathless. Should I open the door? This decision was far from enjoyable. I decided to return to Petunia or allow Mrs. Evans to take the lead. Sherlock displayed considerable audacity. The car parked by the roadside was devoid of any occupants, indicating she had ventured here alone. Truly bold, indeed, worthy of her ambitions. Even if I opened the door now, it likely would not lead to anything catastrophic. Mrs. Evans set aside her cup of milk, inquiring, What is it, Lily? Is it not your father returning? Of course not, Mother. The one at the door is Sherlock. I saw the car parked by the road. It must belong to her. And she has come alone. Should we let her in? What? How could it be her? It appears she is still undeterred. Once Daffodil returns, she will undoubtedly assist us. Mrs. Evans sighed. revealing her husband's gradual neglect of the family, a situation that surely left her feeling helpless. Petunia, pacing furiously, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "Damn it, how could this happen? I knew it. He like a robot, utterly indifferent to us." Petunia was referring to Mr. Evans. While I cannot say he was entirely unkind, I was not particularly likable at the time. Yet for some reason, Mr. Evans always seemed delighted to play with me. I could not discern what brought him joy. In retrospect, it was likely not the Evans household that provided it. Unlike Petunia and me, who were rather single-minded, Mrs. Evans quickly regained her composure and rationally instructed us. "All right, Petunia, I will go open the door for Sherlock, but I will not consent to her ludicrous proposal. You take Lily upstairs and listen for any commotion. If we start to argue, call the neighbors. If I and Sherlock begin to engage in physical conflict, call the police." Petunia seemed poised to protest further, but I grasped her hand, addressing the visibly weary Mrs. Evans. "Understood, Mother. We will call if anything arises." "Yes, Lily. Such a clever child. Now, hurry upstairs. Mother must confront that devil at the door," Mrs. Evans remarked, smiling at me before turning to head towards the entrance. In that moment, warmth filled my heart. Mrs. Evans was willing to confront that madwoman, Sherlock, on my behalf. Perhaps it was simply because I was her daughter, and from a biological perspective, this undeniable bond was profoundly significant. The wooden staircase has grown somewhat antiquated. The edge of the top step has begun to curl upwards. Mr. Evans had promised to repair it during his vacation, yet we never saw that holiday arrive, and thus the step remains unrepaired. Penny grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Mother, why doesn't she call Father back? He knows Sherlock. Surely he would be concerned for our well-being." Unsure of how to respond, I murmured to Penny, "Perhaps it is too late, Penny. By the time Father rushes back from the office, Sherlock will have already made his move. However, it is indeed Father's fault. Other fathers would have long since returned home, while ours remains at work." Mrs. Evans had already opened the door to Sherlock. Through the small wooden slats, we observed Sherlock surveying the Evans residence, seemingly curious about something. Penny and I held our breath, ceasing our conversation, intently watching Sherlock and Mrs. Evans. Should Sherlock dare to confront Mrs. Evans, we would promptly notify the neighbors and call the authorities. Sherlock held a folder in her hand, gently placing it on the table without touching the coffee that Mrs. Evans had set before her. "Mrs. Evans, I am acutely aware of the predicament you and your two daughters currently face. It is not insurmountable. If you are willing to part with something, the contents of this document will reveal all to you." Sherlock brimmed with confidence, convinced that this sheltered housewife would undoubtedly fall under her influence. Mrs. Evans frowned, her displeasure evident as she retorted, "Do you truly believe I would sell my children for anything? What gave you such a misguided impression?" Sherlock stood upright, her demeanor rigid as she replied, "I can only tell you that if you do not peruse this document, not only you but also your daughters will suffer due to this concealed matter, be it psychologically or financially." Mrs. Evans seemed to find Sherlock's stance somewhat amusing, responding with a laugh, "How absurd that you think I should trust an outsider like you. I have no desire to discuss this with you, Miss Sherlock. I am truly sorry, but if this is all you came to say, I must ask you to leave." Sherlock pressed on, "How pitiable you are. Lost in your own world. Your daughter Lily has a friend named Severus Snape. You must be aware of him, and if you dare not confront this issue, I assure you, your daughters will inevitably face a fate far more tragic than that of this Snape fellow." Mrs. Evans's complexion darkened. Her impulse to confront this curse upon her daughters evident, yet she hesitated, considering Sherlock's background. "Miss Sherlock, I respect you, but I must ask you to cease this line of discussion. My family is harmonious and happy, and Lily and Penny will grow to become self-sufficient. The rumors you have heard are entirely unfounded. Their exchange, though fraught, had not escalated into anything major. It was merely Sherlock, like a fool, promoting her document, leading Mrs. Evans to appear increasingly disinterested in further dialogue. "Evans, are you truly foolish? If memory serves, you are also a graduate of a prestigious university. Had you not sacrificed your ambitions to become a housewife, your achievements would not pale in comparison to your husband's. What has dulled your edge and rendered you into this current state?" Sherlock remained unwavering, convinced of her ability to persuade Mrs. Evans. Tears welled in the corners of Mrs. Evans's eyes as Sherlock's words struck a nerve. I recalled glimpsing Mrs. Evans's vibrant spirit in photographs from her graduation, alongside Mr. Evans, whose striking looks had evidently been passed down to Lily, maintaining her status as one of the most beautiful and charming girls of her age, while Penny stood equally as remarkable among her peers. It was no wonder that Mrs. Evans had fallen for Mr. Evans. In this age of superficiality, attraction based on appearances has persisted through the ages. Sherlock's persuasive rhetoric continued unabated. "Do not misunderstand me, Mrs. Evans. Watching my children grow brings immense fulfillment to my life, and this alone is a worthy pursuit. distinct from other achievements. Every individual's dreams differ, and this is the life I have chosen. I can offer Lily and your daughters a life entirely different. Mr. Evans's minor flaws, as long as he remains a rational individual, will surely lead him back to his family once he recognizes Lily's worth. He will never abandon you. But Sherlock did not relent. Dismiss your thoughts, Sherlock. I will not allow my daughter to pursue an acting career, especially not in such films. Lily is still so young. I truly wonder what sort of nonsense occupies the minds of individuals like you, who would dare to impose such aspirations upon children. Mrs. Evans's eyes sparkled with disdain for Sherlock. Sherlock, unyielding, retorted, "My dear Mrs. Evans, you cannot possibly be unaware of the true nature of your husband. Is it my overreaction? Or do such matters indeed exist? You must know better than I. If it were me, I would not tolerate such occurrences. I cannot speak for your daughter's opinions on your choices, but they are not weak-willed. I believe they will not harmonize as you envision. I am certain Lily will rebel." Sherlock's demeanor softened slightly as she mentioned my name. Chapter 31. Mr. Evans has a son, born during the troubling period when Lily was afflicted with her condition, unable to speak or comprehend others. I wonder if you sensed that Mr. Evans seemed remarkably cheerful during that time, even while tending to Lily, his good spirits unscathed. Sherlock lightly tapped the folder, continuing her deliberate pace as she addressed Mrs. Evans. "Mr. Evans has even drafted a will, and the distribution outlined therein is decidedly inequitable for you and your daughters. The house you currently inhabit will, upon Mr. Evans's passing, be bequeathed to his illegitimate son, as dictated by his will." Mrs. Evans was genuinely taken aback, for while we were not surprised by Mr. Evans's infidelity, the existence of an illegitimate child was wholly unacceptable. Did he not realize how deeply Mrs. Evans loved him? I noticed Penny almost unable to restrain herself from leaping out to confront Sherlock, questioning the veracity of such an unforgivable act. If Mr. Evans had truly committed such a transgression, it would unequivocally indicate his long-standing infidelity, as he gradually began to favor that outside family over his own with me, Penny, and Mrs. Evans. Well, I need not speculate. If Mrs. Evans were to suddenly discover her husband's infidelity, a confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. If that confrontation were to occur while they were driving, an accident would be all too plausible. I wish to spare Mrs. Evans from such a heavy burden and do not desire her to remain with the unfaithful Mr. Evans. Yet, I wonder if she would be willing to part ways with him. Enough, Lily. We must uncover the truth. Do not restrain me any longer. I know your thoughts align with mine. We need to descend. Penny pushed my hand away, clearly still agitated. I sought to soothe her, replying, "Indeed, Penny, you are correct. I too yearn to learn the intricate details behind Father S.'s actions. I cannot simply wait for a day when a woman arrives with her child to evict the three of us. That would be utterly tragic." "That's true. Do not be gullible like Mother, believing in others blindly, for ignorance can lead to a destitute expulsion from our home, which is not an uncommon fate. I refuse to let that happen, nor do I wish for you and Mother to suffer such a fate." Penny cast several furtive glances in my direction. I understood her thoughts. The one who would inevitably pay for Sherlock's information would likely be me. Her decisions, made without my input, surely weighed on her conscience. "Do not worry, Penny, it will be all right. If Mother continues to love Father dearly, I shall master the art of love potions at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The very kind that induces infatuation, as described in the tomes. You have seen them as well. In due time, Father shall return, transformed back into the man who once cherished us." My concern was less for Evan's father and more for ensuring that Evan's mother did not suffer in sorrow. Evan's mother had lost everything due to Evan's father, and now even he failed to acknowledge her sacrifices. The irony was palpable. Penny contemplated the viability of my proposal, ultimately declaring, "That won't suffice, Lily. Love potions are not within the purview of lower-year students. By the time you master them, we may very well have been evicted with Mother," leaving us no time to act. Sherlock continued to tempt Evan's mother, stating, "Can you envisage yourself with two underage daughters, unable to provide them with a proper education, huddled together on the streets for warmth at night, devoid of clothing or adornments, and when the children are hungry and thirsty, lacking bread or milk, with few compassionate souls willing to offer alms?" I observed the pallor of Evan's mother's face, and before she could descend the stairs, I interjected loudly, "Sherlock, cease your provocations towards my mother. I assure you, such a fate will never befall us. Penny and I are capable individuals. Even if I were to lose my limbs, I would find a way to sustain myself. We shall never descend to the depths of begging on the streets. Yes, my dear. I know you will always keep a watchful eye on me. You have finally come down. Rest assured, you will never experience such a life. I can guarantee that my beautiful and beloved Angela will remain a little princess." Sherlock regarded me not as an individual or a child, but as though I were a mountain of gold and jewels. I accepted the envelope Sherlock proffered with a hand, while Penny, displeased, seemed to view this transaction as akin to signing a pact with a devil, fraught with peril. It was an unavoidable situation. If we waited for Evan's father to return, questioning him, he would surely not be truthful, and he would never confess these glaring errors before Evan's mother. My goodness, his other residence is also in Little Whinging. How absurd. What does he think of us, to toy with us like this? My frustration boiled over. What manner of mind did Evan's father possess, to not fear the day of reckoning? Penny, too, extracted several pages of documentation, growing increasingly incensed as she read, before throwing the pages onto the table with a cry, muttering under her breath, "How disgusting. To take a street wench as a mistress, truly, he is something else. I always suspected he was no saint. The kindness he showed us was nothing but a facade. As artificial as a robot, he never truly cared. If I possessed the powers of those wizards, I would erase all his memories and inundate him with love potions, ensuring he could never again seek out a mistress or father any illegitimate children." Penny beckoned Evan's mother over, directing her to sit amidst the scattered documents I had caused to be strewn about. Without hesitation, she thrust a handful of papers into Evan's mother's hands. "Mother, please take a look at this. This is my father, the irresponsible one, who knows no shame. Even God would cast aside this disgrace. He will surely descend into hell after his death." Evan's mother blinked away the moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes, maintaining her usual gentle demeanor as she replied, "Do not speak so harshly, Penny. You and Lily are no longer children. You must not only care for yourselves, but also for others. Do not burden yourselves with worries. Matters between your father and I do not require your interference. If possible, I still hope to live together with both of you. Of course, we will live together. Count how many times father has taken us out to play. It's always a countable number. How frightening. As a father, he is utterly negligent." Penny refrained from provoking Evan's mother further. Even the curse she had intended to utter softened considerably. Evan's mother did not reject Penny's overture. She too took up the documents, tears welling in her eyes, but not falling. I concurred with Evan's mother. Shedding tears for the undeserving was utterly futile, a waste of time and spirit. Instead of lamenting over lost seasons, why not contemplate ways to break free, whether to depart or to remain? Evan's mother, such a gentle soul, left me wondering whether she would choose to feign ignorance and continue living with Evan's father, or to sever ties and allow each to walk their own path. Sherlock's scheme had succeeded, and she spoke in her usual tone. "I do not know how you, Mrs. Evans, will choose to proceed. Should you require assistance, feel free to call me. The number on the business card I gave to Lily is my private line." I urged Evan's mother, assuring her of my unwavering support, saying, "Do not overthink it, mother. Penny and I will stand by your decision, whether you choose to leave or to stay. If we were to live with father, it would undoubtedly shatter us." Penny echoed my sentiments. Indeed, father only cares for himself. He shows little regard for others, even for Lily and me. It is uncertain how much weight we hold in his eyes. Evan's mother shook her head, appearing quite rational as she addressed Penny and me. "Your father has a job and capabilities. Even if he were to divorce me, the likelihood of you both living with him is far greater than with me. As I lack the social skills, I desire for both of you to grow up happy and joyful. More than that, I wish for you to receive a proper education, to become valuable members of society and realize your own potential." I despondently replied to Evan's mother, "That is not fair. We prefer you, mother. Father barely returned home. Why should he hold the advantage?" Evan's mother calmly responded, "There is no such thing as fairness, Lily. Fairness is merely a facade. Those who seek it often find themselves hurt, while the strong require no such constructs." As Evan's mother perused the reasons behind Evan's father's infidelity, I too observed. It was simply a street harlot handing him an umbrella on a rainy day that warmed his less than noble heart and set him on the path of betrayal. I wondered if, in that moment, Evan's father ever considered the two needy children at home or the exhausted wife, overwhelmed and neglecting her own well-being. The enchanting and adorable lover certainly ignited a longing within Mr. Evans, yet crossing that boundary deep within one's heart renders a person less than admirable. Those who betray the sanctity of marriage have never been regarded as reliable individuals. Apart from the genuine care shown by Mrs. Evans since arriving in this realm, I had seldom felt the warmth that is characteristic of a true home. Neither Penny nor I possessed much experience, and we struggled to find the right words to comfort Mrs. Evans. At that moment, I truly wished I were as knowledgeable as Baidu. Chapter 32. Sherlock lit a cigarette. Standing at the entrance of the Evans residence, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic scene unfolding before her, she appeared to be well acquainted with life's unpredictable nature. Mrs. Evans had already concealed her sorrow, and I observed her gaze drifting towards a graduation photo hanging in the corner. I knew that Mrs. Evans had attended a prestigious institution, specializing in archaeology. For someone of her humble background, this field was quite obscure, and the path to advancement was undoubtedly arduous. I could not envision living under anyone else's roof. After graduating from Hogwarts, I had gained the ability to stand on my own. I believed I could manage to avoid becoming a burden to Mrs. Evans. I supported her decision to pursue a divorce. Just a couple of days prior, Dr. Daffodil had expressed her desire to invite Mrs. Evans to stay at her seaside villa, but Mrs. Evans had declined, citing her responsibilities towards Penny and me. Intent on encouraging Mrs. Evans to make the decision to leave, I seductively suggested, "Mother, can we visit Dr. Daffodil in London? I overheard your phone call. She mentioned that the house she purchased in London was a place she envisioned sharing with you after graduation. If you were to divorce father, could we stay with her?" I was aware of the strong bond between Dr. Daffodil and Mrs. Evans, a friendship so tight-knit that Mrs. Evans had only one confidant. When in need, her only recourse was Dr. Daffodil. I assumed that borrowing Dr. Daffodil's London residence would pose no issue. According to Mrs. Evans, Dr. Daffodil was even willing to shield her from any repercussions. In this matter, Dr. Daffodil would undoubtedly strive to assist Mrs. Evans in overcoming her challenges, truly a world-class best friend. Mrs. Evans hesitated, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to disturb Dr. Daffodil while she was busy. "There's no need to rush," she said. "We haven't yet confronted your father in person. Perhaps the information is erroneous, and the situation isn't as dire as it seems." Penny scoffed, firmly believing in her observations. Images and documents could be fabricated, and Mr. Evans's behavior was hardly genuine. He often displayed a dismissive and impatient demeanor towards both Penny and me, a truth we were all too aware of. I had no desire for Mrs. Evans to become like Eileen Prince, so I urged her, "Mother, if father insists on giving everything we have to his new child, can Penny and I accompany you to London? We are not afraid of hard work. London would be far better than here. It would save me from a long journey to Hogwarts. How convenient." Mrs. Evans embraced both Penny and me, displaying remarkable strength as she held back her tears. "All right. I promise you," she said. "Even if it's just me caring for you, you need not worry. I will strive to create a life for you that is no less than what your father can provide." Penny turned away, visibly uncomfortable with Mrs. Evans's demeanor. We discerned Mrs. Evans's resolution. She would not tolerate her husband's infidelity, especially with the existence of another illegitimate child robbing us of our scarce paternal affection. This situation would only deepen Mrs. Evans's resolve. I could imagine her thoughts. Why should her cherished daughters become stepping stones for another? That was simply inconceivable. After finishing her cigarette, Sherlock approached, her coat still carrying the scent of tobacco, which wafted pleasantly in the air without being overly pungent. She produced a contract from her coat, the same one pertaining to the film she had previously mentioned, The Tragic Tale of Two Mary Sues. "Lily," Sherlock stated, "if you sign this contract, I can provide you with the finest legal team. They could render Mr. Evans bankrupt for life, ensuring that his fate is even more tragic than that of your friend Severus's father, Tobias. What are you still hesitating for? It's merely a film. I can tell you are not one to be concerned about others' judgments." I ran my fingers over the cover of the contract, where the words "Gaze at the Stars" were inscribed. I couldn't help but chuckle. The title Sherlock proposed conjured images of a grotesque depiction of fish arranged in a bizarre manner, akin to the macabre culinary creations of a hellish kitchen. I shook the contract lightly and asked Sherlock, "Are you serious about this title? Surely it won't lead to a disaster that would prevent the intended audience from viewing the film." "I dare say, it sounds better than this name." Sherlock shook her head. "No, it must be this title. The protagonist you portray is perpetually forgetful, always neglecting to include fish in her stargazing dish. A detail that will be addressed in the film." I sighed in disbelief. "Fine, I understand. So, this is a protagonist whose culinary skills are lacking. Are you certain this plot won't lead to public outcry? A character who consistently forgets to add fish isn't just a poor cook, she's downright dim-witted." Sherlock insisted on clarifying, saying, "Actually, you're not wrong. The protagonist does have a few screws loose, which ultimately leads to her demise. That's the premise. Just as you often forget to add a certain seasoning to your instant noodles, it's not an uncommon occurrence, especially in the context of a film where such events are expected." Enough discussing this with Lily, Mrs. Evans interjected. "She is not yet of age, and as her mother, I hold the authority to decide whether she can engage in such endeavors, and I will not allow it." Mrs. Evans pulled me close with considerable force, causing a twinge of pain in my wrist. Though I knew her intentions were rooted in care, I felt an urge to counter her. "Don't do that, mother. I am a free individual. My autonomy allows me to make my own choices. It's merely a film. There's nothing wrong with that. Many aspire to create films and often bear the financial burden themselves." Mrs. Evans appeared displeased with my response, perhaps sensing my words unsettled her. She anxiously attempted to persuade me. "What are you saying, Lily? Your mental state does not permit such actions. Have you seen the fates of those deeply immersed in their roles? Many have perished, regardless of whether you gain fame. Embarking on that path will inevitably attract both admirers and detractors. If you were to do something reckless, I wouldn't have the time to save you. I did not genuinely suffer from severe mental issues. At least, I had no immediate thoughts of death. I was not afraid of it. There is no need to stop me further. My life has only just begun. I will not meet the elusive god or Merlin from the magical realm anytime soon. That is impossible. I firmly believe in myself and only hope not to become a hindrance to societal progress. Penny intercepted me, this time standing not in my favor. As she joined Mrs. Evans in admonishing me, "Lily, enough already. Mother is exhausted. So much has happened. Please don't add to her worries. We can engage in other activities. How about I take you out for a game of badminton? It's still early." With a heavy heart, I said to Penny, "I am truly sorry, Penny. I do not wish to play badminton, nor do I want my mother to make decisions for me. I do not want her to take the reins in this matter any longer." Mrs. Evans did not react with anger to my obstinate words. Her amiable nature was such that one might feel compelled to take a bite out of her, a blessing for those who resonated with her spirit, yet a burden for Mr. Evans, who had long lost the desire to coexist with her. "Lily, I understand that you are still quite young. At your age, I too would make demands of my mother, but my requests never included anything that could cause harm to myself." Mrs. Evans gazed at me, her eyes waiting for my response. I found myself unable to utter a second refusal to Sherlock's invitation. The bait he offered was simply too enticing, and Sherlock could assist Mrs. Evans in resolving numerous predicaments. Dr. Daffel had yet to return, and it was uncertain when he would. I could not simply sit at home awaiting Mr. Evans' return, watching as calamity befalls Mrs. Evans, leaving her with nothing. I was reluctant to concede. I continued to speak to Mrs. Evans. "I truly apologize, but I still wish to sign the contract Sherlock brought. I assure you, this will be my only film, and I will diligently focus on my studies at Hogwarts." Mrs. Evans closed her eyes, leaning back against the sofa, the multitude of burdens weighing heavily upon her. I felt immense guilt, but I could not voice it. It was not easy for Mrs. Evans to have persevered this far, and I had no intention of disheartening her. If I claimed that my desire to compromise with Sherlock was for her and Penny's sake, Mrs. Evans would certainly tighten her resolve. "Mrs. Sherlock, if your legal team can assist my mother and me in overcoming this challenge with Penny, then making a film will not pose a problem. I am no longer a child, as you know." I raised my eyebrows at Sherlock, confident that even if Mrs. Evans disagreed, I would not be able to maintain my stance for long. I could eventually penetrate Mrs. Evans' psychological defenses. Sherlock smiled, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous kitten, winking at me and giving an assuring gesture. Stealthily, I lifted the pen and, while Mrs. Evans was lost in thought, quietly signed my name on the contract. After completing it, I presented the contract to Sherlock to verify its completeness. She shook her head and softly said, "That's it, my girl. There are no issues at all. Await my good news. Your father will no longer have any opportunity to harm your mother." Chapter 33. I was tempted to hurl the contract at Sherlock's face. This cunning woman had anticipated my compromise all along, and I was utterly fed up. Upon acquiring the contract, Sherlock departed from the Evans household with grace, indifferent to the absence of anyone willing to see her off. At the doorway, she feigned a smile at Lily and casually closed the door behind her. Mrs. Evans smoothed her wrinkled attire and addressed Penny and me. "Penny, take Lily to your room. You both should rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you to your father's company to inquire whether he has indeed done those things. If he truly intends to abandon this family, then I shall take you to London." "All right, Mom," Penny replied. I chimed in, "Mom, trust your instincts and your eyes. Both Penny and I will support you, regardless of your decision. You still have us." Exhausted, Mrs. Evans rose to her feet, swaying slightly, perhaps a touch dizzy. To be honest, Mrs. Evans, too, was a princess raised in an ivory tower. Confronting such a harsh reality was undeniably difficult for her. It was unavoidable. The sooner one discovers the truth, the sooner they can address it. It is akin to waiting until the flesh has rotted to the bone, where one must pay a steep price, far heavier than the current wounds. In truth, there was no need to consult Mr. Evans any further, with the evidence in hand. Mrs. Evans could easily take him to court, and he would find himself humiliated beyond measure. Surely, no one in their right mind would think that Mr. Evans, the one who strayed, had any justification. If such a person existed, they would not only be foolish but also blind. Ultimately, every individual will inevitably tread the path of solitude. It is merely a question of time. The significance lies in whether the journey is worth taking. Penny, with a melancholic expression, dragged me back to the bedroom. Given my heightened intuition, I sensed that she resembled the suppressed version of myself from earlier days. This was not a healthy sign. I hoped Penny was not still harboring expectations for Mr. Evans. It made sense, as I, Lily, had scarcely encountered Mr. Evans, who always made excuses about being too busy to engage with the Evans household. How could any bond be forged? Penny, however, was different. Mr. Evans had always been her idol, a father she had admired since childhood. She could not simply resolve to distance herself from him overnight. I asked her, "What are you thinking, Penny? Surely, you are not contemplating matters regarding Dad. He already has his own family, another child who can inherit his business and fulfill his dreams. He will no longer pay attention to us." Penny gazed at the ceiling and replied, "I am not thinking of him. I merely find him utterly irresponsible. As an adult, he treats life as a game. Now I understand why he has never succeeded over the years while others have advanced. His character is deeply flawed, and even God would not allow someone like him to prosper. Perhaps it's merely a matter of capability. How can he manage 2 families without feeling exhausted? Every day he plays a game of deception like a spy. It is nothing short of miraculous that he hasn't lost his mind," I remarked sarcastically about Mr. Evans. Penny shook her head, saying, "Let's not wish for his downfall. If he truly goes mad, Mother will surely be devastated and may even struggle to make the decision to divorce him." This was true, if Mother were to soften her heart. I wondered if our family would become the second Severus Snape household, perhaps even worse. Severus' father never produced an illegitimate child. I concurred with Penny's sentiment. I could only hope that Mrs. Evans would not emulate Eileen. For now, I had no desire to endure a tragic life akin to that of a wilted cabbage. I was not the protagonist. I preferred to remain outside the spotlight of such misfortune. Penny pouted and complained by saying that, "I feel he is even worse than Severus' alcoholic father, Tobias. At least Tobias was just oppressing his wife and child, while our father seems to be taking it a step further." Severus' character flaws stemmed primarily from his family background, which ultimately shaped Severus Snape's unfortunate life. Penny would be fine. She would only feel sadness for a time. She was an inherently independent person and would not cling to the idea of a complete family or maintain appearances to prevent her parents from divorcing. I pondered whether Mrs. Evans might lead a longer life if she distanced herself from Mr. Evans. After all, if they were not in the same vehicle, they could hardly meet a tragic end like in the stories. The following day, the weather was far from pleasant. The sun barely scattered its rays upon the earth, mirroring the heavy hearts of the 3 of us. During breakfast, Mrs. Evans informed us that she had contacted Dr. Daffel the previous night, and he would return in a couple of days. Once Dr. Daffel returned to assist Mrs. Evans in settling various matters, he would take us along to live in London, finally alleviating Mrs. Evans' burdens. As they departed, Evans' mother stumbled upon a plastic bag, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. I noticed that she had made an effort with her makeup today. Her complexion was indiscernible, yet her eyes betrayed a state of profound distress. I inquired, "Mother, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, we could visit the hospital to ensure your health is in order. You appear a bit off." "I'm fine," she replied. "I have important matters to attend to today. These minor inconveniences are hardly worth worrying about. Come on, Lily, let's get in the car. I need to discard this plastic bag. I can't fathom who lacks civic responsibility, carelessly littering and not fearing fines." Having said this, Evan's mother picked up the discarded bag and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Oh, if I am indeed to live in London, I must make haste to bid farewell to Severus. How long would he mourn should I vanish without a trace? Evan's mother drove slowly, even more so today, as if her hesitation mirrored the daunting reality that lay ahead. With Evan's father absent, the weight of responsibility would rest entirely upon her slender shoulders. I wondered if she could truly bear the burden of her 2 daughters. While navigating the road, Evan's mother instructed Penny and me, "When we arrive at your father's workplace, please refrain from making a commotion. We are dealing with personal matters and must not inconvenience others. That would be quite embarrassing and exceedingly rude. Understand, Lily, Penny?" Both Penny and I murmured in unison, "Understood." Evan's mother possessed boundless patience. Had I been her in a previous life, I would have undoubtedly caused a scene regarding infidelity, ensuring that such a man would find no footing in any establishment. Assuming our spirits were low, Evan's mother sought to comfort us, stating, "It's all right. Even if we no longer reside here, we can always return for a visit. London has its charms as well. Lily, you'll find whatever you desire to eat there. Quite unlike this quaint little place." Seizing the moment, I refrained from revisiting somber topics and instead remarked, "Shallots, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves. We must procure these from an authentic source. Your stews are simply delightful, Mother." Penny interjected, covering my mouth, "Please don't, Lily. That stew is practically a biochemical weapon, designed solely to make us gain weight. I've put on several pounds in just a few days. It's utterly unbelievable." I gave Penny a knowing pat on the shoulder, wishing to convey a harsh comparison. "So, Penny, would you prefer a stew laden with spices or that ghastly dish reminiscent of stargazing? Or perhaps an affordable baguette that could serve as a weapon? Even mashed potatoes with cream are alarmingly high in calories." Evan's mother chuckled at our banter, as the dishes were indeed her creations, and she was well aware of Penny's escapades. A few days prior, Penny had succumbed to a cold and remained indoors for a week, during which she inexplicably gained weight, prompting her to consider extreme measures to regain her former figure. Fortunately, Evan's mother devised a new meal plan for Penny, allowing her to return to her previous weight without further incident. You're still young, Penny, during your growth spurt. It's essential to eat well. When you reach a height plateau, you'll understand the pangs of regret. Evan's mother imparted, when you turn 18, I will certainly share the secrets of maintaining a slender figure with you. Worry not. You are my daughter, and there is no need to fear gaining weight. Really? You will teach me too, mother? I dread the thought of growing up to resemble the neighbor's portly aunt. That would be terrifying. Penny remained nonchalant. Typically, she only grew anxious when her weight exceeded her mental threshold. I, however, was intrigued by the notion of a weight maintenance secret. Such knowledge could prove invaluable. Half of it is about care, nutrition, and exercise. The other half is reliant on genetics. In that regard, neither mother nor her mother had ever struggled with weight. So you too needn't fret. Even when you reach 40 or 50, you need not worry about becoming overweight. Evan's mother exuded confidence in this matter, having always been among the most statuesque of her peers. Penny retorted, that is not absolute. You've seen me, mother. Every day I consume your stew and gain a pound. It's downright diabolical. If I don't manage my intake, I'll inflate like a balloon before I even realize it. I countered, I haven't gained weight. Penny, it's merely a matter of overeating and indigestion. Don't overthink it. You usually don't consume much anyway, so why worry? Penny placed undue emphasis on such matters, whereas countless girls her age radiate beauty that transcends the ordinary. Chapter 34. Upon arrival, Evan's mother parked the car in front of the complex and led Penny and me out. I sensed that her determination to bring us both along signified a resolve to confront whatever awaited us. The gatekeeper recognized Evan's mother, greeting her with a smile. Hey, Jenny. Are you here to see Evans? Is he off drinking again under the pretense of business? Don't let him off the hook. Indeed. I want to be lenient with him. That scoundrel has deceived all three of us, and it is unforgivable. Evan's mother discerned that the gatekeeper was covering for Evan's father, and her ire began to simmer. Penny, unflinching, retorted, Sir, you've made an error. My father does not enjoy drinking. Save that line for the next person you deceive. Perhaps they'll fall for it. The character of the people here is truly alarming. I made a face at the gatekeeper, saying, Stop being a charlatan, sir, soon. No one will trust your words again. The gatekeeper awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to justify himself. I'm sorry. I don't mean to imply that. You know how those technical types can be, always a bit dubious. Evans merely goes with the flow. Evan's mother interjected, I understand. Could you please assist me with the registration? I need to speak with what regarding matters concerning Lily and Penny. Of course, I'll take care of that. You may proceed. The gatekeeper urged, Jenny, I know your temperament. It's best not to escalate things too much. Men are rather sensitive about their pride, and what is no different, an apology should suffice. Evan's mother, growing impatient, replied, that is far from sufficient. All right, I understand what you're trying to convey, but you have no comprehension of my family dynamics. I apologize for the inconvenience, but please let me pass. I need to find what Evans. Oh, youth, when you grow older, you'll realize how truly precious a complete family is. So many fail to cherish it, and when it's too late, they are left with regret. I was uncertain whether the gatekeeper's remarks were directed at Evan's mother or her husband. Disapproving of the gatekeeper's complacency, I retorted fiercely, one day, this place will be supplanted. Engineers who disregard character and integrity do not deserve to stand tall. The gatekeeper chuckled, If that day ever comes, I would genuinely worry. A significant portion of Britain's textile machinery originates from here. We want to be unemployed in this lifetime or the next. Standing at a vantage point, I arrogantly responded. That remains to be seen. Who can say if your spinning machines will keep pace with the times? Should they fall behind the digital age, they too will inevitably face obsolescence. The gatekeeper appeared bewildered by my words, swiftly opening the gate, recognizing that our intentions were far from benign. He wisely refrained from continuing the conversation with the three of us. Evan's father's office is located on the first floor, its lighting rather inadequate, possibly due to his not yet having attained a particularly significant position within the company. Upon entering, Evan's mother stumbled upon his secretary serving him coffee. Their exchanged glances imbued with an undeniable intimacy that ignited her fury. Speak up. What good deeds have you been concealing from me all these years? I am already aware of everything. There is no need for further deception, she scoffed coldly. Jenny, what are you doing here? Stop causing a scene and return home. This is my workplace. Your antics disrupt my focus, Evan's father exclaimed, pushing away the secretary, who had been uncomfortably close to him. You know precisely what I wish to address. Do not attempt to mislead me. I have been deceived for far too long, and now that I have opened my eyes. Do you truly believe I will continue to be fooled? Evan's mother said, her head spinning with rage upon witnessing such betrayal firsthand. Evan's father narrowed his eyes, addressing his once easily placated wife with disdain. I am busy, Jenny. Please refrain from bothering me. My creative inspiration is hard won. And I aspire to become a designer, an endeavor not easily undertaken, while I must also attend to my responsibilities. Do you comprehend how exhausting this is? You do not. Evan's mother responded with incisive clarity, unveiling his unwillingness to confront the truth. Our contributions differ, and while I am unaware of your fatigue, I will not compromise when it comes to harming Lily and Penny. Confident in his ability to manage the situation, Evan's father casually tousled his hair and said, "You shouldn't know about this. No one else does. You could continue your tranquil and joyful life, decorating a room adorned with pink shells that you've long obsessed over. And I wouldn't interfere." The secretary, having discreetly retreated during the escalating argument, left the office, which now resembled a battlefield. Evan's mother shot a glance at him, exposing his hypocrisy. "Should I be grateful for your supposed benevolence, kneeling like a woman from the East, imploring you to overlook your misdeeds and return home?" Evan's father frowned. "Enough of this nonsense. Can't you see what time it is? I am at work, Jenny. Please go home and do not provoke my ire." Unyielding, Evan's mother confronted him with their purpose for being there. "I am not causing a scene. The newborn in our neighborhood is your illegitimate child, I assenti it. I can hardly believe you dared to engage in such behavior beneath my very nose. I should never have trusted you. You have squandered my faith. How could that be? Her husband is a sailor. I have no connection to her. The very notion is disgraceful. I would never act in such a manner," Evan's father retorted. Evan's mother, unable to conceal her scorn, replied, "You've met her husband, the sailor? What a tale. Why is her house also under your name? Are you quite familiar with her? I was unaware you had even purchased her a home. The words you speak are baseless. My salary has been wholly devoted to the three of you. The expenses for Lily's treatment and our relentless household expenditures are considerable. I assumed you were aware." Evan's father denied vehemently. Evan's mother declared, "What? After all these years, I realize I know nothing of you. I failed to investigate your character before marrying you. And I refuse to continue in this manner. I am weary. We must bring this to an end." Without a hint of embarrassment, Evan's father replied, "What exactly are you doing? I do not wish to discuss this further. Go home, Jenny. I am busy and need to concentrate." Still unwilling to admit it? "Aside from the fact that the property belongs to you, why would you bequeath your inheritance to her son? Are you engaging in charity for a child you do not even know? I had no idea you possessed such a generous heart." Evan's mother lashed out in anger. Evan's father, unyielding, countered, "Do you have proof? You wish to slander me without evidence? Who gave you the audacity, Jenny? Years as a housewife have left your mind so dulled that you can no longer discern right from wrong." Evan's mother slammed a folder of documents onto his desk. "Very well. You continue to deny it, but I have proof. Here are numerous photographs. I intend to see what ridiculous excuses you can conjure. No one knows your guilty expression better than I do. You lie to me, yet you believe I cannot see through it? I simply never anticipated that you would lose control and create such chaos, sacrificing Lily and Penny's interests for your newborn son. Let me tell you, what Evans, I, Jenny Collette, am not to be trifled with." As Evan's father extracted photographs from the folder, his countenance darkened ominously, akin to the calm before a storm. "Indeed, I desired a son. I never expected it to happen so soon. What is wrong with that? You can no longer provide me with another child. Is it so wrong for me to seek another life outside? I have never claimed I would not support Lily and Penny until they turn 18, he argued, fuming. Evan's mother retorted, "Very well, what? I am informing you that this is over. Prepare for a lawyer's letter. There will be no negotiations. I am divorcing you, you despicable scoundrel. God will eventually punish you." Evan's father dismissed her claims, confident she would not dare to follow through with the divorce. "I have always sailed smoothly through life. God will punish me? Don't be ridiculous. With so many people in the world, if God truly exists, he must be too overwhelmed to bother with me." With his hands in his pockets, Evan's father exuded an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of many scoundrels from previous generations. He paid no heed to Evan's mother's fury. Recently, whispers of impending layoffs had surfaced within his company. His primary concern lay in whether anyone would exploit his personal affairs to undermine his career. "Mom, don't be sad. We will be here for you. Remember our plans for London? It's far better than here," I comforted Evan's mother, whose demeanor had grown unsettling. She embraced me. On the verge of breaking down, "I know, Lily. Do not worry, I am fine. I just cannot believe this is real. Thankfully, we discovered the truth early, otherwise, what would become of you and Penny?" Chapter 35. I grasped Evan's mother's hand and said, "Let us leave. There's nothing for us here. Since father does not intend to keep us, we shall not keep him either." Evan's mother led me and Penny out of Evan's father's office. As we departed, Penny glanced back at him several times, but he ignored us, preoccupied with attempting to light a cigarette with a stubborn lighter. Tears welled in Penny's eyes. "Lily, are we really going to give father to that child from someone else's family? I don't want it to be this way. He should be ours." Evan's mother, filled with remorse, replied, "I am sorry, Penny. I failed to provide you with a good father. This is all my fault. I find myself quite disenchanted by the self-pitying demeanor of Penny and Mrs. Evans, and I sharply rebuke them, saying, "What sort of father and husband is he? Losing him is no great loss. Do you really expect someone who has strayed, who has fathered an illegitimate child, to care for us? Do not be foolish. That is utterly impossible." Mrs. Evans admonishes, "Lily, do not speak so. He is your father, and regardless of his character, he has made efforts to raise you. Indeed, I am grateful to him. As long as he does not bring sorrow to me and Penny's mother, then he can be deemed a good man. Yet, he has not done so, has he? I refuse to pander to such a man." As I utter these words, I turn my head away from Mrs. Evans. Upon reaching the car, Mrs. Evans starts the engine, and I open the door myself, taking a seat alongside Penny. After she settles in, she seems poised to speak. But whether my ears fail to catch her words or she merely cannot voice them, we ultimately remain silent. The following day, when Mrs. Evans is addressed as Mrs. Evans by a neighbor, she corrects them, insisting they call her Jenny or Madame Colette. Since yesterday, she has been packing her belongings. Dr. Defiel has informed her that despite Mr. Evans's refusal to agree to a divorce, Jenny must relocate to London. At least that would signify separation, making future divorce proceedings more convenient. I intend to bid farewell to Severus, but Penny believes there is nothing left to discuss with Snape. Knowing the way, she opts not to accompany me. I mount my bicycle and speed towards the orphanage with the swiftness of a hare. Upon arriving at the entrance, a nun remarks, "Such children, always so restless." Mistaking her for someone else, I apologize, saying, "I sincerely apologize, but I must first find Severus. I may not have the chance to visit him here again." I secure my bicycle downstairs, and, like a rabbit emerging from its burrow, I scamper upstairs. I encounter Severus in the hallway, and he inquires with a hint of curiosity, "Why the haste? You are perspiring profusely." Uncertain whether other children occupy the nearby rooms, I grasp Severus's hand and run towards the lavender field. "What is it, Lily? Is there something you wish to tell me? Do not be anxious. You can share it with me in your own time." Severus appears to possess boundless patience for me, perceiving me as entirely distinct from others. At the edge of the lavender field, I wrestle with my words. Severus's only important friend is me. What will he do if I leave? I shyly confess, I may have to depart from here. My mother intends to confront Mr. Evans, who has taken a mistress and resides in our neighborhood. His paramour has even borne him a son, a boy. In truth, I feel a tinge of sadness. Though not as much as Penny, I merely resent another usurping my paternal affection. I express my indignation. Mr. Evans's will states that our house and savings will be left to that boy upon his death. My mother, Penny, and I can hardly believe that our father would bequeath our home to another. My mother has reached out to her friend, Dr. Defiel, who has been her confidant since childhood. Dr. Defiel has suggested that my mother take Penny and me to London, where her residence is quite pleasant. Severus hesitates and asks, "Could we not involve the police? Have Mr. Evans arrested, and then you need not leave here." I shake my head, as this situation differs from Tobias, Severus's father. I explain to Severus, it is not the same. Mr. Evans has committed no crime. There is no law in this world to prohibit infidelity, unless Mr. Evans's mistress accuses him of assault, but we both know that is implausible. Infuriatingly, he has treated you so poorly. If only we were adults. If only I could wield the Cruciatus curse, I would ensure Mr. Evans is imprisoned. Severus's eyes gleam with a fierce intensity, akin to a bat lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. I witness Severus's yearning for dark magic resurface and instinctively caution him. Do not entertain such thoughts, Severus. I can manage on my own. My mother will divorce that scoundrel, and we will leave him behind. Dr. Defiel will secure the finest lawyer for my mother, ensuring Mr. Evans does not gain the upper hand. Severus gazes at me, stating, "But you will still have to leave here, will you not?" "I do not want you to go." I respond with my prepared answer. "We will see each other again. Hogwarts is approaching, and we will be at the same school. What could be closer than that? We have planned to study spells together, to see how atrocious your spells are. If you do not exert yourself, not even Merlin can save you." As Severus utters these words, a hint of pleading graces his eyes, expressing his desire for me to remain. That is impossible. I cannot abandon my mother and Penny. That would render me utterly despicable. I assert, "No, Severus, my mother needs me now. Evans has forsaken her. I cannot forsake her as well, for she would be devastated. She has already lost everything." Severus's voice rises, "And what of me? I have nothing left. I have only you, Lily. I heed your every word. I have left the Snape household, and you are all I have." I merely shake my head, for I am powerless. Were I an adult, I could bear the consequences of my choices, but if I choose to remain now, I cannot live with Penny and my mother. I would have to choose Evans, and I refuse to live with him. Severus grips my hand, questioning, "Do you also view me as a burden, akin to Eileen, eager to distance yourself from me?" "Lily, you cannot do this. I do not desire this, Severus. I am but a child, merely 11 years old. I cannot live life as I wish. You should understand this. My frustration at Snape's lack of trust wells within me. You have yet to learn how to dispel curses. Did you not wish to learn how to cast spells without wands to free yourself from curses? You have not yet studied with me. Hogwarts is a school of magic. Yet it is still a school. As you have said, schools are rarely tranquil. There are always unseen dangers, and you must rely on yourself. Severus's gaze is piercing, compelling me to acknowledge his words, uttering things I cannot dismiss. I reply, do not speak further, Severus. I understand you. I will write to you. I know you can look after yourself just fine. I have always believed in you. Neglecting my own need to gather my belongings. I sit with Severus on the edge of the lavender field, watching the irregular clouds drift by. We remain silent, he and I, until Penny arrives. At which point, I am nearly asleep. The incessant farewells I face are still difficult for me to accept. Initially, I harbored disdain and fear for Severus. This boy absorbed in dark magic, yet I have come to regard him as a true friend. I can only hope that in the future, we do not tread the same path as depicted in the original narrative, fracturing our bond and dividing into opposing camps, battling against one another. No, that should not come to pass. I am not the Lily I once was. I cannot willingly place myself on the battlefield, nor do I dare engage in those life and death struggles. Penny calls out, Lily, you have been gone for quite a while. It is time to return home. Mother says Dr. Defiel is on her way, and she will take us to London. Come, let us go home. Very well, Penny, I understand, I reply, rubbing my eyes, which feel itchy and undoubtedly bloodshot. Severus clutches my hand, glaring at Penny, and I gently shake it a few times, yet Severus remains unwilling to let go. Penny glared defiantly at Severus, declaring, don't look at me like that, Snape. I'm here for my sister, not for you. Severus rolled his eyes and retorted, just remember. I told you, Lily is not your plaything. Don't forget what you said, she is your sister. With her arms crossed and a haughty expression, Penny replied, of course. I don't need you, an outsider, to tell me that. Lily will always be my sister, but she may not always be your friend. Severus, infuriated, shot back, impossible. Lily will forever be my friend. Don't try to deceive me with your honeyed words, you detestable serpent. Penny scoffed in response, if I'm a serpent, then you are undoubtedly an old wizard simmering rat tails in dark, cramped places. Remember, Snape, you are far more repulsive than I am. I intervened to separate the two adversaries, as Severus, like an unruly child, continuously provoked Penny, who was akin to a firecracker, quick to ignite. My goodness, this was truly the greatest test I had ever faced. When would I ever manage to bring them to a state of peace? A monumental challenge indeed. Only when I first arrived, afflicted with amnesia and mutism, and perhaps perceived as a fool, did Severus, that hapless soul, approach me with a foolish grin, allowing Penny to refrain from directing her ire at him. Clearly, after my recovery, Severus had also fallen out of favor with Penny. Farewell, Severus, I shall write to you. Do remember me. We shall meet at Hogwarts. Chapter 36. Dr. Dayfield had arrived at the Evans residence, assisting Mrs. Evans with packing their belongings. Dr. Dayfield appeared genuinely pleased that Mrs. Evans was leaving this place. As they walked, Dr. Dayfield helped carry our luggage while conversing with Mrs. Evans, saying, Jenny, you will not regret your decision. Your life is just beginning. I am truly relieved that you have not been completely destroyed by that scoundrel, Evans. Mrs. Evans, her face tinged with embarrassment, responded, Dayfield, you have always stood by my side. I truly don't know what I would have done without you. Once we reach London, I will need your help in finding a job. I am so sorry for the trouble. Dr. Dayfield replied, between us, there is no need to mention trouble. You used to say you wanted to marry me when we were young. If I were a boy, I would probably be your husband by now. The father of Penny and Lily. Alas, who could have predicted that fate would unfold this way? Mrs. Evans's sorrow enveloped the atmosphere, and Dr. Dayfield could do little to change that for the time being. He seemed unconcerned by the minor inconveniences, and it was evident that he intentionally or unintentionally sought to occupy a more significant place in Mrs. Evans's heart. I asked Mrs. Evans, Mother, have you finished packing my things? Are we leaving today? It feels rather swift. Perhaps in an effort to hasten Mrs. Evans's departure for London. Dr. Dayfield approached me and said, Lily, you must not selfishly think only of yourself. Remember, every day your mother remains here increases her suffering. Do not disturb her. Be a good and obedient child. I nodded. If this was Mrs. Evans's wish, I was willing to move with her, though it was all rather sudden and caught me off guard. Wait, Lily, someone has sent you a letter by owl. I haven't opened it, but it is on the table with your name written on the envelope. Mrs. Evans instructed me without turning as she continued packing. I surmised it must be from James Potter. That fellow had not forgotten me after all. I acknowledged Mrs. Evans, saying I understand. I'll check it now. No worries, Mother. You all carry on. I'll take a look around the house for anything else I need to bring. Then you should hurry. We'll be preparing to depart after lunch in the dining room. It is unlikely we will return, Mrs. Evans reminded me as she continued filling the boxes. Thankfully, Dr. Dayfield was driving a small pickup this time rather than her usual sedan. I picked up the letter, and the ornate script indeed belonged to James Potter. Perhaps an attempt to show off, though the writing was utterly distorted. Penny burst out from the house, exclaiming, "Goodness, Lily, stop dawdling. Go pack your clothes. Pick out what you like. Mother only helped us with the books and notebooks. We must do the rest ourselves." Bewildered, I took the large box Penny handed me and opened the wardrobe, even more perplexed at the sheer number of clothes I possessed, completely unaware of them myself. Penny was also busy packing her clothes, tossing aside new and scarcely worn items, likely from this year's purchases, into her own large box. I tucked the letter into my pocket, planning to finish packing my clothes before reading what James Potter had written. If he was still boasting about his Quidditch exploits, I had no intention of entertaining him further. Unlike Penny, who threw everything into her box haphazardly, I selected the most appealing outfits for each season, leaving the rest for Mrs. Evans to sort out and donate later. Penny, holding up a piece of clothing, lamented, "I can't fit any more in. Oh dear. There are so many lovely clothes. I really don't want to give them away. It breaks my heart." I urged her, "Don't be like that, Penny. You're making yourself miserable. Once we reach London, we can find work delivering newspapers and milk, earn some money, and buy even prettier clothes. Keep what you don't like, and let Mother donate it to those who need it more." Penny clutched her head, saying, "I love every single piece. If only I didn't have to part with any. It's so painful. I absolutely detest making this choice." Well, there was little I could do about it. I couldn't conjure a space for Penny's clothes out of thin air. Ah, wait. There was indeed a place to store items. The bag that held the galleons had a surprisingly ample space. Packing some clothes in there shouldn't be an issue. I embraced Penny and excitedly shared my solution. "I have an idea, Penny. Put your clothes in this bag that held the galleons. It has been enchanted by fairies to have an expanded interior, so there should be plenty of room. I suspect they want us to store even more galleons." Penny joyfully kissed my forehead and said, "I adore you, Lily. You are my little angel. Once I earn some extra cash from my part-time job, I'll treat you to some fizzy drinks in London." I replied, "I'm happy to help you. After all, you are my sister. Who else would assist you?" "Penny, Lily, the Dursley siblings are here to see you. Stop what you're doing and go bid farewell to the Dursleys." "Penny, have you forgotten to say goodbye to your friends?" Mrs. Evans's voice called from downstairs. "All right, Mother, I haven't had the chance to say goodbye to them yet. But it doesn't matter, aside from the Dursleys. Those people weren't truly my friends. Whether I bid them farewell or not makes no difference." Penny casually began to talk about her friends in front of me. "Let us head down. The Dursleys are waiting for us," I suggested. Suddenly, I recalled something and said to Penny, "I need to mention to Vernon to keep an eye on Severus. If Tobias Snape is released after his reformation, I worry Severus might not be able to handle him alone." Penny waved her hand dismissively, seemingly well aware of the Dursleys' nature, and replied, "That's not a problem. Vernon considers Snape a friend. He won't let that drunkard Tobias trouble Severus. My concerns linger regarding Severus, as I fretfully expressed to Petunia. It would be prudent for us to clarify matters with the Dursleys. You are well aware of Severus's disposition. He may not truly appreciate their good intentions. If the Dursleys misconstrue his awkwardness, it could lead to unfortunate consequences." Petunia tilted her head in contemplation, agreeing with my sentiment. Severus's deeply ingrained awkwardness is indeed perplexing, making it difficult to articulate how he might improve. Setting aside the garments in her hands, Petunia descended the stairs ahead of me, lost in thought. Her petite face reflecting a tangle of emotions. The prospect of parting weighed heavily upon her, uncertain if they would ever reunite. Petunia, reflecting on this, likely felt a sense of disquiet akin to mine. With an exasperated gesture, Petunia looked at the Dursley siblings, saying, "Oh my goodness, Vernon, you actually came. Just look at the chaos in my home. I truly wish you hadn't seen it like this. It's utterly embarrassing." Vernon, seemingly unconcerned, stammered, I mean, "Are you all moving away, never to return?" Petunia confidently replied, "There's no question of returning or not. We agreed to attend university in London together, after all. We will see each other again. This parting is merely a test of our friendship. It is insignificant." The Dursleys regarded her with a trusting demeanor, with Petunia's words inspiring Vernon to affirm, "Yes, Petunia, I will strive to succeed. We will study together in London, witnessing the sunrises and sunsets of that grand city." Vernon's sister, Margot, sat primly sipping her tea, seemingly skeptical of their aspirations. She appeared indifferent towards the proud and self-assured Petunia and the infatuated Vernon. Noticing that Petunia and Vernon had calmed, I approached them and asked, "Dursley, might I request a favor?" Without hesitation, Vernon replied, "What is it, Lily? What can I do for you?" "I will do my utmost to assist you. I sighed. It's about Severus. Given his temperament, I find it hard to envision how he will cope after we leave. What if his drunken father returns from prison and inflicts harm upon him? Vernon, holding my hand firmly, assured me, don't worry. I will visit him. If that drunkard Tobias dares to trouble Severus again, I will teach him what it means to be a proper father. Petunia shook her head at my concerns, seemingly believing I was overstepping. Yet, my intentions were merely to protect the future master of potions, a treasure for the entire world. Truth be told, Severus and I share an age. He is as frail as a wisp of paper, easily swept away by the wind. He possesses few close friends and no siblings, and his mother, Eileen, seems more inclined to dote on Tobias than to care for him. In this regard, Severus has undoubtedly faced greater hardships than I. Once more, I broached the subject of Severus's temperament. Thank you, Dudley. If everyone could keep an eye on Severus, I truly do not know how he would fare otherwise. I've heard he was often bullied by the local ruffians during his childhood. His life has been exceedingly difficult, which has shaped his current demeanor. He does not mean to be this way. Dudley patted his chest, vowing, it's all right. I know he has always been peculiar. He is your friend, and he is also Petunia's and mine. With me around, no one will dare to bully him. I winked at Dudley and whispered, rest assured. Once in London, I shall have Petunia write to you. In an instant, Dudley's eyes brightened, and he joyfully responded, that would be splendid. Thank you so much, Lily. I promise I will take good care of that lad. I won't allow those ruffians to bother him. I sensed Dudley's newfound motivation, which would likely prevent him from neglecting Severus, thus enhancing Severus's emotional well-being. Mrs. Evans suddenly appeared, instructing Petunia and me, Petunia, Lily, behave yourselves, and don't dawdle. Say your goodbyes to Vernon and Margot. Daffodil is about to take us out. Petunia, feeling despondent, replied, I understand, mother. Please go about your tasks. We will finish our conversation shortly. I reassured Petunia, with telegrams and email, communication is quite convenient. Worry not, Petunia. I have faith in your friendship to withstand the test of time. In a hushed tone, Petunia confided to Vernon Dudley, this is so difficult. Vernon, remember your promise. You must gain admission to a university in London, or else I shall no longer speak to you. I am serious about this. Absolutely, Petunia. I will work hard. You are my guiding star, my beacon of hope. Nothing shall stand in my way, Vernon Dudley declared, gazing at Petunia with an emotion I could not quite decipher. Margot Dudley interjected, enough of that, Vernon. What about the necklace you prepared? When do you intend to give it to Petunia? Please don't tell me you've forgotten. With a sudden realization, Vernon slapped his forehead and retrieved a small, thin box from his pocket. Blushing, he presented it to Petunia, saying, I earned a little money from my part-time job, and while shopping with Margot and Mother, I spotted a beautiful gold necklace in a jewelry store. I thought it would look lovely on you, and I intended to give it to you. But I hesitated to speak up. Petunia hesitated for a moment before accepting the box. Upon opening it, she discovered not only the gold necklace Vernon mentioned, but also a small diamond embedded in the pendant. Though the diamond was modest in size, it still radiated an enchanting brilliance. Gold and diamonds have always been irresistible temptations for most girls. Clearly, Petunia was no exception. Gifts from Mr. Evans were typically aimed at little girls. Even diamonds were reserved for Mrs. Evans. This was the first expensive piece of jewelry Petunia had ever received. And as she touched the diamond-encrusted necklace, she realized it must have cost Vernon his entire part-time earnings, softening her gaze towards him. Reflecting on the necklace's considerable price, Petunia gently protested, Vernon, this is a bit too extravagant. It must have cost a fortune. You should return it to the jewelry store. No, Petunia, you are leaving here. Accept it as a keepsake. When you see it, you will think of me and never forget me. Vernon revealed his ulterior motive, indicating that this had been his plan all along, regardless of whether Petunia departed. Margot added, Petunia, this is Vernon's choice. He has always been this way. You are entirely deserving of such treatment. There is no need for him to return it. This is his heartfelt gesture. Petunia grasped the necklace, affirming, I understand, Vernon Dudley. I will not forget you. I promise. I will write to you once I am in London, and when you attend university, you can come to visit me. Margot resumed her place with her tea, while Vernon wore a foolish grin. I watched Petunia's gold necklace with a mix of frustration and awe, pondering why she was so easily swayed. As Margot and I sat idly on the sofa watching television, Vernon continued to regale Petunia with jokes, striving to uplift her spirits before her impending departure. I believe that if Penny had married Vernon in this world, unhindered by the troublesome protagonist Harry Potter, she would undoubtedly have led a much happier life. Out of boredom, I sought a topic of conversation. Maggie, will you be going to university there and accompanying Penny and Vernon to London? Maggie nonchalantly replied, as for me, whether or not I attend university is inconsequential. My aspiration is to raise some bulldogs, live in a countryside villa with a sprawling garden, and marry someone I love, so I can live each day free from worry. That is the life I desire. I remarked, that is a splendid wish. I am certain that through your efforts, you will attain the life you yearn for. However, internally, I sighed, recognizing that such a wish is far from simple. Happiness is not easily acquired. Directly opposing Maggie's dream would likely lead to a rift between us. And with it being the last day, this was only the second time I had seen her, so enduring it for a little longer was manageable. Maggie cheerfully responded, "Thank you for your trust. I too believe I can achieve it." As for Penny, she remained exceedingly kind and polite toward the family Vernon admired. Though I wondered how things would unfold in the future. Mrs. Evans and Dr. Daisley entered the house side by side, and the two Dursleys, perceptive as they were, stood up, preparing to leave the Evans residence. "Farewell, Penny. We shall certainly meet again," I thought, knowing without a doubt that our paths would cross once more. Vernon gazed at Penny with a look of longing and reluctance. There was little he could do. It would be utterly irresponsible for him to ask Penny to stay for his sake. At this moment, Vernon Dursley was still just a child himself. Matters of the heart were as ephemeral as clouds drifting in the sky, easily dispersed by the slightest breeze. Not to mention, he lacked the means to support Penny. Penny pouted and said with irritation, "What is there to worry about, Vernon? Am I likely to break my promise? I am Penny. I always keep my word and would never jest about something so significant." Vernon Dursley smiled foolishly, appearing content. I felt somewhat overwhelmed by this display of affection. I was speechless. What could two children in their early teens truly understand about love? They were naive to think they could flaunt their affection without consequence. Reluctantly, Vernon looked at Penny and said, "We are heading back, Penny. You must remember to write to me when you arrive in London and tell me your address. I wish to send you letters." Penny smiled, seemingly finding something distinctly charming about Vernon, and replied, "I will remember. I shall never forget you, so do not fret. After all, you were the first to gift me a necklace." Maggie and I accompanied the Dursley siblings to the door, as Vernon, led by Maggie, circled around Dr. Daisley's small pickup truck, glancing back at Penny several times. Mrs. Evans had already applied her makeup and appeared to be engaged in a pleasant conversation with Dr. Daisley. Sharing a rare laugh, Dr. Daisley, noticing Penny and me, turned to Mrs. Evans and said with a smile, "Jenny, life in London will undoubtedly be worth the journey. It has everything one could desire. Once we arrive, I shall personally guide you and Penny, along with Lily, on outings." Mrs. Evans laughed lightly, playfully brushing off his offer. "You need not trouble yourself, Daisley. I know you are already stretched thin with your commitments. I would not want to add to your burdens. Oh, do not make it difficult for me, Jenny. I long for those days at school, when you were like a ticking time bomb of joy. Now I have the opportunity to show you where I reside. If I do not take you out to enjoy it, I would feel a twinge of guilt." Dr. Daisley looked at the small pickup filled with our belongings, pondering something unknown, and began to ramble on. Mrs. Evans deftly stroked Dr. Daisley's golden retriever, calming him instantly. Truly, she was a good friend, and Mrs. Evans had a knack for soothing. I, following Dr. Daisley's gaze, noticed the easel and clung to Mrs. Evans' leg, playfully asking, "Mom, when we reach London, will I still be able to continue my art lessons? My teacher says my talent is lacking, and even with great effort, I may never succeed." Mrs. Evans frowned, perhaps taken aback by the hardships I faced. I had narrowly escaped death and was deemed forgetful and mentally unstable, teetering on the brink of becoming a little imbecile. Unexpectedly becoming a small wizard only added to Mrs. Evans' worries. In this unfamiliar world, who could tell what hidden whirlpools lay beneath the calm surface? Had I followed the life path Mrs. Evans had envisioned for me, I would have lived a life devoid of storms, graduating from university, working, marrying, and gradually growing old like my parents. Dr. Daisley, observing the concern on Mrs. Evans' face, quickly reassured her, "Do not worry about Lily, Jenny. I plan to open a psychological clinic and am currently scouting locations. You can assist me when the time comes. I know you can handle it, and once Lily graduates, she can help as well." Mrs. Evans breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Daisley, you are truly a tremendous help. I scarcely know what to say. Without your friendship, I would likely still be lost, unsure of how to proceed." Dr. Daisley recalled something, chuckling softly as he spoke to Mrs. Evans. "It is only fitting. You aided me greatly in our youth. Had it not been for you back then, I might have met a dire fate in that gutter. Without your hand reaching out, I would not be here to assist you now." Mrs. Evans responded lightly, "Who thinks that far ahead? You look like a little angel back then, melting my heart. By the way, Daisley, have you found your biological parents after all these years?" Dr. Daisley replied calmly, "You know, if they could abandon me once, they would likely have no qualms about doing so again. Why should I deceive myself into seeking them out?" Chapter 38. I tugged at Mrs. Evans' hand, wishing to prevent her from further questioning Dr. Daisley, and asked Mom, "Are we going to eat with Dr. Daisley?" Mrs. Evans seemed to have anticipated this and promptly replied, "Let's go to that hamburger place at the corner. Their sauces are homemade, and you won't have another chance to try them." Mom, there will be other opportunities. Once Penny and I graduate and earn our own money, we can take you wherever you wish, and if you want, we can certainly go to that restaurant, I said cheerfully, sharing my vision for the future. My perspective had shifted dramatically. I intended to embrace the world's beauty once I could earn a living, ensuring I thoroughly enjoyed life. Dr. Daisley winked at Mrs. Evans and remarked, "You need not rely on Lily to take you out. I will be there as well. After all, Jenny will be my employee, and if she wishes to visit somewhere, I shall accompany her. It is both safe and financially beneficial, a win-win situation. Are you truly considering having my mother work for you, Dr. Daisley? Would that not be unwise? She lacks experience, and what if things go awry?" I cautioned Dr. Daisley, concerned that he might have an exaggerated view of Mrs. Evans' capabilities. If he had inflated expectations, any minor mishaps once she began working could lead to immense pressure, with a boss who was both a friend and a familiar face. Not to mention 2 daughters at home waiting for meals. Mrs. Evans' life would be far from easy. Dr. Dayfield immediately reassured both me and Mrs. Evans, stating, "Rest assured, I am well aware of Jenny's capabilities. This task is by no means daunting. Jenny can take her time. I have a steady clientele, and as long as Jenny and I coordinate our schedules, no one will dare to trouble her." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Evans visibly relaxed. Having played together since childhood, she felt no trepidation working alongside Dayfield, though she did harbor concerns about potential conflicts with colleagues. Mrs. Evans married Mr. Evans immediately after graduation and had never truly entered the workforce. My limited exposure through hearsay and a brief summer job had made me aware of the challenges of the professional world, which is why I felt a sense of worry for Mrs. Evans. Dr. Dayfield conversed with Mrs. Evans about the weather in London, advising her to carry an umbrella when she ventured out alone in the city. I had never been to London, and neither had Penny. As Penny and I walked ahead, Mrs. Evans and Dr. Dayfield strolled behind us, engaged in their conversation. The burger joint was unusually quiet, not at all within the dining rush, with the cashier dozing at the counter. While Mrs. Evans went to place an order, Penny and I took a seat, with Dr. Dayfield sitting across from us. "Lily, are you feeling better now? How's your spirit these days?" Dr. Dayfield casually inquired, sipping his iced water. "Soon, I would be leaving this non-magical world to embark on a 7-year journey at a magical school, and I had no intention of adhering to the pact Penny and I had made about seeing a psychologist." I replied to Dr. Dayfield, "Thank you for your concern, Dr. Dayfield. I feel quite well now. After I could speak again, I gradually improved. It's only at night or when I encounter things that frighten me that I feel discomfort." "That's good to hear. It seems you'll be all right in time. Don't overthink things, just treat yourself like a normal person. There's nothing to worry about," he said, his gaze fixated on Mrs. Evans, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Upon hearing my response, he remarked, "Everyone has their share of mental struggles. Some manage to control them, while others do not. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Dayfield. I'll manage my own affairs. I have no intention of engaging in anything detrimental." "That would be a mockery of my own life," I replied, wishing to keep my conversation with Dr. Dayfield brief. There was something peculiar about Dr. Dayfield. Every time he visited our home, the dogs along the street would bark incessantly, and his serious demeanor created a profound sense of dissonance. Yet Penny and Mrs. Evans seemed utterly unaffected. Though I felt a twinge of fear, I was already a young witch, my combat prowess surpassing that of Mrs. Evans and Penny, who appeared to be mere ornamental figures. Dr. Dayfield was a close friend of Mrs. Evans, and I couldn't fathom any ulterior motives he might have against us. Since my arrival in this world, I had been exceedingly cautious, ensuring that my magical abilities had never been revealed. Thus, it was unlikely that Dr. Dayfield's intentions were related to me, nor did I believe he sought to capture me for experimental purposes. Mrs. Evans approached with a tray, saying, "How about some mashed potatoes?" "Dayfield, you wouldn't believe it, but she adds minced braised pork to her mashed potatoes, a suggestion from a German friend of the shop owner." Dr. Dayfield chuckled in response. "Thank you, Jenny. I find that combination delightful. If you like it, I surely will as well. You know our tastes have always been in perfect harmony." Of course, Mrs. Evans beamed with pride, for Dr. Dayfield was her first friend. She then complained to him, "You wouldn't believe that when I recommended this dish to someone last time, they thought I was crazy. But I find it quite enjoyable. It's merely a matter of mixing the separate mashed potatoes and meat together. It looks quite appealing too." That person clearly lacks discernment and appreciation. Jenny, how could she not try something you love? Her mind must be filled with nothing but polluted air. She can't even recognize your exquisite taste. She's nothing but a true blockhead, Dr. Dayfield agreed, while disparaging the subject of their conversation. "Well, it's not that great. Everyone has different tastes. A coincidence like ours is rather rare," Mrs. Evans shyly remarked. "Stop being so modest, Jenny. You have always had the finest taste. How could anyone compare to you?" "Of course, I mean our connection is indeed quite exceptional," Dr. Dayfield said, holding his glass of iced water without a hint of discomfort. Mrs. Evans smiled and sat beside Dr. Dayfield, their camaraderie striking me as oddly harmonious, though I couldn't tell if it was merely my imagination. As I observed the silent Penny beside me, thoughts of Hogwarts flickered through my mind, leading me to a sudden realization. Mom and Dr. Dayfield, should we not arrange for Penny's school in London? Is there still time, or is it too late? I asked. Dr. Dayfield answered my query, assuring me, no need to worry, I know many people there. Once we arrive, I will ensure that Penny attends a fine school. With me around, no one will dare bully her. Is it truly easy to study in London and gain admission to a university there, Dr. Dayfield? My grades are decent, but I have no idea what the standards are like in London. What if everyone there is far more capable than I? Penny voiced her concerns. Penny and Lily, from now on, just call me Dayfield, not Dr. Dayfield. As if we were strangers, he replied. Getting into a London university isn't difficult, Penny. I know you're being modest. Given your exceptional abilities, those challenging studies will be a piece of cake for you. Even if you don't get in, I can have my old clients recommend you. You can choose whichever school you prefer. I will always resolve these minor issues for you. To be honest, I was slightly shocked. Dr. Dayfield's calm demeanor made it seem as though he was not exaggerating at all. Penny and Mrs. Evans seemed to buy into Dr. Dayfield's claims, leaving me uncertain about their veracity or whether it might be unfair to others. I did not want Penny to feel that she didn't need to strive for her goals. So I awkwardly declined Dr. Dayfield's goodwill, saying, Dayfield, there's no need for Penny to go through such trouble. She has always been so intelligent and works much harder than others. If she can't gain admission to a university, then I doubt anyone else could. Mrs. Evans, perhaps wanting to shield Penny from the complexities of this arrangement, chimed in, Lily is right. I believe Penny can get in on her own merit. My Penny has always been clever and endearing. Penny smiled, playfully pinching my chubby hand. I subconsciously thought Penny might be aware of my intentions. She was astute beyond her years, yet in matters of everyday life, she could be as naive as any ordinary child. If the academic rigor at the schools there is comparable to that here, gaining admission to a respectable university would be no challenge for me at all. Penny took pride in her accomplishments, and despite my earlier interruptions, I had never hindered her academic success. The disparity is unlikely to be significant. I too experienced a school transfer in my youth, merely requiring an adjustment to an unfamiliar environment, with nothing else to fret about. You may inquire with Jenny, who is well aware of my consistently stable academic performance throughout my life. Dr. Dayfield recounted to us his own experiences of having changed schools. Penny and I turned to Mrs. Evans, who nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of his words. In that moment, I gazed at Dr. Dayfield with admiration, feeling as though a veritable academic deity stood before me. Chapter 39. The attendant swiftly brought forth the items ordered by Mrs. Evans. An abundance of food that filled the table to its brim, including the peculiar variant of mashed potatoes she had just mentioned, which may have morphed into a culinary abomination. This mashed potato, highly recommended by Mrs. Evans, was generously drenched in black pepper sauce. Upon tasting it, I discovered that, surprisingly, it was quite delectable, far exceeding Mrs. Evans' culinary skills. The sensation was reminiscent of a dish I once relished in a tourist restaurant, a mashed potato volcano, topped with meat sauce, which was equally delightful. Perhaps a matter of personal preference, I still vividly recall its flavor. On our way home after the meal, Penny and I held hands as we walked past Mrs. Evans and Dr. Dayfield, affording them space to converse. Upon returning home, we found the Evans door ajar. Mr. Evans had returned, cradling a small child who appeared to be merely a few months old. Beside him was a stroller, from which, judging by the color of the garments, a little boy emerged. Upon our arrival, Mr. Evans lifted the infant from the stroller, casting a glance toward Mrs. Evans that bore a sliver of warmth. Mr. Evans remarked, Jenny, you surely cannot be contemplating divorce, can you? Consider this with that mind of yours, which has been idle for so many years. You have never held a job. How could you possibly navigate the trials of the outside world? Cease this quarrel, my patience has its limits. Unload the items from the cart. We need not continue in this manner. I am at a loss as to who disclosed my matters, leading to my humiliation at the office. I cannot endure this any longer. This child I have brought to you to raise. He will be yours in the future, a mere infant who knows nothing. He is no different from your own flesh and blood. These words ignited a fierce anger within Mrs. Evans. She already had Penny and me as her children. Why should she nurture a love child born of infidelity, a potential ingrate? Dr. Dayfield stood at the doorway, arms crossed, wearing a sardonic smile, regarding Mr. Evans as one might regard a fool. The audacity of Mr. Evans was baffling. Did he truly believe that Mrs. Evans could not survive without him? Such a notion seemed utterly inconceivable. Mr. Evans, you are mistaken. I am the architect of my own life. Even if I were to starve in the streets after our divorce, I would not harbor an ounce of regret for my choices, Mrs. Evans asserted with rare fortitude. Once again, It is this charlatan doctor feeding you such nonsense, making divorce seem inconsequential. Have you never read the news? How many have been deceived by friends and confidants? With a child in hand, Mr. Evans spoke in a tone that, while not raised, was unmistakably aflame with anger. Mrs. Evans retorted fiercely, "After all we have endured, you still wish to sow discord between Dr. Dayful and me? What Evans, when I first met you, I believed you to be intelligent. Now, I see you as a complete fool. There are few in this world who are more foolish than you." Mr. What Evans, I must interject. I have never uttered a word of ill against you in Jenny's presence. Your own burdens are yours to bear, so do not attempt to shift them onto others, Dr. Dayful ruthlessly humiliated Mr. Evans. Dr. Dayful scoffed, "In this situation, it is evident to all but the blind and deaf. Yet you resemble a little prince, oblivious to the reality surrounding you. Your current demeanor is even more repugnant than when I first encountered you. At least then, you had some semblance of intellect." Mr. Evans, his face flushed with indignation, rebutted, "You vile woman, what do you know? My entire family relies on me for support. How could you possibly comprehend the weight of my burdens? You only know how to adorn yourself and indulge in leisure. You cannot fathom my exhaustion for this family. Well, that is of little consequence. You need not concern yourself with Jenny's future. I intend to establish a psychological clinic, and Jenny will be my assistant. She will not be left with nothing," Dr. Dayful proclaimed, turning Mr. Evans' threats into mere clouds dissipating in the distance. Mr. Evans redirected his focus to Mrs. Evans, stating, "But what of Lily and Penny? Surely, Jenny, you cannot disregard your own children. Penny has always been sensible, but Lily is not. You are aware of Lily's struggles and her unspoken secrets. Can you provide her with the paternal love she needs? Enough of this nonsense. I am not causing a scene. What Evans, stop deceiving yourself. We are finished, long finished, and this is all your fault. This child is irrefutable evidence of your infidelity, Mrs. Evans pointed at the infant in Mr. Evans' arms, her expression unwavering. Mr. Evans' eyes darted, revealing his intent to manipulate the situation. "Jenny, why can you not make sacrifices for the child? Is accepting a small baby truly so difficult? You have already raised 2 children. Adding another is hardly a burden. I do not wish to discuss this further. You may leave if you wish, but I will not allow Lily and Penny to accompany you. You have no right." Mrs. Evans crumbled, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her typically resilient demeanor shattered. Dr. Dayful stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Mrs. Evans, addressing Mr. What Evans. "Jenny has secured a position with me, earning a substantial income. She has a residence in London that can provide Lily and Penny with superior education and love. While you continue to warm your mistress with your battered heart, even in court, it is inconceivable that Lily and Penny would be awarded to you." Mr. What Evans gestured dismissively at Dr. Dayful, asserting his supposed strength as a man, and venomously declared, "Dayful, you detestable hag, an old woman who has never found a husband. I warn you, do not meddle in our affairs. This is none of your concern." Mrs. Evans sobbed into Dr. Dayful's embrace, lamenting, "I do not understand how you could become this version of yourself. My husband was once the gentle, kind, and courteous Mr. Evans, not this demonic creature before me. His current state is more repulsive than Severus' alcoholic father. Do not fret, Jenny, since your Mr. Evans has vanished. There is no need for you to continue cohabiting with this demonized version of him. I shall assist you. You have nothing to fear, nothing to worry about." Dr. Dayful gently patted Mrs. Evans on the back, offering her solace. "Penny and I felt like mere tools, and neither of us had the authority to make decisions for Mrs. Evans. I was uncertain of Penny's thoughts, but I did not wish for Mrs. Evans to endure such a husband for my sake. That would be profoundly unjust to her." What Evans, once lauded as the quintessential good man, had become a figure shrouded in mystery. Whether due to overwhelming pressure or a yearning for liberation, none could say. Should he dare to wield his feeble words to wound Mrs. Evans further, I would not hesitate to confront him, making him understand the reason for the rose's hue. After all, I was but a child, and with Mrs. Evans by my side, he could not possibly have me detained. Suddenly, the child in Mr. Evans's arms stirred awake and began to cry restlessly. His handling of the infant was anything but adept, causing the little boy to squirm in discomfort and wail incessantly. This unexpected turn of events led Mr. Evans to look towards Mrs. Evans for aid. I suspected that this decision to carry the child was solely Mr. Evans's. Mrs. Evans, however, averted her gaze, focusing on Penny and me, offering not a shred of sympathy to the wailing child in Mr. Evans's grasp. It was not that she bore any ill will towards the child, but rather, she regarded him with an ordinary, detached indifference. As the boy's cries gradually subsided, Penny and I exchanged glances, detecting a foul odor. Indeed, the little boy had soiled himself. Mr. Evans's stern demeanor crumbled instantly as he exclaimed to Mrs. Evans, "Jenny, please calm him. I am utterly inept at holding a child. It is sheer torment. My God, take him away. Remove him from my presence. Dr. Dayful, fearing Mrs. Evans might soften, deliberately blocked her line of sight, casting a stern look towards what Evans. How dare he treat her dearest friend as a servant? Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. With a fire of reason ignited within him, Dr. Dayful declared, "What Evans, if I were in your position, I would not persist in wasting time here. There is no need to squander energy on Jenny. She is resolute, and her decisions are final. It would be wise for you to take your leave and cease being an eyesore before her." Chapter 40. Realizing that Mrs. Evans had no intention of assisting him with the child, Mr. Evans, perhaps for the sake of his dwindling pride, promptly deposited the infant into the stroller. I noted that he was headed towards the residence of his mistress. In my heart, I affirmed my suspicion. Mr. Evans remained ensnared in his dream of indulgence, reluctant to awaken. Dr. Dayful gently placed a hand on Mrs. Evans's shoulder, offering her comfort. "Pay him no mind, Jenny. Observe his current state. He is merely a petty man devoid of ambition. The chivalric qualities you once admired in him were nothing but a facade, a deception for which you cannot be blamed." With tears held at bay, her voice quavering, Mrs. Evans replied, "I always believed we would be eternally happy. It was my folly. I should not have placed my trust in him. I cannot fathom how he managed to deceive me for so long. I was blinded by love, unable to see the cruel wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing." Dr. Dayful sensed that Mrs. Evans had significantly relinquished her emotional ties to what Evans and remarked, "You have resolved to leave him, and that is the wisest course of action. Nothing could be more astute. I had feared you would endure what's excesses, as so many ordinary women do, for the sake of a seemingly intact family." I was not alone in this sentiment. I too had always viewed Mrs. Evans as gentle and accommodating, someone who would not so easily sever ties. Initially, I had believed Mr. Evans to be an exemplary man. Alas, I now recognized my own poor judgment. "I shall not," Mrs. Evans asserted. "If what were to sincerely apologize and assure me that he would never err again, I might consider the possibility of divorce. Moreover, he has taken a mistress so close to me, even fathered an illegitimate child." Contemplating these troubling matters, Mrs. Evans's teeth clenched in frustration. You cannot imagine the fear that gripped my heart upon discovering this. What if that woman were to harm Penny or Lily? I was truly terrified. "She would not dare," Dr. Dayful reassured her. "If she harmed you or Lily or Penny, she could not possibly escape unscathed. The authorities would not let her off easily, and neither would I." Dr. Dayful had also considered Mrs. Evans's concerns, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness, laced with a hint of relief. Mrs. Evans's apprehensions were not unfounded. The legal system in this country was rife with loopholes. With the right legal counsel, one could often find a way to evade culpability, leaving the victims unheard. I took Penny by the hand and led her to a corner of the sofa. We had no intention of taking everything with us. Mrs. Evans had already secured the items that needed to be preserved. When we departed, we would simply lock up the Evans residence and leave. The house belonged to Mrs. Evans, who had already filed a report at the nearby police station, ensuring that no one would occupy it in her absence. While eavesdropping on Mrs. Evans's phone call, I learned she planned to send divorce papers to Mr. Evans after relocating to London. If that were unsuccessful, she would pursue divorce through litigation or, if necessary, separate for a stipulated period before finalizing the divorce. I did not harbor much animosity towards the child. My disdain was directed at the uncontrollable Mr. Evans and the woman who knowingly pursued him despite his family ties. Yet, I could see that Penny's gaze towards the child was akin to fire, were it possible. I imagined she would not hesitate to cast the boy into the lake to feed the fish. "Jenny, you were not always like this. You need not suppress your true nature," Dr. Dayful remarked, a touch of melancholy in her voice. "Remember your childhood dreams of travel? In the future, we shall venture out together. You may indulge in whatever you desire. I will accompany you to witness the sunrise from the mountains, and if you wish, we can even journey to the Arctic to behold the auroras." As Mrs. Evans reminisced, she responded, "Our childhood dreams? It feels so distant now. I scarcely recall what dreams I had as a child." Dr. Dayful regarded Mrs. Evans earnestly, saying, "Fear not, I shall remember for you. Your dreams are my dreams. I have pledged that to you and shall never forget. Were it not for you, I might not even exist in this world." Mrs. Evans offered a bittersweet smile. "You remain unchanged, Dayful. Only you have not altered. How many can still recognize me in this state? I was once so free, so vibrant." Dr. Dayful replied, "Everyone evolves. I too have grown into this version of myself. My temperament in childhood was far less agreeable. Had I been the person I was then, I would have certainly given that fellow what Evans a taste of his own medicine. You have merely grown up, Daffodil. You are truly the most intelligent person. However, I am blessed with Lily and Penny, while you do not possess such lively and charming daughters." Mrs. Evans gazed proudly at Penny and me. I longed to tell Mrs. Evans that there was little to be proud of. I would likely continue to be a burden to her until I graduated from Hogwarts. Penny, too, is still a genuine child. Her ability to manage her emotions and not succumb to despair over the divorce of Mrs. Evans and Mr. Evans is quite remarkable. It is difficult for me to fathom what could possibly make Mrs. Evans proud of us. We possess no exceptional talents, and even our appearances are gifts bestowed by Mrs. Evans. Beautiful as Barbie dolls may be, such innate qualities cannot be deemed a product of my own efforts. The more I pondered, the more disheartened I became, and I dejectedly remarked to Penny, "Penny, I feel as though Mother holds me in far too high regard, aside from being a hindrance to her. I have no discernible talents." Penny also wore a somber expression. She had managed to refrain from speaking to Mr. Evans today, who had likewise ignored both her and me. Likely to avoid disturbing the emotional Mrs. Evans and Dr. Daffodil, Penny whispered to me, "We are still young. As we grow, we will naturally acquire abilities. This is not a concern. Lily, you tend to overthink. Can your little mind truly contain so much? You should cease this incessant rumination." I grumbled in response. How can one simply stop? I am not a deity. A person's thoughts can encompass countless possibilities in a mere second. This is trivial. Penny, you are overthinking it. Penny feigned exasperation, exclaiming, "Goodness, Lily, you astound me. Is the issue merely your thoughts? It seems your mind is a sieve, yet you insist on pouring more into it." I retorted, "Do not say such things. Your words make me feel as if the next sentence will suggest I should empty the water from my mind." Penny made a silly face and replied, "Not at all. I never thought that. This is your own assertion. How could I possibly know how much water resides in your mind?" I tentatively inquired of Penny, "Penny, do you worry about our future? Without Mr. Evans, Mother will likely struggle greatly. We may not have enough money for little dresses and new shoes." Penny seemed to bear considerable stress. She earnestly told me, "What does it matter? In comparison, Mother is the one who will endure the most hardship. She has never worked outside and rarely interacts with others. I worry she may not adapt to that kind of life." I believed Mrs. Evans would persevere and said, "I heard Mother mention the only job she has ever held was weeding our garden, yet she has always excelled at it. I believe she can withstand the pressure. If Mother can truly become independent, it would not only be beneficial for us, but also a tremendous blessing for her." Penny nodded, though I could see doubt etched on her face. There was no way to directly question Mrs. Evans. Doing so would only add to her burdens. Mrs. Evans called to Penny, saying, "Are you ready? Penny, please take Lily to the car. We are about to depart. Your life in London is about to commence." Penny embraced Mrs. Evans and assured her, "Mother, working and taking care of Lily and me will be exhausting for you. Do not fear. Lily and I will always be by your side, supporting you forever." Mrs. Evans gently stroked Penny's head, replying, "Silly child, I am your and Lily's mother. How could I possibly be afraid? My goal is to ensure you both grow up happy and joyful. I will not tire of this, even if it proves challenging. It is a choice I willingly embrace. Oh, Penny, I hope that when I grow old, I will not regret this choice. I apologize for not being able to provide you and Lily with a complete family. That is my fault." I, too, embraced Mrs. Evans, wishing to offer her a modicum of warmth and support with my not-so-broad shoulders. I noticed Dr. Daffodil's gaze upon us was gentle, likely an added effect of Mrs. Evans' presence. I had observed him being quite considerate, even to the elderly. "All right, Lily, Penny, we must prepare to leave. Time is of the essence. Mother is fine. I am an adult, so do not worry about me." Mrs. Evans' embrace was warm, and she had never spoken to Penny and me in a harsh tone. Penny followed Mrs. Evans, who lifted me into the car, with Dr. Daffodil opening the door for us. Chapter 41. I slept throughout the journey, and when I awakened the next day, I found myself at our destination, still in Dr. Daffodil's splendid bed. The place Dr. Daffodil brought us to was not an apartment, but rather a charming little villa, situated near the water, surrounded by beautiful scenery and fresh air. Not only Penny and I were taken aback, Mrs. Evans likely had no inkling that Dr. Daffodil, a longtime friend, had achieved such success. The greater Dr. Daffodil's capabilities, the better it is for Mrs. Evans, Penny, and me, so I sincerely hope he is thriving. Upon seeing me just waking up, with Penny beside me rubbing her eyes, Mrs. Evans called out, "Lily, Penny, now that you're awake, come over for some porridge. Dr. Daffodil and I are going out to buy some necessities, so please stay indoors and do not wander." Penny replied, "Understood, Mother. I will keep a close watch on Lily. We will be just fine at home. I want to open the door for any strangers." Mrs. Evans went downstairs, and I heard the sound of the car starting, along with her conversation with Dr. Daffodil. It was Dr. Daffodil who was driving. After Mrs. Evans closed the large iron gate, she joined him in the car, and they drove away, disappearing from view. I exclaimed, "Penny, Dr. Daffodil's house is beautiful. We are in London now. Goodness. I thought we would have to wait until we grew up and found jobs to come here." Penny's demeanor darkened as she replied, no matter how lovely it is. It doesn't mean much. We are merely staying here under Mother's name. This is not our home. But we are still young, Penny. When we grow up, I will also buy a house like this, and we will still live with Mother. If Dr. Daffodil can achieve it, so can I. My confidence stemmed from foresight that spanned decades. No matter what, I could not possibly end up worse off than an ordinary person. Penny sighed. Oh, Lily. You simply do not understand. You are truly naive. You are not much different from a princess in a castle. Earning money is difficult. You have no idea how challenging it is to deliver newspapers or maintain a lawn. I responded somewhat dismissively. That is because we lack the necessary skills. You see, Mr. Evans possesses design expertise, allowing him to earn a substantial income with ease. If you and I had abilities like Mr. Evans, we wouldn't be delivering newspapers or mowing lawns. Penny looked despondent, resembling a wilting flower. I realized my words were inadequate. This was merely an attempt to comfort her. Work is inherently challenging. No job is devoid of difficulty. If one fails to generate profit for a company, dismissal is the inevitable consequence. I felt powerless. Such is the world, and I have no intention of laboring diligently for a meager wage. That would be a gross squandering of my soul. I possess invaluable resources within the realm of magic. Merely in the domain of potions, I have access to an unimaginable pool of potential clients. If I were to additionally delve into alchemy, divination, and transfiguration, I scarcely dare to envision the vast fortune awaiting me. It's as though I could simply pluck gold from the ground with but a thought, igniting an exhilarating fervor within me. Provided that I strategize astutely, developing my enterprise quietly without overly entangling myself with the magical community, I might yet seize a considerable fortune amidst the conflict between Voldemort and Dumbledore. Indeed, one should not dwell excessively on such thoughts, for in doing so, I find myself soaring to the heavens, brimming with confidence, envisioning a confrontation with Voldemort's Avada Kedavra as if I were invincible, flanked by the Dark Lord on one side and the light on the other. However, my reverie is abruptly interrupted as Petunia gazes at me with unwavering intensity, arms crossed, awaiting my descent to partake in a bowl of porridge. Lily, are you still half asleep? Go wash your face first. How can you continue to be so dazed? You can't even take care of yourself properly. Oh dear, what am I to do with you? Petunia complains as she strides ahead, deliberately guiding me downstairs. This situation tugs at my heartstrings. Perhaps I have become a bit too carried away. I had pledged to endure until the end. I cannot afford to meet my demise prematurely, like the original Lily Evans, destined to linger solely in the memories of others. That would be a woeful fate indeed. The paintings adorning the corridors of Dr. Dayfield's home are quite splendid, their color combinations and structural designs utterly breathtaking. Suddenly, I call out to Petunia. Petunia, do you think I need to continue painting here? I'm not particularly fond of it. Simply attending an ordinary university would suffice for me. I am aware of my own capabilities and have never aspired to enroll in a prestigious institution. Petunia ponders this for a moment, lacking experience in such matters, and replies, You should discuss this with Mum. When she returns, inquire whether you should continue your art studies. If she deems it unnecessary, then you need to pursue it further. Upon reaching the kitchen, Petunia adeptly serves my porridge and fetches sugar from the Dayfield cupboard, evidently recalling my preference for a sweetened bowl. She watches me closely and cautions. Don't add too much sugar, Lily. You wouldn't want to deal with cavities or the pain of inflamed gums, would you? I assure her, I'm aware. And I want to indulge excessively in sugar. I'm not certain why Mum doesn't add sugar to the porridge. You dislike it as well. I've noticed that the Dursleys always add copious amounts of sugar to theirs. I recognize Petunia's good intentions. I have indeed experienced toothaches before, my wisdom teeth inflamed in my past life, a truly agonizing ordeal. I generally keep my sugar intake in check. I rarely indulge in pastries. Save for when Mrs. Evans bakes her cakes, the aroma intoxicatingly wafting through the air, stirring an insatiable desire within me that is utterly irresistible. You're still lecturing me? Have you not seen the figures of Marge and Vernon? I thought you didn't want to become a little chub, for no boy would fancy a plump girl, no matter how endearing she might be. Petunia likely shares the sentiment that the Dursley household's habits are quite detrimental, using them as a cautionary example for me. I understand, Petunia, but I don't need a boyfriend. I can sustain myself and thrive independently, so there is no necessity to seek a partner. I counter her reasoning. Why should I compel someone who doesn't harbor affection for me to develop feelings? With a resigned sigh, Petunia replies, Mum wouldn't approve. Of course. If you possess the talents of Dr. Dayfield, I doubt she would have any objections. But Lily, I know you well. Your favorite pastime is lounging at home watching television. Petunia, you've seen the magical texts, haven't you? Do you not perceive that potions present a splendid opportunity for wealth? Once I'm master potion making, I shall urge Mum to establish a business, selling potions to muggles. I refuse to believe that this endeavor wouldn't yield profits. I share my ambitious plans with Petunia. fully confident that success could indeed lead to a fortune. If you exhibit even half the intelligence you once had, I have no doubt you could learn to brew potions and perhaps even manage a business in the future. But, Lily, are you truly certain of your ability? Petunia appears somewhat distracted, lost in thought. I possess the capability. Even if I don't, we can learn gradually. I know that the wizards of the magical world disdain venturing into the non-magical realm, leaving us without competitors. I can confidently declare myself invincible. I refrain from mentioning that. Perhaps through the connections of good friends, I could enlist Severus, who is the youngest potion master in the magical world. With his endorsement, opening a potion shop in the magical community would pose no challenge. Having finished her porridge, Petunia sets down her bowl and sarcastically remarks, "Oh dear. My sister is off on another flight of fancy. Let us hope she doesn't genuinely believe herself to be exceptional. I dread the thought of her shattering when she embarks on her ventures." I throw up my hands in exasperation. All right, Petunia. I concede that my visions may be somewhat simplistic, but if we simply take the plunge, I am convinced we shall reap rewards. Money is merely one of the many treasures we can acquire. Petunia retorts, "You aren't suggesting that you'll gain experience, are you? For heaven's sake, Lily, you're not writing a book. There's no need to accumulate tales of failure to recount to anyone. What I desire is for you to find enduring success. Failure brings sorrow not only to yourself, but also to your friends and family. I will certainly invite you and Mum to join me. Besides potions, there are myriad other avenues for profit. I believe we can always discover ways to earn income. And we can hire a professional manager to oversee the business, with Mum guiding us on a grand tour of the world." Petunia's pessimism does not dampen my enthusiasm. I have always been one to think boldly. This idea is indeed worthy of thorough exploration. I wonder if I could exchange these potions for a ticket back to the Evans household. Nothing outside could ever compare to the comfort of home. I cannot remain here indefinitely. I am not the genuine Lily Evans, born and raised in this place. If I were to stay here, I would surely crumble under the weight of despair. Not to mention, if the necklace Dumbledore gifted me were to break, I would be rendered speechless. What a tragic fate it would be for a time traveler like me. Bereft of any golden opportunities, a true calamity. Petunia has ceased to critique my flawed plans, perhaps reflecting on her own limited experiences to guide my misguided thoughts. Your little mind is perpetually lost in these impractical fantasies, Lily. Many matters are not as simple as they appear on the surface. I refuse to believe that no wizard has ever contemplated the ideas you propose. All you need to do is to grow up well and safely. Mum has never expected us to be exceptionally successful. You needn't pressure yourself so. Chapter 42. I remain steadfast in my conviction, asserting, "You still doubt me, Petunia? I speak the truth." Dumbledore stated that every young witch can secure a position, one within the magical realm, entirely disconnected from the non-magical world. These wizards have been accustomed to this for generations. No one has ever sought to explore profitable ideas from the non-magical world. Petunia, with a rather harsh tone, replies, "Very well, you make some valid points. I cannot persuade you otherwise at this moment, but you must remember, Lily, you have yet to study potion making. If this course proves too challenging, then contemplating it further would be futile. I am well aware that whether I succeed in my studies is inconsequential. You know Severus, his mother, Eileen Prince, hails from a lineage of potion makers that has endured through the ages. Severus undoubtedly possesses an unparalleled talent for potion making, far beyond the reach of others. If I could simply persuade Severus to work for me, it would be nothing short of perfection." I conveyed my analysis of Severus's worth. A man perpetually looked down upon by Petunia, to her. Of course, this is merely a fragment of my grander schemes. I harbor many ambitions, not limited to this singular aspiration. My dreams are monumental, aspiring to amass wealth surpassing even that of the renowned investor Warren Buffett. Petunia switched on the television, adjusting it to a channel that invited me to take a seat on the sofa while she retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. How fortunate I am to have such a sister. I am now liberated from the chore of dishwashing, and it fills me with unparalleled joy. I confess that I rarely engaged in such tasks before. In seeking a boyfriend, he must be gentler than Petunia, ideally someone who shows genuine concern and care for me. Otherwise, given my tendencies, it would not be surprising if I found myself starving at home. On the table lay freshly washed apples, likely prepared by Mrs. Evans before her departure. Mrs. Evans meticulously cleans the apples, ensuring that every speck of dust is eradicated. In contrast, Petunia and I would merely rinse them briefly. Eschewing such meticulousness, I heard a noise by the front door, akin to someone knocking, though it was not the sound of the doorbell. My instincts remained sharp, and I had no intention of opening the door. I stealthily crept to the corner of the balcony on the second floor, where I glimpsed a figure cloaked in black standing outside the iron gate, appearing somewhat out of place in the surrounding environment, evoking an unsettling aura. He rapped lightly on the iron gate, and I noticed that he deliberately avoided the doorbell. I could see the glint of its silver surface reflecting in the light. Was he afraid of the silver doorbell? I was uncertain. If he truly feared silver, could he possibly be a vampire? How would I confront such a being? I had no idea if there were any other silver artifacts or garlic and holy water nearby. I needed to discuss this with Petunia. The stranger's presence was too peculiar. And with Mrs. Evans and Dr. Dudley absent, we children were left vulnerable. In Harry Potter's first year, even Professor Quirrell, possessed by the Dark Lord, harbored a profound fear of vampires, which explained the pervasive stench of garlic surrounding him. Perhaps it was also a ruse to mask the foul odor of the Dark Lord's presence. I seized Petunia as she emerged from the kitchen, urgently exclaiming, "Petunia!" I saw a man in a black cloak standing outside. He looks rather eerie, and I suspect he might be a vampire. Petunia dismissed my concerns entirely, responding, "Lily, you don't appear to have a fever. Where would a vampire come from? I've never encountered one in my 12 years of life. Don't jest. Perhaps you're under too much stress. Go watch television." No. How could I deceive you, Petunia? That man is genuinely strange. We must not open the door. Let's pretend no one is home, and he will eventually leave. When Mother and Dr. Dudley return, we can inform them that someone came by. I grasped Petunia's hand, desperately preventing her from approaching the door. Petunia seemed perplexed by my actions, so I led her to the balcony corner where we could observe the front door, pointing out the cloaked figure. He indeed appeared unusual, and Petunia mirrored my expression of concern, yet we could not fathom why he had come to knock. "What if he is here for Dr. Dudley?" Petunia said anxiously. "This is Dr. Dudley's residence. Could we be held responsible for delaying him?" I reassured her. "That one tea happened. Dr. Dudley has always been a good friend of Mother's. If we were to be blamed for such a trivial matter, Mother would surely be upset." Together, we descended to the first floor, lowering the television volume. I initially intended to turn it off, but Petunia insisted on keeping it on, as it was a show she had been following. While Petunia was engrossed in the program, I rummaged through my belongings, uncovering only a set of silver cutlery and 2 coffee spoons. I deemed them utterly ineffective as a means of defense. Nevertheless, I tucked them away, as I could not locate any garlic. However, among the vegetables that Mrs. Evans had brought, there were tomatoes, reputed to be a vampire's favorite. Heavens! Was this some sort of jest? If I offered tomatoes to a vampire, would that deter him from seeking blood? Please, I am not a heroine in a story. Even if I were, devoid of a Mary Sue aura, I would likely meet an untimely end. I harbor no doubts about that. I have faced death before. Where are Mother and Dr. Dudley? Why has that man not departed? It is most vexing. His presence at the door prevents me from adjusting the television volume. During a commercial break, Petunia emerged to drink water, simultaneously voicing her grievances about the man outside. I clutched the silver dinner knife, responding to Petunia. Who can say? If he were truly in a hurry, he would not be standing there looking so nonchalant. He does not seem to have any urgent matters at hand. I envisioned a scenario where this vampire-like figure dared to intrude. I would conceal myself and, taking advantage of his distraction, attempt to subdue him with this unwieldy dinner knife. If all else failed, Petunia and I could flee and seek out a police station nearby until Mrs. Evans and Dr. Dudley returned to find us. Petunia, appearing conflicted, remarked, "Don't fret, Mother will return shortly. She won't be long buying household supplies. I estimate she'll be back in no more than half an hour." I sensed that Petunia's concern lay not with the vampire, but rather the possibility that he might be a terrorist. Who else would dress in such a manner in broad daylight, unless they were partaking in a role-playing game? Petunia attempted to coax me toward the television, but I resisted, maintaining my vigil with the silver dinner knife at the balcony corner, fixated on the cloaked man at the door. My apprehension lingered. At the very least, I needed to know if he made any threatening movements, so that I could lead Petunia to safety. My magic, that unreliable levitation spell, might come in handy. I could not wield a wand in one hand and a dinner knife in the other. My left hand lacked strength, and my right hand was clumsy, rendering me a prime candidate for disaster. If Dudley and Severus were present, it would not pose a problem. I certainly could not overpower that man, not even with Petunia's assistance. The figure had ceased standing still. He began pacing at the door, appearing somewhat anxious yet too timid to open it. How peculiar. If he truly had urgent matters, could he not contact the security at the entrance? Why wait for someone to grant him entry? If he sought Dr. Dudley for an urgent matter, he need not loiter at our doorstep. Dr. Dudley is a psychologist, not a surgeon racing against time. When Petunia glanced at me again, she caught sight of the situation outside and exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it. I can't even laugh aloud while watching my show. Who is this guy? If I ever get the chance, I'll make sure to give him a piece of my mind." I attempted to calm Petunia. Exasperated, we are no match for him. As long as we do not open the door, we should be safe. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate any alarm systems that Dr. Dudley might have left at home. And we do not know the security office's number. Otherwise, we could have sent that man away. Penny, unconvinced by my assertions, retorted, Mother will handle it. We currently have no means to act. If this individual dares to engage in any perilous behavior, we shall alert the authorities. Surely, he cannot be so audacious as to disregard the police. After all, even if he were a vampire, he would not act recklessly. No vampire would dare to flaunt themselves in public. Naturally, we humans are the true masters of this world. No creature surpasses our perfection. You have seen the books I procured from Leaky Cauldron. She continued, vampires are not the most formidable threats. Werewolves and dragons are far more dangerous. It is said that being bitten by a werewolf transforms one into a werewolf, which is a harrowing fate. One might as well perish. In comparison, Penny's sense of urgency was markedly less pronounced than mine. She remained steadfast in her belief that no one would dare to stir trouble, not even a vampire. Penny remarked, wizards can alter people's memories. That is decidedly different. Lily, if you truly attend Hogwarts in the future, how perilous that would be. That day in Diagon Alley, I observed the peculiar glances directed at us. Their eyes were filled with disdain towards you. You would not find joy there. I replied, this is something I cannot change. Penny, I will not allow others to bully me. Have you forgotten? I do not intend to remain in the magical realm indefinitely. Once I graduate, I shall return to you and Mother. I am aware of your good intentions. As long as I possess strength, what does discrimination matter? It would be wonderful if you could truly return. As a witch among us ordinary folk, would you find happiness? Penny still expressed concern. God has bestowed upon me magic for a reason. I believe he does not wish for me to suffer. After acclimating to various experiences, I find myself untroubled, even able to reassure Penny. Chapter 43. After an interminable wait, Dr. Daffodil finally returned with Mrs. Evans. As the sound of the car halting in the garage reached my ears, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Dr. Daffodil humorously assured me, do not fret. Lily, I promise, he is not a bad man. He is merely accustomed to his ways. We have collaborated in the past. You know how many patients are reluctant to divulge their troubles, leaving us to speculate. I have even employed him. Then, Dr. Daffodil turned to explain to Mrs. Evans. His name is John. He is a journalist who sometimes delves into the private lives of celebrities, secrets that must remain concealed. In this line of work, it is not uncommon for reporters to face violence. Over time, numerous negative stories about celebrities have emerged, prompting them to take precautions before venturing out, lest they be recognized and assaulted. John entered alongside them, and since Dr. Daffodil referred to him as a friend, I accepted that designation. It was astonishing that there were already paparazzi and those who sought to unearth the private lives of stars. Dr. Daffodil casually mentioned, John is quite a reasonable journalist. He often contacts the individuals he photographs, allowing them the opportunity to buy back their exposed secrets. Penny found the topic of journalism intriguing, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the cloaked John. She had pondered a career in journalism, but Mrs. Evans had swiftly dashed her dreams, deeming the profession too perilous. Not only Penny, but I too knew that if I aspired to pursue a hazardous occupation, Mrs. Evans would be adamantly opposed. To her, it sufficed that we secure respectable jobs that would ensure our livelihoods. I remained skeptical of Dr. Daffodil's characterization of John and feigned nonchalance as I inquired of Mrs. Evans. Hey, Mother, did you purchase garlic today? I crave garlic broccoli, the kind you used to make, with sesame sauce. Mrs. Evans patted her head, replying, garlic? Oh, I apologize. Lily, I forgot you enjoyed that. I shall remember for next time, I promise. Dr. Daffodil frowned, a hint of displeasure in his voice as he cautioned. Do avoid such foods in the future, Lily. Excessive garlic can lead to severe halitosis. You are a delightful young lady. Strive to be a fragrant little angel and refrain from consuming garlic. Mrs. Evans placed the newly acquired toothbrush in the bathroom, while John secretly handed a package to Dr. Daffodil, their conversation unnoticed by me. Ultimately, the figure known as John departed, leaving me with a chilling sensation. Dr. Daffodil's elongated eyes appeared oddly peculiar, and her pronounced canine teeth resembled those of some wild creature. I approached her and asked, Dr. Daffodil, is John truly just an ordinary journalist? Are you merely acquaintances? Of course, Lily, you do not think John is my boyfriend, do you? I have no interest in such pursuits. You are my treasures, Dr. Daffodil chuckled. Penny cast me a glance, refraining from mentioning our earlier discussion regarding vampires. It seemed she too discerned something amiss with Dr. Daffodil's teeth. A shiver ran down my spine at the implications of Dr. Daffodil's words. Was she intending to keep us like livestock, only to slaughter us for festivities? Such thoughts left me disconcerted, my limbs feeling strangely uncoordinated as if a cat were clawing at my insides. Relying on Dr. Daffodil felt increasingly unreliable. I cast a pleading look towards Penny, who remained dependable as she pulled me upstairs, sparing me from confronting Dr. Daffodil. Once inside, I buried my head under the covers, akin to a foolish ostrich. Penny patted my shoulder, reassuring me. The walls are thick. There are no hidden places for eavesdropping. Do not fear, Lily. Everything is fine. Dr. Daffodil does not seem malevolent. I muttered my grievances to Penny. Sherlock initially did not appear to be a villain, yet that wretch sought to lead me to my demise. What if, after the film, I am assassinated by those extremists? Penny shook me gently, exasperated. What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? What if your little brain breaks down? That lunatic Sherlock will not return. She cannot possibly wield any influence in London. That would be exceedingly difficult. It is not feasible, for we have moved away. Do not speak so definitively, Penny. Your words only amplify my fears. Would Sherlock simply allow us to escape unscathed? I find that notion implausible, I protested, my brow furrowing deeper. Penny, ever the optimist, responded. You always think this way. London is not akin to where we were before. The police here are incomparable. Rest assured, nothing else will transpire. But Penny, I am genuinely terrified of death. I once longed for it, yet now I wish to avoid such an end. Dying is unseemly, becoming mere ashes in the earth. Leaving nothing behind, I do not wish for that. The root of this anxiety lies within me. I am the one in a state of distress. Have you forgotten, Lily? When you and Snape attend Hogwarts, how could Sherlock possibly find you? Do not jest. I see nothing in her that resembles a witch. She has no power over you. Penny spoke while sipping water, as if Sherlock were a relic of the past, never to re-enter our lives. I continued to analyze the situation with Penny. I do not share your perspective. I sense that someone as cunning as Sherlock would never engage in a losing venture. She must possess some leverage or something that would dissuade us from acting rashly. Today has been so thrilling that my sense of crisis began to gradually spread. I pulled Penny along to peruse the pitifully weak spell book within the confines of the house. The more I read, the more anxious I became, gripping Penny tightly and asking, Penny, can we purchase some weapons? Without anything for self-defense, I feel utterly unsafe. What if someone were to leap out from there and attempt to kill me? I knew that Penny had once envied my unique talent, but as I became increasingly attuned to magic, able to perceive the vampire and the peculiarities of Dr. Daffodil, it seemed that Penny's heart began to regard this power as rather terrifying. Penny shook her head, helplessly replying, We are still children. It is impossible for us to obtain a weapon permit. Stop thinking about it, Lily. Do you think I am unaware that once you go to school, you cannot cast spells at will? I saw the materials you brought back. That wand has traces of something, and you cannot use it indiscriminately. We have no security, Penny. Aren't you afraid? Dr. Daffodil might be a vampire. She is dangerous. I felt as if I might tear my hair out. My frustration with Penny, who remained so placid, made my anger boil. It was as if I were the only one in distress. For the sake of my family's comfort, good heavens. This was more challenging than ascending to heaven after death. Penny said, Dr. Daffodil does not seem like someone who would harm us. She has always taken care of us. Of Mom, of me, and of you. We have nothing that would warrant such attention from her. She surely does not wish for us to prepare food for her. Raising pigs is similar. We must be cautious, or else it would not surprise me if we ended up on the guillotine one day. How can you lack even a shred of crisis awareness? I exclaimed, shaking Penny's shoulders vigorously. I wanted her to wake up and realize that I couldn't be the only one consumed by worry. It was utterly unfair. Let us simply focus on our own matters. We are just children. Mom will handle Dr. Daffodil's affairs. There is no need for us to fret. We cannot be of any assistance. Frustrated, Penny threw her hands up in surrender, giving up on me entirely. How could she be so indifferent? The old Penny would have fought fiercely for me against a group of children. Now, well, I admit I could manage on my own. Penny seemed too relaxed. What if our entire family ended up in heaven together? How many tragic tales would that entail? It could truly bring someone back to life. Penny, could you please summon Mom for me? I wish to speak with her. I feel a bit frightened. You know, Penny, don't alert Dr. Daffodil. Well, if you insist. I want to mention this to Dr. Daffodil. I'm not as foolish as you think, and it's fine. I shall fetch Mom right away, Penny reassured me. I leapt from my small bed, continuing to survey the exquisite and beautiful space belonging to Dr. Daffodil. Her aesthetic sense must be impeccable. When Mrs. Evans arrived, she carried a cup of water and a packet of medicine, the same one I had taken during my initial days when my spirit was rather askew. I had not anticipated that Mrs. Evans still held on to it, managing to keep it through the move without losing it. Are you still feeling unwell, Lily? That is quite normal. It's nothing unusual. We all have our moments. Take your medicine. After a good sleep, you will feel as though nothing is amiss, I promise. Mrs. Evans spoke to me gently and softly, as she always had, without a hint of impatience. However, the issue was no longer simply about the medicine. Dr. Daffodil held our very lives in her hands. I needed to discuss with Mrs. Evans whether to stay or leave. I could not simply wait like Penny until everything was resolved, dragging Mrs. Evans and Penny to heaven or hell alongside me. Chapter 44. I persistently pressed Mrs. Evans, knowing she would likely believe me. I am a witch, and I am aware that such things indeed exist. Mom, have you noticed anything off about Dr. Daffodil? For instance, her preference for dark, damp places over sunlit ones. Have you ever accompanied her to church? I have seen Dr. Dafel's teeth. They resemble those of a vampire. And that Mr. John, the journalist, he cannot possibly be an ordinary reporter. I assure you, he was too afraid to touch that silver doorbell at the entrance, always avoiding the light. The air was silent except for my voice, and Mrs. Evans stood there, at a loss at the door. I recognized my hysteria. Penny and Mrs. Evans were my last line of defense. Even though I despised Mr. Evans, I did not wish for anything to happen to him. I felt utterly devoid of security, terrified of solitude. After having known sunlight, I could never willingly return to darkness. Anyone who dared to harm my family would certainly face my wrath. Mrs. Evans replied earnestly, Lily, Dr. Dafel is not a bad person. If she truly is not human, that does not mean she is malevolent. Do not view her with such suspicion. I can assure you, Dr. Dafel will not harm me, nor will she harm you or Penny. How well do you truly know Dr. Dafel? How can you guarantee our lives? What if she is not what you imagine her to be? Are you suggesting we all go to our doom? I remained tormented, unable to place my trust in non-human entities, including Dr. Dafel, who had been relatively kind to me. Lily, you know I have known Dr. Dafel for many years. Throughout my life, I have never seen or heard of anyone around her suddenly falling ill or going missing. Just because Dr. Dafel is beautiful. You and Penny adored being cradled by her when you were younger. Mrs. Evans did not echo my concerns, but instead shared her experiences, wishing for me to trust Dr. Dafel. I did not want to trust Dr. Dafel. Something was amiss with her, I could guarantee that. Why was it so hard to believe me? Was I truly so unworthy of trust? Take your medicine, Lily. It's not just about Dr. Dafel. You are acting strangely today. Please do not make us worry any further, all right? Listen to your mother. I have never deceived you. Mrs. Evans offered me the medicine, although she believed in Dr. Dafel. She was not blindly devoted. She still cared for me. Mom, Lily, Dr. Dafel is right outside, eavesdropping on our conversation. She has surely heard everything you said, Penny screamed, throwing herself into Mrs. Evans' embrace, appearing utterly terrified. I too gazed in astonishment at Dr. Dafel, who had shifted from eavesdropping to standing openly at the door, her expression devoid of displeasure. Mrs. Evans, with a resigned pat on Penny's back, comforted her, saying, Dr. Dafel will not harm us, my dears. Do not be afraid. I have known Dr. Dafel since childhood. If she wished to harm me, or either of you, she would not have waited until now. Dr. Dafel wore an expression of innocent delight, her gaze fixated on Mrs. Evans. I was uncertain what brought her joy. Could it be that Mrs. Evans trusted her? That seemed surreal. Was the friendship between Mrs. Evans and Dr. Dafel truly so unbreakable? In my past life, I had scarcely maintained contact with childhood friends. Even when I did, we shared no common ground and could hardly engage in conversation. Forcing ourselves to engage in play merely amplifies our sorrow. After parting ways from the same school, each individual becomes engrossed in their own affairs, shackled beneath the weighty burden of academic pursuits, leaving no room for leisurely indulgences. Mrs. Evans places her trust in Dr. Dafel, who has never exhibited any aggression towards us. If Mrs. Evans is resolute, or if Dr. Dafel can assure us that she would not harm us, then perhaps there is no cause for concern. Ultimately, it is my selfishness that clouds my judgment. I harbor a deep-seated aversion to coexisting with cold-blooded beings that are not human. I fear that on one fateful day, Dr. Dafel's primal instincts might overwhelm her humanity, leading her to indiscriminately harm Penny, Mrs. Evans, and myself. Knowing the truth, I would undoubtedly perish with unresolved grievances. Dr. Dafel stepped forward, unperturbed by the fear that Penny and I harbored towards her, for Mrs. Evans showed no signs of trepidation. Lily, she remarked, you are indeed a clever girl. You are correct. I am not an ordinary person. Do not worry. As your mother has said, I shall never harm you. She continued, I am a half-vampire. My mother is a Romanian vampire, while my father was an adventurer. I can dine and quench my thirst like any ordinary human. As for my assurance of never causing you harm, it is due to your mother. Shortly after my birth, I was entrusted to my father by my mother, but he perished in an adventure not long after. Alone in a cold home, devoid of sustenance, it was your mother, Jenny, who found me, provided me with bread and milk, and contacted the authorities to send me to an orphanage, allowing me to survive and grow. Mrs. Evans's eyes brimmed with tears at Dr. Dafel's words. She seemed to recall those times vividly. I pondered whether Dr. Dafel truly had such a tragic childhood. It's astonishing, for she is a vampire, after all. Dr. Dafel. Those days are long past. Let us not dwell on them. We ought to let unpleasant memories drift away with the wind and cherish each new day that lies ahead. Mrs. Evans suggested, releasing Penny and embracing Dr. Dafel, offering her comfort. As you have said, Jenny, how could I ever harm you? Penny, or Lily? You are my most treasured possessions, individuals I would protect with my very life. In speaking, Dr. Dafel felt an emotional swell within her. I trust you, Dafel, Mrs. Evans affirmed, her faith unwavering. I have always believed in you, knowing you are a good person. Even as a half-vampire, this is not a choice you made. You would never harm the innocent without cause. Indeed, Ginny, Dr. Daffel replied, her voice slightly choked. I have never harmed anyone, regardless of whether they were my adversary. That individual who sought to shoot me ended up in prison, thanks to my intervention. Suddenly, Mrs. Evans' eyes widened. Oh my, Daffel. Could it be that senior from our club? I only heard he was imprisoned, and I was the one who introduced you to him. How utterly regrettable. Do not blame yourself. Ginny, you merely wanted me to have more friends. That fellow discovered I was a vampire by chance when he saw my wounds that did not bleed, and he intended to slay me to become a hero. It was only that once. Ordinary people lack the intuition that Lily possesses. She is quite the little witch, Dr. Daffel reassured Mrs. Evans. Dr. Daffel focused on the positives, stating, becoming a witch is indeed a good thing. Lily will likely live longer than ordinary folk, possessing magic that others do not. This is a blessing many aspire to. I reflected, were it not for my own magical abilities, I would aspire to return to a simple life, tending to flowers, rather than fearing the potential of becoming a mere plot device, akin to Harry Potter's mother, forever etched upon a gravestone. I worry for Lily. She is still so young and holds little memory. Many life lessons elude her. What will she do when she attends magic school on her own? Mrs. Evans covered her face. Nearly in tears, Dr. Daffel took her hand, offering solace. But I am here, are I not? Whenever you wish to visit Hogwarts, where Lily will study, I will arrange for a wizard to escort you. I know the headmaster there. This is not a problem. No one will bully Lily. With this, Mrs. Evans found a source of strength, her gaze towards Dr. Daffel becoming more fervent. I was uncertain if this was due to my influence, but it likely was. I felt like a source of trouble. I could sense that Mr. Evans was not particularly fond of having such an extraordinary daughter, while Mrs. Evans was purely concerned for me. Perhaps it stemmed from her fear of me being bullied at the boarding school. Or perhaps the uncertain future of being a witch was a cause for worry. As a mother, Ginny had separated from Mr. Evans, yet she bore no resentment towards me, tirelessly arranging everything within her power for my well-being. Penny cast me a few glances, mustering her courage to softly inquire of Dr. Daffel. I also wish to see what Lily experiences at magic school. Dr. Daffel, can you take me along? I promise to be obedient and not trouble you or my mother. Dr. Daffel, disregarding Penny's earlier reluctance, responded warmly. Ah, Penny, are you interested in that too? If you wish, when you and Ginny grow older, you could also become a vampire. If I were to assist in your transformation, you would not be plagued by bestial instincts. Although you may lack immense strength, you would possess a long life. Penny visibly brightened with excitement. I understood now. Her fear of vampires did not diminish her envy of their longevity. How desirable that would be. Really? I could become an immortal vampire? Would I become more beautiful, the envy of all the girls at school? Her eyes sparkled with hope. This path seemed most suitable for Penny. She sought uniqueness. Though she lacked magical powers to become a witch, becoming a vampire might suffice. Dr. Daffel assured Penny. That is not an issue, my dear Penny. However, I believe you should enjoy the joys of growing up before rushing into becoming a vampire. Rest assured, I shall never go back on my word. Mrs. Evans chuckled lightly, playfully patting Penny on the back. Perhaps only I recognized Penny's yearning for these mysterious powers. While both Mrs. Evans and Mr. Evans regarded her as remarkably sensible, overlooking her hidden concerns. Seeing no trace of displeasure on Dr. Daffel's face, Penny boldly retorted to Mrs. Evans, Hey, Mom, don't tell me you wouldn't want to remain youthful forever, to live eternally. I refuse to believe that. No one can resist such temptation. As Penny remained obstinately unresponsive, Mrs. Evans turned to Daffel and said, Daffel, cease discussing such matters with Lily and Penny. There is nothing inherently wrong with a mundane existence. I desire for both Penny and Lily to live safely, to experience joy akin to their peers, and to possess their own happiness. Life is not solely defined by its length. Its breadth is equally significant. Mom, what on earth are you doing? That is what I yearn for. I care not for the breadth of life. I simply wish to exist, to live for an eternity. Penny's frustration escalated. With the prospect of Daffel, a figure who could aid her, Penny yearned more than anyone for power, for an ageless life. Although she dared to express her ire towards Mrs. Evans, her peripheral vision remained fixated on Daffel. I sensed that if Daffel merely instructed Penny to silence herself, she would immediately comply. However, Daffel did not act as I anticipated, and Mrs. Evans merely felt exasperated by Penny's burgeoning independence. Here, freedom was not an issue. I merely wished for Penny not to transform into a cold-blooded vampire at such a tender age, for I feared she would have few friends throughout her life. The very moment I observed Penny's disdain toward Daffel, it became evident that the life of a vampire was not as idyllic as many imagined. Sometimes, a prolonged existence may not be a blessing. Penny remained oblivious, her longing for unattainable desires blinding her. She wished to attend Hogwarts, but was turned away by Dumbledore. She aspired to learn magic, yet found herself powerless and unable to grasp it. I suspected that Penny was aware of the truth, that ordinary non-magical individuals could not learn magic. Otherwise, magic would not have been concealed for so many years. Penny continued her unruly antics, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor of understanding and politeness. This rare display of stubbornness prompted Mrs. Evans to treat her with greater tenderness, realizing that Penny was merely a child, not much older than myself. With a commanding tone, Mrs. Evans addressed Penny. "You are not yet 12, Penny. Who knows how you came to harbor such thoughts? Focus on your studies and strive to be an exemplary girl. Your aspirations can wait. Until you turn 18, you must heed my guidance." "Fine," Penny conceded. "As long as Dayful keeps her promise and assists me when I wish to become a long-lived vampire." With no one to speak on her behalf, and I remained silent. She found herself at the mercy of Mrs. Evans's authority. Dayful would never advocate for Penny against Mrs. Evans, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Dayful, maintaining her usual gentleness, smiled and said, "Penny, I have arranged for you to visit a school this afternoon for an interview. This institution has a commendable reputation and will greatly benefit you in the future." "An interview? I'm not prepared. I didn't bring my old textbooks. Isn't this too sudden? What if I fail?" Penny exclaimed, her anxiety spilling forth in a torrent of questions. "Do not fret. I have spoken to the staff. You will not fail. I will bring Lily along as well. Isn't it her desire to live here with us after graduating from Hogwarts?" Dayful reassured Penny while ensuring that my own matters were clearly arranged. Perhaps Mrs. Evans had conveyed my thoughts on the future to Dayful. The magical world was too antiquated for me to remain there. Despite the imperfections of the non-magical world, I was at least familiar with it. "Lily, do you wish to accompany us or rest at home? If you feel fatigued, it's perfectly fine to stay behind. You have plenty of time before university." Mrs. Evans approached, having noticed my pensiveness. "I would never consider staying behind," I replied. "I want to go with you. I'm not interested in resting. I want to see what Penny's future school is like. How could I possibly miss this opportunity?" Penny sighed despondently. "If it were any other time, I would surely commend you, Lily, saying you did splendidly, as expected of my sister. But now, I fear you'll only witness my humiliation. After all this time, I'm bound to fail." "Don't be ridiculous, Penny. Dayful will handle everything. Did you not hear her? She'll even take your mother and you to Hogwarts to visit me later. Securing this school will be a breeze. There's nothing to worry about." I gestured towards Dayful's influence. It is important to recognize that no opportunity is truly insurmountable. This is not a fairy tale. Reality is far more pragmatic. And Penny's trivial concerns were hardly significant. In the future, when I truly needed to attend university, I might find prestigious universities somewhat elusive. Yet I was confident that Dayful could secure my admission with greater ease than Mr. Evans. Dayful's capabilities far surpassed Mr. Evans's, and her influence was far more formidable. If I could exchange that power for Mr. Evans's deep affection for Mrs. Evans, I would not hesitate for a moment. Of course, such musings were futile. Penny and I remained in our own bubble, with Penny rummaging through her meager collection of textbooks, likely attempting a last-minute cram. It seemed she wished to avoid troubling Dayful with minor matters. In truth, Penny and I held entirely different perspectives. It would be better to repay Dayful's kindness when we grew older rather than awkwardly accepting her generosity now. "Lily, if I fail the interview and Dayful has to intervene, it would be a disaster. How embarrassing would that be? Everyone would look down on me," Penny lamented, her eyes glued to her book, yet unable to absorb any information. I sighed, responding to her concerns. "Who will know? Such matters are not spoken of openly. It's not just you. They care about their own reputations. I doubt anyone would dare to offend Dayful. It's highly unlikely that such a situation would arise." Penny then pondered aloud. "Isn't it a bit unfair to others? Am I not taking the opportunity from a child who could have gone to that school? What if this alters their entire path in life?" Once I alleviated her unease, Penny's thoughts began to wander again. She was unable to calm herself, merely glancing at her book without retaining any knowledge. I had no response to offer. I could not be certain whether someone else might be displaced by Penny's unexpected emergence. Undoubtedly, a different path awaited them. Dayful would not select a school of inferior quality for Penny, yet it was also possible that not attending that school would not lead to a life of misfortune. Is attending that school truly advisable? I have no knowledge about it whatsoever. Goodness, Lily, I've never felt this way before. If our class teacher were here, I am certain she would never allow me to proceed." Penny continued to fret, having spoken for so long without taking a sip of water. "The examiner will surely give me a harsh introduction. This is no jest. I recall a recent program where a celebrity, whose name escapes me, mentioned that he paid sponsorship fees to attend a prestigious school, yet faced severe reprimands on interview day." Penny fretted incessantly, resembling a restless child. Do not worry, Penny, truly. Do not fret. Please, you will not be treated in such a manner. Did not that celebrity eventually say the same? It was due to the sudden change of the examiner, and the questions were by no means difficult. He could easily pass without a hitch. I wished to calm Penny down and continued to speak to her. The school he attended was quite respectable, and prior to that, the so-called star had hardly any commendable achievements. But you, Penny, are exceptional. You excel in all your subjects. You are a diligent learner. There is no need to be so anxious. Penny pouted and replied, who truly knows whether his past grades were commendable or merely fabrications? What if they were nothing but his lies? After all, no one would openly admit to poor academic performance. That would be utterly embarrassing. He revealed everything, including the sponsorship fee he paid, yet we did not reject him. We still watched the shows he appeared in, and many continued to celebrate his presence. I countered Penny with the utmost precision. Chapter 46. Penny rambled on, expressing her fears. In any case, I am still very scared, Lily. What if, just like that person, my examiner is replaced? That would be disastrous for me. I would surely be doomed. I could hardly bear it. These books were truly a bother. When we studied together at school, it was never this irritating. I felt no desire to read. Even playing badminton outside would surely be more enjoyable than poring over this wretched text, don't you think, Lily? I fear I am truly in a precarious situation. I chose to ignore Penny, hoping to allow her some tranquility, as I immersed myself in the textbooks for the subjects I would soon study at Hogwarts. I was no longer the Lily I once was. I was acutely aware that my intellect paled in comparison to that of Hermione from the books. Who knows if I might fall victim to a prank or curse at Hogwarts? Before I could respond, Penny soon quieted down, and I noticed she had dozed off in a daze. To spare her from catching a cold, I quietly retrieved a thin blanket from the cupboard and draped it over her. Alas, there was no need for Penny to feel this way. Unlike me, a mere imposter. She was a genuinely outstanding student who would not be overlooked in that environment. Such unfounded worries were entirely unnecessary. Penny was not typically like this. Perhaps the tumultuous relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Evans had left her feeling insecure, leading her to doubt herself. As afternoon descended, the sky darkened, indicating an impending downpour. But that mattered little to us. Even a torrential rain would not impede Penny's interview. When Mrs. Evans arrived, I gently roused Penny from her slumber. Upon seeing the barely turned pages of her textbook, she despaired, clutching her head. I took the book from her hands and urged her to change her clothes. Soothingly assuring her, I told you, it will be fine. When will you truly recognize your own capabilities? Everyone admires your remarkable achievements. You are truly exceptional. And few surpass you. How could I put it? I dared not reveal to Penny that during my school days, I scarcely understood what others were saying. I often sat in silence until the end of the day, only to be pulled home by Penny. If I were to divulge this truth, Penny would undoubtedly retaliate, sending me soaring into the skies alongside the stars. For the sake of my own well-being, I went against my conscience and said to Penny, while that may be true, everyone's mind operates differently. Just as you cannot expect me to consistently bring home outstanding grades like you. I was not particularly fond of studying. I doubted Penny was aware of this fact. She raised an eyebrow, regarding me with skepticism. I spoke the truth. If I were to study the material here, I would struggle, for learning magic was a matter of survival, entirely distinct from the nature of academic study. Penny scrutinized my innocent expression, still doubtful. I can't shake the feeling that you're just brushing me off, Lily. Have you truly studied earnestly? Am I imagining things? I immediately replied, I assure you. I wish I could be serious about it. But alas, it is futile unless someone can exchange my soul for that of my former self. Then Lily would surely be regarded as intelligent. The Lily I referenced was not myself. If she were restored, she certainly would not hand in blank papers as I did. If that former, sunny little Lily were to submit a blank paper, she would not handle it as I did. She would be consumed by guilt. Penny, in a convoluted manner, said to me, don't say that. I believe you're quite well as you are now. I never liked you as much before. The old you made me feel immense pressure, but now it's pleasant. Mrs. Evans knocked on the door, issuing her final ultimatum. Are you ready? Penny, take Lily downstairs. We're leaving in 10 minutes. It hasn't started raining yet, so let us hurry to the school. Dafel has prepared everything for you there. I understand, Mother. I'll be right there. Penny began to panic, urging me. Hurry, Lily. Bring that book of techniques. Success in the interview will rely entirely on the tricks from that book. If it weren't for your direct admission to Hogwarts, I would need to impart the wisdom contained within it. I lamented, oh my Penny. I'm on my way to Hogwarts and do not wish to dwell on this any longer. I simply cannot grasp this material. I know, Lily. If only you had studied more diligently at school, instead of spacing out all the time. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your behavior. I care about you too much. Penny, while changing her clothes, continued to lecture me. But if you can truly stand on your own, I would feel quite disheartened. However, that is no excuse for your lack of effort. Lily, you must strive harder. I understand. Penny, you are far more intimidating than Mrs. Evans. Oh no. More fearsome than Mr. Evans when he is angry. I pouted, refusing to acquiesce to Penny's demands for ambition. Enough. I have no time to argue with you today, Lily. I will not allow my sister to become someone who cannot even count the cost of groceries, Penny shouted. Good heavens, what a remarkable train of thought Penny possessed. She, who disliked the once brilliant Lily, now urged me, a mere shadow of her former self, to strive for improvement. This was indeed a challenging predicament. How had it come to this? My aspirations were grand, yet I was not standing on the shoulders of giants. I need not forsake sleep and sustenance for study, for that would be too tragic. With such foresight, I merely needed to earn my first pot of gold to invest and reap the best returns. Surpassing even Bill Gates would not be a dream. As for that first pot of gold, it seemed I could only follow my plan, seeking a way to channel potions from the magical realm to the non-magical world. The efficacy of those scientifically implausible potions from the magical world was astonishing. If I could find the right sellers, they would undoubtedly become a sensation. Even if I solely focused on potions, I suspected I could amass an extraordinary fortune. Once Penny had finished changing and arranging her hair, it took her nearly 10 minutes. She hurriedly dragged me downstairs to find Mrs. Evans, ready to depart. Dr. Dafel was already seated in the car below. Mrs. Evans first helped us into the vehicle, then went down to lock the door before returning. Dr. Dafel drove us off, appearing as though he was off on a leisurely outing. Meanwhile, Penny clutched the book, determined to study it until the very last moment, fervently laboring over its contents. Dr. Dafel remarked to Mrs. Evans, Penny seems rather anxious. I suspect that when Lily prepares for university, she will be even more apprehensive than Penny. Perhaps we should accompany Lily and observe her performance. Why on earth do you believe I am a diligent person, Dr. Dafel? Look at me, I am utterly lethargic. How could I possibly fret over exams like Penny does? That is an absolute impossibility, I protested. Chapter 47. Mrs. Evans cast a knowing glance in my direction, as if she had discerned my thoughts, and addressed Dr. Dafel. Dafel, I believe you are overthinking this. If Lily were to worry about her studies, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow heralded World War III. Penny, without a hint of mercy, burst into laughter the moment Mrs. Evans finished her sentence, displaying complete indifference to my feelings. Not long after we set off, a torrential downpour descended upon us. Thankfully, we were ensconced within the car, though the temperature around us had dropped precipitously. Jenny, your actions might sadden Lily. She is already doing better, and in the future, she will have to find her own way to cope with everything. Her grades are merely a small part of the equation, Dr. Dafel assessed. I too wished for Lily's well-being. Penny was remarkably independent. I had never intervened in her affairs, and she seldom acted irrationally. Yet, Lily was different. She perpetually retained an air of childhood innocence. Mrs. Evans, sensing that Dr. Dafel's approach was ineffective, expressed her frustration to him. Dr. Dafel, with a hint of implication, advised Mrs. Evans, I believe Lily is doing quite well. Your constant oversight may have stifled her potential, which is why she finds herself in this predicament. As a mother, you must learn to let go. How can I release her? You are not aware of how Lily was not long ago, lost in a fog of amnesia, unable to comprehend what others said, and unable to articulate her own thoughts. She was in such despair that it felt as if she might perish, Mrs. Evans replied. Her mouth turned down in a deep frown, radiating sorrow. Dr. Dafel, catching a glimpse of her expression in the rearview mirror, fell silent. I understood that Mrs. Evans's love for me was fundamentally tied to the possibly deceased Lily. For my own sake, I would never confide this to anyone. At my core, I was a selfish individual, capable of turning a blind eye to the sorrows of Mrs. Evans, Mr. Evans, Penny, and everyone else. I dared not claim fluency in their language. I was a soul from another realm, and this world felt like mere pages of a book. My own descent into depression, nearly leading to demise, stemmed from my inability to speak out. My surroundings were filled with the Evans family, and even Severus Snape could only be seen under Penny's watchful eye. All the Evans were driven by the intent to protect me, yet their very efforts amplified my fear, leading me to dread revealing my true self in dreams, leaving me in a state of constant anxiety. Mrs. Evans lamented, the doctor was helpless. You were absent at that time. When you returned, Lily rebuffed you, rejecting your closeness. It was truly beyond my control. Thankfully, those days are behind us. Dr. Dafel continued in agreement. Indeed, those days are over, Jenny. Do not bear the burden of guilt. This was not your fault. None of us anticipated Lily's condition would manifest so severely. I had only suspected she might possess a modicum of magical talent. I never imagined her powers would erupt so violently. Otherwise, I would have certainly sought ways to assist her. Mrs. Evans smiled faintly, perhaps due to their long-standing acquaintance. It seemed that in her heart, Dr. Daffel held greater significance than Mr. Evans. Dr. Daffel indeed deserved such regard from Mrs. Evans, especially after the turmoil Mr. Evans had endured. Only Dr. Daffel, as a close friend, could provide her solace through the inexplicable storm. I recalled whispers in the Harry Potter fandom claiming that Severus was Draco Malfoy's godfather. Gazing at the driving Dr. Daffel, I inquired of Mrs. Evans, "Mother, why did you never appoint Dr. Daffel as my and Penny's godmother?" I realized that neither of us has a godfather or godmother. How could I have considered that? During those years, I had no idea what Dr. Daffel was occupied with. I simply could not find her presence, and thus, I was unable to provide you with such a wonderful godmother, Mrs. Evans replied. Dr. Daffel, slightly embarrassed, interjected at that time. I was besieged by a horde of vampires drawn to my rare constitution, eager to study it. I could not bring that trouble upon you. You lacked the means to protect yourself. To involve you would have been akin to ensuring my own demise. Mrs. Evans, with an air of suspicion, queried, "Daffel, why have you never mentioned this before? Why keep it from me? Spare me the platitudes. I am capable of protecting myself." Dr. Daffel explained, "I have resolved the matter. There is no need for concern now. Otherwise, I would not have dared to return, Jenny. I truly could not risk exposing you to danger. You have never witnessed the true power of those malevolent entities. They are exceedingly perilous. Fine, you are all more formidable than I. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Dr. Daffel, you have truly disappointed me. You should know that by withholding this information, you only heighten my worries for you," Mrs. Evans retorted, her emotions igniting. Dr. Daffel fell silent for a moment before addressing Mrs. Evans. "I apologize, Jenny. I recognize my error. In my unawakened state, I was as vulnerable as any ordinary person, forced to remain in hiding to escape their pursuit. I could only contact you covertly. Had I dared to meet you openly, we would have both faced capture. What wretched beings! Are they still harassing you? To think they would dare lay such plans. How despicable!" Mrs. Evans expressed her concern for Dr. Daffel. "I certainly would not allow them to exploit my condition so easily. Eventually, I used my abilities to rally a portion of the discordant voices, and gradually, I subdued all the vampires who sought to control me," Dr. Daffel remarked nonchalantly. Though everyone knew the reality was far more complex. "Do not dwell on this, Daffel. It is my fault as a good friend for not being a shoulder you could lean on, for not providing you with a respite. You must have felt utterly despairing and helpless during that time. I can only imagine," Mrs. Evans lamented. Mrs. Evans likely held an exceptionally close bond with Dr. Daffel, unable to accept that Dr. Daffel's life was less than satisfactory. Perhaps, in those early days of family and children, Mrs. Evans had been unable to spare the attention to care for Dr. Daffel. This left the once sweet and delicate girl to evolve into someone stronger than Mrs. Evans herself. An oversight that Mrs. Evans failed to recognize. Dr. Daffel continued, "It is not always right to divulge every detail, Jenny, just as in our childhood. When faced with those who bullied me at the orphanage, I could only stall them to allow you to seek help. That was manageable. But vampires are a different matter altogether. They can indeed cause death." As Dr. Daffel drove, the windshield wipers swished rhythmically, and suddenly, a child darted onto the road, startling both us and Dr. Daffel. "What accursed weather! Where did that child come from? Truly reckless," Dr. Daffel complained. Chapter 48. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at our destination. I surmised that the child we had just encountered must belong to this school that Penny was soon to attend, perhaps a teacher's or student's relative. Mrs. Evans had brought umbrellas for us, and the four of us disembarked to enter the campus, where staff members awaited us, one of whom greeted Dr. Daffel with a formal bow. Daffel inquired of the janitor, "Is everyone gathered?" The janitor replied, "Indeed, they are in the central conference room, and the principal is awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." Daffel nodded, gesturing for us to accompany her, then raised her umbrella as she traversed a vast expanse of the campus adorned with blooming flowers. The cobblestone path was somewhat slick, yet devoid of puddles. The janitor led us to the entrance of the central conference room, where he ceased to proceed further, allowing us to enter on our own. At that moment, a teacher emerged, pointing to Penny and addressing Dr. Daffel. "Good day, Ms. Augustus. I apologize for the interruption. This must be the new student along with her family." Daffel responded, "Indeed, that is correct. Her name is Penny. She is preparing for enrollment, as I mentioned in the materials I provided. Are we able to commence the interview now?" The teacher replied, "Absolutely, Ms. Augustus. However, I must discuss with Penny's family the importance of not having relatives present during the interview, as it tends to heighten the candidate's psychological pressure." Daffel queried, "Is that so? Why have I never been informed of this? When was this regulation instituted? Why was I not notified?" The teacher explained, "Such minor matters are not broadly communicated to every parent, as it is uncommon for parents to insist on such stipulations. I assure you, this is entirely for the benefit of the candidates." Mrs. Evans interjected, attempting to placate the irate Daffel. "We understand, and Lily and I shall wait outside for Penny. There is no need to continue this discussion with the teacher. I know it is all for Penny's sake. Thank you for your understanding, madam. I shall now escort this student, Penny, into the conference room for her interview. The teacher sighed in relief. Daphiel, with a stern countenance, half threatened, I shall accompany you. The principal is awaiting my presence as well. It would be quite unreasonable for me not to attend. Please do not offer me any more excuses. I have no time for such discussions. The teacher wiped his brow and said, of course, Ms. Augustus, as a member of the school board. I have no authority to prevent your entry. That is out of the question. Daphiel turned to me, saying, that is settled then, Lily. I apologize for not being able to allow you to observe this time. In the near future, I will take you to witness a genuine university admission interview. For now, I will escort Penny inside. I replied, this seems rather premature. There is no need for such complications. I believe it matters not if I do not witness the interview. Surely not every university would reject me. Daphiel shook her head, resolutely adhering to her decision, taking Penny's hand and proceeding with the teacher into the interview office. Mrs. Evans and I took our seats outside, on the chairs that the janitor had just moved. Mrs. Evans appeared somewhat anxious, akin to a mother receiving notice of her child's impending interview. Although she did not express her worry as fervently as Penny, she soon found it impossible to remain still. The school, having been constructed not long ago, was replete with newness. An abundance of flowers and plants flourished, and cleanliness was meticulously maintained, free of insects or discordant noises. The janitor also brought forth 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice, yet Mrs. Evans was too preoccupied to indulge, merely offering a brief thank you. In contrast to the last time Penny had an interview, Mrs. Evans seemed considerably more anxious this time, likely perceiving Penny's unease and apprehension, leading her to believe that Penny's chances might be precarious. I reassured Mrs. Evans, saying, Mother, Penny is a diligent student. She has always excelled in her studies. There is no need for alarm. Penny simply needs time to adjust to this new environment, and soon she will be just fine. Mrs. Evans furtively glanced around and whispered to me, I have observed that Penny has been quite tense today. She likely lacks confidence in her ability to succeed in the interview. With Daphiel present, I am certain Penny will gain admission to this school, but how shall we encourage her afterward? Despite my reassurances, I muttered, that will not happen, Mother. Your imagination is running wild. Penny is certainly capable of passing. Even if you doubt me, you must trust in Penny's abilities. She has never given you cause for concern before. Perhaps you should contemplate what we shall have for lunch instead. Mrs. Evans lightly tapped my head, exclaiming, really, Lily? Your sister is still inside taking her exam, and you, my little piglet, only think about food. Do help me devise a plan. I felt a twinge of annoyance. Why must I be scolded for mentioning food? I retorted, who says we must concoct a plan? As they say, Penny will undoubtedly succeed. Her capabilities are formidable. Do not lose faith in her. Mrs. Evans expressed her guilt, saying, I am merely worried for Penny. She has never been like this before. She used to radiate confidence, never experiencing such trepidation. Perhaps my separation from your father has affected her. I dismissed her concerns, insisting, do not dwell on such thoughts. You have the freedom to choose, and we shall both grow in time. Our lives, Penny's and mine, are just beginning. I refuse to accept any notion of sacrifice on your behalf. As I spoke, I vigorously shook my head. Mrs. Evans' eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lamented, you and Penny are such understanding children. If only I had not married Evans. Perhaps Penny would not feel this way today. I supported Mrs. Evans, believing her happiness was paramount. Penny and I were no longer children, thanks to Mrs. Evans. We maintained our composure and courtesy, never resorting to confrontation with any party, such as quarreling with Mr. Evans. If Mr. Evans were to jeopardize his job, who would then provide for Penny and me? Regardless of his flaws, he could never completely disregard his own flesh and blood. He would always feel compelled to support his children. Should Mr. Evans ever dare to confront Mrs. Evans, regardless of the circumstances, I would undoubtedly stand up for her, siding with her wholeheartedly. The blame lay with Mr. Evans. Even Penny could not fault Mrs. Evans for her departure, as she had no right to do so. As for me, I could not meddle in the emotional dynamics between Mr. and Mrs. Evans. If, in the future, Mrs. Evans still harbored feelings for Mr. Evans, I would provide her with an elixir of enchantment. Chapter 49. When Penny emerged from the interview room, her face was aglow with smiles, suggesting her success was assured. My intuition proved correct. Based on past experiences, there was no way Penny could fail. One must understand that no individual with a robust reservoir of knowledge would be unable to respond to others' inquiries. Penny, once radiant and exuding brilliance, evoked my admiration, and I firmly believed in her capabilities. Dr. Daphiel followed Penny out, offering a courteous nod and smile to Mrs. Evans, who finally exhaled in relief. Penny, well done. Today is a joyous occasion. How about I treat you all to a grand feast? Mrs. Evans exclaimed with delight. Penny, shedding her anxiety and insecurity, proudly lifted her chin and replied, "Of course, Mother. You must reward me handsomely. How could you not inform me that today was the day of my admission interview? That is simply outrageous." Dr. Daffodil maintained to Evan's mother. "Penny, this is not Ginny's idea. It was my request. I sincerely apologize, but Penny, your school term is fast approaching, and time is rather limited. If we delay until the last moment, I fear you will only become more anxious." "What, so soon?" Penny exclaimed. "What about Lily? Are we to leave her alone at home while I go to school? That simply won't do. She will be frightened." I observed Penny's impulsive utterance. Dr. Daffodil seemed to have anticipated this reaction, addressing both me and Penny. "I will arrange for a tutor for Lily. It's quite common for families to do so. Soon, she will attend Hogwarts, and she won't experience the joy of learning alongside others. That leaves Lily with no friends. She would be all alone, and that is too pitiful. She should not be treated in such a manner," Penny lamented. I recalled hearing Penny express her jealousy over Lily's ability to befriend everyone. While Penny had only a handful of friends, in stark contrast to Lily's multitude of companions. This was not Penny's fault. It was evident that Lily's friends were not genuinely close, as none had come forward to extend kindness when I took on Lily's persona. Perhaps, fearing my then exposed mental issues, everyone had distanced themselves from me. This became a rare test for me, as I had never encountered such a situation before. Then Severus appeared. He had not attended school and had ample time to circle around me, albeit under Penny's vigilant gaze. I, like a deaf mute, could only observe Severus's animated gestures, struggling to comprehend their meaning. The rain outside had lightened, possibly due to the school not yet being in session, rendering the place eerily quiet, reminiscent of a fairy tale world. The facilities were well equipped, and it seemed the teachers were predominantly high-paid professionals. Attending such a school would undoubtedly lead to a vibrant life for Penny. Evan's mother had never been to this area before. She could only provide Dr. Daffodil with the names of dishes that Penny and I enjoyed, inquiring where we might dine. Ultimately, it was Dr. Daffodil who determined our luncheon destination, as he was fairly familiar with the area and found a well-reputed restaurant. "Thank you so much, Daffodil. I can finally stop worrying about Penny." Evan's mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, observing me and Penny, she asked Dr. Daffodil, "Daffodil, when do you plan to open your clinic? I feel somewhat restless just sitting here. I must do something." Dr. Daffodil's expression darkened as he regarded Evan's mother, clearly perturbed by her inexplicable musings. "Ginny, do not consider me an outsider. I wish to be your family, not merely a friend. Even close friends cannot replace the bond of family, can they?" Dr. Daffodil retorted. Evan's mother waved her hand dismissively, saying, No, Daffodil. I do not see you as an outsider. Just look at me, living here like a mouse. This life is simply dreadful. You must know I am counting on you to take me to see Lily at her school in the future, and I am sure that will require considerable effort and expense. I would feel guilty. I am not the type to take advantage of your kindness under the guise of family, expecting you to do more for me. Genuine family relationships are not like that. Daffodil, I truly consider you my family, both before and after my parents passed. I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Evan's mother's words brought tears to Dr. Daffodil's eyes, making him acutely aware of his importance in her life, likely comparable to my and Penny's significance combined. "I don't know, Ginny. I have always been incredibly insecure. No one has wanted to befriend me like you. Initially, you were my only friend, and later, my only family. I apologize for not knowing how to engage. But I wish to give you my very best," Dr. Daffodil confessed, his voice trembling as he spoke his heart to Evan's mother. Penny and I could only silently enjoy our steak, as the matters between Dr. Daffodil and Evan's mother were likely beyond our purview. They were adults, and adults ought to handle adult matters. The emotional tension in the air was palpable. I could only wonder how unfortunate Dr. Daffodil must have been to have only Evan's mother as a friend. Otherwise, during his time of scrutiny, there would have been no way to escape without her name surfacing. To grow into a person with a reasonably sound worldview, like Dr. Daffodil, is true strength. If I were in his position, I might have succumbed to becoming a dark villain. Dr. Daffodil spoke to Evan's mother. "Ginny, from now on, accompany me and help manage my enterprises. I am unsure if you can adapt, as it involves many aspects unfamiliar to us from the non-magical world." Evan's mother promptly replied, "I wish to help you, Daffodil. I do not refuse your assistance, so please do not obstruct my desire to share your burdens. You must understand, honestly, I do not want you to become someone who solely gives to me. That would be unfair to you, now that you have dealt with those dangerous individuals. And since there is no longer any threat, why can I not assist you? One more person can always provide additional strength." After pondering for a moment, Dr. Daffodil acquiesced to Evan's mother's proposal, saying, "Very well, from now on, we shall work together. You will be my right hand. I will help you adapt." In truth, Vampires are not all that frightening. If we ever face a situation where many humans surround us and we cannot escape, we would meet the same fate. Do not fear. I will protect you. Chapter 50. Evan's mother smiled, declaring, "Well then, I certainly will not be frightened. I am not a child like Penny and Lily. Still lost in fairy tales, how could I be afraid of this or that?" With the harmony between Evan's mother and Dr. Daffodil, their relationship would undoubtedly become even more tender towards Penny and me. Dr. Daffodil could almost assume the role of a close aunt to us, alleviating any worries Penny might have about Dr. Daffodil refusing to transform her into a vampire for a long life ahead. I too feared death. I had only just regained my youth a decade ago, and I wished to savor the gradual process of growing up. Moreover, as a wizard, I was far from aging. Unlike Penny, who fretted about becoming old and withered. A school worker hurried over, his clothes still damp, anxiously addressing Dr. Daffodil. Fortunately, I made it in time. Thankfully. I heard you were still here. It seems my luck today is rather good. What is it? Why the urgency? Is there something that cannot wait until later? Dr. Daffodil set down his knife and fork, looking at the school worker, his expression somewhat displeased. The school worker unloaded his backpack and handed it to Penny, saying, "This is the school's textbook. It will allow Penny to get a head start on her studies as school is about to commence. The school hopes that Penny will continue to excel." Evan's mother, feeling incredulous, thanked the school worker on Penny's behalf, saying, "I will ensure Penny studies diligently." "Thank you so much, sir. I promise to keep her striving to maintain her excellent performance. I will not let the school down." How delightful that is. However, do ensure that Penny maintains her healthy routine and does not overexert herself in her studies. The amiable caretaker playfully winked at Penny. Both Penny and I understood the underlying implication of his words. It seemed he was not genuinely in haste to deliver the textbooks due to the necessity for students to prepare ahead, but rather because Dr. Daffodil, a board member of the school, commanded their utmost respect. Once Penny commences her studies, I would require this gentleman's assistance to look after her, for despite her astute demeanor, she is rather inexperienced and ill-equipped to navigate challenges on her own. Mrs. Evans called over the restaurant server and ordered several dishes to be packaged for the caretaker, as a token of gratitude for his efforts. After the caretaker departed, Mrs. Evans remarked to Dr. Daffodil, "Daffodil, you ought to smile more. That chap nearly trembled in your presence. Thankfully, you need not actually go to work. Otherwise, I would worry you might find yourself in a brawl." Dr. Daffodil maintained her stoic demeanor towards Mrs. Evans, replying, "Perhaps the heavens do not permit me the luxury of leading a mundane existence, denying me the chance to become an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, I find my current circumstances rather agreeable. If your life can be categorized as tolerable, then many others must be enduring far worse. Suffering often becomes the hallmark of success, and over the years, Daffodil, you have undoubtedly emerged as a success," Mrs. Evans said. Half reassuringly, half reflectively, Dr. Daffodil, lost in thought, continued, "Yet, I am grateful. This arrangement is the best possible. We can still sit together and enjoy a meal. As there was a time I believed I would never see you again. I feared I might perish on a cold, clinical operating table, disassembled by those heartless beings for the sake of study. You recall that article we read in the paper about an unfortunate soul subjected to laboratory experiments? It was utterly tragic." Mrs. Evans gently patted Dr. Daffodil's back. The warmth of her character contrasted starkly with Dr. Daffodil's facade, yet Mrs. Evans struggled to find the right words to comfort her. Perhaps it was difficult for her to empathize, although I had heard Penny mention that Mrs. Evans had been spoiled in her youth, surrounded by loving parents. While others went hungry, Mrs. Evans donned beautiful floral dresses and indulged in imported sweets. As for Dr. Daffodil, who had once been rescued by Mrs. Evans, had she not appeared in her life like a loyal companion, it is likely she would have been forgotten entirely. After Penny finished her meal, the two of us quietly wandered aside to peruse her new textbooks. I admit my intent was merely to evade the nostalgic conversation between Mrs. Evans and Dr. Daffodil, as their reminiscences made me feel decidedly awkward. I had not anticipated this more vulnerable side of Dr. Daffodil. I had always perceived her as a formidable woman, the type who would bleed but never shed tears. I once witnessed a driver she had hired being knocked down by her single punch, leading me to believe she had practiced boxing. As Penny flipped through the pages, she whispered to me about her recent observations. I looked at the illustrations in her textbook and replied, "It's not particularly strange, is it? It's entirely natural for Daffodil to confide in her mother. After all, they share a close friendship. If she couldn't openly discuss her matters with her mother, how lonely that would be, with no one to confide in. How tragic. Indeed, if you have Severus as a friend, surely her mother has Dr. Daffodil as a confidant." Penny continued. I added, "Severus is simply too isolated. He has never encountered a kindred spirit among young wizards. Enduring domestic violence alone in Spinners Inn must have been as arduous as Dr. Daffodil's experiences. Did you notice that scar on Severus's leg? It must have pained him terribly during its initial healing. Thank goodness we rescued that lad. Although the orphanage is no paradise, at least he will not be subjected to violence anymore. And with Vernon Dursley looking after him, he won't be bullied as he once was. Penny expressed her disdain for Severus's father, joining me in my complaints. With indignation, I exclaimed, "It's unbearable. I can't stand to witness Severus being abused by Tobias Snape. Sending that scoundrel to prison was the most commendable thing I have ever done. Who knows how many times he has struck Severus outside, beating his wife and child. Truly despicable. What could possibly redeem Tobias in Eileen's eyes? I fail to see any merit in him. Perhaps she had nowhere else to turn. If Mrs. Evans had not aided her, she would not have escaped Tobias so swiftly. Severus's mother, Eileen, had no friends. Who could she rely on for help? Penny pondered, unable to grasp why Eileen would prioritize the scoundrel over her own family. Chapter 51. If it were me, once I marry, I would not tolerate any form of violence from my husband, let alone against my children. Life is too precious. I would ensure he realizes the beauty in flowers and the freshness of the air, I declared, clenching my fist in determination. Penny shook her head, lost in contemplation. I was at a loss, as she had not turned the page of the book before her, which bore only an illustration of a harmonious family portrait. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Was Penny contemplating Mr. Evans? I could never forgive him, and Mrs. Evans had not uttered a word of forgiveness. What right had I? We represented Mrs. Evans, after all. I had no desire to coexist with that half-brother or his mistress. While I felt no animosity toward the innocent boy, his mother's actions were utterly disgraceful. How could she harm another family? This also underscored Mr. Evans's unworthiness. Sharing a home with him would not be surprising if one day he were to face dire consequences for his actions. I despised him. Penny, do you have confidence in your future school life? Will the books be challenging? Can you comprehend them? I find them utterly perplexing. I attempted to divert her thoughts. Penny replied, "What? The book? It's not difficult. I've seen it before in the teacher's office. The difficulty level is quite similar to what I've encountered before, so I believe I should manage just fine." I watched as Penny turned the page adorned with the family portrait, saying, "That's splendid. I am certain you will thrive in this new school environment. After all, this is London, and it must be vastly different from where we previously resided. When you have new experiences, you must share them with me." Penny proudly lifted her chin, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, and proclaimed, "Of course. I can also tutor you after school. Even if I attend a magical school, I must not fall behind in my studies." What are you looking at? The illustrations? What is so fascinating about them? As Penny was drinking water, she suddenly choked, her face contorted with panic as she grasped my arm and exclaimed, "Oh my God. I completely forgot. Lily, you cannot read at all. You must first learn to write. This presents the most formidable challenge. I absolutely refuse to allow my sister to become someone who cannot recognize a single letter. You would be the subject of ridicule." I was taken aback. Why couldn't we simply pause? In a moment, I was to be thrust back into the abyss of learning, and it felt overwhelmingly arduous. I truly did not wish to write at all. "You are about to begin school, Penny. You need to prepare and review your textbooks. Dr. Daisley will arrange a tutor for me. Writing should be manageable. I don't start school until September, and there's ample time before we depart for Hogwarts. So there's no need to fret." I attempted to deflect Penny's fervent enthusiasm, which I found overwhelming. Penny narrowed her eyes and coldly scoffed. "You're not thinking of slacking off again, are you, Lily? I know you better than you know yourself. I won't allow you to be lazy. You must learn to write, and I will keep an eye on you until we leave for Hogwarts." How embarrassing. Penny, perhaps you should focus on your own studies instead. Learning to write alongside a child like me is far too challenging. It's truly overwhelming. I voiced my concerns. "This really isn't fair, Penny. It's such a waste of your time, and I would feel guilty and distressed about it. I don't want this." "What is wrong with that? Haven T, I always taken care of you? Who could blame me for being your sister? You're the fortunate one. God truly looks after you." Penny replied with an absurd remark. I still wished to resist, so I said, "All right, what do you expect me to do? You don't mean I have to go back and write, do you? I can't even comprehend what those letters mean. This is utterly pointless, Penny. I will teach you. I'll impart every letter I've learned one by one. It's as simple as that. I can't possibly live with you day in and day out without being able to teach you. That would be a dismal failure." Penny raised her eyebrows in determination. It seemed that if I dared to express dissent, Penny would swiftly deliver a punch to remind me of her affection. All right, it's merely writing some letters." I sighed, contemplating how to cope with her zealous enthusiasm. Ultimately, I had no choice but to acquiesce. The primary reason lay with me. I would undoubtedly require these skills for the coming years. Dumbledore certainly wouldn't create a magical device to draft my essays, even if such a thing existed. How would I decipher the textbooks? I couldn't rely on others to read them to me endlessly. And Severus, well, he was destined to become a master of potions. If I burdened him my plans for success would be dashed. After careful thought, I conceded, I'll heed your advice, Penny. Rest assured, I will learn. Even if I only manage to grasp the basics, no one will mock me. I've heard Severus mention that those children attending Hogwarts don't attend school beforehand either. Surely they are not superior to me. Penny pointed at my head. That's not the same. Are you really going to compare yourself to a gorilla to see who can skip stones further? That's utterly foolish. You are Lily, my sister, and in comparison to those others, you are certainly as exceptional as I am. I continued to express my grievances. All right. Who could possibly match your intellect? I detest writing. My letters are all crooked and unappealing. Penny frowned at my self-deprecation and retorted, It's not that you lack intelligence, you silly girl. Haven't you noticed the trophies displayed at school? Those are yours from before. You are quite clever. I grumbled in response, not giving her a pleasant demeanor. I don't recall. That was not me. I've told you, Penny, I am not the same as I was before. You always confuse the two of us. If I were as capable as I once was, I wouldn't be troubled by writing and reading. Enough, Lily. You foolish child. You're truly going to drive me mad. I must help you clear the water from your brain. I can't tolerate your attitude any longer. Penny lunged towards me. I dashed about, evading her pursuit, but I certainly wouldn't stand idly by and let Penny strike me. I was no fool. I would seek refuge with Mrs. Evans and see if Penny dared to confront me in her presence. Then, Penny, disregarding decorum, chased me relentlessly. Thankfully, I managed to evade her and took shelter in Mrs. Evans' embrace, which left Penny utterly powerless. If Penny dared to strike me in front of Mrs. Evans, she would undoubtedly receive a lengthy lecture. One that would last until the next morning, and I was certain Penny would not be foolish enough to confront Mrs. Evans directly. Chapter 52. Mrs. Evans intercepted Penny, intending to halt her, saying, What are you two doing? Stop, Penny. Did Lily do something wrong? We can address this at home. Causing a scene outside is quite embarrassing. Please stop, Penny. Furious, Penny declared, I need to teach Lily a lesson. That little fool truly believes she is a fool. I absolutely must give her a good thrashing. She cannot be forgiven. I merely stated that I am not as clever as I once was. That's not false. It's the truth, all right? Right, Mother? I continued to hide in Mrs. Evans' embrace, relishing the warmth of her affection. Dr. Daisley observed us with amusement, and upon catching Penny's eye, she smoothed her hair and, after calming down, fell silent. Have you all eaten well, Mother? When shall we return? Penny says she must teach me to write. I must be able to read and write before Hogwarts, or I will be the subject of ridicule, I explained to Mrs. Evans that Penny was not acting out of malice, but rather from frustration with my progress. Mrs. Evans went to assist Penny with her textbooks. Since Dr. Daisley had already settled the bill, she instructed me and Dr. Daisley to wait for her as she took Penny to tidy up the mess of scattered books we had created. Thank goodness for the merciless freedom system. I have never been punished for creating a mess. At most, we would clean up together, and more often than not, Penny would handle it for me. Having an older sister is truly a blessing, especially one as caring as Penny. Such kindness is rare, especially when she isn't punishing me. Dr. Daisley gently patted my head and said, Both Penny and Lily are good children. Learning to write isn't difficult. As long as you practice regularly, Lily, I believe you will master it swiftly. It's not insurmountable. Don't doubt yourself. I asked, Did you know how to read and write when you were with the vampires, Dr. Daisley? I truly feel that learning to read and write is exceedingly hard. I don't think I can manage it. Dr. Daisley replied, Look at you, Lily. There you go again, lacking confidence. You can do it. When I was in Romania, I didn't learn to read and write until I was sent to my father. It didn't take long for me to grasp it. So I believe you can do it too. I smiled awkwardly but politely at Dr. Daisley. All right, I think I understand. Dr. Daisley, you are not a typical example. There is no basis for comparison. What do I have to compare with you? I am not significantly smarter than others. I was quite close to your mother back then. If you don't believe me, you can ask your mother, Jenny. She knows how challenging it was for me to memorize poetry. If I could learn to read and write, so can you. Dr. Daffield seemed to perceive my underlying thoughts as she began recounting tales from her childhood. Well, to be honest, I simply wished to avoid this predicament. While other children effortlessly tackled exercises and composed essays, I found myself still grappling with the art of penmanship, which left me feeling discontented. I was not lacking in intelligence. Rather, I was merely reluctant to exert myself. Tugging at my hair, I lamented the gradual thinning of my locks. Observing Dr. Daffield's encouraging smile, I couldn't help but admire how Mrs. Evans had managed to forge such a close bond with her. Penny and I had witnessed Dr. Daffield's commanding presence on numerous occasions, and the fact that Mrs. Evans had been able to become such good friends with her since childhood seemed like an extraordinary enigma, a grand spectacle indeed. However, seeing Mrs. Evans reminded me that Dr. Daffield would likely not relent in her efforts with me. If I failed to learn, Penny would be disheartened, Mrs. Evans would be saddened, and Dr. Daffiel would certainly not wish for Mrs. Evans to suffer. Thus, I had no choice but to compel myself to strive harder. Oh dear. It seemed that this was indeed the case. I felt as though I was on the precipice of failure. Would Dr. Daffiel truly resort to tying me to a tree if I couldn't learn? Come on, Lily, once we return, let's discuss what kind of tutor you would prefer. Penny is about to start school, and you ought to prepare for your studies as well. Dr. Daffiel, as anticipated, had already begun to encourage my ambition. Mrs. Evans and Penny returned, with Penny carrying a backpack filled with textbooks. Dr. Daffiel picked up her coat, rose, and led me towards them. Outside, a gentle rain fell. The air became refreshingly crisp, and the fragrant allure of trees and flowers wafted through the atmosphere, reminiscent of freedom. Dr. Daffiel swiftly drove the three of us back to her villa, situated in a pleasant area devoid of chaotic noise, a testament to her meticulous planning. As I could find no fault with it. Don't fret, Penny. Lily has plenty of time before school starts. She won't truly be unable to comprehend her textbooks by then. Don't put too much pressure on her. You nearly frightened her just now, Mrs. Evans said with a smile as she settled on the sofa. Penny nodded, her expression a mixture of concern and an undeniable desire for me to start studying immediately, as if idling here to watch television and chat was a heinous sin. Of course, Penny did not adhere to her promise to Mrs. Evans of not imposing pressure. She promptly retreated to her room to fetch a notebook and pen, returning to hand them to me, instructing me to write words at the coffee table, leaving me with no avenue of escape. Mrs. Evans, accepting the situation, allowed me to write without further comment. I glanced at Dr. Daffiel, only to find her deliberately turning her gaze away from me. How very pragmatic. With no other option, I began to write. Penny meticulously guided me through each word, teaching me its pronunciation and meaning, then instructing me to fill an entire page before turning to the next. Mrs. Evans quietly remarked to Dr. Daffiel, "Look at Penny. She truly embodies the essence of an older sister. In other families, I cannot fathom anyone treating their younger sibling with such kindness. If it weren't for Lily's illness, perhaps Penny would not have transformed into the person she is today." Previously, the relationship between Penny and Lily had been fraught with tension. Lily did not dislike Penny, yet Penny always felt that Lily resented her, believing Lily had stolen my attention away from her. In truth, I loved Penny dearly. It was just that she was so self-sufficient and did not indulge in the same displays of affection as Lily, which led me to view her as an adult, inadvertently overlooking her need for care and attention. Dr. Daffiel reassured Mrs. Evans, stating, "Penny understands that she should not dwell on the past. Lily has forgotten all prior memories and only remembers the kindness Penny has shown her. This is undoubtedly a blessing, and their sisterly bond will continue to flourish. You cannot fathom, Dr. Daffiel, how profoundly grateful I would be if Penny could maintain this demeanor indefinitely. Thankfully, Lily has no recollection of her past. She is like a newborn child, untainted by knowledge. Otherwise, I would fear that Lily might harbor resentment," Mrs. Evans whispered, confiding in Dr. Daffiel about the quiet history between Lily and Penny. Chapter 53. Dr. Daffiel cast a sidelong glance in our direction, prompting me to feign an intense focus on my writing. Penny, oblivious, continued to peruse her new textbook, while Dr. Daffiel remained unaware that I had been eavesdropping on her conversation with Mrs. Evans. However, I could not comprehend what Dr. Daffiel had done. I was unsure if it was magic, but I could no longer hear her words. My clandestine listening had abruptly ceased, leaving me in a state of anxiety. It was likely that Penny had committed some grave transgression against the former Lily, though I was unaware of the specifics. Otherwise, why would Penny treat me with such kindness, exhibiting such a stark contrast to the character in the original narrative? It must have been something serious. Otherwise, Mrs. Evans would have reprimanded Penny on the spot, insisting she rectify her behavior and apologize to me. Writing felt rather uninspired. Once Penny departed, my motivation waned, especially since my handwriting was less than appealing. After years of tormenting myself with this task, I found no joy in it. The sound of flapping wings outside interrupted my scribbling. It appeared to be an owl. Turning, I noticed Mrs. Evans and Dr. Daffiel still engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the commotion outside. I approached the owl, which I had come to recognize as a Scottish round-faced, plump breed, and it presented me with a letter addressed to me. Goodness, who could it be? Someone must have discovered my new residence after the move. It was a letter from James Potter, the very lad I had nearly forgotten. I recalled that I had received his letter previously, but had yet to open it. I remembered carelessly stuffing it into the pocket of my clothing that day, and it had been packed by Mrs. Evans without my having the chance to wash it. Surely, the letter still resided within that pocket. I would need to retrieve it shortly, for I did not wish for Mrs. Evans to inadvertently stain my clothing with ink while washing it. Who knew what sort of ink James Potter used? If it were made from some peculiar substance, I would be in quite the predicament. The Scottish round-faced owl fluttered, urging me to untie the letter from its leg. After I did so, I stealthily ventured to the kitchen to procure some bird feed for the creature. Satisfied, the owl flapped its wings happily, discarding James Potter's letter before taking flight. The letter appeared to be crafted from the same material as the last, thick to the touch, suggesting that the Potter family was not lacking in resources. Why then did young Harry Potter endure such hardships while living with his Aunt Petunia? Petunia, alone at home, managing the household and 2 children, must have found her life quite challenging. With only Vernon working, the reality was undeniably taxing. Raising a child is no simple task. It requires endless dedication and concern. Were I in her position, I doubted I could exhibit the same resilience as Penny. Should a mischievous child disobey, I would undoubtedly lose my temper in an instant. Upon opening the envelope, I discovered a bouquet of luminescent dried flowers within, exuding a pleasant fragrance and an appealing appearance. Inside lay another letter. I recalled being able to read the words on the paper during the time Dumbledore cast his spell on me, but gradually, it seemed the magic had waned, rendering me unable to decipher the text. It had not been long since then. Why had the enchantment faded so swiftly? I aspired to master that enchanting spell which Dumbledore once cast upon me, enabling me to articulate thoughts, read with ease, and write effortlessly. The magic appears to be quite sophisticated, and I am uncertain whether I possess the capability to learn it, even if I do manage to acquire it. I ponder over the timeline. Will it take a decade or more? If such a prolonged period is required, I might as well pursue self-education, which seems far simpler. At least I would have Petunia and Mrs. Evans to support me, offering assistance whenever I encounter confusion. Petunia approached, raising her clenched fist, and inquired, "Lily, what are you doing? Have you finished writing the words I taught you? Stop playing around, or I shall be quite displeased. And you wouldn't want to witness my anger, would you?" "No, Petunia, someone has written to me, and I haven't had the chance to read it yet. You know I currently struggle to comprehend what this letter contains." I produced the envelope for Petunia to see. I could never overpower her. Surrendering early would prevent her from truly confronting me. Though Petunia would never strike me, a few playful slaps hardly constituted harm. They were merely expressions of her affectionate motivation. If I were to be reprimanded for my reluctance to learn, Mrs. Evans would certainly not scold Petunia. My foremost priority at the moment is undoubtedly my studies. A tragic life requires no further explanation. Petunia grumbled, "Let me see who has written to you so promptly. We haven't even informed anyone of our current whereabouts." It's rather peculiar. As she unfolded the letter, her expression grew serious, and she cast several perplexed glances in my direction. I could not discern her thoughts. I hadn't engaged in any noteworthy activities recently, so it should have no bearing on me. "James Potter, is he your friend, Lily? Why have I never met him? How did you come to know him, and where? Who is he?" Petunia shot me a sideways glance, bombarding me with questions. I replied, "There's nothing particularly remarkable. James Potter fell from the sky, riding a flying broomstick, which is a wizard's mode of transportation. However, it was evident that something had gone awry that day. So I offered him a glass of water to comfort him, and that's how we became acquainted. He departed soon after, but he wrote to me afterward. I had no trouble reading his letter at that time. There was also another letter from before we moved, which my mother handed to me, but I inadvertently left it unopened in my pocket." Petunia nodded and suggested, "What about that unopened letter? Let us find it together. I can help you understand what it says. If you wish to comprehend it on your own, it may take an exceedingly long time." "All right, Petunia. Please wait here for a moment. I'll retrieve it quickly. It's in the pocket of my clothing, and I'll be right back." My spirits lifted. This was indeed a splendid idea. The garment was not buried at the bottom of my luggage, and I found it easily upon returning home. Upon opening it, I discovered that it contained a glowing dried flower, emitting a delightful fragrance, much like the letter I had just received. I handed the letter to Petunia, who violently tore open the paper, revealing a shimmering object wrapped inside, the purpose of which eluded me. I had completely overlooked it when I initially opened the envelope. "Lily, do you know what this is?" Petunia inquired, tossing the shiny object before me. "It's a locator, do you understand? This item can reveal your current location at any time, and it is not a benign object. That James Potter fellow surely harbors ulterior motives." I was taken aback by Petunia's tone and expression, instinctively stepping back. A locator, James Potter and his companions seemed to be adept at crafting such devices, which remain relevant decades later, even utilized by his son. However, I had no prior knowledge that James Potter would include a locator in the letter he sent me. Chapter 54. This is a locator. Why is it in the letter from James Potter? I am utterly bewildered by this turn of events. My word, how could this happen? James Potter has gone too far. I immediately turned to reassure Petunia. Although I genuinely had no idea James Potter could stoop so low as to include a locator in the letter he sent me, that scoundrel. Petunia could hardly bear to hear my words, gripping me tightly as she exclaimed, "This is not a trivial matter, Lily. What about your safety? What if someone were to abduct you? If that were to happen, you would be left to subsist on stale bread and tepid water. Without me or your mother. No one would care for you or love you. If you fell ill from eating something bad, you wouldn't have the means to seek treatment. And you might even end up begging on the streets for others' charity. I nodded fervently. Petunia appeared quite intimidating in that moment, clearly terrified of something happening to me. The first thing I noticed upon awakening was Petunia's overwhelming desire to control me, which bordered on frightening. I hadn't experienced much warmth in my life. Yet I felt that Petunia treated me rather well, albeit with occasional inconveniences. She always regarded me as a child. I playfully reassured Petunia, I understand, don't worry. I will absolutely not be captured by any nefarious individuals. I want to venture out to play. No one can take me away, and there will be no issues. Petunia laid out the 2 sheets of paper before me. I recalled that the left one was the one I had just opened, while the right one contained a substantial amount of writing from the owl that had just delivered it. Petunia pointed to the left letter, saying, Let me tell you what these letters convey, Lily. That scoundrel, James Potter, states in this letter that he has sent you a locator that can pinpoint your whereabouts. This locator was crafted based on a book about alchemy he found in the study. If you find it acceptable, the next time he visits, he will bring that book for you to see, should you wish to learn about alchemy alongside him. Then Petunia picked up the letter on the right, her expression growing even more irate, yet she continued, This letter invites you to play. He mentions that he noticed your location has changed, and that he hasn't received a reply from you, so he wishes to come and see you. He will also bring along a friend from the wizarding world to show him what the muggle world is like, and he intends to give you that alchemy book, claiming you would likely be interested in it. The time of his arrival is tomorrow morning. This is a unilateral notification. Do you truly intend to entertain him? This inconsiderate fellow hasn't even bothered to inquire about the muggle world. How utterly infuriating. James Potter is coming to visit, and initially, I had no intention of engaging with him. If I were to become entangled with James for too long, I would surely find myself within the confines of a narrative, with no place to weep. I do not wish to become the mother of a savior, only to meet a tragic fate alongside my husband. That would be far too dreadful. I refuse to entertain such a notion. Petunia continued to grumble. Should we welcome him? He likely isn't a good character. His haughty tone is quite revealing, making him truly detestable. I responded, he probably already knows our location. Petunia, how about you accompany me to meet him tomorrow? He doesn't seem to be a malicious individual, although he isn't entirely virtuous either. Petunia clutched the parchment letter, declaring, I knew it. A person so lacking in manners could hardly be anything but dubious. It's outrageous that he would simply notify you of his visit without awaiting a response. I examined the letter Petunia had tossed to me, flipping it over and over. Was James Potter truly so thoughtless? His family name is quite well known in the wizarding community. How could he presume to visit me based solely on such a perfunctory notification? When had we become so familiar? I confess that I have a fondness for alchemy. Yet the things I desire seem beyond my reach. What use is it to toss me a spellbook? It would be far more pragmatic to wait until school starts and seek out Dumbledore instead. Following Penny's lead, I remarked. It seems that this is the nature of the wizarding world. We have yet to truly inhabit it, but it does indeed resemble a frightfully archaic medieval era. Penny nodded in agreement. Having accompanied us to Diagon Alley, she initially found it quite a revelation. However, given the narrowness of the streets, which were flanked by filthy, overcrowded alleys teeming with dark wizards, it cannot be deemed entirely pleasant. The streets we typically traverse are bright and adorned with tasteful shopfronts, and Penny had likely never encountered a scene reminiscent of a village market. This was already one of the finest streets in the British wizarding community, and upon reflection, one's sentiments surely shift over time. I pondered whether Penny still harbored resentment over not being able to become a witch. I overheard her exclaim with a hint of bitterness, I will keep an eye on you, Lily. I assure you. That troublesome boy who delivers your letters will never dare bully you, if he has the audacity to harass you or to confess his feelings. Demanding that you be his girlfriend, I shall certainly smash his head to teach him a lesson about the might of muggles. This is Penny. A far cry from the gossiping Aunt Petunia of the original tale. This Penny is truly an angel. Romantic entanglements are utterly out of the question for me. Why squander time on such frivolities when I could devote it to more meaningful pursuits? While others may experience love for monetary gain, I would wager my very life on it. Should Harry Potter ever come into existence, he certainly cannot be born of me. In any case, the preservation of my life takes precedence. I cannot allow myself to become mere cannon fodder. That would be far too tragic. I resolved to prioritize my well-being, vowing that, if possible, I would never marry, let alone bear children. I shook my head vigorously, akin to a rattle, assuring Penny, I truly will not. I can promise you that I will never engage in romance, much less marriage. The thought of love and matrimony is far too daunting for my liking. Indeed, it must be this way. You are still so young, and even when you grow up, I shall not permit you to pursue romantic relationships. Heaven knows the types of men like your father, and Tobias Snape is a prime example. Aaron was truly unfortunate. My sister must not endure such treatment. Penny nodded in satisfaction, continuing our conversation. It seemed my earlier statement was not misplaced. The prospect of being beaten or betrayed is utterly inconceivable. I told Penny, fear not. Penny, I shall never become a second Aaron Prince. I cannot tolerate anyone as she did. With my temperament, should anyone dare to lay a hand on me, I would fight back with all my might. In 18 years, I shall emerge unscathed. When it comes to brawling, I have never been afraid. To be honest, Mother is far too kind. She never even considered asking Dr. Dursley to have someone give Father a good thrashing. Penny listened, her expression slightly twitching. I had always comported myself like a lady, but I admit that beneath my exterior lies a rebellious spirit. Chapter 55. Penny crossed her arms and, looking down at me, said, Lily, let us set aside that James Potter for now. I believe you ought to learn some manners. It seems I must suggest to Mother that you require refinement. Writing has already proven challenging enough. I have no desire to burden myself further. I immediately shook my head, responding, Please, Penny, you are no different from me. Do not treat me with such disparity. I am still a child, and there is no need to hold me to such high expectations, is there? Penny gazed at me intently for a moment, and upon confirming that I had no intention of learning etiquette, she graciously decided to let me off the hook. However, she took the letter and the locator device from me, and I suspected she intended to confront James Potter with these items the following day. Delighted as I was, my friendship with James Potter was tenuous at best, and I did not mind Penny's actions. After all, as long as Penny did not seek to provoke me, I was content. Naturally, Penny would not harass me. She simply dragged me back to continue studying. She insisted that I fill every page of the notebook with words before I could take a break. It was utterly diabolical. Is this truly what a person does? When did Penny become so sisterly? I hardly noticed as she gradually molded me into a puppet, yet I did not dislike this feeling. Why Penny chose to act this way remained a mystery to me. I had grown accustomed to her meticulous care, rivaling that of Mrs. Evans. And following Penny's lead seemed to be a sound decision. Tomorrow, James Potter would surely find himself in a dire predicament. Severus Snape had initially faced severe rejection from Penny, and it was unlikely that James Potter would fare any better if Penny did not crush him. It would be a sign of her mercy. Penny was engrossed in a magazine when she suddenly turned to me and said, Continue writing, Lily. Do not lose focus. Your time is limited. Consider this. You surely do not wish to become infamous in your class for being illiterate. Understood, Penny. I felt akin to Harry Potter in a prequel, struggling to survive under Penny's watchful eye. It was no easy feat. How had Harry Potter managed to endure for 11 years? Had I been in his shoes, I would have erupted long ago. The letters on the page began to resemble tadpoles. I was exhausted, and it had indeed been a troublesome day. The next day, before the sun had risen high, I was dragged out of bed by Penny to wash my face and brush my teeth. The greenery surrounding the house was quite pleasing, and the morning air was refreshingly crisp. Mrs. Evans greeted us, saying, Good morning, Penny Lily. Come, breakfast is ready. Today Dursley is cooking. Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise. After living alone for so many years, his culinary skills must surely be commendable. Understood, Mother, Penny and I replied in unison. To be honest, I held little hope for Dursley's cooking. After so many years of wandering, it was questionable whether he could even provide a satisfying meal. Mrs. Evans was overly optimistic. I've prepared breakfast. Jenny, have you woken Penny and Lily yet? I am not quite sure what to do. I suspect today's porridge might be a bit sweet, Dursley called from the kitchen. Penny and I exchanged glances of surprise. Could it be that Dursley's cooking was genuinely commendable? That talent would certainly incite envy. Penny only knew how to toss a salad, while I struggled even to boil instant noodles. After breakfast, Dursley and Mrs. Evans left, presumably to attend to matters concerning Mr. Evans, thus limiting our interaction with Penny. Mrs. Evans instructed us not to wander about indiscriminately while we were unfamiliar with the area. If we encountered any issues, we should seek assistance from nearby neighbors, security personnel, or police officers. Penny and I settled in the living room, waiting for James Potter's visit. Penny turned on the television, broadcasting the latest variety show, which I found rather lackluster. To be frank, I felt somewhat disinterested, yet Penny appeared delighted, as if she inhabited an entirely different world. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and I glanced at Penny. Together, we approached the door, where we found none other than James Potter standing outside, accompanied by a timid-looking boy. James Potter greeted me with a toothy grin, saying, Good morning, Lily. Fortunately, I included a locator device made through alchemy in my last letter. Otherwise, I would have been unable to find you, and would have had to wait until Hogwarts. I reproached James Potter, saying, I have been preoccupied with moving, and have yet to peruse that letter. Why did you insert a locator within my correspondence without my consent? James Potter appeared utterly oblivious to my ire. He merely scratched his disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest, and continued to beam that annoyingly sunny smile. I apologized, Lily. I simply wished to share my alchemical creation with you. I would never intrude upon your location without cause. I only sought you out when the owl could not find you yesterday, James Potter explained. Penny, undeterred, retorted at James Potter, you have violated our privacy. From which ancient grove have you emerged? Are you not aware that tracking someone without permission is illegal? It seems you are eager to sample the delights of a prison cell. James Potter brandished his wand at Penny, asserting, Hey, who are you? I am speaking to Lily. And your interference is unwelcome. I advise you to remain silent. Provoking me is not something that can be easily brushed aside. Cease this at once, James Potter. This is my sister, Penny. Stop pointing your wand at others. You are beyond redemption. I rushed forward, forcefully intervening between the two, who were on the brink of a quarrel. My goodness, can we not engage in civil discourse? Shouldn't I be the one incensed here? What on earth are you two doing? Penny, you are my sister, and despite everything, James Potter is a friend. We cannot treat him in such a manner, especially as he is a guest. James Potter, you continue to smirk. Let me remind you, as a guest, you ought to comport yourself accordingly and refrain from provoking others. You better not anger me, or I assure you, you will witness the force of my small fists upon your chest, and you will find it quite devastating. Chapter 56. James Potter heeded my words and stowed his wand away, and out of respect for me, Penny chose not to further scorn him, though she did slam the door rather loudly before retreating inside. I switched on the television, which was broadcasting Penny's favorite show. James Potter eagerly settled onto the sofa, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and the little boy he had brought along mirrored his enthusiasm. Before leaving that morning, Daffodil had sliced an assortment of fruits and placed them in the refrigerator for Penny and me, though neither of us had much inclination for fruit, leaving it untouched. I took some out for James Potter and the boy, along with some snacks Daffodil had provided for us. At least I was fulfilling my role as a host. James Potter and his companion thoroughly enjoyed the treats, and in the midst of their feasting, James said to me, Oh, by the way, Lily, I forgot to introduce you. This is Peter Pettigrew, my good buddy. We live quite close to each other, and Peter lives with his grandmother. He has never seen the Muggle world, so I brought him out to broaden his horizons. I forgot to bring snacks this time, but next time, I will bring you some. How about chocolate frogs? They hop and come with collectible cards. I have plenty, and if you like, I can give you quite a few. I immediately shook my head, subtly scrutinizing this future traitor, young Peter Pettigrew, who at present was merely a boy named Peter, seemingly timid and inconspicuous. I handed a drink to Peter Pettigrew, who smiled at me with a mixture of surprise and bashfulness, and I passed a cup to James Potter as well. Peter Pettigrew remained rather awkward, quickly finishing his drink before handing the cup back to me without daring to meet my gaze, muttering, Thank you. Your drink was very nice. Before long, James Potter could no longer sit still, wriggling about like a restless insect, making me feel quite uncomfortable. He inquired, I heard that Muggles have flying machines, films that capture events, and melodious singers. Can we go see them, Lily? I pondered for a moment. It might be beneficial for James Potter and Peter Pettigrew to experience the wider world beyond the confines of the magical realm. Believing the wizarding world to be the entirety of existence seemed akin to Voldemort's farcical attempts to lure us back to our village, a ludicrous notion indeed. I replied, We cannot go to see the planes, as one needs identification or a parent to accompany me. The singers are also unavailable. There are no concerts in this area currently. However, we might be able to go to the movies, but I need to ask Penny. All my pocket money is with her. Wait for me a moment. I will consult Penny. She is usually not like this. She just feels I am not safe, which is why she is so cautious about everything. Though, I assure you, I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. James Potter nodded, and I understood that Penny did not hold much significance for him. He was merely here for a brief visit and would hardly remember her or anyone else. I tiptoed stealthily, akin to a secret agent, preparing to ascend the stairs and speak with Penny. Afterward, I would see James Potter and Peter Pettigrew off. I would be residing in the magical realm for many years to come, and I could not afford to make enemies hastily. Penny stood at the turn of the staircase, startling me greatly. I clutched my chest and gasped for breath. She had genuinely frightened me. I glanced around the living room and whispered to her, Goodness. I thought you were angry, Penny. I did not wish for this, but as you can see, James Potter undoubtedly has connections in the magical world. I do not want him causing trouble for me at Hogwarts in the future. Penny hesitated, perhaps recognizing the validity of my words, and muttered, I understand, Lily. But just look at him. His demeanor is utterly nauseating. Is this how everyone in the magical world behaves? It is astonishing that Snape would admire such a place. I replied, That is because Severus has not fared well in our world. He has not had the chance to enjoy the joys of ordinary life. Had Eileen and Tobias been decent parents, Severus would not have turned out this way. Penny sorted through the pocket money. I had no idea whose was whose. as she always managed it. I had never ventured out alone to purchase anything and had never felt as though I had spent all my pocket money. Penny continued, I understand. If Snape had been coddled by loving parents, he would not have sought your friendship. I even witnessed him dismiss a boy who merely wanted to approach you and speak. I gasped in astonishment, asking Penny, when did this happen? Why was I not informed? Is it true that Severus would act in such a manner? He has never indicated anything of the sort to me. Penny cast a fleeting glance my way and remarked lightly, of course, I won't tell you. Back then, you wouldn't have been able to comprehend it anyway. Nor would you have spoken to anyone. As long as he is there watching over you, you won't be able to contact anyone else. I had been observing him closely. How could he possibly conceal those little gestures from me? I cannot allow you to frolic about with anyone in that state. I am not insane. What if something were to happen to you? While saying this, Penny continued to fuss over her small purse meant for pocket money. I found myself at a loss. During that time, I truly had no means of reaching out to the outside world, a situation beyond my control. Alas, if only I had devoted myself to my studies at school, I would not have found myself in such dire straits. I regretted immensely. Enough of this, Lily. You ought to head downstairs. Those are your guests, and you cannot leave them hanging, she urged. Though they may lack manners, we are individuals of decorum. Penny nudged me toward the door, gesturing for me to descend the staircase, acknowledging that my presence here was of little utility. All right, I understand. Thank you, Penny. I shall head down now, and when you come down, do take us out for some fun. Do hurry. I shall wait for you in the living room. I waved at Penny, bouncing off to prepare myself for the descent. Penny, in her flustered state, rummaged through her belongings, complaining. It seems we'll have to dine out for lunch today. What shall we have? Perhaps we should opt for the burger joint. They must have never tasted a hamburger. I also need to leave a note for Mother and Daffodil. Otherwise, they will surely panic upon discovering our absence. Go on, Lily, you cannot assist me here. As you mentioned, it suffices to send them off in the afternoon. Why am I still fretting like a fool? Penny seemed to have come to terms with it, which was a relief for me. Why? Initially, I wished to obliterate James Potter's head, and the sentiment remains the same. Cursed James Potter. Chapter 57. James Potter and Peter Pettigrew were still munching on snacks. I regarded them with an impartial demeanor. Who could predict the future? Perhaps from the moment I arrived in this world, the future was mine to shape. What did the original fate entail, and what relevance did it hold for me? The bond between the original Lily Evans and Penny Evans was far from commendable. If this is destiny, why is it that the current Penny Evans treats me with such kindness? Such occurrences would never have befallen the original Lily Evans. The sound of James Potter crunching on potato chips was unmistakable. I noticed his habitual gesture, signaling Peter Pettigrew to pass him something. Peter, seemingly reluctant, complied without hesitation, adhering to James's request. Damn it, therein lies the crux of the matter. James Potter, like a lord, undoubtedly has genuine friends. Yet he also possesses sycophants like Peter who act in his favor, waiting for the day it all erupts. However, James Potter appeared oblivious, perhaps indifferent. The presence or absence of a friend meant little to him. This provoked my ire. Neither James Potter nor Peter Pettigrew could be deemed virtuous. Perhaps it was prejudice. But I could not fathom how someone capable of schoolyard bullying could be regarded as a good person. With a smile, James Potter addressed me. Hey Lily, has your sister finished? When are we heading out? This place is nothing like ours. It's truly fascinating. I replied. Penny said it would be soon. She is packing her bag. Soon, she will take us all out to the movies, and for lunch, we'll head to the nearby burger joint. In the afternoon, we shall see how Penny plans our day. I have rarely ventured out, so I am not well versed in this. Movies sound great. I will have so much to brag about when I return. I'm a wizard who has watched a movie in the Muggle world, James Potter exclaimed joyously. I turned to Peter Pettigrew. Peter, what do you think? Is there anything you would like to watch? Please share, and I will see if I can assist you. Peter immediately shook his head. I'm fine with anything. What James suggested sounds wonderful. I completely agree with him. James nodded in satisfaction, saying, I am never wrong. Peter certainly enjoys movies. You need not inquire. Just ask me. Peter's head dipped lower, resembling a pitiful little hamster. Yet I could not help but harbor disdain for him, just plain dislike. Little Peter was far too adept at enduring, lurking in the shadows as if waiting to stab someone in the back. After 11 years hiding in the Weasley household, such individuals are simply frightening. I feigned nonchalance. Very well, let us discuss this once we are outside. You both have not truly explored this place, so a casual wander would do us good. James nodded in agreement. And Peter followed suit, resembling a parrot repeating its master. Just then, Penny descended the stairs, carrying a bag gifted to us by Mr. Evans some time ago. Its design exuding youthful charm. Penny pulled me aside. Let us go. I just checked the map, and there's a cinema not far from here. Though I'm unsure what films are playing today. I nodded in response. All right, Penny. Let us go, James Potter and Peter Pettigrew. We must stick close to Penny. I cannot decipher maps, and you are unfamiliar with this area. If you were to get lost, we'd likely need to wait for your parents or the Ministry of Magic to rescue you. James confidently replied, I know, Lily. I would never lose track of anyone. Do you know what my dream is? I aspire to be a seeker. My talent is exceptional. Even Professor Dumbledore has remarked upon it. I have never lost sight of a golden snitch throughout my life. Do you know what a golden snitch is? It's like the one in Quidditch matches, quite thrilling. You've certainly never seen one. You'll understand once you're at Hogwarts. James and Peter, with arms slung around each other, exuded camaraderie. Had Peter not been hunched over so low, I might have believed it. Penny placed the note she had written prominently on the living room table, clearing away other items to ensure it stood out. After locking the door, we approached the entrance, where the security guard greeted us, inquiring if assistance was needed. Penny approached the guard to confirm the route was indeed correct before leading us outside. The cinema, however, was not particularly impressive. The curious gazes of James Potter and Peter Pettigrew attracted nearly 80% of the attention around us, perhaps due to their eccentric attire. They looked as if they had donned the robes only found in films, yet James seemed rather pleased, oblivious to the fact that people were observing him for his uniqueness. I felt a strong urge to cover my face, yet that would only amplify my peculiarities. So I awkwardly smiled at others while hastening my pace with James and Peter in tow. Penny collected 4 tickets, signaling to the 3 of us, and addressed James and Peter, there aren't any good films playing at this time. I could only secure tickets for a horror movie. But I believe you two won't mind, especially since it's purchased with Lily's pocket money. James Potter was utterly oblivious to Petunia's malice as he chuckled and said to her, Of course, I wouldn't mind. I have long been curious about what Muggle horror films are like. I wonder if there are exploding eyeball candies or wicked wizards with large noses. I let out a snort of laughter, a sound reminiscent of a sneeze. After all, why would a large-nosed wizard need to watch a movie? Wasn't Severus, James Potter's future nemesis, a large-nosed wizard himself? James Potter then inquired, What's the matter, Lily? Are you feeling unwell? Goodness, I forgot to bring cold medicine today. How are you feeling now? I shook my head and replied, I'm fine, but horror films rarely feature wizards. They don't evoke much fear. The scariest elements are usually just the sounds, and the visuals are often quite gory. James Potter, however, continued with his exuberance as Petunia approached to lead us inside, where the film had yet to commence. The cinema was filled with a cacophony of hushed conversations, shrouded in darkness, and poorly ventilated. Chapter 58. I did not witness any gruesome scenes because shortly after entering, I succumbed to sleep, resting my head on Petunia's shoulder as the atmosphere gradually quieted. When I awoke, the film had already concluded, and I felt particularly embarrassed as I glanced at Petunia. Yet before I could utter an apology, she shook her head, signaling that it was unnecessary. I turned to James Potter and Peter Pettigrew and asked, How was it? I fell asleep and missed everything. James, exhibiting no sign of fear, cheerfully replied, Of course, it was fantastic. It couldn't have been better. I assure you, wizards could never produce such a film. It's truly astonishing. I feel so sorry that you missed it. Don't you agree, Peter? Indeed, James is right. Peter Pettigrew seemed to tremble still, yet he nodded vigorously in agreement with James. Like an ardent disciple following his leader, I sensed that Peter was indeed frightened. Why the pretense? Was it so difficult to express his fear? Such deception was distasteful. Noticing the dissonance, I contemplated saying a few words to Peter when Petunia tugged me closer, saying, All right, Lily, we need to prepare for dinner. It's the perfect time to grab some burgers. Don't even think of arguing. Come with me at once. I felt a surge of defiance as I avoided James and Peter, whispering to Petunia, What's the rush, Petunia? We have no pressing matters today. There's no need to hurry. Can't we just stroll around with 2 dolls? Petunia grew increasingly displeased and retorted, We agreed, Lily. We must quickly send them on their way. You cannot behave like this. I need to rid myself of these 2 nuisances. This wretched situation makes me appear like a monster lost in the crowd. I fell silent, for James was still pointing out passers-by to Peter, critiquing their attire with a sense of amusement and self-satisfaction. James Potter's arrogance was utterly distasteful. Just seeing him made me feel the specter of death inching closer. I truly felt no friendship emanating from him. To be frank, I was intimidated by James, including his little shadow, Peter Pettigrew. As we reached the cinema's entrance, Petunia went to buy an umbrella while James darted across the street to a shop selling trinkets, with Peter following him into the ring. James Potter, come back here. You promised you wouldn't wander off. Don't break your word, or I won't take you out again next time. I yelled. I ran after them, hoping to return to our previous spot before the rain intensified, so we wouldn't be lost when Petunia returned. James was entranced by the exquisite woven items, murmuring that he must buy a few as gifts for his mother, who would surely be delighted. I could not dissuade him, and I noticed Peter still shaking off the water from his robes, looking utterly disheveled. The rain grew heavier, sealing our fate. We could not return now. I could only hope that neither James nor Peter would lead Petunia to truly lose track of us, for she would undoubtedly erupt in frustration once more. Peter seemed to realize his own lack of energy and splashed rainwater on his face outside the shop, perhaps shaken by the day's events. Concerned, I bought him a towel and handed it to him, asking, "Are you cold?" Peter shook his head but accepted the towel, awkwardly drying his face and offering me a sheepish grin. Observing the still childlike Peter, I questioned whether I had perhaps been too harsh. After all, how could I, as an adult, compete with such ineptitude? I said to Peter, "You should head back early this afternoon. Don't catch a cold. It really wouldn't be pleasant." "All right, I understand. Thank you, Evans." Peter nodded eagerly, then added, "Are we friends now? Can I call you Lily like James does?" "Of course," I replied. "A name is merely a label. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you call out Lily in the street, 50% of girls will turn around. It's the most common name." I refrained from mentioning that while Lily might be commonplace, the fate that belonged to Lily was anything but ordinary. Peter waved his hands insistently, saying, "Not ordinary. You were the first person to speak to me first and offer me a towel, asking if I was cold. No one has ever cared for me like that. You are truly extraordinary." I nodded, acknowledging his sentiment, though it did not change my feelings toward Peter Pettigrew or James Potter. Were it not for my future life in Gryffindor at Hogwarts, I would have no desire to associate with this future band of delinquents. I sat on the steps, gazing at the curtain of rain, planning to shout for Petunia as soon as I spotted her shadow, despite how utterly uncouth and impolite that might be. It was my only option. Peter had also dashed into the shop to find James Potter, and I thought, goodness, isn't magic supposed to accomplish everything? Is he here for amusement? James was still engrossed in examining the woven goods. I was thoroughly exasperated. James Potter always managed to redefine my perceptions of him. Truly remarkable. And I felt utterly powerless against him. He presented me with a pencil case woven in crimson and gold, perfectly suited to his future Gryffindor tastes. "Do you like this, Lily?" James asked. "I want to give it to you. It's the most beautiful one I found. I promise you'll be among the best at Hogwarts with it. Even magic would struggle to achieve such elegance." I crossed my arms, emulating Penny's demeanor, and issued a warning to James Potter. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it. This indeed appears exquisitely refined. However, James Potter, I must inform you that there shall be no next time. You cannot run amok any longer." James Potter, tousling his unruly hair, replied, "All right, I shall refrain. I simply noticed how remarkably unique this shop is. I also observed that the proprietor is not a local. It is said he hails from Asia, and after conversing with him for a while, he mentioned that his homeland is far, far away across treacherous seas." Chapter 59. From Asia, you say? I must speak with him. Remain here and keep an eye out for Penny. Should you see her approach, summon her here. Otherwise, our chances of enjoying lunch are utterly dashed, as I have no money and am unaware of Penny's intended destination. I casually dismissed James Potter, my gaze already drifting towards the interior of the shop. Peter Pettigrew presented me with a butterfly hairpin, to which I expressed my gratitude upon accepting it. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck me. Could these two have done something to the shopkeeper? Surely, these items cannot be obtained without payment. Anxiously, I inquired, "Peter Pettigrew, how did you and James Potter acquire these items from the shopkeeper? You haven't resorted to magic, have you? That would be illegal and could attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic." Peter Pettigrew, taken aback by my sudden questioning, stammered as he gestured. Yet his silence made it impossible for me to discern his intended message. At that moment, the shopkeeper approached the entrance with a kind and amiable expression. Indeed, he was Asian, but he did not speak. Coupled with his polite demeanor, I could not determine from which part of Asia he originated. Ultimately, it mattered little to me. If James Potter and Peter Pettigrew had indeed taken items without payment, I would be left utterly embarrassed today. James Potter explained to me, "No, it's not as you presume. The shopkeeper is quite knowledgeable. He doesn't require Muggle currency. We can purchase goods with our galleons." Peter did not possess galleons. He used nuts, and the proprietor did not object. The shopkeeper then interjected, speaking in somewhat imperfect English. "Hello, young lady. Would you like to purchase some adornments? These have been perilously transported from across the seas and are exceedingly precious. If you find them appealing, I have even finer silks within my shop." He held several silk-embroidered handkerchiefs, their craftsmanship so familiar it nearly brought me to tears. Indeed, these were items from my homeland. I grasped one, embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. I understood it because I was not truly Lily Evans. I was a traveler from a distant world, yearning to return home, yet unable to find my way. Here, I felt no sense of belonging. "Young lady, would you like to purchase one? It will surely enhance your standing among friends. I assure you, there is no other shop in all of London that sells such items. This piece is absolutely one of a kind." The shopkeeper's boastful manner was in stark contrast to Peter Pettigrew's demeanor. A realization dawned upon me. I knew what my dream entailed. I wish to establish a teleportation array, a bidirectional portal that would allow me to return to the real world while also enabling me to see Evan's mother and Penny. I decided to buy it, the embroidered piece of Mandarin ducks. Do not attempt to deceive me. I shall not pay you in galleons. This is British pounds. Do not claim ignorance of it. I have seen your listed price, and I am not like those two fools who neglect to check the cost. I spoke in Chinese, taking delight in the shopkeeper's astonished expression, returning to where James Potter and Peter Pettigrew stood, still smiling. I pondered whether the shopkeeper would find it fantastical to hear someone speak his native tongue in a foreign land. I felt a tinge of concern for Penny and asked James Potter, has Penny not returned yet, or have we simply missed her? It shouldn't be far from the cinema's entrance. James Potter reassured me, it's all right. It's a pity I have yet to learn the water-repelling charm. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to wait for Penny to return with the umbrella. I could lead us all directly. Peter Pettigrew remarked to James Potter, James, that charm is rather difficult to master. As far as I know, even Professor Dumbledore struggles with it. It is likely beyond our capabilities. James Potter, in a fit of indignation, struck Peter Pettigrew and exclaimed, what nonsense. Is there anything in this world that I, James Potter, cannot learn? That is absurd. I am the most gifted Quidditch player in the history of the Potter family. I had little patience to engage in their peculiar discussion about the elusive magic. Goodness, had they not considered the possibility that something might have happened to Penny? At that point, it would not merely be a matter of learning magic. We would all be collectively responsible for Penny's disappearance. I was determined to find her at any cost. I shook James Potter, urging, come. Let us devise a plan to locate Penny. Without her, we cannot eat or continue shopping. I am unfamiliar with the area, and we are bound to get lost. With no other choice, James Potter reluctantly took my hand, and that of Peter Pettigrew, peering out from the shop's entrance. The outside was shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any sign of Penny, an ominous feeling washed over me. The last time I felt this way, I encountered Delphine, and my premonition had proven correct. While Delphine did not attack us, she was undeniably dangerous. What did this foreboding signify? Would I encounter peril, or would it be Penny? Or perhaps even James Potter and Peter Pettigrew? My goodness, what should I do? I cannot simply sit idly by and await demise. That is an absolute certainty. I long to return to the real world. How could I possibly perish here? Hurry, James Potter, Peter Pettigrew. Let us leave this place. It is far too perilous. I resolved to grab both of them, even if it meant braving the rain, and hastily depart. I noticed the Asian shopkeeper, oblivious to the potential danger, leisurely wiping the glass, entirely unaware of the impending crisis. I pushed James Potter and Peter Pettigrew aside and pulled the shopkeeper along, exclaiming, can you not sense it? A crisis is imminent here. You must leave. I assure you, this is genuine advice. I would never deceive you. Little girl, cease your nonsense. Do you require an umbrella? I can provide one for you. I recall we have several in stock, although I am uncertain if they are for rain or sun. The shopkeeper seemed entirely unfazed by my agitation, perceiving our exchange as a jest or a performance. James Potter and Peter Pettigrew, believing my words, acknowledged that there are indeed individuals among wizards who possess extraordinary gifts. Such individuals can often foresee danger or glimpse aspects of an unfavorable future. When we become aware that this future is less than desirable, we can devise means to alter it, though, of course, most destinies remain unchangeable. I shall not perish here. That is utterly inconceivable. I must possess the aura of a supporting character, as do James Potter and Peter Pettigrew. We will not meet our end at this juncture. A vast and promising future lies ahead of us. Chapter 60. Perhaps my expression was rather grave, prompting our boss to investigate what we were up to. Thus he accompanied us outside. It was likely due to the incident involving James Potter, and surprisingly, he did not seem displeased. In an instant, not long after, the exquisite, Asia-inspired store was engulfed by an explosion that seemed to descend from the heavens, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The boss was taken aback, and his gaze upon me shifted instantaneously, perhaps filled with gratitude, a mixture of lingering fear and appreciation. How could such an assault occur in my vicinity? My goodness. It was utterly unbelievable. I have always considered myself a lucky charm, having suffered no harm throughout my life. Oh dear, this time I must truly thank you. The boss stared at the destroyed entrance to the store, his eyes wide with distress, yet remaining rational. I noticed a figure darting behind that store, cloaked in black, wielding a small stick. The ordinary people surrounding these cloaked figures appeared oblivious to their presence, as if they were invisible. The cloaked individuals were not concealed. I could see them clearly, and it was not a matter of advanced technology. Our era had not progressed to such an extent, and even a century from now, it would remain improbable. I pulled James Potter aside and inquired, did you not see those figures in black robes? They just passed by, wielding sticks that resemble wands. They must be wands. James Potter realized the gravity of the situation. His hair, drenched from the rain, hung limply, lacking the usual chaotic appearance, rendering him as disheveled as our portly Chinese boss. James Potter spoke earnestly. I saw them, Lily. We must inform the Ministry of Magic. Alert Dumbledore. Those individuals were dark wizards. They audaciously attacked Muggles and destroyed Muggle property, an act that is unequivocally illegal. These dark wizards must be apprehended and sent to Azkaban, where they can encounter the Dementors. It is utterly unforgivable to assault the defenseless Muggles, disregarding the law completely. I am determined to become an Auror and ensure that these vile beings are imprisoned in Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew cowered behind a stone statue not far from me, squirming and reluctant to emerge, appearing utterly terrified. We must flee, James. What if those dark wizards return? If they discover us, they will surely kill us. We need to leave, quickly. Peter Pettigrew's words tumbled out in a jumbled mess. I don't want to die, James. My grandmother is all I have left. If I perish, what will happen to her? She would be heartbroken. My parents are gone. I cannot die like this. Tears streamed down Peter Pettigrew's face, evoking sympathy. No. I must wait for Penny. She has yet to return. We cannot leave here. What if Penny is attacked? I would regret it for eternity. We absolutely cannot depart. I firmly rejected Peter Pettigrew's suggestion. Come now, children, we must seek shelter from the rain. It is intensifying, the boss urged, leading us to the neighboring shop. The establishment was somewhat chaotic, selling second-hand clothing, and the proprietor, an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, startled us as he emerged from the piles of garments. The white-bearded elder paid little mind to us children, instead addressing the Chinese boss. Lee, your shop has been targeted by terrorists. Have you recently offended any reckless individuals or crossed paths with someone significant? Do you know who they are? The Chinese proprietor, named Lee, merely sighed, glancing at us without concern for the scattered clothes, shaking the water from his hair. Perhaps it is merely bad luck. I have not ventured outside my shop in quite some time. It is improbable that I have offended anyone. Who could have predicted that I would be bombed in such a manner? Heaven knows how much explosives were used. I felt no sense of foreboding, just moments before. I had been wiping the glass, and I had not detected any unusual smell. Had it not been for the little girl sensing danger and pulling me from the shop, I would surely have perished. I discerned that the elderly man was likely of Asian descent. His skin appeared remarkably youthful compared to others of his age. The old man replied nonchalantly, Well, your luck is indeed remarkable, Lee. To escape unharmed in such a situation is quite the feat. You might consider trying your hand on the battlefield, where you may garner even greater rewards. I pondered this notion, acknowledging that such opportunities were rare. Who among men would not wish to experience the fervor of battle? The boss discreetly glanced at me, James Potter, and Peter Pettigrew, relieved to see our attention diverted from him. James Potter was anxiously attempting to contact his family using the two-way mirror, fidgeting as water dripped from his hair, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Peter Pettigrew was busy wiping the rainwater from his hair and clothes, which appeared quite old and absorbed the moisture excessively. I continued to gaze toward the cinema entrance, still awaiting Penny's return. Where could she possibly be procuring an umbrella? It had been so long. This place was still unsafe. What if she encountered danger? Had I known, I would have insisted James Potter accompany her. No, bringing James would only complicate matters. Perhaps Peter Pettigrew would have been a better choice, though he too was unreliable. When faced with peril, he fled faster than anyone. It would be more prudent to send James than Peter, for even the most cunning individuals, despite their facade of innocence, instill a sense of fear. It is best to avoid such individuals lest one suffers a fate akin to that of the Potters in the original tale. Penny, oh Penny, when will you return? I have waited so long that I feel as though the flowers are wilting. Please hurry back. I long to go home. You were right. The outside world is indeed perilous. My anxiety was mounting to the point of tears. In a vague haze, I thought I spotted a cloaked figure standing amidst the rubble of the collapsed store, rain from the heavens seemingly avoiding him, creating an eerie impression. The events that had just transpired were still fresh, and the police had yet to arrive. Few dared linger near the ruins, and the crowds moved with hurried indifference, starkly contrasting with anything I had witnessed in my past life. That cloaked figure remained, invisible to all, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though he had noticed me. I patted my chest, silently reassuring myself that, at such a distance, the cloaked wizard could not possibly see me. Chapter 61. The sense of dread surged within me, akin to an explosive warning. My head throbbed painfully. Strangely, I could no longer discern the source of the impending danger. Not far off, Penny approached, cradling 3 sizable umbrellas. At this moment, thoughts of dining out had completely evaporated. All I desired was to return home, take a warm bath, enjoy a cup of red tea, and drift into sleep, clearing my chaotic mind. Penny was equally astonished. Within a short span of time, the 3 of us had become drenched. An explosion had occurred nearby, rendering the area perilously unsafe. What happened, Lily? Why are you all soaked to the bone? You will surely catch a cold. You must take better care of yourself. Penny tossed me an umbrella and then proceeded to berate me. James Potter and Peter Pettigrew emerged from the shop as well, and when Penny approached, it was clear we need not linger here any longer like fools. Dark wizards had recently attacked this place. Fortunately, Lily sensed something amiss and urged us to distance ourselves, or we might have found ourselves buried beneath the rubble. Indeed, it was perilous. Unfazed by Penny's sour expression, James Potter directly addressed her. This infuriated Penny greatly, for I, too, was like a sister to her, nearly falling victim to these two blundering fools. It was entirely understandable that her wrath was ignited. Penny stepped forward, shoving James Potter aside, exclaiming, "I left for just a brief moment, and what were you two doing? You needed Lily to protect you? For heaven's sake, are you porcelain dolls, afraid of shattering? I simply cannot comprehend it. Lily is a girl. She should not be the one safeguarding you. Rather, it is you who ought to shield her. Those dangerous matters should be your responsibility, not hers. They have nothing to do with her. If it weren't for you wizards, Lily would not have been forced into her current predicament. All her moments of strength and beauty have been tarnished by your wretched kind and your abhorrent magic." James Potter stood there awkwardly, rubbing his nose while allowing Penny to vent her frustrations, and Peter Pettigrew cowered silently nearby, too intimidated to speak to her. After all, it was his fault that I had chased after him to this side entrance. James Potter could not evade responsibility. With a sense of righteous indignation, James proclaimed, "I will summon the Ministry of Magic to investigate this matter. There is no doubt that this was the work of dark wizards. But the absence of the ministry here indicates that those dark wizards have employed some form of magic to shield their actions from detection. This cannot stand. I must notify the ministry." James Potter's two-way mirror remained unresponsive, as it seemed that the dark wizards had disrupted the magical monitoring in the area during their rampage. Without a second thought, James drew his wand, attempting to signal the ministry. Today had been, to say the least, rather unpleasant. Not only James and Peter, but I had almost been terrified out of my wits. The dark wizards exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The last glance I caught from one of them as he swept his gaze toward us left me uncertain whether he had truly noticed me, a mere insignificant entity. I had done nothing but save an ordinary individual. Surely, he could not have been aware of my presence. I pondered whether these thoughts aligned with reality. At home, there was Dr. Dayfale, now a formidable vampire, more than capable of protecting us. Once we arrived at Hogwarts, with Dumbledore present, the dark wizards would surely think twice before acting recklessly. If a young wizard were to perish during our school years, Dumbledore would certainly take notice. And that dark wizard would dare not act. The ministry arrived late, and James Potter's mirror remained silent, inciting a desire in him to smash the unreliable object that had failed him once again. The representative from the ministry was a young girl, freshly graduated from Hufflepuff, her shoulder adorned with the house emblem, though it remained unclear if she had intentionally worn it. Upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the dark wizards nearby, she appeared nearly paralyzed with shock, much like Peter Pettigrew had been at first. "Good heavens, I must consult my superiors. This is beyond my capacity to handle. This case is no trivial matter, and I cannot complete this task," the young Hufflepuff lamented. The crime of attacking muggles was significant, and if I did not promptly report this to the department, I would undoubtedly face severe reprimands upon returning, having already penned enough reflections during my time at Hogwarts. The Hufflepuff girl brandished her wand, seemingly to summon or notify others within the department. After completing her task, she turned to James Potter, stating, "That was your doing, wasn't it? With your wand, you had better prepare yourself. The others in the ministry will not be as forgiving. I recall this is not the first time you have found yourself in trouble due to magical disturbances." James Potter replied, "Yes, we have met before. During my last visit to the ministry, my father requested their assistance in locating me when my magic spiraled out of control, causing me to be transported far away while playing with a toy broomstick. That was when I first encountered Lily." The girl patiently instructed James, occasionally glancing at us. "I recognize you now. How could I forget? You have certainly had your share of misfortune lately. You would do well to exercise caution, especially in situations like today's. You children should run as far as you can. Dark wizards will not spare you simply because of your youth. Do not be so naive as to think yourselves invulnerable. By then, even Felix Felicis may not save you." James Potter responded with a tone of determination, "I cannot guarantee that I will not face such a situation again, but I promise to do my utmost to help others. From this day forward, my dream is no longer to be a chaser on the Quidditch field. I aspire to become an Auror." The ministry girl praised James for his new ambition, saying, "That is an admirable goal, young man. You are certainly a Gryffindor. As long as you are willing to strive for it, I believe you can achieve it. Rest assured, I will see to it that all those vile dark wizards are imprisoned in Azkaban, where the Dementors shall ensure they can no longer harm muggles." James vowed with fervor, However, within the ruins, a shadow still lingered, cloaked in black. Not only Penny but also James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and the newly graduated Hufflepuff girl from the Ministry seemed oblivious to the unsettling presence. Chapter 62. We stood far from the dark-robed wizard. Yet I no longer doubted that he could see me, for my instincts were keen, especially just moments ago when they had guided us away from peril. The Ministry personnel arrived bearing several blankets, and an older woman stood at the center, draping one over my shoulders. She seemed of notable rank, flanked by two others who appeared quite amiable. The serious figure on the left stepped forward to comfort us, saying, "Children, it is all right. You need not worry. We will handle everything from here. We shall uncover the truth behind this heinous act committed by those deranged dark wizards and ensure they face justice." I immediately gestured, indicating my disinterest in their subsequent actions, and inquired, "You won't arrest James Potter, will you? He intentionally drew you here with his magical fluctuations." I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused. The man chuckled, "Not at all. You must be referring to James Potter, the mischievous rascal known for his pranks. His father is currently searching for him throughout the valley. I guarantee he will receive a good scolding when he returns." In truth, I secretly hoped that James Potter would find himself in a predicament that rendered him incapable of further antics, for without him, there would be no Harry Potter to emerge from this tale. Without Harry Potter, there would be no need for me to be sacrificed alongside him, allowing the protagonist to embark on an invincible journey. Regardless, I have come to terms with the notion that a miserable existence is preferable to death, so let me simply continue to live. James Potter, draped in a cozy blanket, flashed a reassuring smile at me, saying, "Do not worry, Lily. I am well aware that the Ministry of Magic would not act in such a manner. My father and I have visited there on multiple occasions. The minister is not the type to be inflexible. Otherwise, I would not dare to proceed so recklessly, for I am no fool. Why don't you return home with your sister Petunia? Peter and I will remain here. Once it is discovered that those dark wizards are responsible, I shall send you a letter, and there will be no issues. You need not fret." I pursed my lips, fully aware that James Potter remained oblivious to the malicious thoughts swirling in my mind, naively engaging in a display of bravado before me. Who am I? I am Lily, the one who knows the narrative. I cannot allow myself to be deceived by the honeyed words of James Potter. He has never been a paragon of virtue. I repeatedly reassured myself that my thoughts were not erroneous. It is not I who is at fault, but fate, this world. Very well. I shall return with Petunia for now. We shall meet again at Hogwarts. Truthfully, it is not your job to hunt down dark wizards. Petunia grasped my hand, and I bid farewell to James Potter, preparing to distance myself from the unfolding events. I sincerely hoped that James Potter would not entangle himself in this matter like an arrogant fool. It would only lead to his own peril. How capable could he be? Especially after nearly perishing in the recent magical upheaval? You are merely a fledgling wizard yet to attend Hogwarts. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are a savior. You are simply an ordinary, unremarkable young wizard, I retorted sternly. Goodbye, Lily. I will exercise caution. My ambition is to become an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. I fear no danger. I shall confront all hazards and apprehend every malevolent dark wizard, leaving none unpunished, James Potter vowed confidently, clenching his fist. As Petunia pulled me away, she paid no heed to the Ministry officials or to James Potter and Peter Pettigrew, treating them as if they were mere air. Let us go, Lily. Do not engage with them any further. You have never encountered such misfortune before knowing them. Mother and I ought to take you to church to understand why you have become this way. I entrusted you to James Potter for protection, and look at what he has done. He cannot even safeguard himself. Henceforth, you are not to communicate with him. James Potter, indignant, retorted fiercely to Petunia. I will not allow anyone to harm Lily. I would stake my life to protect her, unless I perish before her. Do not claim that I lack the resolve to do so. I can undoubtedly accomplish it. Petunia scoffed. You need not make any promises to me. With my protection, Lily will be like a little princess in a castle, forever joyful, rather than risking her life alongside you. James Potter, undeterred, countered. We merely went out to have some fun. No one anticipated such events would transpire. I, too, did not wish for this. Once a crisis arises, it must be resolved. I believe Lily shares this sentiment. Could you refrain from imposing your will upon her and turning her into a puppet? Petunia continued to deride James Potter's inadequacies, asserting, Lily is not my puppet. She is my sister. I only wish for her to be happy and carefree, and as long as she steers clear of people like you, she can find joy beyond your wildest imaginations. At that moment, the expression of the Ministry officials shifted, for Petunia's words struck more than just James Potter. Those present, some of whom had Muggle relatives, could not help but recall their own past grievances, and their gazes towards Petunia became laden with discontent. I interjected. Petunia is only looking out for me, James. I shall leave with her now. Should you need anything, write to me, And do not take Petunia's words to heart. The rain continued to pour, and the ministry personnel held their umbrellas aloft. James Potter and Peter Pettigrew had also taken the umbrellas Petunia offered, the fine mist of rain rendering the atmosphere tense and dismal. As I held the umbrella while guiding Petunia, I waved goodbye to James Potter. The distance to Dr. Daffodil's home was not far, and calling for a carriage in the rain would be impractical. Hence, I resolved to walk back with Petunia. To be honest, being with James Potter felt as though an invisible barrier separated us. There was none of the joy I experienced when playing with Severus. Ultimately, I am but a cowardly fool, an emotional simpleton. Whether it is James Potter, Severus Snape, or the traitorous Peter Pettigrew, they all pose a potential threat to my life. There is truly nothing more to say. I should have curtailed my inquisitive nature from the very beginning, never forming acquaintances with them. After becoming acquainted, I ought to have quelled my curiosity. For the sake of my tranquil existence, it is best to keep my distance from Severus, James, and their ilk. Yet, what have I done? I invited James Potter and Peter Pettigrew to the cinema. How utterly mad. I am unsure of my own actions. Chapter 63. Upon our return home, Dr. Daffodil and Mrs. Evans had long since resolved their matters and were now seated in the living room, sipping tea and awaiting our return. The note I left for them before departing lay beside Mrs. Evans. She had undoubtedly read it. If tomorrow's newspaper were to report an explosion at the cinema, I feared Petunia and I would be subjected to a lengthy reprimand. Seeing Dr. Daffodil's bemused expression, I sensed that I might not escape Mrs. Evans's scrutiny today. This was hardly surprising, as Dr. Daffodil surely had many subordinates and ample channels of information. I was also eager to inquire about the dark-robed figure from today. That individual exuded an ominous aura that still haunted me, freezing me with a terrifying chill. Hello, Dr. Daffodil. Hello, Mom. Petunia and I have returned. The rain outside is torrential, leaving me completely drenched and uncomfortable. I must go take a shower, I awkwardly waved. My words barely escaping my lips before I attempted to slip upstairs. Mrs. Evans called out, Lily, halt. I froze in my tracks, my smile faltering as I faced Mrs. Evans, feeling a twinge of discomfort. I truly did not wish to endure an interrogation. Mrs. Evans turned to Petunia, asking, Petunia, why don't you explain where you two went today? With whom you were, what you did, and what occurred? Surely, you do not require my instruction. Petunia seemed to shrink under Mrs. Evans's gaze. How could she articulate the truth without facing dire consequences? Fabricating a story would not last long before Mrs. Evans uncovered the truth, leading to even graver repercussions. Mum, we did not do much today. We merely entertained one of Lily's friends. She met a young wizard who, like her, will be attending Hogwarts this year. He is not that Snape boy, but rather a boy from a wizarding family. Petunia, however, divulged a portion of the truth to Mrs. Evans. Mrs. Evans held up the newspaper in her hand, stating, Very well, I am aware of that. Now what did you do afterward? That is what I am most eager to know. Penny's mind must have been racing at that moment, grappling with how to articulate her thoughts. Taking two clueless boys to the cinema, only to encounter a dark wizard and nearly meet one's maker. Such an endeavor seemed tantamount to courting death. Undoubtedly, Penny had reached the same conclusion, caught in a tumult of uncertainty as she pondered how to convey this to Mrs. Evans. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, threatening to cascade down to the ground. It appeared that Penny had resolved to be forthright, stating, This was neither Lily's idea nor mine. The little wizard from that wizarding family, Dr. Dayfield, is surely aware of them, are intensely curious about our world. The boy acquainted with Lily is named James Potter, and he brought along another wizarding boy, Peter Pettigrew. They wished to visit us. With no alternatives, Lily and I had to take the two of them to the cinema, planning to enjoy a meal at the burger joint afterward and then bid farewell to the two young wizards. However, certain events unfolded that were beyond our anticipation. Penny was increasingly tormented, fearing to disclose the subsequent events to Mrs. Evans, possibly due to her absence at the time. While I was situated not far from the scene of the incident, to Penny, this was irrefutable evidence of her failure to protect me, a source of profound shame laid bare before her. Yet, she had resolved to be a good sister, and this experience burdened her with guilt. Mrs. Evans did not chastise Penny. She appeared remarkably composed as she addressed her, saying, I heard part of what transpired today from Dayfield. It's all right. Please tell me exactly what happened. I won't blame you, Penny. You did your best. Nothing in life is absolute. I, too, had not managed to escape unscathed, remaining powerless beneath the watchful eyes of Mrs. Evans and Dr. Dayfield. My initial intention was to return and confer with Penny, hoping to mislead Mrs. Evans. It seemed we had gravely underestimated Dr. Dayfield. Given the speed of information dissemination, it was evident that many facets of his knowledge remained undisclosed to us. With our understanding merely scratching the surface, Penny ultimately capitulated to Mrs. Evans, confessing, the film we watched was a horror movie, and it was my fault. I intended to frighten that boy, James Potter. Lily fell asleep before the film even began and missed all the gruesome scenes. To my surprise, James was not scared at all. He found the horror film quite entertaining, while his sidekick, Peter Pettigrew, was thoroughly frightened. After the film concluded, a torrential downpour erupted outside. I had forgotten my umbrella when I stepped out, intending to purchase two. By the time I returned with the umbrellas, Lily was caught in an assault by terrorists. Dr. Dayfield nodded, seemingly signaling to Mrs. Evans that Penny was indeed telling the truth and not fabricating any stories. Penny, dejected, awaited a possible reprimand from Mrs. Evans, who perceived that Penny had indeed been careless. Although I disagreed, believing I could manage independently, I decided to inquire with Dayfield about her knowledge of the day's events. I addressed her. It was not a terrorist attack, Dayfield. I sensed an overwhelming and malevolent danger looming over that location, compelling me to flee with them into the rain to evade the assault. There had been a dark shadow lingering amidst the ruins post-attack, invisible to ordinary people and unnoticed by wizards, yet I felt something was amiss. Ultimately, the shadow revealed itself to be a man clad in wizarding robes, an associate of the attackers, whose gaze met mine for an instant, leading me to suspect he was a dark wizard who had taken notice of me. Dr. Dayfield regarded me with surprise, as if she had never anticipated my propensity for calamity. Indeed, ever since my arrival here, I had disrupted the tranquility of everyone's lives. Dr. Dayfield conjured something and tossed it over Penny and me, causing our clothes, hair, and shoes to dry instantly, leaving behind a scent reminiscent of a freshly taken bath. That is a gift, she remarked. I have encountered individuals like you before, Lily. You are exceptional, distinct from many others. The person you mentioned is indeed someone I recognize. He is a dark wizard, a leader among them. He once sought my allegiance, but I refused to join his ranks. Dr. Dayfield responded earnestly to my inquiries. The leader of the Dark Wizards, the Dark Lord? I pondered, uncertain whether he referred to Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord from Germany, or Voldemort, Tom Riddle, the second Dark Lord from Britain. Both were nefarious figures, and the thought that Dr. Dayfield had interacted with them was chilling. In the 64th chapter, Mrs. Evans, visibly concerned, inquired of Dr. Dayfield, "Do you think he might take notice of Lily? What if he discovers her abilities? What will become of her?" "Fear not, Jenny," Dr. Dayfield assured her. "I will protect Lily. You and she are my kin. No one can harm her, not even the Dark Lord. Should that happen, I shall fight with all my might." At this juncture, it seemed there was little for Penny and me to contribute. Mrs. Evans was preoccupied with contemplating the newly arisen crisis, leaving no time to attend to us, and thus permitted us to retreat upstairs to rest. Penny promptly took my hand, urging me to ascend the stairs. Now was not the time to linger. We hastily made our way upstairs to evade the immediate turmoil. The room boasted large windows, revealing the darkening sky and the rain falling in a rhythmic patter. I could see far into the distance when, to my astonishment, I spotted a figure cloaked in black. That man had not departed. He was watching me, unmistakably aware of my gifts, akin to a seer. I intended to descend and inform Dr. Dayfield, urging her to observe the rain-shielded figure, the Dark Lord. I recalled Mrs. Evans had just instructed us to go upstairs, fearing that the cloaked figure might detect my movements. I dared not make a sound, cautiously tiptoeing down the stairs. Mrs. Evans was still brewing tea while Dr. Dayfield perused what appeared to be a large document resembling a newspaper. Today, Sherlock had indeed been correct. Lily had access to those resources. Why would one wish to sideline her? Compared to struggling on her own, I believed Lily would thrive with everything arranged for her. Dr. Dayfield spoke in a low tone, engaging in conversation with Mrs. Evans. Mrs. Evans countered, "I cannot provide those things to Lily, but I do not believe she will resent me. Lily is truly a princess in a castle. Her innocence and charm are never false, and there is nothing wrong with being content with an ordinary life." Dr. Dayfield appeared to disagree with Mrs. Evans' perspective, explaining, "Lily is also my beloved little girl. When the time comes, I will facilitate her transformation into our shared child. Lily would reside in the ordinary world for at least several decades, and opportunities to attain a commendable title openly would be few. Do you truly believe Lily would not envy those born into privilege?" Mrs. Evans fell silent. I was also taken aback to learn that Sherlock, that madwoman, had not relinquished her pursuit and had audaciously followed Mrs. Evans here, encountering Dr. Dayfield in the process. What was Dr. Dayfield implying? Should I resolve this on my own? Following Sherlock's suggestion, I contemplated the idea that waiting for the demise of the woman he mentioned could bestow upon me a commendable title. To be frank, Defire was not entirely mistaken. I felt an undeniable allure towards this proposition. Moreover, it was not an inherently nefarious transaction. However, if I were to pursue this course of action, I feared it would deeply distress Mrs. Evans. I believed that, barring dire circumstances, I did not wish to tread such a path. If only Mrs. Evans could persuade Defier to withstand Sherlock's pressures, things might be different. Regardless, it was up to Defier to navigate this situation with Mrs. Evans. Logically, given Defier's influence, acquiring a noble title should not be insurmountable. Yet I pondered why she had set her sights on Sherlock's deal. To charm a woman with a temperament as unpredictable as hers seemed beyond my capabilities. I was uncertain how to proceed, as I had never truly experienced profound emotions in my past life. In this existence, Mrs. Evans had shown me great care, shielding me as if I were a fragile vase, though in reality, I was quite resilient. Defier assured Mrs. Evans, stating that he would safeguard Lily's welfare and security, ensuring that neither Sherlock nor the noblewoman could harm her, a promise he was confident he could uphold. Mrs. Evans, however, was in a quandary, expressing her reluctance to entrust Lily to another. She is my daughter, she lamented, and even under my care, she has faced peril. I shudder to think how she would fare in someone else's company. The room fell into a heavy silence, and it appeared that Defier struggled to provide a compelling argument to sway Mrs. Evans. She was hesitant to relinquish her daughter, unwilling to see Lily soar away from her nurturing embrace. Such an opportunity was rare for many, yet for Lily, the circumstances were different. Had she remained the strong and beautiful girl she was before my arrival, perhaps Mrs. Evans would have been more willing to take a chance. My own arrival in this world had been fraught with despair, teetering on the brink of life and death, and for a prolonged period. No one had spoken to me above a whisper. Mrs. Evans, perhaps fearing that her plans would come to fruition and thrust me into the burdensome role of a noble heir, knew the immense pressure I would face. Should I crumble under it, her grief would be irreparable. As I hesitated, the ominous dark wizard outside showed no signs of retreat. Mrs. Evans and Defier were caught in a standoff, and I was reluctant to disrupt their strange tranquility. From the narrow reflection of the glass at the top of the staircase, I discerned the distant figure in a black robe still lurking. He had not left. What could he possibly desire? Perhaps my anxiety was palpable, for Defier suddenly turned toward my hidden position, inquiring, "Lily, why are you lurking at the staircase? How much of my conversation with Jenny did you overhear? It's all right. We would like to know your thoughts as well." Caught, I had no choice but to emerge, fidgeting with the fabric of my dress and casting timid glances at Mrs. Evans and Defier. Why did my eavesdropping always lead to exposure? I believed I had been discreet, making hardly a sound, yet here I was, revealed. Mrs. Evans's voice trembled as she reassured me. "It's all right, Lily. Once you make your decision, I will support you. If you wish to pursue a noble title, I will contact Sherlock and set her plans in motion." I immediately embraced Mrs. Evans, for I held a deep affection for her and did not wish to see her distressed. Sherlock's sinister scheme did not require my involvement. I did not need a potentially unattainable title to survive. Above all, Mrs. Evans was whom I cherished. She was my blood relative, and I could not bear to lose her. "Mother, I will not leave you," I promised. We need not heed Sherlock's words. She does not have our best interests at heart. She is a mercenary at her core, and trusting her is akin to bargaining with the devil. I sought to comfort Mrs. Evans. Chapter 65. Defier seemed intent on pursuing Sherlock's plan, sitting upright with her hands clasped, declaring, "I will protect you, Lily. Sherlock cannot exclude you from this grand scheme." She would not dare confront me directly. Mrs. Evans grew irate, retorting, "Defier, you are still trying to sway Lily. Stop at once. She is merely a child, untouched by the complexities of this world. Do not taint her innocence with your ambitions. Lily understands more than you realize. Have you truly looked into her eyes? Do you comprehend what lies within her heart? Jenny, you must guide Lily as she matures." Defier, unusually at odds with Mrs. Evans, stood her ground resolutely. I felt increasingly hesitant to interject, for my intent was not to witness a dispute between them. Rather, I needed to convey the presence of a potential dark wizard lurking outside. What was Defier up to? I had never seen her in such a state before. She typically maintained cordial relations with Mrs. Evans. What had changed? "Please, Defier, you must be rational. I require your assistance regarding that man in the black robe. He is outside our home, watching me." A chilling sensation enveloped me, a foreboding sense of impending danger. I hurried to the window, peering outside into the dreary gloom. The clouds remained thick and heavy, and a light rain fell steadily to the ground. The figure in the black robe advanced slowly towards our door, untouched by the rain, a feat few could achieve. Just as Defier had suggested, he was indeed inscrutable. I rushed to grasp Defier's hand, pulling her to the window to show her the figure I had seen. For a brief moment, Defier appeared puzzled, as if a realization struck her. Her eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, locking onto the position I indicated. "Voldemort," she whispered, her hair bristling as if she were a beast preparing for battle. Caught unprepared, Defier urged, "Lily, go upstairs, and take Jenny with you. Quickly. He is a dark lord, and I fear he may come with others. He is the master of the Death Eaters." Mrs. Evans turned to look outside as well, yet her bewildered expression indicated that she could not see the dark figure. She remained oblivious to the threat. I implored Mrs. Evans, "We must hurry upstairs, Mother. I cannot confront him. We must trust the fire. I hope she can drive away that terrifying presence. The man in the black robe is not benevolent. I can sense it." Mrs. Evans hesitated to flee upstairs. Her gaze fixed on Defire, an expression of sorrow etched upon her face. She recognized that this was a battle in which she could not intervene, a battle that had been drawn to her daughter. "Come, Mother. We will only be a burden to Defire if we stay. We cannot remain here. It would make us her vulnerability." I urged Mrs. Evans to abandon her stationary stance. Evans' mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she refrained from weeping. In the realm of indifference and enmity, tears serve no purpose. A truth applicable to both the adult and adolescent worlds alike. The figure clad in black traversed the path, each step sending splashes of water that echoed ominously. Drawing ever closer. It was imperative for Evan's mother and me to vacate the first floor and avoid disturbing Dr. Dafel any longer. I guided Evan's mother upstairs in a strategic retreat, and as we reached the staircase, she ceased her hesitations, allowing us to ascend without further incident. Evan's mother paused outside the room nearest to the second-floor living area, where the music faintly carried the sounds from the first floor. She seemed eager to glean the developments surrounding that enigmatic affair. I remained by her side, knowing Penny was still bathing at the end of the second floor, where the soundproofing had been adequately executed, and there was no staircase to navigate to brief her on anything. A soft click announced the door's opening. The footsteps reached the living room and came to a halt. I sensed Dr. Dafel's aura intensifying, transforming from the usual gentleness she displayed towards us into something far more formidable. A foreign male voice broke the silence, declaring, "Dafel, the half-blood vampire wielding a third of the bloodline's power, possesses abilities envied by all vampires. Beyond your immense strength, your innate fearlessness of light, and your human palate are coveted by every vampire. Yet, this came at a significant cost. Time and again, you have faced near-death experiences amidst the onslaught of countless vampires. Gradually, you have forged your own power, repelling your attackers and assimilating the forces of those you have vanquished, thus beginning your ascent. But in achieving this, have you truly acquired what you desire? What remains for you? Your mother is gone, your father is dead. Serve me, and together we shall witness the magnificent world of magic as we obliterate all the ignorant muggles." Dr. Dafel coldly mocked Voldemort, retorting, "Are you truly as foolish as you appear? Have you not realized that the entirety of the magical world combined pales in comparison to the population of a mere small town in the non-magical realm? Your grand plans, do you truly possess the capability to realize them? The muggles you seek to eliminate are no longer the easy prey they once were. They possess airplanes, cannons, and in the future, even more formidable weapons. Accept it, fool. The wizarding world is in decline. Do not cling to the remnants of a bygone era, believing you stand upon the shoulders of giants. Such delusions will only render you a greater laughingstock." A twinge of guilt washed over me as I whispered, "Mother, did you hear that? What is that person saying to Dafel?" A sense of dread crept in regarding Dafel's safety. The figure cloaked in black was a formidable adversary, and it was all my fault. Evan's mother urged, "Silence, Lily. Let me listen closely to what that person is discussing with Dafel. I've only caught a glimpse, and it seems of little consequence." Below, the dialogue persisted, the tension between Voldemort and Dr. Dafel palpable, yet devoid of any overt hostility. Their conversation remained unresolved. The raspy male voice continued, "Dafel, do not resist. We could collaborate. Surely, you too wish to eliminate those stubborn individuals, do you not? Do not lie to me. I can perceive your true intentions." Dr. Dafel countered, "Enough. I have never contemplated killing anyone. Do not malign me here. Among the vampires I have slain, there are no innocents. Each is stained with blood." Chapter 66. Evan's mother held me tightly, covering my mouth. I could feel her trembling, gripped by fear of Voldemort below, perhaps also unsettled by Dr. Dafel's true nature, which had now been revealed before her. Dr. Dafel had admitted to having killed vampires indistinguishable from humans, sentient beings with flesh and blood. Evan's mother had spent her life within a protective bubble, and I surmised that accepting Dr. Dafel's unique nature, beyond merely being a vampire, would be a profound challenge for her. The incessant patter of rain outside, coupled with the rustling of branches and leaves in the wind, conjured an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film, chilling to the bone. Voldemort would not easily relinquish any advantageous resources. His monopolization of 3 Horcruxes attested to his relentless pursuit of power, making him one of the most perilous individuals in existence. Dafel, what are you still contemplating? You yearn to annihilate those who have hunted you. I understand that. But how many years would it take you, relying solely on your own strength, to achieve success? Voldemort continued to tempt her. Perhaps you will never succeed. Count the number of bloodline members eager to capture you. I need not enumerate them for you to grasp the reality. This imperfect shell of yours now rivals the artifacts of the bloodline. How long can you endure? 100 years? 1,000? Or merely until your body decays, unable to withstand the onslaught of the young, vigorous newborns of the bloodline? To be frank, I sensed a flaw in Voldemort's reasoning. The bloodline could produce new offspring, and that did not preclude Dayful from expanding her influence. Who could ascertain that Dayful, leading her own followers, would inevitably be bested by those seeking her demise? Evan's mother clutched me tightly, and I found it unwise to confront Voldemort. Dayful was compelled to confront him because of me. If I descended now, it would all be in vain. At this juncture, Voldemort had likely been crafting Horcruxes for some time. How was it he remained unscathed? Shouldn't he be a disfigured lunatic by now? If I possessed Dumbledore's prowess, I would undoubtedly seek out Voldemort for a duel, incapacitating him so he would never again contemplate acts of murder or arson. A thunderous crash echoed. I was uncertain what transpired below. Perhaps Dr. Dayful had collided with something, as if a confrontation had already begun. That was Dr. Dayful's voice, addressing Voldemort. Dark Lord, you merely wish to exploit my power. Otherwise, you would not be negotiating with me. You would only offer me an Avada Kedavra, just as you comprehend others. They too are not entirely ignorant of you. I possess your dossier. I suspect most do. Your unremarkable lineage and your rather unpleasant childhood are known to many. I am not one of your subordinates. I do not fear you. Do not attempt to impose your methods of control upon me. I do not require your assistance. You do not fully understand me. I have amassed 1/3 of the bloodline's power in less than a decade. I possess the means. Dr. Dayful's tone was deeply somber. I sensed a lack of confidence in her. If she truly had the capability to swiftly seize the remaining 2/3 of the bloodline's power, she would not still be so preoccupied. Additionally, I detected a faint scent of blood, which could not belong to Voldemort, as he had entered without such an odor. Dr. Dayful had no subordinates present. Perhaps she truly could falter against Voldemort. How I wished I could assist Dr. Dayful. I detested seeing Evan's mother in such a state of fear. Although Dayful had become somewhat peculiar, I did not wish for any harm to befall her. Do not move, Lily. Do not cause your mother any more worry. Let us listen attentively to what that villain, who seeks to capture you, is discussing with Dr. Dayful. If you continue to disobey, Dayful may very well hand you over to that wicked man. Mrs. Evans clasped my hand tightly, drawing me into her embrace as we crouched together on the floor, straining to eavesdrop on the commotion below. The sensation was rather unpleasant. Her attire, a trendy ensemble adorned with numerous buttons, pressed against my face, their chill seeping into my skin. The metallic scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, and Mrs. Evans appeared somewhat dazed. The blood from Dr. Dayful was undoubtedly problematic. It could not merely be the scent of blood, but something potent enough to rival a sedative. Aside from Mrs. Evans, I could hear muffled groans not far away. Penny. My heart sank. Even she had caught a whiff of that intoxicatingly foul odor. I cautiously addressed Mrs. Evans, suggesting, Mother, let me assist you to the sofa. I must check on Penny. It seems she has collapsed on the ground, and if she lies there too long, she might catch a cold. You go see to Penny first, she insisted. I am fine. This is nothing. I have endured far worse than this in my childhood. Besides, you will return here shortly. And we must continue to listen in on Dr. Dayful and that man. Mrs. Evans stubbornly refused to move from her spot on the floor, and despite my efforts, I could not budge her. I swiftly retrieved a pillow for her, then quietly made my way toward the spot where Penny had fallen, the dim light of the upstairs accentuating the gloom. Given the presence of the formidable adversary below, I dared not switch on the lights, navigating carefully along the familiar path. I regretted allowing Penny to undertake her chores so hastily. Her fall was severe, and she would surely awaken with a considerable bump on her head. With school approaching, the thought of her distress weighed heavily on me. Penny was exceptionally proud. She was fiercely competitive in all her endeavors, and the idea of not making a splendid entrance on her first day back to school was terrifying. Pushing open the innermost door, I discovered Penny sprawled on the floor, her face down in a puddle of water from the laundry basin, unconscious. The laundry water had drenched her clothes, making her plight even more dire. It was fortunate I hadn't rushed in first, my own laziness perhaps playing a part in my hesitation. I wrung out a towel, painstakingly dragged Penny to the sofa in the upstairs lounge, where I found her breathing but entirely unresponsive. I felt an overwhelming urge to rouse her. Penny, please wake up. Something is amiss. You must awaken. I am terrified, and I cannot face this alone. I whimpered softly, my heart aching as I shook her. But she remained as unyielding as a lifeless doll. Resignedly, I placed her arm gently across the sofa and resolved to return to Mrs. Evans, intending to bring her to this safe haven as well. There was no need to eavesdrop any longer. Dr. Dayful could not be unaware of Voldemort's true nature. And there was no reason for her to act on behalf of a doomed second Dark Lord, a madman willing to resort to any means for immortality. Chapter 67. Before I could reach Mrs. Evans, I heard Voldemort's maniacal laughter, a chilling sound reminiscent of a cold-blooded beast, as if he had transcended the bounds of humanity. Truly, he was Voldemort. In my previous life, I had encountered many like him in games, cunning and shameless, devoid of any understanding of honor or integrity, slithering like a serpent to survive. Among the comrades I had met, there were those who shared similar traits. It was somewhat amusing to see others fall into despair while I relished in their misfortune, watching opponents explode in frustration. Voldemort's voice was frigid as he addressed Dr. Dayfiel. Dayfiel, have you not yet come to a decision? How long do you believe you can withstand this pressure? It is your bloodline that grants you the audacity to defy the light. Your heritage, inherited from your father, is truly remarkable. Abandoned in an orphanage since childhood. Your upbringing was hardly better than mine, Dayfiel. We are kindred spirits. You should exist to serve my vision. Let us strive together, exterminate the Muggles, and reclaim the resources they have squandered, those revolting creatures, the most despicable vermin in this world. The scent of blood continued to waft from Dr. Dayfiel, lulling me into a haze of drowsiness, yet I fought against the encroaching sleep. I yearned to discern Dr. Dayfiel's choice. Would she lean toward the three of us, or succumb to the allure of power and darkness, ultimately leading to her demise at Voldemort's hands? Finally, Dr. Dayfiel spoke. Her agitation palpable as she declared, "Silence, you fiend who would harvest the lives of innocent children. Should you find yourself in hell, I harbor no doubts you could replace death itself in traversing this world. You are a harbinger of death, a demon, and your very essence embodies the executioner. You belong in the darkest depths, awaiting the inevitable arrival of your own end. A being as vile as you may even find hell unwilling to accept you. What then? You pathetic wretch?" Dr. Dayfiel's words rang with defiance, and though we were bound together in peril, her audacity shone through, unyielding in the face of Voldemort's threats. Inhaling the increasingly thin air, I struggled to comprehend her resolve. I recognized that perhaps she could temporarily plead for mercy from Voldemort. And there would be no shame in it. We were allies, after all, and we should not fear the loss of face. After all, our survival depended on Dr. Dayfiel, and her downfall would herald our own demise. I spotted Mrs. Evans, collapsed on the floor, unable to endure the tension of eavesdropping any longer, appearing much like Penny in her slumber. Voldemort sought to manipulate Dr. Dayfiel further. I refuse to believe you have not contemplated the notion of eliminating those who oppose you, of ridding the world of Muggles and vampires. You are merely seeking vengeance, not indiscriminately slaying the innocent. When your patience reaches its limit, you may unleash your own bloodlust, transforming into a creature of the night, feared by all. Like the girl you just escorted upstairs, your friend, and her daughter. Was this not the reason for your initial arrival? I have an affinity for that little girl. What is her name? Tell me. As I discreetly ensured Mrs. Evans was settled, I concealed myself within the stairwell shadows, observing as Dr. Dayfiel shot a disdainful glance at Voldemort, who continued to expound his twisted philosophy without a care. To liken this to a monk reciting scripture, urging Dayfiel to disregard his words, would be an understatement. Listening to Voldemort's empty rhetoric served no purpose. I longed to confront Voldemort, to deliver a blow that would remind him of the threat he posed to my existence, for he was the very Dark Lord who would one day take my life, leaving the original Lily to survive only in the memories of others. A tragic fate, indeed. Dr. Dayfiel replied to Voldemort, "That is Lily Evans. Do not entertain the idea of using her name against her. I have placed protective charms on her name, and no one can wield it as a weapon. This house, too, is fortified with protective magic, though I am not included within its bounds. Do you truly believe you possess the power to extinguish my life in an instant? Refrain from harboring such petty thoughts. Do not allow others to perceive you as a fool, for that would starkly contradict your persona. Do you not feel the dissonance yourself?" Dayfiel, without hesitation, delivered a cutting remark to Voldemort, unperturbed by the prospect of a violent retaliation. I noticed Voldemort's eyes growing increasingly crimson, as if ablaze with an unquenchable fire. One cannot help but wonder if Dayfiel's words were overly audacious. Could it provoke Voldemort to charge forth in a blind rage, leading to my untimely demise at the hands of the Dark Lord? Do you believe I lack the means to dismantle your protective enchantments? Are you aware of whom you are addressing? I stand before you as the most formidable graduate from the illustrious Hogwarts, a wizard even more powerful than Dumbledore himself. Voldemort's voice remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any palpable fury. Dayfiel scoffed derisively, liberating herself completely, and retorted to Voldemort, "What does this have to do with me? I have never set foot in Hogwarts, the sole magical institution in all of Britain. Your words are truly laughable. If you cannot vanquish your adversaries, It only reflects your abject failure and renders any desire to engage with you utterly moot. This is an undeniable truth. There exists but one magical school in Britain, and only those who graduate from Hogwarts consider it an extraordinary honor, much like Voldemort himself. I am aware that he was not always this way. Once, he was merely a small boy yearning for love and care, managing to survive in the harsh environment of an orphanage, a life so difficult it could only be likened to a descent into hell. Voldemort remarked, "Indeed. Just as women are drawn to diamonds and jewels, which are but a singular variety, does that mean they will cease to appreciate them? From brooches to hair ornaments, bracelets to the hems of garments, one would wish to adorn themselves in diamonds from head to toe, much like Hogwarts itself, a diamond not meant for everyone to possess. Just like you, or many others endowed with unique abilities, yet lacking the capacity to study magic at Hogwarts, I truly pity you." Voldemort reveled in this misfortune. Dayful extracted an unidentified document from a drawer, the distance rendering it impossible for me to discern its contents, speculating whether it concealed a lethal trump card yet to be revealed. Chapter 68. Dayful unfolded the document and addressed Voldemort. "Do you know what this is?" A photograph of a boy named Tom Riddle during his childhood at Wool's orphanage, captured by a benevolent noblewoman who once aided the institution. The individual overseeing Wool's orphanage was Mrs. Cole. I wonder how she fares now. I have heard that she is not a woman of gentle disposition, and that young Tom Riddle must have endured considerable hardship under her care. Do you not find this document eerily familiar? As if it recounts your own experiences. Do you wish to destroy it immediately? It is futile. Such things are always backed up. Voldemort's hand, raised to cast a spell, froze mid-air, the incantation stalling at its first syllable, as Dayful held up a photograph. My keen eyesight revealed a frail boy standing on a staircase, gazing downward with a predatory glint in his eyes, a visage not to be trifled with. This must surely be Voldemort in his youth, during the time he, as Tom Riddle, still mingled among ordinary children in the orphanage. This was likely the darkest period of his existence, prior to the moment when Lily Evans' protective charm rebounded. In truth, I believe young Voldemort had a measure of good fortune. During that era, many nations were embroiled in warfare, and children with both parents were not guaranteed safety. Merely surviving was a commendable feat. I do not suppose that the children of that time experienced true happiness. Joy is perpetually reserved for a select few. A matter of probability, with most being cast aside. Voldemort feared that Dayful might recklessly engage him in a duel. Dayful's pallor suggested uncertainty, as if she were not entirely convinced she could fend off Voldemort. I sought a means to navigate this dire situation, yet I hesitated to act rashly. Should I inadvertently bring trouble to Dayful, it would lead to my premature encounter with the Divine alongside Evan's mother and Petunia, and I would rue the day. Voldemort's voice, laced with a serpentine hiss, addressed Dayful. "Hand those over to me, Dayful. Do not engage in actions that even you would deem foolish. They pose no threat to me. As you well know, I have lost count of those who sought to provoke me, yet they all share a singular fate, fallen beneath my wand. Do you know how to utter the killing curse? I am intimately familiar with it, for it is my greatest forte. I wield it against those who disrespect me in my presence." Voldemort gestured with his wand, which, once radiant, now appeared shrouded in an ominous mist, obscuring its inherent brilliance. It is difficult to fathom the extent of dark curses and forbidden spells Voldemort must have employed to bring such ruin upon his wand. A chill ran down my spine at the thought that the wand's master might use it against me, casting the Avada Kedavra curse. I possess no formidable skills. Given my learning capacity, it is unlikely I will ever master powerful spells, be they protective or lethal. Such feats are far beyond my reach. Voldemort insisted, "Deliver everything to me, including those you hold, or assist me in their destruction. I am not like those easily deceived fools. Do not entertain thoughts of trickery before me. The combat prowess of vampires will never surpass that of wizards. Many of your spells are derived from our craft. You stand no chance, Dayful. After wandering for so many years, you must understand the feeling of utter helplessness, devoid of support. You and I are on the same path. Dayful, do not reject me." Though Voldemort's persuasion may not rival that of Grindelwald, the first dark wizard of Germany, it is certainly not lacking. Perhaps due to his fragmented soul, Voldemort's rhetoric appears increasingly ineffective. Dayful remained unyielded by his manipulation, her clarity of mind unwavering. Devoid of any hint of fervor, Voldemort's failure was evident, as even a person as steadfast as Dayful could not be swayed. I perceived that this iteration of Voldemort was not the most aesthetically pleasing. The most captivating was likely the first fragment of his soul, embodied in the diary. However, each fragment of Voldemort's soul harbored malice, and should one aspire to be a savior and eradicate these fragments, I would first need to consult Dumbledore. Whether in his prime or as he ages, Voldemort remains a formidable opponent, his aesthetic sensibilities awry. Dafel's expression betrayed no sign of change. She appeared unimpressed by Voldemort's disordered rhetoric. This is only natural. No one would willingly sacrifice themselves for an unseen goal. That would be folly. Dafel is a pragmatic individual. Alongside Evan's mother and myself, as well as Petunia, and I have yet to witness Dafel exhibit gentleness or warmth towards anyone. Evan's mother is a close friend of Dr. Dafel, and one could say she is his redemption. It is apparent that Dr. Dafel harbors profound feelings for Evan's mother, a sentiment that somewhat excludes both Penny and me. A sensation that I find all too familiar. I do not harbor an intense dislike for Dr. Dafel. His feelings for Evan's mother are genuine. However, how can I possibly rescue Dr. Dafel from the clutches of Voldemort, that second-generation Dark Lord? This endeavor weighs heavily upon my not-so-broad shoulders. And it truly feels like an insurmountable burden, for Voldemort cannot simply be repelled by brute force. Dr. Dafel gritted her teeth. Her disdain for Voldemort, who disrupts our lives, is palpable, yet she lacks the power to vanquish him. Dr. Dafel stated, Voldemort, just as your name suggests, you seek to escape death, and in your madness, you have become deranged. We all know why those aristocrats in the magical world continue to follow you, don't we? Wealth, prestige, power, these are concepts you surely comprehend. You possess nothing else to offer them. Your intellect is shallow, and your vision is limited. Your eyes have been veiled, your mind has dulled, and you cannot even foresee your own demise. Your failure is imminent, and no vampire will ally with you. They are not fools, including myself. Voldemort unleashed a torrent of black flames from his wand, devastating the entire table in the living room, along with all the scattered documents upon it. He began to lose his sanity, and Dr. Dafel, seemingly struck, staggered back several paces, a strand of hair singed by the black flames. She meticulously trimmed the burned ends of her hair with her fingernails. The damage was minimal, and it could easily be styled into bangs. Chapter 69. I stepped forward, intent on halting Voldemort's continued assault of his malevolent magic upon Dr. Dafel. I implored her, agree to his terms, Dafel. I concur with what he has said. If he can fulfill his promises, there is no need for us to oppose him. This is Voldemort at the zenith of his power. In truth, you stand to gain. Even if he were to fail, you would not face judgment from the Ministry of Magic. You are not a wizard, and thus the Ministry's laws cannot harm you. Voldemort is correct. You could wield his power to eliminate those who have sought to harm you. This is merely a transaction. No one is inherently stronger than the other. So do not dwell on it, Dafel. Voldemort ceased his onslaught, and as I began to shout at Dafel, I was reminded of my earlier encounter outside the cinema, where the figure in the black robe stood amidst the ruins, Voldemort himself. Does my unique talent play a role in this? Is it my instinct, akin to that of a seer? I have had little opportunity to test this theory. Penny and Evan's mother have shielded me meticulously. I feel akin to a princess ensconced in an ivory tower. Severus is an anomaly. Penny's tolerance of him in my world stems entirely from that peculiar time frame. Had it been any other time, Severus would have been treated no differently than James Potter. For Penny harbors a deep-seated aversion to magic and anything that distinguishes her from others, including all those who exclude her from their extraordinary realms. Severus embodies this, as does James Potter. Were Penny awake, she would not show Voldemort any semblance of goodwill. She would firmly assert that such a notion is impossible. Voldemort smiled, attempting to soften his tone as he addressed me. Indeed, little girl, you are quite correct. A muggle-born witch, it is truly regrettable. But worry not. I see your potential is quite remarkable. Join us for a brighter future in the wizarding world. Just as you know of those in the muggle realm who strive for their ideals, each of us shares a common vision for a better magical world. Join us and fight alongside us. I merely stepped forward. I did not descend the stairs, for I am no fool. Dr. Dafel has placed far more advanced protective enchantments on the second floor. Otherwise, she would not so confidently leave Evan's mother unattended there. Voldemort's black flames extinguished as they approached the staircase leading to the second floor. They could not burn there, which provided me with a sense of security. However, I could not afford to display any overt signs of danger to Voldemort. I am still merely a child, and I guarantee the children among the Death Eaters are not significantly more formidable than I. I need not heed Voldemort's taunts. Voldemort would not truly concern himself with a child. At this moment, I would not return to a state of fear lest I be branded with an ugly mark. In this time frame, that hideous mark is a reward bestowed upon his most favored Death Eaters. Currently, within Voldemort's ranks, the dark mark serves as a badge of pride, inciting envy among others. My aesthetic sensibilities remain intact. I have no desire to bear such a grotesque serpent-like tattoo upon my arm. And I am well aware that after Voldemort's downfall, those wizards branded with the dark mark were nearly all captured. Whether it be a lifetime in Azkaban, a kiss from a Dementor, or death at the hands of a member of the Order of the Phoenix, or an Auror, their fates were grim. There is little that could be worse than dying beneath Voldemort's Avada Kedavra. Should I become a wanted Death Eater, I fear I would surely go mad. In my desire to avoid death, should Voldemort truly press me, I would seek out Dumbledore and reveal to him everything I know from my previous life regarding the tale of Harry Potter. Perhaps this would enable Dumbledore to defeat Voldemort more easily, sparing countless lives and wizards. Every life is precious, and it is a tragedy for such beautiful times to be extinguished. Dr. Daffle's nails clawed at the wall, leaving several white marks that sent a shiver down my spine. I sensed something was amiss with Dr. Daffle. She instructed me, "Lily, just stand there and do not move, or if you prefer, remain inside. This is an affair for adults. You are merely a child and should not interfere." This should not be my concern, yet seeing Dr. Daffle in such a state leaves me uneasy about her facing Voldemort, the madman who has fragmented himself, alone. I remain alert, for I can see the blood seeping from Dr. Daffle's fingertips, the scent of her blood saturating the air, yet I do not feel dizziness or drowsiness. This is not due to any protective measures Dr. Daffle has imposed. She has not treated Evan's mother any differently, let alone me, the additional burden. This indicates that Dr. Daffle's security measures are not yet fully established, and I bear some responsibility for this predicament, having inadvertently attracted such a formidable enemy as Voldemort. Daffle could not have anticipated it would unfold in this manner. In a feeble attempt to divert Voldemort's intent to harm Dr. Daffle, I quipped, "Mr. Voldemort, what do you wish Dr. Daffle to do for you? Surely it is not to engage in combat. I have not witnessed Dr. Daffle in battle, but her intellect is exceptional. If you have any queries, I believe Dr. Daffle's insights would be invaluable to you." I yearn for a moment where Voldemort reveals a chink in his armor. However, such a prospect seems nearly impossible. The question of whether Daffle can preserve his own safety remains uncertain. I believe Daffle possesses a latent ability to amplify his combat prowess instantaneously. Otherwise, Voldemort would not regard him with such trepidation. Voldemort grinned widely, his smile reminiscent of a malevolent grin, and proclaimed, "Well said, my dear girl. Once you graduate from Hogwarts, I shall permit you to join my Death Eaters. It would be an unparalleled honor. Express your gratitude through your words." At that moment, if I refrained from voicing my thoughts, I would be nothing short of a fool. Were it not for my own limitations, I would dearly wish to seize Voldemort by the collar and demand to know who instilled such arrogance within him. I suspect that if there were a gathering of fools, even they would find Voldemort a source of mockery. I endeavored to delay Voldemort's advance, hoping to thwart his intentions of eliminating Daffle. "Please grant us a moment to deliberate. Voldemort, Daffle and I need to confer. I have yet to attend Hogwarts and cannot ascertain whether I meet the standards to serve you. I have diligently studied the textbooks, yet I have been unable to master even the simplest levitation charm in 3 months. This is indeed true. I struggle to retain the knowledge of the levitation charm, for within days, I would forget the very incantation." In Chapter 70, Voldemort did not relentlessly press Daffle. Daffle's bloodthirsty gaze remained a formidable deterrent to Voldemort, who feared that Daffle might genuinely engage him in combat. Even with Voldemort's considerable prowess, he would undoubtedly pay a hefty price, unable to escape unscathed. Thus, Voldemort offered me a chilling smile, one that could instill terror in a child, evoking the ambience of a horror film, eerily vivid. He waved his wand, dispelling the black flames. And Daffle, too, appeared to relent, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading, likely signifying a return to rationality. The vampire, being a creature of the wild, would inevitably experience a decline in combat efficiency upon regaining his senses. Daffle, retracting his sharp claws, addressed Voldemort. "Let us engage in a genuine discussion, Voldemort. Spare me your unrealistic ideals. I reside in the Muggle world you so disdain, and I have no desire to partake in your plan to eradicate all Muggles. In earnest, I urge you to witness the true state of the so-called backward and dilapidated Muggle world. Many among them are kind-hearted and amiable, content with their mundane yet stable lives. However, they are not to be underestimated. Your childhood experiences, confined to the desolate and remote orphanage, deprived you of witnessing the world's genuine splendor, leading you to harbor thoughts of annihilation. If time permits, venture onto the true battlefield. Each war claims more lives than the combined total of all wizards. Should the so-called feeble Muggles unleash an atomic bomb upon the wizarding world, I firmly believe the wizards would stand no chance of survival. Is Voldemort afraid? I suspect not. He appears devoid of such emotions, invigorated as if possessed by a fervor, dedicating all his strength to his ethereal ideals and the pursuit of immortality. Frankly, it is rather foolish. Should Daffle succeed in persuading Voldemort, I would find her commendable. Alas, if Voldemort could be swayed to abandon his implausible notions, he would cease to be Voldemort. I heard Voldemort respond in a tone devoid of emotion, addressing Daffle. "I shall see for myself. I am curious to discover what this muggle world you claim I have yet to experience truly entails. If it aligns with your description, I shall remember your contribution. Should it remain as repugnant as I suspect, I will not hold it against you, for you are soon to be my subordinate. I am generally magnanimous towards my followers, expecting them to fulfill their duties without resembling those who merely speak empty words. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. This is the true Voldemort, unrestrained by reason, wielding arbitrary punishments upon his subordinates. At that time, he was no longer a being of normal humanity, but rather a fragmented soul, entangled in this world, quenching his thirst with the purest blood of unicorns, unwilling to depart even under a curse. My disdain for Voldemort is long-standing. He has always dismissed the sanctity of life, treating even his own soul with utter contempt. Dayful's voice interrupted my thoughts as she addressed Voldemort. This is the essence of what a second-generation Dark Lord should embody. Do not let the allure of power blind you. Such behavior is unbecoming. Once you witness the Muggle world you so disparage, you will comprehend the tremendous transformation it has undergone in less than a century, a veritable new world. It is utterly unlike the past. People's telephones surpass the utility of any mirror and are incredibly convenient. Their airplanes soar higher and farther than any wizard's broomstick. After speaking, Dayful offered a smile, perhaps realizing that further words would likely fall on deaf ears, and thus refrained from elaborating. In truth, regardless of her efforts, Dayful cannot alter Voldemort's fate. It is far too late. He has already fragmented numerous pieces of his soul, rendering any attempt at redemption futile. My priority is to stabilize Voldemort, to proceed with caution, ideally before he descends into utter madness, allowing me to absolve myself. The Order of the Phoenix is not an option. It is a battleground, unsuitable for me. Even if I seek redemption, I cannot genuinely align myself with that faction or engage in warfare. Such actions would lead to my utter demise. I lack the brilliant intellect that Lily possessed. Self-awareness is essential. Voldemort extended his hand toward me, declaring, "Come forth, my little Death Eater, my young subordinate. Embrace the hem of your great lordess robes and become our most formidable next generation. This is an honor I bestow upon you. Your talent sets you apart from all other young wizards. We require your gifts to aid me in escaping death. I shall lead you away from the shadows of hell, a distinction that separates you from others. Do not disappoint me. I know your name. You are Lily Evans." My legs trembled, my hands quivered. I struggled to maintain composure, concealing my agitation from Voldemort, a daunting task. Unlike the other Death Eaters, I had not been indoctrinated. I remained lucid and unable to become an ardent admirer of Voldemort, even in the face of his current visage. Yet, I had no choice. I willingly stepped forth, inadvertently dragging Dayful into this predicament alongside me. This burden weighed heavily on my conscience. Had we not been in Dayful's company? No. If we were elsewhere, Evan's mother and Petunia would be in peril, for Voldemort would not spare Muggles. Perhaps due to his unfortunate upbringing in the orphanage, Voldemort perceives Muggles as malevolent beings capable of harming wizards and young witches. This belief holds a profound significance for him. His ambition is to eradicate all Muggles, including those he deems tainted Muggle-born wizards. Initially, I had thought Voldemort might seek my demise. Fortunately, it did not occur. Otherwise, I would have found myself unable to return home to seek assistance from Dr. Daffel. It would not have been just me. Penny would undoubtedly have been struck down on the spot by Voldemort's curse, a victim of the wizard's hatred for Muggles. Perhaps I would have been rewarded by Voldemort with a memory charm, rendering me utterly forgetful of my past, transforming into a Death Eater devoid of any distinction from the others. By the time Voldemort was ultimately defeated, I would likely have been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic or Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix and cast into Azkaban to languish in despair, or worse, have my very soul devoured by a Dementor. I mustered the courage to utter, "My lord, I am not as capable as you might imagine. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. I was unaware that an attack would transpire. I only sensed danger." Chapter 71. Voldemort paid no heed to my evasions. He continued to extend his not particularly broad arms towards me, perhaps intending to offer me a comforting embrace as a reward for my compliance as a fledgling Death Eater. I descended, and Dr. Daffel watched me intently, fearful that Voldemort might inflict harm upon me. As I reached the bottom step of the staircase, I had regained control of myself. My legs were steady, my hands still. Excellent. I had also forgotten to bring my wand. This would surely provide Voldemort with a sense of ease. He was undoubtedly a man of deep contemplation, and the presence of a wand would likely render me a perceived threat in his eyes. I embraced Voldemort, reminiscent of a scene from a future film where he envelopes Draco Malfoy in his cold, lifeless fabric, sending a shiver coursing through me. Voldemort gazed at me as I met his eyes, reciting an incantation, soul extraction. Familiar yet alien scenes danced before my eyes. A fleeting glimpse into the brief decade of a little girl's existence. Unremarkable save for her academic prowess, which allowed her to receive rewards unattainable by her peers. Her parents were harmonious, lavishing her with affection, and though her sister occasionally harbored jealousy, it mattered little. Lily Evans remained a cherished little princess. 2. 3 years old. Numerous scenes unfolded, memories belonging to the original Lily Evans. Yet, I was not Lily. I hailed from another realm. It was as though a veil of mist obscured my recollections from that other world. Voldemort's soul extraction could not penetrate the depths of my memories, rendering any information from my world invisible to others. The memories flashing before me caused an excruciating headache, a consequence of the spell. I had read about this curse in a magical tome purchased in Diagon Alley. It was a forbidden incantation, prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, even among dark wizards. Few dared to wield it against young witches and wizards. Penny was there, sternly reprimanding the original Lily Evans for practicing magic in the park, though the area was desolate, devoid of any onlookers. Lily, are you using those powers bestowed upon you by demons again? Did I not instruct you to refrain from engaging in such wickedness outdoors? If discovered, you would be confined to the church's prison designated for wayward children. It may not be the clergy who take you, but should you attract the attention of that laboratory, every strand of your hair would be dissected for research, sliced thinner than ham, until they discern the source of your malevolent powers. Or worse, if you were captured by the authorities, you would be interrogated and tortured until you divulged the origins of your abilities. If you cannot provide answers, you would remain imprisoned until your hair turns gray, never to see the light of day again. That Lily Evans erupted in a scream, the leaves swirling in response, nearly striking Penny, who swiftly shoved Lily down the slide. Silence enveloped Lily Evans as the back of her head struck a stone. Evans' mother rushed over, checking for her daughter's breath, tears streaming down her face in an instant. Penny stood frozen, stunned, until Lily raised her hand again, listening to her mother, her eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, the soul of Lily Evans, stripped of its essence, was no longer the original. It was I who occupied that form. Upon my arrival, I could only comprehend a handful of simple words, such as Lily referring to myself, and basic needs like eating, drinking, and using the restroom. The doctor provided Evans' mother with a certificate confirming my amnesia and informed her of my current speech impediment, indicating that even speaking might prove exceedingly challenging. This was indeed true. I dared not reveal that I was a time traveler, that I was not Lily Evans but a denizen of another world. For such an admission would not only be foolish but potentially perilous. I began to understand why Penny consistently cared for me, accommodating my needs without complaint. It stemmed from her guilt over the incident when she had inadvertently pushed Lily Evans down the slide. It was only with Dumbledore's arrival, who cast a spell to restore my speech, that I could finally communicate effectively with Evans' mother, Penny, and everyone else. Later, with Dumbledore's provision of alchemical tools, even as the language magic gradually waned, I was able to converse without hindrance, speaking with remarkable ease. Severus Snape, during my moments of utter incomprehension and inability to express my desires, remained my steadfast companion, his eyes sparkling with admiration during my outbursts, silently following me in my distress. Like a devoted shadow, James Potter was an unexpected presence, a genuine young wizard from a family of sorcerers, descending from the heavens. His remarkable potential, sunny disposition, and inherent kindness were marred only by a hint of arrogance, which perpetually sparked an impulse to challenge him. Cease, Voldemort. Stop at once. Lily is but a child. How dare you use soul extraction on her? You are truly a madman. Dr. Daffle stepped forward, prying Voldemort's hand from my neck, preventing him from further delving into my memories. Voldemort's chilling laughter echoed, yet I felt no malice directed towards myself or Dr. Daffle. My sense of impending doom remained unkind-led. I could not ascertain whether my memories had passed through Voldemort's scrutiny, granting him a sense of security regarding me. It was true. I was merely a child. What could I possibly possess that would alarm Voldemort? Of course, had he glimpsed the memories of my past life, I could scarcely imagine the depths of despair I would have faced. Voldemort chuckled. Lily is wonderful. I see she is a good child. I had not anticipated her being a favored student of Dumbledore. This is splendid. I shall impart my knowledge to Lily, ensuring she experiences an extraordinary life at Hogwarts. The notion of Voldemort as my mentor was absurd. Did he truly believe I was oblivious to the fact that the most potent spells he wielded were the 3 unforgivable curses? The tomes detailing the horrors taught to the children of Death Eaters were terrifying indeed. Should Voldemort impart his teachings to me, and I were to be exposed, the consequences of Dumbledore's discovery would be unavoidable, an insurmountable challenge from which I could not escape. I hesitated and replied to Voldemort. The professors at Hogwarts possess a spell known as the Revelation Charm, which reveals all the incantations I have previously employed. I fear I am not equipped to master such advanced forms of magic.